This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The parasol tree is rustling, autumn is in full swing. The wind swept the coolness and gently lifted Yuanji's hair, and then went into her clothes along her jade-white neck. Yuanji hid in the parasol tree outside Ming's house. Clear and round almond eyes stared at the door of the mansion. A breeze blew, the bleak and fine autumn leaves rustled, and slowly fell on the corner of Yuanji's amber smoke gauze skirt. "Girl, come down. It's too dangerous up there." Lu Wu stared at Yuanji, who was standing on the sycamore branch, with her hands folded, fearing that Yuanji would accidentally fall off the tree. A few drops of sweat flowed down her forehead. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that they slandered Qing Hui like this." Yuanji held onto the sycamore tree and gently stretched her feet, which had already been sore. From yesterday when she heard the rumors about Li Qing Hui to this morning, she hadn't slept all night. Unless she saw it with her own eyes, she would never believe those unfounded rumors. Lu Wu stamped her feet anxiously. Then, there is no need to climb the tree. Can't we come down and wait?" Yuanji did not move. The sycamore tree was located on the side of Ming's house. Climbing up, she could clearly see the situation inside the house. Since she wanted to know the truth, this perspective was the clearest. Last night, after dinner, she was walking in her yard to digest the food, but she heard the maid whispering, probably saying that she had already made an engagement, and that she would take Naji's fiancé Li Qing back to raise a concubine in Ming's house at the end of Minghua Road. She also said that the concubine was different from her. Yuanji, with charming eyes, and a willow-like figure in the wind. I felt pity for her. It was no wonder that Li Qing Hui could not be Lu Xiaohui. She was sure that this was a fabricated story. But she tossed and turned all night, and her head was full of the maid's description. This morning, she decided to go and see for herself. Li Qing Hui was originally a son of a noble family, but because his grandfather committed a crime, he was stripped of his title, and now he is just a wealthy commoner. But he did not sink into despair, and was eager to learn and make progress. "The vow he made to marry you after I passed the imperial examination is still fresh in my mind." During this period, Li Qing Hui was busy with his studies, and he specially sent a box full of storybooks, saying that since he was not around these days, he could read some storybooks to kill time. The slender hand hidden in the sleeve tightly grasped the Huan Geng tie. As Yuanji was thinking, the sound of wheels rolling over autumn leaves brought her back to her senses. The next moment, she saw a pair of moon-white brocade fish-patterned boots sticking out from the curtain. Just a pair of shoes. Yuanji's restless heart suddenly cooled down. The pair of shoes was given to her by her own hands a while ago. The man was dressed in a straight green dress, with cloud patterns on the corners of his sleeves. A handsome face, eyes like stars, and a jade pendant selected by Yuanji tied around his waist. LV Wu was shocked when she saw the man coming. She subconsciously looked up at Yuanji, who was standing on the branch. Her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Qing Hui pushed open the door of Ming's house and walked into the courtyard with ease. He seemed to call out, and then a woman walked out of the room. The woman had a graceful figure, and her hazy eyes lit up the moment she saw Li Qing Hui. She ran into Li Qing Hui's arms and said softly, "Why are you here just now? She is just like a cute little lady." Li Qing Hui stretched out his hand to smooth the woman's slightly messy long hair. His voice was gentle, and he said lovingly, "I have been busy all night, and I came to see you before I rested." The woman snorted softly, collapsed in his arms, stroked his chin, and said softly, "I thought you would go to find the young lady of the Yuan family first, and then think of me." Li Qing Hui stopped her from messing around. His eyebrows sank, as if he thought of Yuanji in the gap of love. There was a trace of discomfort in his eyes, and his smile was dull. "Don't mention her." The two of them were very affectionate, half hugging and half kissing each other as they entered the room. Yuanji was stunned, with disbelief in her eyes. Her heart was pounding, and the beating became faster and faster, making her a little breathless. She remembered the first time she saw Li Qing Hui. He was tall and graceful, concentrating on reciting under the locust tree, and Yuanji was accidentally knocked down by a running child when she passed by, and he supported her. Yuanji still remembered the surprise that flashed in his eyes, and the big hand that loosened instantly when he touched her hand. "Don't touch without permission. The situation just now was critical. Please don't mind, young lady." As her memory came back, Yuanji could not associate such a polite young man with a man who had just been openly having sex in the courtyard. After a while, Yuan Ji jumped down from the tree, staggered 2 steps, and almost lost her balance, which frightened LV Wu so much that her hair stood on end. She looked around, as if she was looking for something. Then her eyes fell on the mossy stone on the side, and she immediately rolled up her sleeves, gritted her teeth, and walked straight to the gate of Ming's house with a heavy stone in her hands. "Girl, what are you doing?" LV Wu was startled and hurried to follow him. She knew Yuan Ji's temper. Looking at her daughter's expression, she was afraid that she would destroy the Ming residence. There were no servants in the Ming residence. When Li Qingwei entered the house just now, he did not close the door tightly. Yuan Ji stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. Her eyes fell directly on the bedroom inside. Unlike the general's mansion, the Ming residence was just a courtyard. Yuan Ji walked a few steps and vaguely heard the erotic words of men and women coming from the bedroom. She held her breath and stood at the door of the bedroom. Li Qinghui's voice was clearly audible. Her hand was on the door, but she had no strength. She looked at the door full of traces of time, and inside was her husband, who was about to marry. She felt sour in her heart, as if she had eaten unripe apricots. Her nose was sour, and her heart was bitter. She withdrew her hand, took a deep breath, kicked open the elm door, and Li Qinghui didn't even have time to lock this door. She had been studying all night, staying up all night, and she came here to find a moment of pleasure even though she was exhausted. The door was not closed, and the door was not locked. Is he really that anxious? Yuan Ji resisted the sourness in his nose, bit out a few words with difficulty, and said in a trembling voice, "Li Qinghui, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ji smashed the moss stone in his hand, and the stone hit the wooden board outside the bed with a dull sound. The furnishings in the house were simple, without too many luxurious decorations, but there were a few blue and white porcelain vases on the table, which were of average quality, and were inferior products that could not appear in the Yuan mansion. There was not even a screen in the house to block the view. Yuan Ji just glanced around the whole house casually, and every table and chair in the house showed that he did not pay much attention to this concubine. But she was not happy. His eyes fell on the 2 people who were making love on the bed. The 2 people on the bed were shocked. Li Qinghui was in high spirits, but suddenly heard Yuan Ji's voice, and turned pale with fright. His lower body softened, and his white underwear was loose. Yuan Ji glanced at him, and saw the smooth shoulders of the woman under Li Qinghui. It was unbearable to look at. Li Qinghui pulled up his shirt with one hand, and pushed the woman under him into the bed with the other hand, and covered her tightly with a brocade quilt. He wanted to get off the bed to pull Yuan Ji's hand, but suddenly remembered that he was naked under the quilt, and his half-leaning body froze in place. "Gigi, it's not like that. Believe me. We are just, Li Qing replied without thinking, with panic in his eyes. Yuan Ji looked pale, staring coldly at the man in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly but found that he couldn't speak. After a while, he finally uttered a syllable. "Why?" "In this situation, what do you want to quibble about?" Li Qing replied. "Do you still remember that you have a fiancé? Do you still remember the vows you made with me in Yu Lao Temple that day?" Li Qinghui was in a trance, looking at the haggard woman in front of him. His thoughts suddenly returned to the day when they visited Yu Lao Temple together. He also picked the most beautiful lotus flowers of this summer as a gift for her hair. Yuan Ji clenched her fists tightly. Her knuckles turned white, and said word by word, "Now that you have betrayed us, where do you put me? Where do you put my Yuan family? I have been negotiating with my father for a long time for you, and my father agreed to find you a position before you even enter the court. You betray me? I want to tell my father that what you asked for will never be granted." Hearing this, Li Qinghui came back to his senses in an instant, as if he realized that he had done something wrong. He pleaded with a pale face, "Gigi, I was just distracted and infatuated for a moment. Can you please not tell Uncle Yuan?" Yuan Ji's father was a well-known general in Daliang. The plaque on the gate of the mansion with flying dragons and phoenixes was written by the late emperor himself. Li Qing returned home and fell into decline. With such a terrible background, if it weren't for the Yuan family, it would take who knows how many generations it would take for him to have such a slim chance of entering the court again. Li Qinghui looked Yuan Ji in the eyes, stuttering, "Gigi, believe me, Luer sent me a letter last night, saying that she was injured accidentally. She was unfamiliar with this place, and she drank some wine after I came. The woman hiding in the quilt seemed to have not expected that Li Qinghui would put all the faults on him. She showed her eyes, and said timidly, "Sir." "Shut up." Li Qinghui suddenly cursed in a low voice, which frightened her to tears. Li Qinghui's words were incoherent. How could such poor words fool Yuan Ji? Yuan Ji looked listless. He even had such a weak excuse. Li Qinghui, Yuan Ji, will not tolerate this cowardice. He was clearly the man she had loved for a year, the man she had fallen in love with when she first met him, and the man she was willing to marry even if it meant going against her family. But when Yuan Ji looked at him at this moment, she felt very strange. She endured the sourness in her nose, and said word by word, "Li Qinghui, I want to cancel the engagement." When Li Qinghui heard the word cancel the engagement, he panicked, quickly tidied his clothes, got out of bed, and held Yuan Ji's hand, with a trace of panic and anxiety in his eyes. He said, "Ji, everyone in Chang'an knows that you and I are about to get married. How can you cancel the engagement now? You disregard our friendship. Are you also disregarding Uncle Yuan's face? How could you be so careless about the overall situation?" It was clearly Li Qinghui's fault, but Yuan Ji actually heard a few accusations in his words. Seeing Yuan Ji not speaking, Li Qinghui softened his tone. "Shiji, I was confused for a moment. Believe me, I only have you in my heart. When you and I get married, I will only give Lu'er the position of a concubine, and respect you in everything. I know you don't like the inner house, and if you don't like to do something, let Lu'er share your worries. How about it?" Seeing Yuan Ji not speaking, he quickly made a decision. "If you don't like her, I will break up with her right now. I swear. If I do anything to let you down again in this life, I will not die a good death." He almost begged, "Gigi, you know, I love you." Li Qinghui's solemn look made Yuan Ji feel dazed for a moment. She remembered that she had heard Li Qinghui read Rogue in the past. She only regretted that her heart and eyes were full of that star like Li Qinghui at that time. But she forgot that the poem had already said that men should not be trusted. His words were sincere, and his face was gentle. Yuan Ji almost believed his lies. Under Li Qinghui's lingering eyes, Yuan Ji's heart was churning. She felt as if her heart was being clenched by countless hands. And she couldn't breathe. Yuan Ji pursed her thin lips and raised her hand high. The next moment, a crisp snapping sound was particularly abrupt in the quiet bedroom. Li Qinghui was stunned, with a red slap mark on his fair face. Li Qinghui. Yuan Ji's eyes were full of disappointment. "I tell you, it's easy for me, Yuan Ji, to find a perfect husband. The men who want to marry me can line up from Chang'an to Jinling. Who are you?" She took a deep breath, pointed at the stunned man in front of her, and then pointed at the woman huddled on the bed. "You? And your lover? Aren't you in love? Then I wish you a happy marriage and no children." Her voice was trembling. "Let's go!" Yuan Ji was about to leave, but he felt unsatisfied, and felt that everything here was an eyesore. So he simply smashed the only blue and white porcelain vase in the bedroom, kicked Li Qinghui a few times, and then left. Li Qinghui struggled to get up, accidentally stepped on the broken porcelain. His pale face wrinkled into a ball, and blood spread on the ground. He took a breath of cold air and limped out. Seeing this, Yang Qinglu immediately stood up, rushed to his side in 2 steps, hugged his waist tightly, and said tearfully, "Sir, she is going to break off the engagement with you. You are injured now. Don't go. Okay? Get out of here." Li Qing turned his hand and pushed the person away, but heard a scream from the person behind him. He was stunned for a moment, and saw Yang Qinglu collapsed on the ground, with a long bloody mark on her delicate arm. He was stunned immediately, and quickly helped her up, and said softly, "Are you okay?" Yang Qinglu cried, like a fragile glass bottle. Seeing him coming back, she begged softly, "Sir, my hand hurts. Please don't leave. She is going to break off the engagement with you." Li Qinghui didn't say anything, but looked outside the door. Yuan Ji was no longer there. No, she wouldn't. She liked him so much. How could Yuan Ji really break off the engagement with him? She must be angry. I will look for her tomorrow. At the moment, my own and Lu'er's injuries are more important. Thinking of this, he also stopped thinking about going out to look for her. Minghua Road was deserted in the early morning. The sound of horse hooves crushed the autumn leaves. Lu Wu sat opposite Yuan Ji, hesitated for a while, and spoke carefully, "Miss, are you okay?" Yuan Ji lifted the curtain of the carriage, and the long and quiet street was filled with misery in her heart. Since she left Ming's house, She had become visibly depressed, with clouds of sorrow between her eyebrows. Luwu couldn't help but say, "Miss, there is no one here. Don't bear it." As soon as these words came out, Yuanji's nerves suddenly broke like a taut string, and tears fell like beads. She buried her head deeply in her arms. Panic and depression came over her. Yuanji cried breathlessly. Her shoulders couldn't stop shaking. Her almond eyes were red and swollen, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes on her long gauze sleeves, leaving a pool of water stains. She said in a daze, "Luwu, how could Li Qingwei treat me like this? I was so good to him." Luwu looked at Yuanji, who was in tears, and her heart was also sour. She comforted softly. "Fortunately, this was discovered before the marriage. This shows that Mr. Li is not a good match. This is God reminding you." She covered her chest and murmured, "That being said, but it hurts here." Yuanji took out the wrinkled Huan Gung tie, on which the birth dates of the two were written. Before comparing the birth dates, Yuanji secretly asked someone to calculate the birth dates, but the result was not good. However, in order not to worry her father and brother, she gave the fortune teller another sum of money and forced the fortune teller to turn black and white and say that the two were a match made in heaven. Now, the birth dates on the Huan Gung tie were ironic. Luwu patted her back lightly and said angrily, "This Mr. Li is too bad. This time, we smashed a few bottles and kicked them a few times, which is already considered generous by Our Lady. If the eldest master was here, yes, if my brother was here, he would definitely help me vent my anger." Yuanji sniffed and said with a strong crying voice, "It's too easy for this couple. I will let my brother teach him a lesson." Seeing that Yuanji's emotions were gradually stabilizing, Luwu breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes." Yuanji wiped her tears, and when she saw the engagement letter in her hand, she got angry and tore it in half, lifted the curtain, and waved her hand, and the red paper scattered on the willow bank. Luwu took out a handkerchief and wiped Yuanji's tears carefully. Yuanji was already beautiful, and she didn't look funny after crying. Her red eyes and rosy cheeks made her look even more charming. Luwu really didn't understand her daughter Rongsheng Chang'an. What was Li Qing thinking to keep a concubine? The carriage stopped in front of the general's mansion. At the moment it stopped, Yuanji wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and when she came out again, her face was normal, as if nothing had happened. Li Qingwei did such a dirty thing. He was shameless, but she, Yuanji, still had dignity. If people saw her like this, she might be laughed at by Yuan Chang and others behind her back. On the way back to the room, many maids and servants greeted Yuanji along the way. Yuanji really couldn't laugh, but nodded coldly. "Hey, look at you like this. Is it true that Li Qing is going back to raise a concubine?" A sharp and sarcastic voice came from the left. Yuanji turned his head to look, and saw a woman standing in front of the flowers. The light blue skirt with 100 flowers and crabapple pattern made the woman's skin look even whiter, and she was holding a freshly picked zinnia in her white hands, and her eyes were full of provocation. "Yuan Chang, you've eaten so much before noon? What do you mean?" Yuan Chang was slightly stunned. Yuanji sneered, "Aren't you full? I think you look like you're full. When will it be your turn to take care of my business?" Chapter 2. Yuan Chang pinched the chrysanthemum, raised her long eyebrows slightly, and sneered, "Even though such a shameful thing happened, you still refuse to forgive me. Think about it, the young master of the Li family who I fell in love with at first sight has a mistress, TSK. She tissed TSK, and did not finish her words. However, a commoner, who was stripped of his title, was not in the eyes of the Yuan family. For Li Qingwei, Yuanji had a very bad relationship with his family, and even went on a hunger strike to show his determination, and only then did his family relax. Unexpectedly, such a scandal would happen before the wedding, which was really a disgrace to the Yuan family. Yuanji was upset. She said calmly, "Yuan Chang, whatever happens between me and Li Qingwei is my business. If you are bored, you might as well go and see Aunt Sun more often. After all, she is lonely and miserable guarding Furong Courtyard alone." Yuan Chang's face suddenly froze. Unlike Yuanji, Yuan Chang was born to a concubine. That Aunt Sun took advantage of the first lady's pregnancy and climbed onto Yuan Gongfu's bed when he was drunk. Yuan Chang clenched her fists. When Yuanji passed by, she suddenly whispered, "So what? No matter what, now in this general's mansion, my father only has my mother by his side. There is no first lady. Yuanji, don't forget your mother." was killed by you. Instantly, Yuan Ji's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly approached Yuan Chang. In Yuan Chang's astonished eyes, Yuan Ji's nose was very close to her. She pinched Yuan Chang's collar and said coldly, "If you dare to say it again, believe it or not, there will be no fourth lady in this general's mansion tomorrow, let alone aunt's son. If you keep doing your duty, I won't make things difficult for you. But if you still dare to mention my mother, I will find ways to make sure you have no place to stand in Chang'an." "You?" Yuan Chang's heart stopped suddenly. Yuan Ji's eyes were cold. She stood in front of Yuan Ji and couldn't say a word. She knew that Yuan Ji would keep his word, and that matter was Yuan Ji's bottom line. She regretted mentioning it by mistake just now. She never thought that Yuan Ji could say such words. Yuan Chang was a little scared. It was not until Yuan Ji left for a long time, and she could no longer see her figure, that Yuan Chang calmed down. Yuan Ji has always been a sharp-tongued person. Lu Wu thought of Yuan Chang's frustrated look just now, and found it funny. She couldn't help laughing and said, "The fourth lady's temperament is strange. In all these years, when has she ever been good to the young lady? She has to find fault again and again. Who knows?" Yuan Ji took a cup of tea and took a sip. Her lips and teeth were fragrant. Maybe the news that Li Qing returned to take care of a concubine was spread by her. Yuan Chang and Yuan Ji had been at odds since childhood. Yuan Ji hated the concubine who followed her father every day. Because of the concubine, her parents, who were once in love and treated each other as equals, became alienated. She vaguely remembered that she was still young and ignorant of the world at that time. And she even pulled her mother's clothes to ask her why she ignored her father. She could no longer remember her mother's answer. As she grew older, Yuan Ji also understood some things. She could not stand aunt's son. And she also hated Yuan Chang. As they were talking, a voice came from outside the door. "Miss, the general wants you to go to the flower hall." Yuan Ji put down the teacup, walked through the flower corridor, and went straight to the flower hall. When Yuan Ji arrived at the flower hall, she heard intermittent laughter from inside. After passing the screen with a picture of birds playing, she saw Yuan Gongfu sitting upright, wearing a round-collared black brocade robe, holding a gold-painted white porcelain cup in his hand, drinking tea. Sun, who was sitting on the other side, was dressed elegantly and gorgeously, and the kingfisher hairpin on her bun was very valuable. It didn't look like she was treated like a concubine at all. My Qinghui is sincere to Gigi. He caught this wild goose early in the morning in the suburbs of Beijing. This jewelry was also passed down from the older generation of our family. It is made of rare materials with bright colors. The woman sitting next to Sun was talking excitedly. She caught a glimpse of Yuanji's shadow, and her eyes lit up. "Gigi, I am here to give you a gift today. Your marriage with Qinghui is now settled." She was talking about her marriage with Li Qinghui. Did Li Qinghui ask her to come? She must have known about Li Qinghui's concubine. And she dared to come to the general's mansion to discuss marriage. Li Qinghui. Where does he have the face? Yuan Ji suppressed thousands of thoughts, pinched the corner of her lotus-patterned sleeves, and said resolutely with a blazing gaze, "I want to cancel the engagement." The flower hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. Yuan Gongfu, who was sitting in a high position, frowned, and put down the teacup in his hand after hearing this, and said unhappily, "Gigi, don't make trouble." The one who was chattering beside Sun was Li Qinghui's mother Yin. Yin was also stunned when she heard the words. And there was some accusation in her words. "Gigi, everyone in Chang'an knows that our two families are discussing marriage. What do you mean by this?" Yuan Ji chuckled lightly, and said sarcastically, "Madam Yin, don't you know what I mean? Do you need me to tell you everything Li Qinghui did in public?" Madam Yin's face suddenly changed, and she forced a smile and said, "Gigi, Qinghui was just possessed by a ghost for a while. I have already taught him a lesson." "What's the matter?" Yuan Gongfu interrupted Madam Yin, and he glanced at Aunt Sunday. Yuan Gongfu was fighting bandits outside a while ago. According to the pace of the march, he would not be able to return to Chang'an until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. But after receiving the letter saying that the marriage was settled today, Yuan Gongfu ran 2 horses to death and rushed back at full speed. "I still don't know about Li Qinghui." Aunt Sun's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt, and her fingertips swirled, whispering, "General, it's, the young master of the Li family has a concubine outside." Mrs. Yin saw Yuan Gongfu's face gradually darken, and hurriedly explained, "General Yuan, Qinghui was completely calculated by that woman. I can guarantee that such a thing will never happen again. You also know the friendship between the two. If we cancel the engagement, then it will not be good for Gigi. Immediately, she stepped forward and took Yuanji's hand, forcing a smile. Gigi, don't worry. Qinghui, that foolish boy, has promised me that after you marry me, the Li residence will be in your hands. As soon as I heard about that incident, I taught him a lesson and asked him to deal with the concubine. You two are in love, and it's not worth it to separate because of a lowly woman. Yuanji sneered. He used to think that Yin was a good person to get along with, but he never thought that he had seen through her true face now. She was selfish, hypocritical, and full of lies. She suddenly pulled her hand away and said calmly, I don't have the luck to share a husband with others. Madam Yin, please take your things away. Yin didn't expect Yuanji's attitude to be so firm. But if the fiancé of the daughter of the general's mansion had a mistress, if this matter were known to others, would the Yuan family lose face? Could Yuanji really ignore the Yuan family? She dared to come to give gifts today, simply because she thought the Yuan family would tolerate this. Moreover, in her eyes, it was the most normal thing for a capable man to take a concubine. Yuan Gongfu was over 50 years old. His eagle eyes were not cloudy at all, but became even colder after years of baptism. He ignored Yin, but stared at Aunt Sun. Why didn't you tell me about this? You rush back day and night. I don't want these things to pollute your ears. Sun's throat moved slightly. Besides, what Madam Yin said is not wrong. That's right. Father, this marriage was also requested by my sister. And now you say to cancel the engagement. Wouldn't it become a laughing stock in Chang'an? We should also think about my sister. Yuan Chang looked sincere and worried about Yuanji. Yuanji rolled her eyes secretly. Yuan Chang was used to playing nice in front of Yuan Gongfu. Suddenly she laughed out loud. Sister, you keep saying that you hope I will marry Li Qinghui. Don't you think this man is a rare treasure? If so, I can give my position to you as your elder sister. You? Yuan Chang was blocked, and was so angry that her teeth itched. What do you think? Yuan Gongfu looked at Yuanji standing in the middle of the flower hall. Yuanji said with a firm face, I want to cancel the engagement. Yuan Gongfu thought for a moment, took another sip of tea, and said in a deep voice, okay? When Madame Yin heard Yuanji's words, her face suddenly changed, and she stood up with some restraint. Gigi. Qinghui was just being plotted against. Enough. Yuan Gongfu didn't know what he was thinking about, and suddenly became furious, and threw the teacup in his hand. The white porcelain teacup with gold edges shattered with a sound, and the sound of the porcelain breaking was crisp and abrupt, and everyone present subconsciously held their breath. The flying debris scratched Mrs. Yin's cheek. She was stunned in place. Then she realized belatedly that there was a fine needle-like pain on her cheek. She covered her face, widened her eyes, and said in disbelief, You really want to break off the engagement? Everyone in Chang'an knows about the marriage between you, Yuanji, and my Qinghui. It's easy for my Qinghui to discuss it again. But I want to see how you girls discuss the marriage. This is true. When a family that is discussing the marriage suddenly breaks off the engagement, it will always cause criticism. Rumors are always cruel to girls. Yuan Gongfu stood up suddenly. His broad back was like a wall. His eyes were cold, and his voice was like a bell. How my daughter Gigi gets married in the future is none of your business. I didn't allow Gigi and Li Qin to go back at the beginning, but I couldn't bear it and gave in later. I didn't expect that your Li family would do the ugly thing of keeping a mistress before getting married. My Yuan family will never tolerate humiliation. Come on. Send the guests away. Madame Yin widened her eyes, and her voice was hoarse. Do you think that after canceling the engagement, Yuanji is really easy to discuss again? You don't know what kind of personality Yuanji has. Think about it again. Don't bother with it. Yuanji didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with Madame Yin anymore, and winked. Lu Wu immediately had people lift up the jeweled geese, and threw Madame Yin out of the general's mansion together with them. Madame Yin fell on the bluestone slab with her belongings, and rolled on the ground in pain. Her neatly combed hair was slightly messy. She stood up tremblingly, with her hands on her waist, pointing at Yuanji and others, her chest heaving up and down, and she laughed in anger. What a Yuan family! This marriage is better off not being concluded. This was quite a big commotion, seeing that many people came to watch. Yin's face was burning. She felt that she had lost face. She decided to go all out and started crying in front of the general's mansion. What sin did my Qinghui commit to like a tyrannical woman like you? There are so many gentle and virtuous women in Chang'an who like Qin Hui. Your Yuan family can discuss marriage and cancel the engagement as you wish. Where do you put our Li family? The rich and powerful can bully us common people like this. Yuan Ji was immediately shocked by Mrs. Yin's action. This woman was so shameless, confusing right and wrong in public, and talking nonsense. Fellow villagers, please judge for me. I am a woman who lost my husband early, and I came to ask for marriage for my son. But I was insulted when my marriage failed, Mrs. Yin cried, and her tears mixed with the powder on her face. Then she sat on the ground with a cruel heart, looking like a shrew, biting her handkerchief and crying loudly, I am really sinful. My poor son fell in love with you. The onlookers heard this, and looked at Yuan Ji with deep disdain. Oh, this is the way of the rich and powerful. What's the big deal about just bullying a woman and throwing her out? It's really lawless. Isn't this Yuan Ji from the Yuan family? I've heard that she was about to get married with Li Qinghui. And now this has happened? I've seen the young master of the Li family. He is well educated and handsome. This time she broke off the engagement. I'm afraid there is something wrong with her. Yuan Ji was so angry that she suddenly stepped forward to the people who had just pointed fingers at her and said, Why? Do you think Li Qinghui is good? Why don't I give this person to you? You have been saying good things about Li Qinghui. I guess you can tolerate sharing a husband with a concubine? The gossiper was shocked by Yuan Ji. After a long while, he murmured, Concubine. What? What concubine? Lu Wu was so angry that her neck turned red. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and pointed at Madame Yin's nose, and cursed. What good thing is your Li Qinghui? The marriage between the Li family and our Yuan family is a sign of you marrying up. You, the Li family, dare to keep a mistress. Do you think no one in Chang'an knows about this? Yin straightened her neck and raised her voice by 3 points. Which man is not unfaithful? Yuan Ji. Even if it's your father, you dare to say. Shut up. Yuan Ji's face turned pale, but Mrs. Yin did not give in. Your family does not keep a mistress, does not take concubines, then aunt's son. Yuan Ji seemed to be poked in the spine. The corners of her lips twitched, and her delicate and beautiful eyebrows immediately sank. I have no patience. With just one simple sentence, Lu Wu understood what she meant, and immediately called people to go to Madame Yin. Madame Yin saw several maids holding sticks, and then she felt scared. She retreated in fear, and said with a pale face, You dare to hit me. Yuan Ji smiled. What's wrong with hitting you? Didn't you always say that you know my temper? The maids in the Yuan mansion knew some martial arts, and they didn't hold back. Madame Yin stretched out her hands to resist, and her arms instantly turned red. There was no place on her body and legs that didn't hurt. She was in great pain, but her expression became even more crazy. She screamed and cursed, Yuan Ji, it's not unfair for my son to have a concubine. You are spoiled and unreasonable. You don't look like a lady at all. This sentence pierced Yuan Ji's heart like a thorn. She suddenly remembered the whispers of the maids at home last night. What did they say? Oh, they said that the concubine was different from her. Yuan Ji, with charming eyes and soft and lovely. But what did she do wrong? Is this the reason for him to have a concubine? When she met Li Qinghui, she was like this. When they were in love, Li Qinghui said that she was straightforward and innocent, and not pretentious. When he was no longer in love, he said that she was unruly and unreasonable, and had no female virtue. Yin was in pain, and while cursing, she left in disgrace with the jewels and the wild goose. Yuan Ji looked at the woman going away, and felt very tired. The people around looked at Yuan Ji with a mixture of inquiry and ridicule. Lu Wu frowned and said loudly, What are you looking at? Disperse. Disperse. From last night till now, almost a day and a night, the spirit has been tense. Yuan Ji suddenly felt a little tired, just as she was about to go to the mansion. Suddenly, as if a blessing came to her mind, looking at the restaurant not far behind, the window lattice that was originally closed had opened halfway. From a distance, she couldn't see the person in the window lattice, so she simply turned back. After a busy day, she just felt sleepy now. In Xianmingju, the aroma of wine lingered. The screen with sparse shadows of cold plum blossoms and birds reflected a vague figure. As the sun set, the bright orange-yellow golden light fell through the clouds onto the window lattice of the top-floor wing of Xianmingju. The fragmented light divided by the window lattice poured onto the long silver-white hair of the man in the inner room, as white as moonlight. The man was tall and slender, with narrow fox eyes that could not tell his emotions, and he was as elegant as cold jade. His red dress was shimmering with a faint golden glow. His slender fingertips, like plump bones, gently pinched the porcelain cup. His throat moved slightly, and the strong and mellow aroma of Kianlizui slid into his throat. The man sitting on the other side was hidden in a corner where the sun could not reach. His eyebrows were dim and unclear. He said in a low voice, "Are you distracted? What? Are you attracted to the young lady from the Yuan family? I don't remember any dealings you had with the Yuan family. If you like her, I can order someone." The silver-haired man raised his eyes slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Your Highness urgently summoned me today, but you still have the leisure to say this. It seems that I can tell Miss Mir about your recent whereabouts tomorrow. I believe she is also willing to hear about your past in Yangzhou." The man called the prince changed his face and said with a wry smile, "It's just a casual remark. I just saw you looking at the girl for a long time." And asked casually. Feng Shuanga put down the porcelain cup in his hand, and he could still vaguely recall the woman standing in the sunlight just now. "It's just that I find it interesting." The man seemed to have heard something strange, and smiled. "So you also have someone you find interesting?" Lord Feng. Chapter 3. Yuanji woke up just after 3 o'clock in the morning. She tiptoed out of bed, stepped barefoot on the floor, opened the window with plum blossom pattern, and the moonlight poured in like water. Her stomach suddenly growled, and then she realized that she had not eaten for a day. She turned around and searched in the small kitchen in her yard for a long time, but only managed to find 3 or 2 cold and hard cakes. She slept for several hours, but in her dreams she was always thinking about the days and nights she had spent with Li Qinghui. Even after waking up, her eyes were still wet. After searching in her courtyard to no avail, she returned to her room and changed into a smoky purple long gown with a front and straight sleeves. Lu was not there, and Yuanji clumsily combed her hair into a bun in front of the mirror. Seeing the loose and messy bun in the mirror, she thought for a moment and simply braided it, letting it hang on her left shoulder. A few signature dishes, and a pot of Kianlizui. Yuanji climbed over the wall and left the general's mansion, and went straight to Xianmingju near the general's mansion, and took out a bag of silver and threw it to the waiter on duty. He deliberately lowered his voice. The waiter was still sleepy, but when he saw a man wearing a white veil throwing a bag of silver at him, he woke up, grinned to the back of his ears, weighed the weight of the silver, bent down and led the man to the stairs, and said flatteringly, "Sir, please wait a moment. The private room is on the 6th floor." It was not the first time that Yuanji sneaked out in the middle of the night to find food. She discovered Xianmingju half a year ago. It was open for business at night. It was not only close to the general's mansion, but also had excellent food and wine. There were no people in Xianmingju at night. She tiptoed to the familiar private room. It was pitch black inside. She fumbled on the table for a long time before finding the fire starter. The faint yellow candlelight reflected in the private room, making Yuanji's shadow very long. Kianlizui from Xianmingju is one of the best wines in Chang'an. It has a mellow and long-lasting aroma, although it is called Kianlizui. As long as you don't drink too much on purpose, you won't get drunk. The waiter brought a few side dishes and a bowl of noodles. The candlelight was dim, and the waiter didn't dare to look at her directly. Yuanji simply took off her veil and ate and drank. The delicate little face was soon stained with a blush. If she had suppressed her emotions during the day, then the alcohol was getting to her head, and the pain in her heart was springing up like bamboo shoots after rain. She said nothing, but just drank in silence, and the wine entered her heart and brought up a lot of sad things. The wine mixed with tears, and it tasted sad. Seeing this, the waiter, after serving the last dish, did not dare to look at Yuanji's face anymore, but lowered his head and closed the door wisely, isolating the faint sigh. As soon as he turned around, he saw someone standing behind him. He was startled and patted his chest quickly. "Boss, you scared me to death in the middle of the night." The boss leaned slightly to the side and looked inside. Through the carved wooden door, he vaguely saw a figure sitting at the table. "Are the guests inside hungry?" The waiter was confused. "Yes." The boss thought for a moment and reminded, after serving the guests inside, "Don't disturb them to rest. The boss above has instructed us not to disturb the rest of the people inside. Otherwise, if they blame us, we won't have enough heads to make up for it." The waiter shuddered and responded repeatedly. He touched his head and recalled Yuanji's outfit. He thought she was just a rich lady, but she was so noble. She must be the apple of some nobleman's eye. He shook his head and left the room quietly without thinking too much. Yuanji's voice was vague. Feng Shuanga half opened his eyes. He drank some wine at night, and decided to stay at Xianmingju. However, he always heard some strange sounds in his dreams, and couldn't sleep well. He stood up slightly, the effect of Qianli Zui was still there, and he felt a little dizzy. Yuanji was holding the wine jar and preparing to drink to her heart's content, when she suddenly heard a rustling sound behind her, and she felt something was wrong. She stood up slowly, looking around, grabbed the long pole of the curtain and protected it in front of her, and walked slowly towards the source of the sound. The candlelight was weak, and there seemed to be something behind the screen with sparse shadows of cold plum blossoms and birds. Could there be someone else in this room? That would mean that Yuanji was vigilant and walked around the screen. Instantly, an autumn breeze came through the window lattice, passed by Yuanji, and blew out the weak candlelight. The whole room went dark instantly. Yuanji felt her heart pounding. Her eyes were blurry. And she was drunk. She even walked unsteadily. She walked behind the screen step by step. Her eyes were pitch black. Suddenly, she tripped and fell forward uncontrollably. A muffled groan came from her ear. Yuanji shrank and opened her eyes. The expected pain did not come. Instead, she felt as if something soft was pressed under her. She subconsciously reached out and touched it. Her delicate hand was suddenly held, and then a man's low and pleasant voice came from her ear. "Don't touch me." The room was dim, her ears were quiet, and besides the smell of wine, there was also a faint lingering sandalwood scent. Yuanji suddenly felt like a deer beating in her heart. In the dark night, the man seemed to be very close to her. His light breath fell on her hot cheeks. The moon was shining on the top of the clouds, and the clouds were rolling. The silver moonlight was faintly reflected in the room. Yuanji opened her slightly drunk eyes, her head was dizzy, and vaguely saw a stunning man under her, a small cinnabar mole on the corner of his lips, and the moonlight reflected on the man's silver hair, as if they were one body. It must be a dream. Where did the fallen immortal come from? She was stunned. The alcohol that had been temporarily suppressed by the shock suddenly burst out. And she felt dizzy. Suddenly, the words she had said to Li Qinghui flashed in her mind. It would be easy for Yuanji to find a perfect husband. Yuanji's lips curved beautifully, and her head was confused. She subconsciously reached out to hold the man's neck and moved closer. The man paused, leaned back, and accurately grasped Yuanji's right hand. Yuanji missed, and a low voice came from her ear. "Young lady, you are very brave." The voice was a little hoarse, like a feather gently scratching Yuanji's ear. Yuanji chuckled. Her left hand groped randomly, and directly touched the man's slightly spread collar. Further inside, there was the heart with hot body temperature. Her voice was sweet, as if it carried the clear aroma of wine. "The good night is short. Are you timid?" She murmured. "It's just a dream. So what if I am brave for once?" Then, she sneered again. "The young master fell asleep late at night. But he is as timid as a mouse. Which is very boring." After saying that, Yuanji pretended to prop up her waist and sit up. Suddenly, she felt a sudden warmth on her arm. The man's big hand held her arm tightly. Yuanji was caught off guard and was pulled down. She half leaned on him, and there was a softness on her lips. The light and steady sandalwood and the clear gardenia fragrance seemed to blend into one, and mixed with a light aroma of wine. Yuanji suddenly felt like she was drunk again. Her slender waist suddenly tightened, and then she felt dizzy. Feng Shuanga was deeply drunk. The candlelight in the room had gone out. The light moonlight poured down through the window lattice. The moonlight was like a silk thread, and it shone on Yuanji's wet and half-closed almond eyes. He leaned over her ear and nuzzled her, and whispered, "Am I timid? Young lady, are you satisfied?" When Yuanji woke up, she was almost collapsed. She was still confused. She looked down at her messy and open clothes, and her face suddenly turned red. She quickly straightened her clothes. She looked at the sky, which was not yet bright. She cursed herself for being stupid. She drank some wine, and did such an outrageous thing. She thought it was the exiled immortal who came into her dream. But the current situation told her that she had been disrespectful to others. Yuanji rubbed her head, frowned, and tried to recall what happened when she was drunk. In her memory, the man was stunning, but now she couldn't remember it clearly. As for other things, Yuanji couldn't remember anything at all. After all, she took the initiative first. She had to compensate him. Thinking of this, Yuanji took out a bag of silver from her bosom and placed it beside the man. For some reason, Yuanji was very curious about the man's appearance. although she was obsessed with him in her dream. She could not remember it after waking up. After struggling for a moment, she leaned over to take a look. The man had elegant features, a calm face when he slept, a high nose bridged like a mountain ridge, and thin lips tightly pursed. When Yuanji was marveling at the man's appearance, her eyes fell on the man's delicate and smooth silver hair, and she froze in place. The little alcohol she had left dissipated instantly. A chill rose from the soles of her feet to her heart. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and even dared to touch the silver hair scattered on the side. Yuanji's hand bounced away instantly when it touched the man's long hair. There was only that silver-haired man in Chang'an. If she, Yuanji, was fearless, she must not provoke this man. Or, she should not provoke even the general's mansion. Yuanji's mind was full of finished. The man's hands moved slightly, as if he wanted to find Yuanji's location. Yuanji's heart was in turmoil, and she didn't care about anything else. She hurriedly stood up and picked up the veil, staggered a few steps, and almost tripped herself, and left in a hurry. Feng Shuangde frowned slightly, and opened his eyes lazily. There was no soft and fragrant jade beside him. He yawned, rubbed his temples, and accidentally saw a double gardenia jade pendant beside him. He stared at it for a long time, and reached out to hook it. The jade pendant was warm to the touch, and the jade was delicate and soft. It was the best Titian jade. Before he could think about it, he heard footsteps outside the room. Feng Shuangde didn't have time to think about it, and put the jade pendant in his sleeve. It was bright, and the shopkeeper knocked on the door. After getting permission, he opened the door and brought breakfast, saying in a warm voice, "Sir, you drank too much last night, and our store specially prepared white porridge and tea for hangover." Feng Shuangde looked lazy, and asked casually, "Did anyone come last night?" The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly. "No." Feng Shuangde pondered for a moment, and dismissed the people. He didn't remember last night very clearly, but he vaguely remembered the woman's clear and light gardenia fragrance. It was probably because she was drunk, and she was bewitched for a while. Feng Shuangde touched his arms, and found that everything was there, and he even picked up the woman's jade pendant. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly touched a purse in his hand. Feng Shuangde picked it up and observed it. There was a blooming gardenia embroidered on the light pink purse. He felt the bag was heavy, and when he opened it, he found that it was full of silver. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good." Feng Shuangde's eyes were stern, and his face was cold. He was the Prime Minister of Daliang, and it was fine if he was flirted with by a woman, but he was treated as a prostitute and kept silver. After this humiliation, he would drag the young lady out of Chang'an sooner or later. Feng Shuangde took a deep breath and stuffed the purse into his arms. After coming out of Xiamingju, Yuanji followed the wall of the general's mansion and found a place that was not easy to be seen. He flipped over it once. He was still drunk and even staggered when he landed, almost disturbing someone. He carefully avoided the servants who got up early to clean the house, and returned to his own Tingxue Tower. Listening Snow Tower is the largest, most luxurious and most peaceful courtyard in the general's mansion. It has a 2-story building and hot spring water imported from outside the city. The milky white hot spring water washes away the faint red marks on Yuanji's body. Yuanji soaks in the water. Her smooth and fair skin is peachy pink. Her face is lightly flushed. Her mind is full of what happened last night. In addition to regret, there is also a hint of fear. Yuanji has heard a little about that Lord Feng. He is deep-minded, powerful, second only to one person, and above 10,000 people. The previous dynasty fell because of treacherous officials. Since the founding of Daliang, there has never been a prime minister. Even if there was one, it was during the reign of Emperor Mingzong, and there was one on the left and one on the right, and the two checked each other. But Feng Shuangde is different. He is the first prime minister of Daliang, without any sanctions or constraints, and the only prime minister. Last year, it was said that a senior official wanted to win over Feng Shuangde and sent more than a dozen girls to Feng Shuangde's bed. However, Feng Shuangde killed all the more than a dozen women and sent them back in an orderly manner. It is rumored that Feng Shuangde has killed countless people, is bloodthirsty, has no interest in women, and has no weaknesses at all. Anyone who gets close to Feng Shuangde is just asking for his own death. When Yuanji thought of this, she felt like she was going to collapse, and simply buried herself in the spring water. The warm spring water could not soothe Yuan Ji's trembling body. "Miss, the general is calling you to have lunch," Yuan Ji said in a muffled voice. "I don't want to go. Tell my father." Lu Wu stood at the door and reminded softly, "The eldest and second sons are back today." Yuan Ji's consciousness fell into a brief chaos, and she reacted belatedly. She stood up, dried herself casually, changed into a pink embroidered floral pattern, and put aside what happened last night. She said happily, "Brother is finally back. The last time I saw him was more than half a year ago. I wonder if he brought me some fine jade this time." Lu Wu smiled lightly. "The eldest master loves you the most. Every time he goes out, he will bring you a lot of new things when he comes back." Lu Wu simply combed her hair into a bun, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "Miss, do you want to put on some makeup?" Yuan Ji in the bronze mirror had dark eyes and looked haggard, which made people feel distressed. "It's all because of the Li family's dishonesty. Miss, you can't hurt yourself for the Li family." Seeing Yuan Ji's haggard appearance, Lu Wu couldn't help but feel distressed. She hated the culprit Li Qinghui even more. If there is a chance, let the eldest master teach him a lesson. Yuan Ji felt a little guilty. Actually, she just ran out to drink last night secretly, and that happened again, so she didn't sleep well. "Don't put on makeup. Don't keep brother waiting." Yuan Ji walked into the dining room while yawning. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Yuan Chang and son had already taken their seats, but the others hadn't come yet. "Sister, you look so sad. Aren't you?" Yuan Chang opened her round eyes and asked with pretended concern. "What does it have to do with you?" Yuan Ji looked unhappy. She didn't sleep well yesterday. Yuan Chang was making trouble again at this time. Yuan Ji really didn't understand. What's the point of Yuan Chang scolding her? She couldn't beat her, and she couldn't scold her. God knows what's in Yuan Chang's mind. Ji, Qian Chang is just concerned about you." Son's lips curled up slightly. It was clearly a caring and flattering word, but Yuan Ji could feel the teasing and fooling hidden in it. "When did I need your concern?" Yuan Ji glanced at the two of them sarcastically. "Auntie, if you have time to care about me, you might as well think more about your own situation. It seems that father has never visited you since he came back. Right?" Son's face froze. "Also, I heard that Yuan Chang had an unpleasant experience with the daughter of the Minister of Revenue at Liuhe restaurant a few days ago. It should be because of Auntie's poor discipline. If Auntie has so much time, she might as well take care of the people around her." Yuan Ji's words made Son's face turn pale and green. She gritted her teeth and smiled. "Gigi is talking about Mother. Why do you always give in to her?" Yuan Chang was anxious, looking at Yuan Ji with unkind eyes. Her round eyes revealed a not-so-shrewd hatred. After all, Yuan Gongfu was not in the dining hall at this time. Yuan Chang could not understand why Sun Sure had to give in any situation. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I always talk like this. It's not very pleasant, but you've been used to it for so many years. Right?" Yuan Ji shrugged indifferently, speaking indifferently, looking at the two of them without a trace of emotion. "Yuan Chang, since you know Auntie's temper, and you don't want me to say something unpleasant, then you should just do your duty. You're always nagging me. There's no benefit." This sentence was said sincerely. Yuan Chang always found a way to scold Yuan Ji, but she never got any good results. She loved to snatch Yuan Ji's wooden horse toys when she was young, and she liked her clothes and jewelry when she grew up. She couldn't snatch them away, and she couldn't scold her. But Yuan Chang had a strange persistence and was persistent in targeting Yuan Ji. But Yuan Ji would sometimes get annoyed. If Yuan Chang listened to the advice, it would be great. Yuan Chang gritted her teeth. Her ears moved slightly, and she seemed to hear a faint sound of footsteps coming from outside the hall. When she looked up again, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she pursed her lips and sobbed, "Sister, I know you don't like me and my mother, but you say such hurtful things. Do you really regard me as your sister?" Yuan Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Yuan Chang's face, and said word by word, "You should have known that I have no sisterly feelings for you. Yuan Chang, you are so pretentious. Who are you wronging for?" The next moment, an angry voice came from behind. "Yuan Ji, how do you talk to Changer?" Yuan Ji was too lazy to even turn around, as if he knew someone would come behind him, and said indifferently, "If you don't want to listen, don't listen." Yuan Chang's eyes moved, but the tears in her eyes fell just right, and when the visitor stepped into the dining room, they rushed to fall. "Second brother, don't blame my sister. It's my fault. Chapter 4. Yuan Jinshao stood at the door. If it weren't for the 2 letters from Yuan Gongfu urging him to return quickly, how could he have returned from Yangzhou? As soon as he returned, he saw Yuan Ji bullying Yuan Chang. Yuan Jinshao's forehead was bulging with veins. He pulled Yuan Ji's arm, his peach blossom eyes slightly closed, his breathing rose and fell, as if trying to control himself, and scolded, "I'm not at home. Is this how you bully Chang'er?" Yuan Ji frowned slightly, felt pain in his hand, struggled to break free, covered his arm that was pinched and turned red, and said coldly, "What? Second brother can't stand it. If you can't stand it, just take Yuan Chang away. Aren't you traveling around? Why don't you take Yuan Chang with you?" Yuan Ji frowned and stared at Yuan Jinshao, who was standing in front of him. He was wearing a black robe, and a large peony was embroidered with gold thread on his right shoulder. His long eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples, his black hair was tied up high, and his pair of peach blossom eyes were charming and soul-stirring, looking like a romantic young man. Yuan Chang pulled the corner of Yuan Jinshi's sleeve, and said softly, "Second brother, don't blame my sister. My sister is the legitimate daughter, and I am the illegitimate daughter. I can understand that my sister doesn't like me." As he said this, he cast a hidden and complacent look at Yuan Ji. "Chang'er, although you are a concubine's daughter, I have never been dissatisfied with you. You have been well-behaved and sensible since childhood. Unlike Yuan Ji, you are too well-behaved. So you are always bullied." At this point, Yuan Jinshu's eyes fell lightly on Yuan Ji. True or false? From childhood to adulthood, Yuan Chang has always been this hypocritical for so many years. Yuan Ji's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. "Jinshao, you can prefer Chang'er, but you shouldn't treat Gigi like this." A gentle voice came from outside the door. When he heard this voice, Yuan Ji's expression changed. The smile on the corner of his lips was strong and bright. He turned around subconsciously. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed forward. "Brother." The man at the door was in a green shirt and white clothes. His black hair was like a waterfall, but it was lightly tied with a green cloud pattern headband, and his peach blossom eyes were gentle like water, which was 3 points similar to Yuan Jinshao. Yuan Jinzhou is the oldest among the siblings. He followed Yuan Gongfu in his early years, and is now able to lead an army. Hearing about Yuan Ji, he galloped and just arrived in Chang'an. Yuan Ji took Yuan Jinzhou's hand, with a pair of bright and clear eyes, and said sweetly, "Brother, did you bring me a gift?" Yuan Jinzhou couldn't help laughing. "I came back too quickly. I didn't buy it. I must remember it next time." Yuan Ji snorted, "Next time. I want double." Okay. Double." He touched Yuan Ji's head lovingly. "You are such a grown-up girl. But you are still so delicate." Yuan Ji and Yuan Jinzhou have the best relationship. Only in front of Yuan Jinzhou, Yuan Ji will be a little bit delicate and innocent. When she meets Yuan Chang or Yuan Jinshao, Yuan Ji is always cold and indifferent. Yuan Chang looks at the close relationship between the two, but a little envy arises in her heart. Although Yuan Jinshao also loves her, Yuan Chang always feels that she is not as good as Yuan Jinzhou and Yuan Ji. Yuan Jinshao never stayed up day and night and rushed back home because of something that happened to her in the mansion, or because she was wronged. "Brother, don't stir up trouble. When I came in, I saw Yuan Ji bullying Chang'er. She looked down on me in her words. You spoil her like this, and her temper is getting worse. If I'm not here, I don't know how she will bully Chang'er." At this point, Yuan Chang shrank back at the right time, hiding beside Yuan Jinshao and casting a timid look at Yuan Jinzhou. "Gigi, is it true?" Yuan Jinzhou looked at Yuan Ji seriously. Yuan Ji remained calm, snorted and said, "Yuan Chang provoked me first. Did you hear that? Chang'er, be more careful with your words in the future." Yuan Jinzhou smiled at Yuan Chang. Before Yuan Chang could speak, Yuan Jinshao was immediately unhappy. His long eyebrows twisted into a ball. "Brother, you said that I prefer Yuan Chang. Then you are the same. Even if Chang'er said the wrong thing first. Don't you know Yuan Ji's temper? You've made Chang'er cry. Are you still biased towards Yuan Ji?" Yuan Jinzhou frowned and thought for a moment. "I don't think Gigi did anything wrong." "Jinshao, if someone said that, wouldn't you fight back? I remember that you used to behave even worse than Gigi." Yuan Ji and Yuan Jinshao are both people who will never be wronged. And Yuan Jinshao is even more extreme than Yuan Ji. In the past, young Marquis Mu took a fancy to a long sword that Yuan Jinshao had already chosen. And Yuan Jinshao blocked the way of the young Marquis that night, and took the sword back. Young Marquis Mu was no pushover either. This matter caused a big stir. It was only when Lord Yuan came forward that Marquis Mu's anger was calmed down. And the long sword was in Yuan Jinshu's hands. Yuan Jinshao ignored the second half of Yuan Jianzhou's words and sneered. Is there anything wrong? Brother, I have nothing to say about your doting on Yuan Ji. Since that's the case, you can't blame me for being partial to Chang'er. In the entire general's mansion, no, in the entire Chang'an, who doesn't know that Yuan Ji is spoiled? Arrogant and unreasonable. I don't expect her to become a lady from a rich family. But at least don't embarrass our general's mansion. Right? Embarrass me? You are always flirting with women. Aren't you ashamed? Yuan Ji suddenly said. What did you say? Yuan Jinshao was furious. And he took 2 steps at a time to get in front of Yuan Ji. Staring at Yuan Ji with gritted teeth. Yuan Ji raised his head without any fear. You are flirting with women. And tarnishing the reputation of the general's mansion. Yuan Ji. What? Yuan Ji and Yuan Jinshu's eyes met. And Yuan Jinshu's beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with coldness. Yuan Ji greeted him openly. And their eyes met. As if sparks were flying. Have you had enough of the trouble? Yuan Gongfu came in, with a gloomy face. His hoarse voice still concealed a trace of fatigue. Yuan Jinshao saw Yuan Gongfu coming. And then he retracted his gaze. Glared at Yuan Ji. And pulled Yuan Chang back to his seat. General. Eat the food. Ansun diligently picked up the food on the table, and put it in Yuan Gongfu's bowl. General. Don't be angry. It's my fault. Father. It has nothing to do with Mother. It's me who made my sister unhappy. Yuan Chang whispered. I didn't know that sister was so sensitive. I was just worried that sister couldn't sleep well because of that incident. As she spoke, Yuan Chang squeezed out a few tears from the corners of her eyes. Looking like a pear blossom in the rain. And pitiful. Yuan Jianzhou frowned. What happened? He also came back early in the morning, and didn't know what was going on in Chang'an. Yuan Chang exaggerated the incident in a few words. In front of Yuan Gongfu. She didn't dare to make up a story. But during the conversation, Yuan Jianzhou's eyebrows visibly darkened. And his whole body exuded a strong chill. Sun observed the expressions of several people calmly. And hurriedly picked up a dish. You are the only one who talks too much. Eat more. Yuan Chang was blocked by Sun. And then she shut up angrily. You, Yuan Ji, can do such a thing as beating people in the street. Yuan Jinshao sneered. No wonder he has married the daughter of a general's mansion. But he still wants to keep a concubine. He looked at Yuan Ji mockingly. I think he can't stand it. Jinshao. You've gone too far. Yuan Jianzhou put down his bamboo chopsticks. His voice, which was usually as gentle as mountain stream water, was now a little cold. He glanced at Yuan Jinshao. And then said to Yuan Ji in a deep voice, Ji. This matter? Big brother will take care of it for you. Big brother is so good to me. Yuan Chang looked at Yuan Ji with envy. Even when something like this happened, Big brother still spoke for me. Yuan Ji raised her eyebrows. Isn't this saying that she is reckless and spoiled? Lu Wu stood behind him to serve, not daring to breathe. Every time they had a meal together, something would happen. Chang'er, don't be envious. If you have any problems, your second brother will stand by you without hesitation. Yuan Jinshao said. But Chang'er is so sensible. How could she do such a scandal? Jinshao. She is your sister. Yuan Jianzhou couldn't stand it any longer. Yuan Jinshi's words were even more unpleasant than Yuan Ji's. Chang'er is also my sister. Yuan Jinshao met Yuan Jianzhou's eyes. We finally have a meal. But you have to make a scene? Yuan Gongfu suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks. His eyes wandered between the people. Yuan Jinshao heard Yuan Gongfu's words and immediately fell silent. You too. Since you know Gigi doesn't like you, why do you have to come forward to join in the fun? Yuan Gongfu said coldly to Aunt Sun. Aunt Sun's face turned pale. She didn't expect to be suddenly punished by Yuan Gongfu. General, I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter whether you mean it or not. Just avoid Gigi when you see her next time. Yuan Gongfu said with a sullen face. Yuan Chang was even more furious. Father. Yuan Jinshao hurriedly grabbed Yuan Chang's hand to signal her not to speak. That's right. Auntie, father has spoken. Remember to avoid me next time you see me. Yuan Ji smiled brightly, and a shallow dimple appeared on her fair and delicate face, and deep in her clear and bright almond eyes, there was a deep chill. Chong, since you know that I, as your elder sister, have a bad temper, you will need to bear with me in the future. However, you can also go to your second brother to cry like you did today. Oh, by the way, you just said that something like this happened to me, and there seemed to be envy in your eyes. What are you envious of? Is your second brother not good to you? Yuanji opened his mouth in surprise. I know. You must be envious of your eldest brother running thousands of miles back just for me. It doesn't matter. If you encounter such a thing in the future, you will also have your second brother. But your second brother is nostalgic for Suzhou and Hangzhou. I wonder if he can rush back to help you then. But you don't have to worry. If that happens, I, as your sister, will help you. Just like you spoke for Li Qinghui. Yuanji still remembered that when Yin came to the house early that day, Yuan Chong was trying to persuade Yuan Gongfu not to let her break off the engagement. Yuan Chong wished she could marry someone like him. She actually cursed herself for not meeting a good man. Yuan Ji blinked and took in Yuan Chong's red face with interest. Yuan Chong looked at Yuan Gongfu for help. But Yuan Gongfu didn't say anything. Her eyes dimmed again. Yuan Ji was not surprised by such a result. Her father had only a pitiful responsibility for the Sun family now. And even this responsibility was obtained by this woman through improper means. She was just an idle person kept by the general's mansion. Did she really think she was the mistress of the general's mansion? As for Yuan Chong, she was his flesh and blood after all. So he couldn't blame her too much. From childhood to adulthood, Yuan Gongfu had always spoiled her and spoiled her. Yuan Ji was confident that he would not scold her for a few words from her. This is indeed the case. Yuan Ji was about to say a few more words, and then she heard a clear and lazy voice. I came here at an unfortunate time, and disturbed the general and his family from having a meal. This voice made her daze for a moment, and she felt like she had heard it somewhere before. She looked sideways, and when she saw the person coming, she immediately became timid. The smile that had just appeared on the corner of her lips suddenly disappeared. She shrank back, quietly moved her chair inward, and lowered her head to look at the rice in the bowl, for fear of looking into his eyes. The scarlet dark cloud pattern straight color is particularly eye-catching, and every move seems to shine with delicate luster. Feng Shuangde walked over by herself, her red clothes shimmering, her silver hair like a waterfall. She didn't care that this was the general's residence, and she came in and out at will, as if she was walking on flat ground. Yuan Gongfu stood up quickly, with a trace of awe on his face. Lord Feng, you come to my humble home. I wonder what's the matter. Nothing serious. Your Majesty learned that the general has returned from suppressing bandits, and asked me to send some rewards. Feng Shuangde waved his hand, and rewards like water flowed in. His eyes moved among the crowd, and when he swept over Yuan Ji subconsciously trembled. Yuan Jianzhou noticed Yuan Ji's little movement, and asked with concern, Jiji, are you cold? As Yuan Jianzhou spoke, Feng Shuangde's eyes were drawn to Yuan Ji again. Yuan Ji shook his head repeatedly, closed his mouth and hid in the seat, and was completely different from the Yuan Ji who was just showing his teeth and claws and being unreasonable. Fortunately, Feng Shuangde's eyes did not stay on Yuan Ji for a long time, and he lowered his eyes to look at the table and said, the dishes in the general's mansion are exquisite. Yuan Gongfu was stunned, and hesitantly said, how about Lord Feng also stay together? It's just that these dishes have been served for a while, and they may be a little cold. Since General Yuan said so, I will obey your order. Yuan Gongfu was stunned, but the words were already spoken, and it was not easy to say anything now. Feng Shuangde's eyes moved, and his eyes were fixed on the woman who was about to shrink into a ball. Then he walked to the side of Yuan Ji leisurely. He glanced at Yuan Jinshao, and Yuan Jinshao suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He made way for him very tactfully, and the servants quickly brought a chair up. He flicked his sleeves and sat down. Yuan Gongfu was puzzled. People said that Feng Shuangde never went to his colleagues' houses for meals. What happened today? Yuan Ji was also speechless. The faint sandalwood fragrance of the person beside her came straight to her, making her recall the ridiculous night yesterday. Even her hands that were picking up the dishes could not stop shaking. Chapter 5. The table fell into a strange silence. Yuan Chong stared at the Pearl 8 treasure duck a little further away, hesitated for a moment, but didn't dare to reach out. After all, the dish was placed near Feng Xiange. Yuan Jinshao saw Yuan Chong's gaze from the side, and naturally knew that Yuan Chong wanted to eat it. He stood up slightly and reached out to pick up the only remaining duck leg of the 8 treasure duck. But he met Feng Xianji's gaze suddenly, and he was startled, and the duck leg on the chopsticks fell directly into Yuanji's bowl. Yuanji. She stared at the duck leg in the bowl in astonishment, and even looked at Yuan Jinshao with a hint of fear. Yuan Jinshi's body froze. He was a son of a general after all. But he was frightened by Feng Shuangge's look, and his hands trembled. He suddenly felt ashamed. The duck leg had already fallen into Yuanji's bowl, so it was impossible for her to pick it up from her bowl and give it to Yuan Chang. Feng Shuangge blinked slightly, smiling faintly. People say that the general's children don't get along well. Now it seems that it is indeed a rumor. In fact, they are clearly brothers and sisters with deep affection. Yuan Gongfu was silent for a moment, and said with a strange look, "Of course it's a rumor." Then, he cast an almost explicit look at Yuan Ji and Yuan Jinshao. Yuan Ji raised his stiff mouth and stammered, "Thank you, second brother." Yuan Jinshao felt uncomfortable. "It's okay. It's okay. Eat it." So, under Yuan Chang's resentful eyes, Yuan Ji quietly ate a whole duck leg. While eating, Feng Shuangge suddenly spoke, "I almost forgot. I met the princess when I came here just now." The princess heard that the general had returned from the victory and wanted to give him something. But she didn't have anything with her at the moment, so she asked me to send a double ice flower jade pendant. Yuan Ji was alerted immediately, and her hand subconsciously reached for her waist. "Nothing," she panicked. Yuan Jianzhou heard this, curled his lips and smiled, and looked at Yuan Ji and said, "Isn't this a coincidence? Gigi, I remember you also have a double ice flower jade pendant." Yuan Ji forced a smile. "Yes. Yes." Feng Shuangge raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Yuan Ji with an ambiguous look, and asked in a clear voice, "Oh? That's a coincidence. I wonder if I have the opportunity to see it. I'm really sorry. The corners of the jade pendant were a little worn a while ago, and I took it to the treasure pavilion for repair." Yuan Ji didn't dare to look Feng Shuangge in the eye. Her almond eyes were a little panicked, fearing that she would surrender if she met Feng Shuangge's gaze. "That's unfortunate." Feng Shuangge waved her hand, and the guards behind her brought the jade pendant to Yuan Ji. "Since Miss Yuan Ji's jade pendant is damaged, this one will be given to you." As she was speaking, Feng Shuangge seemed to remember something belatedly, and turned her head to look at Yuan Gongfu and said, "But this thing was given to the general by the eldest princess, and the general should have no objection. Right? This jade pendant is meant for girls. Even if it's given to me, it's for Gigi." Yuan Gongfu immediately expressed his attitude. Yuan Ji felt his scalp tingling. This Feng Shuangge was so arrogant. He could enter and leave the mansion of important officials at will, and even decide for Yuan Gongfu whether to keep the jade pendant. He was really unruly. "Gigi, what are you doing? Take it quickly." Seeing that Yuan Ji didn't move, Yuan Gongfu reminded him, "Thank you, Lord Feng." Yuan Ji raised her head with a dauntless face, and happened to meet Feng Xianji's eyes. Feng Xiange was born with a wicked and flamboyant appearance. Her left hand, which was as slender as a plum bone, supported her delicate chin. Her narrow and cunning fox eyes could not tell her emotions. Her eyes fell on her vaguely, and her eyes were deep. Her amber pupils reflected her panicked face. Yuan Ji was so scared that she quickly turned her head away, avoiding Feng Xianji's probing eyes. Feng Xiange looked at Yuan Ji with a smile, and her eyes fell on her jade-white wrist. Her thin white wrist was wearing a carved white jade bracelet, which was similar in color to the jade pendant. She stroked the jade pendant, which was soft to the touch and delicately carved. She looked closely and found that although it looked similar to her own, it was not the same one. Yuan Ji's jade pendant was given by her mother when she was born. She frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the jade pendant fell. It would be fine if it fell in the hot spring when she was bathing, but if it fell in Xianmingju? Yuan Ji shuddered immediately. Yuan Jianzhou noticed her movements and was about to ask her if she was a little cold, but his eyes suddenly fell on her neck. Her fine hair half covered it, but he still noticed the faint red mark on her neck. He frowned. "Gigi, why is your neck red? Did you eat something bad?" Yuanji was startled and hurriedly covered her neck. Feng Shuangge heard this and subconsciously looked at Yuanji's neck, but when his eyes touched the red spots, his mind suddenly remembered last night. It seemed that he was like that last night, crawling on the side of the woman's neck. His thoughts gradually drifted away, but no matter how he recalled, there was always a layer of fog covering it. Yuan-ji, there was also a gardenia on that purse. The probing gaze made Yuan-ji's scalp numb. And he stumbled, I ate peanut crisps by mistake last night. Yuan Jinzhou said earnestly, you can't forget about peanuts again? At the mildest, you will get a rash all over. But in severe cases, it can be fatal. Do you remember that you were only 8 years old? You were greedy for a while. And you almost lost your life. Which made everyone worried. Yes, brother. I won't do it again. Yuan-ji couldn't help but perfunctory. Yuan Jinzhou was good at everything. But when it came to these things, he would talk endlessly. And Yuan-ji's ears were covered with calluses. The guard whispered a few words. And Feng Xiange said immediately, General Yuan, I have something important to do. And the crown prince is? Yuan Gongfu stood up immediately. And said with a bow, Master Feng, please go, and do your work. If you meet Princess Fanrua, please let her know. I will visit the princess another day. Hearing that Feng Xiange was leaving, Yuan-ji's eyes instantly brightened. And even the corners of her drooping lips raised 3 points. Seeing him leave, she was so happy. Feng Xiange glanced at her. But she felt a little unhappy. Without saying anything more, he left with a wave of his sleeves. Gigi, why are you sweating so much? Yuan Jinzhou handed over a square towel. Yuan-ji heard this and realized that she was sweating all over. Although it was early autumn, her back was covered with cold sweat. There is a saying, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. But she did do something wrong. Yuan Gongfu looked at Yuan-ji meaningfully and said slowly, Gigi, do you know that Lord Feng? Ah? I don't know him. Yuan-ji looked innocent. Not only did he know him, he could clearly see a cinnabar mole 3 inches above his chest. Then why did he give you the jade pendant? Father, it was probably because I mentioned it. Mr. Feng heard Gigi say that her jade pendant was damaged, so he gave it to her. Anyway, the gardenia on the jade pendant is delicate and small. Even if you let your father dispose of it, it was for Gigi. Yuan Jinzhou comforted Yuan-ji. He picked up some green vegetables and put them in Yuan-ji's bowl. Eat more vegetables, don't just eat meat. After hearing Yuan Jinzhou's words, Yuan Gongfu thought about it and seemed to think it made sense. Feng Xuanga had a strange personality. And some things really couldn't be calculated by common sense. It seemed that Yuan-ji didn't know Feng Xuanga well. Thinking of this, Yuan Gongfu simply stopped asking. After the meal, Yuan-ji touched her round belly with satisfaction. And the few good dishes on the table almost all went into Yuan-ji's mouth. With Yuan Gongfu's words in front, Yuan Chang and son didn't do anything naughty afterwards. Father, I'm done. I'll go back to Dingxue Tower first. Yuan-ji put down his chopsticks and stood up. It's time for me to practice spears, Yuan Jinzhou said. Yuan Gongfu nodded. And Yuan-ji walked out without saying anything. Yuan Chang raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuan-ji, but found that she didn't even look at him. Yuan Chang scooped the rice in the bowl with resentment, and his eyes turned. And he put a piece of chicken into Yuan Gongfu's bowl, and said softly, Father, it's rare for you to come back. And I didn't know to stay with you for a while. I left after eating. Eat. Today's chicken is very tender. Son raised her hand to pour the wine. The light yellow wine fell into the porcelain cup with a pleasant and crisp sound. General, this is the wine I brewed myself. It is mellow and not intoxicating. I have asked someone to prepare the water for bathing. You can take a bath and rest after dinner. Carefully observing Yuan Gongfu's expression, Sun hesitated for a moment and said calmly, General, Gigi beat up Madame Yin after all. Many people outside know about this matter, and it is not good for Gigi's reputation. Should we? The word seemed to be for Yuan-ji's sake, but underneath they implied that Yuan-ji's fame was far-reaching, which was not good for the general's mansion. That's right. Father, I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on my sister. Yuan Chang picked up another piece of green vegetables and put it into Yuan Gongfu's bowl. This matter was originally the Li family's dishonesty. It's just beating someone up, which is harmless. If you ask me, Gigi didn't hit him too lightly. Yuan Gongfu's eyes fell on Yuan Chang's wrist, and he frowned and asked, Your bracelet is broken. Why don't you change it? Yuan Chang seemed to realize it belatedly, and put away her hand. She said timidly, It was just a small crack a while ago. It's not a big deal. I don't like luxury like my sister. I am very satisfied with what I have. Sun said, General, you know that I never care about these things. You work hard outside. And Gigi. How can such a big family property be squandered casually? She didn't finish her words. The rewards that Yuan Gong got back were not few. Most of the jewels were given to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji was a person who loved to lose things. So sometimes, he would have several pairs of the same red hairpins. Yuan Gongfu frowned. Most of the jewelry given by His Majesty was given to Yuan Ji. There were probably not many good ones left in his storehouse. Thinking of this, he said in a deep voice, "Go to the storehouse to get some silver and buy the jewelry you need. No matter how poor I am, I will not let my daughter wear these broken jewelry." Yuan Chang was delighted, and the corners of her lips raised a cunning arc. "Thank you, father." But before the smile faded, Yuan Gongfu said in a calm voice, "Gigi has a bad temper. I don't want to see the house in chaos. If you need anything in the future, just come and tell me directly." The smile on her lips suddenly froze. Yuan Chang pursed her lips and reluctantly said yes. They were obviously all his daughters. But he would always favor Yuan Ji. As soon as she returned to Tingxue Tower, she saw Hong Yu running in from outside in a hurry, panting and saying, "Miss, this is a letter from Mr. Li." "Mr. Li?" Yuan Ji was stunned for a while. Then she remembered Li Qinghui and frowned. Why did you accept his letter? Since the day Yuan Ji found out that Li Qinghui had returned to take care of his concubine, she ordered the people of the Yuan family to beat up any member of the Li family they saw. Hong Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Mr. Li said that there are some things that must be given to you, young lady." Yuan Ji pursed her lips, slowly opened the letter, and saw the long and eloquent article, which gave her a headache. She frowned and read it for a long time. Apart from the gorgeous words, the rest was nothing more than wanting to explain in person. However, Yuan Ji remembered something. When the two of them were in love, Li Qinghui had given her the heirloom jade bracelet of the Li family. It would be good to meet her and return the things. The bad fate must be cut off cleanly, so that these things will not dirty her Tingxue Tower. After a short rest, she slightly arranged her hair bun, and Yuan Ji took Luwu Hongwei to Yunjing Tower. Yunjing Tower is located in the middle of Chang'an Imperial Street. In the early autumn afternoon, the weather is cool, there are many people traveling and playing, the restaurant is bustling, and almost all the seats are full. A few days ago, she publicly lost face for Yin Shi in front of the general's mansion. Yuan Ji knew without thinking that it would definitely be spread privately by those with ulterior motives as a topic of conversation after tea. She sighed deeply and put on a pearl veil. The customs of the people in Daliang were not as feudal as those in the previous dynasty. Women did not need to cover their faces when they went out. Yuan Ji originally had a veil, which she used to cover her face when she did something wrong. However, it was stained with alcohol and was not dried after washing. She had to wear a veil to cover part of her face, revealing a pair of clear eyes. If you ask me, Yuan Ji, with that temper, there is no girl in Chang'an who is more spoiled than her. No wonder Li Qing wanted to keep a concubine. Yuan Ji had just walked up to the second floor, leaning on the railing to look for Li Qinghui's shadow, when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the first floor, and his footsteps stopped in place. Following the voice, he saw several women sitting by the right window on the first floor. Yuan Ji felt that they looked familiar, and when he looked closely, he found that they were acquaintances. Tang Wanqiu smiled and covered her lips. "What you said is rough. But the truth is not rough." The woman who had just spoken continued, "To put it nicely, she is spoiled. To put it bluntly, she is barbaric. But Wanqiu can still tolerate her. Since we know her temper, we should avoid her in the future. If we can't afford to offend a spoiled person, can we avoid her?" Zhou Yao brewed another cup of tea and chuckled in agreement. Lu Wu rolled her eyes immediately and said indignantly, "Girl, they are just bored and have nothing to do every day. And they are plotting against you behind your back." The one wearing a pomegranate red double-breasted skirt with daffodil patterns is Tang Wanqiu, the only daughter of Tang Xiao, the Minister of Rights. Tang Xiao had a daughter in his old age, and he was very doting on Tang Wanqiu. Among those who didn't get along with Yuan Ji, Tang Wanqiu was the first one. Zhou Yao, who sat opposite Tang Wanqiu, was just a rich merchant's daughter. She was good at flattering people, observing people's words and expressions, and she had often suppressed other women around Tang Wanqiu to please her. But Yuan Ji didn't expect it. Yuan Chang was there too. She probably came out to buy some things. Yuan Ji saw the red hairpins on Yuan Chang's head that she had never seen before, and even the hairpins that Yuan Ji couldn't buy at the treasure pavilion a while ago. And she was still waiting in line. Yuan Chong sat next to Tang Wanqiu, and when she heard them talking about Yuan Ji, she looked bitter, although Yuan Ji is my elder sister. But, although she hadn't finished her words, the other two had already understood what she meant. Tang Wanqiu immediately held her hand, and said gently, "Chon'er, Yuan Ji has a bad temper, and you must have suffered a lot. But, do you know what happened between her and Li Qinghui? This is, after all, my sister's secret, and it's not good to tell it." Yuan Chong pretended to be embarrassed. Zhou Yao added fuel to the fire. "Oh, we are all sisters. Tell us." Yuan Chong was reluctant to accept the offer, then sighed artificially, and said in a low voice, "My sister and Li Qinghui were originally in love. And it is true that Li Qinghui has a mistress. She couldn't stand the anger, so she asked for a divorce in public. However, I guess they won't break off the engagement." "Why?" Tang Wanqiu pricked up her ears, with a curious look on her face. Yuan Chong said in embarrassment, "I tell you this because I treat you as sisters. But don't tell anyone." "Of course." Tang Wanqiu and Zhou Yao moved closer. Yuan Ji looked a little stern. Yuan Chong looked around, making sure no one noticed what was happening here, then lowered her voice and said, "When I was at home, I sometimes saw Yuan Ji dismissing others, and there was a small gap at the back door. I was curious once, and went out to take a look. There was a carriage parked not far away, with a word Li written on it." She didn't continue, but Tang Wanqiu and Zhou Yao seemed to have heard some big secret, and they were shocked. Zhou Yao said excitedly, "You mean? Yuan Ji and Li Qinghui taught each other privately." Yuan Ji couldn't listen anymore. His chest boiling with anger, he casually picked up a small celadon plate on an empty table nearby, frowned and stared in the direction of Yuan Chong. His eyes locked on the teapot they were brewing tea, and with a wave of his right hand, the celadon plate accurately hit the table of several people, and unexpectedly hit the corner of the table. The broken and flying porcelain pieces passed by the hem of Tang Wanqiu's skirt, causing a scream. The three of them were shocked, and hurriedly stood up and looked at each other. Yuan Ji. LV Wu was silent for a moment. "Girl, how about we practice well next time, and then come out to fight for justice?" She swallowed the word person in her mouth. Yuan Ji pursed his lips tightly, picked up another plate. His eyes were like stars, and with one breath, he saw the celadon plate draw a beautiful arc in the air. The next moment, the plate hit something and instantly broke into pieces, and then, there was a roar full of anger. "Who the hell is blind enough to hit me?" The porcelain plate passed through Tang Wanqiu and the other two accurately, and hit the forehead of the man who had just entered. The man was dignified, dressed in a royal blue brocade robe embroidered with fairy deer patterns, and with cloud patterns embroidered with gold thread. His long eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples, his eyes were bright, his left hand was covered with pearls and gems, his right hand held a folding fan with a bird playing in the landscape pattern. A two-color jade pendant was tied to his silver fox leather belt, and even a pigeon egg-like jade was embedded in the back of his shoe brocade shoes. The whole person exuded a jeweled aura. He covered his head, and in just 2 or 3 moments, a date-sized bump appeared on his forehead. Yuan Ji knew immediately that this person was a 30% chance that she couldn't afford to offend, and she subconsciously shrank back. On second thought, she thought that there was a 70% chance that her eldest brother could suppress him, and with that in mind, she was no longer afraid. The guards beside the man drew their swords and jumped out the moment he was harmed, in a defensive posture, and stared around vigilantly. "Master, it's coming from the second floor." Hearing the guard's words, the man subconsciously went to the second floor. Yuan Ji paused. There were only 3 of them near the railing on the second floor. Just as the man's eyes were about to fall on Yuan Ji was about to retreat. Suddenly, she felt something wrapped around her waist. She felt a sudden blackness in front of her eyes. The world was spinning. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a quiet and empty private room. "You are very brave. Do you know who you hit?" Yuan Ji was still in shock. When she looked up, she saw Feng Xuande looking at her with a smile. Her fox eyes seemed to contain some teasing. She suddenly felt her body soften. She was even more shocked. Chapter 6. Feng. Thank you, Lord Feng, for rescuing me. Yuan Ji was about to take a step back, but then she realized that she was being pushed against the wall by him. Her heels pressed tightly against the wall, her jaw locked, and her heart was beating like a drum. She moved her throat slightly, trying her best to look normal. Feng Xiange was very close to her, and the refreshing and pleasant scent of gardenia lingered at the tip of his nose. He moved his nose subconsciously, and his cunning and shrewd fox eyes stared at Yuan Ji's face. The broken hair on the side of his ear gently scratched Yuan Ji's cheek. Yuan Ji looked up at the person so close, and felt that his face was exquisite and evil, without any flaws. Feng Xiange's eyes fell on her face, gradually sinking. Yuan Ji deliberately changed to a high collar, but a little red mark could still be seen on her neck. He supported himself against the wall and asked in a low voice, "Your red mark? Is it because you accidentally ate peanuts?" Yuan Ji's heartbeat was very fast, and he nodded stiffly, trying to be serious. "Yes. I can't eat peanuts." Feng Xiange's fox eyes were shrewd and cunning. Yuan Ji felt his hands and feet weak, and his heart was in turmoil. Did he remember something? Did you find something? "Oh." He spoke in a long voice, and said with interest, "I had a dream last night. Do you want to hear it?" "This, Lord Feng's dream, I'm afraid it's not good. I dreamed of a brave rabbit rubbing against my body." After saying that, Feng Xiange's eyes fixed on her again. "That rabbit was very brave, and it pestered me and refused to leave, and said..." He paused, and mysteriously leaned in front of her, and jokingly said, "Guess what she said?" Yuan Ji's shoulders trembled slightly. Her eyes shrank suddenly. She didn't want to listen at all. Her throat moved slightly, pretending to be calm, and said, "I don't know." He chuckled, which pierced Yuan Ji's heart. He said word by word. She said, "Good nights. Bitter nights. Short." He knew. Yuan Ji's heart was in turmoil. Her face flushed. Feng Xiange's silver hair scratched her face. And when the atmosphere became increasingly weird, she couldn't help sneezing. Then she covered her mouth. Her almond eyes were wet, and she said in panic, "Sorry, sir. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to sneeze in your face." Feng Xiange frowned slightly, stood up, looked very disgusted, but didn't care, and lay down on the chaise longue in the room. The corners of her lips curled up a little, and changed the topic, saying lazily, "You just hit Xia Hui from the Xia family. If it weren't for me, you would have been discovered long ago." Yuan Ji hadn't yet recovered from the ambiguous atmosphere just now, and was stunned again when she heard this. "Xia Hui?" She was a little hesitant. "It's the grandson of the current Empress Dowager, the Xia Hui from the Xia family?" Feng Xiange's fingers were twirling the silver hair on his temples, and he nodded slightly. "Now do you know how big a mess you've made?" Yuan Ji was silent for a moment. Xia Hui was the largest jeweler in Chang'an. No, he could even be said to be the youngest son of Xie Jiulin, the most powerful jeweler in Daliang. His mother was the daughter of the Queen Mother, and the famous Princess Chenghua in Daliang. Speaking of this marriage, it was also full of twists and turns. Originally, with Xie Jiulin's identity as a businessman, it was impossible for him to marry Princess Chenghua. In Yuan Ji's fragmented impression, several years ago, natural disasters occurred frequently all over the country, and the Great Zhou, far away in the northern border of Daliang, was ready to move, and successively captured many cities in Daliang. At that time, she should have been a child of 5 or 6 years old, and Yuan Jinzhou and Yuan Jinshao were also young at that time, and there was no one available in the court. Yuan Gongfu led 50,000 cavalry to fight against the 100,000 troops of the Great Zhou. The Great Qi in the southern border took advantage of the situation and raised troops, which was a time of internal and external troubles. Yuan Gongfu, who was far away in the northern border, was unable to split his attention, and at that time, even decided that Princess Chenghua would go to the Great Qi to marry. Unexpectedly, Princess Chenghua encountered a flood on her way to the marriage alliance, and she almost died in the river. It was at this time that she met Xie Jiulin's ship, which saved her life. However, De Qi thought that Daliang deliberately took this bad idea, and was unwilling to marry. Seeing that the enemy was about to attack the city, Xie Jiulin stepped forward and stirred up civil strife in De Qi with his eloquence and countless jewels and wealth. He also used his business talent to help De Qi open up a new business route. The two countries thus made peace. Finally, it was love at first sight. A hero saving a beautiful girl, and Princess Chenghua married Xie Jiulin. After marriage, the two were deeply in love, and had 2 children in 3 years. Xie Hui was the last child of Princess Chenghua. Yuan Ji had a complicated expression. Xie Hui? Just like that? She recalled the look of Xie Hui just now, adorned with jewels and precious stones, and vulgar. Feng Xiange yawned. You have to know that Princess Chunghua dotes on this youngest child. Even more than your father does to you. Queen Mother. Your Majesty. You also look down on Xiaohui. You beat him today. If I don't save you, this matter will not be easy to resolve. He follows his father everywhere. Wherever his father goes to do business, he goes there. It's normal that you don't know him. Yuanji blushed when she said this. She was fearless and had never suffered such grievances. She pursed her red lips, bowed, and whispered, no matter what, Yuanji still wants to thank Lord Feng. If possible, I'd better not save her next time. Whenever she meets Feng Xuande, she can't stop feeling guilty. Besides, she still has her elder brother Yuan Jinzhou. Yuan Jinzhou dotes on her completely, from childhood to adulthood. Even if she gets into a big trouble, Yuan Jinzhou will never blame her, but will only comfort her softly, and then quietly handle everything. However, in Chang'an, no one dares to provoke Yuanji, not only because of her temper, but also because she is the daughter of the general's mansion, and even the plaque on the door of the general's mansion was written by the late emperor himself. It's just that she hit a hard wall today. Let her stay with Feng Xuande for a while longer. Yuanji felt that she would be seen through by others. If Feng Xuande knew what happened that night. She didn't know when her clenched palms began to sweat. Feng Xuande was about to ask something. Yuanji suddenly thought of the purpose of going out today, and bravely changed the subject. Master Feng, I have something else to do, so... Yes. Feng Xuande looked at her leisurely. After getting the nod, Yuanji felt as if she had been pardoned, and left quickly, and even closed the door considerately when she left. Feng Xiange looked at Yuanji, who was running away, and a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. Like a little rabbit, interesting. Yuanji wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked around, but could not find the shadow of Lu Hongwe. Just after turning the corner of the second floor, several enlarged figures suddenly appeared in front of her, and before she could see clearly, she heard a cry again. Her shoulder hurt, and she rubbed her right shoulder. When Yuanji saw clearly who had hit her, her face became a little weird again. Can you walk? Zhou Yao's eyes widened with anger, and her already sharp voice rose 3 points, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Tang Wanqiu, who fell to the ground, gently rubbed her shoulders, and her voice was melodious. Yao Yao. It's okay. Zhou Yao seemed to be furious. Wanqiu. We were walking peacefully, and Yuanji bumped into us. It was obviously intentional. Seeing that she was recognized, Yuanji realized that her pearl curtain had been lost again. You three bumped into me. I didn't fall. You fell by yourselves. And now you blame me? Yuanji raised her eyebrows and smiled. You didn't look at the road when you walked. And you blamed others when you fell. Why don't you blame the uneven road? How can this be justified? Zhou Yao was speechless for a moment. Yuanji was indeed walking well. The three of them were talking just now, and didn't pay attention to the opposite side. You are just making trouble. No wonder Li Qing didn't want you back. Zhou Yao knew she was in the wrong, so she simply changed the subject. Tang Wanqiu stood up softly, took Zhou Yao's hand, and shook her head. Yao Yao. It's okay. Don't say these things that make Miss Yuan sad. Having said this, Tang Wanqiu paused again, and said sincerely, but Miss Yuan, if you were more gentle, perhaps, you could still save the relationship? Her expression was sincere and innocent. Her voice was gentle and considerate, but her words were harsh. Yuanji's affairs. How could an outsider like Tang Wanqiu have the right to comment on them? Yuanji pulled the corner of her mouth, and raised a light smile in the astonished eyes of the three people. Miss Tang. My brother just returned to Chang'an, and I was thinking about giving him some gifts. I have already chosen the gifts. So why not trouble Miss Tang to help me pay the bill? It's not expensive. Just a few hundred taels. Tang Wanqiu was slightly stunned, as if she had never expected Yuanji to be so shameless. She tried her best to control her temper and said kindly, You gave your brother a gift? What does it have to do with me? Why do you want me to pay for it? Yes. Then what does the matter between me and Li Qing have to do with you? You need to talk about these girls' affairs in public. Don't you know what shame is? Don't you know what you should care about and what you shouldn't care about? Yuanji's words made Tang Wanqiu's face turn pale and blue. Zhou Yao wanted to interrupt, but she soon found that in Yuanji's mind, she had no room to interrupt and defend herself. You are so nosy about other people's affairs. Miss Tang, you are a gossip monger at the age of 28. It's not good for a girl to have such a disease at such a young age. I happen to know some doctors. Do you need me to introduce them to you? Yuanji's voice was clear and pleasant. like the melodious song of a yellow oriole in the morning. Every word was particularly clear. Yuanji's words were full of wisdom, and she was merciless. Tang Wanqiu's face darkened. And in the end, she even had tears in her eyes. Although Yuanji's words were excessive, they made sense. The onlookers understood the whole story after listening for a while. Most people were still dissatisfied with Yuanji. But now they were whispering, and their eyes fell on Tang Wanqiu with ambiguous expressions. What this girl said is right. What does her own business have to do with that person? The onlookers were whispering to each other. That's right, these noble ladies like to meddle in other people's business. Tang Wanqiu felt like she was on edge, and finally collapsed. She gritted her teeth, and stood up to run behind Yuanji. Zhou Yao saw this, and took Yuan Chan to jog after them, but after a few steps, they heard a few more cries. Yuanji looked to the side, and sure enough, she had just noticed that there were some water stains on the stairs that had not been cleaned up. The three of them just ran, without even looking at their feet, and fell flat on their backs. She touched her nose and said kindly, I told you to watch the road when you walk. Look! You fell again. What if the beautiful girls' faces are swollen? Tang Wanqiu was full of resentment, with a blush spreading all the way to her neck. She glared at Yuanji with hatred, and ran away with her skirt lifted, wishing to leave this embarrassing place immediately. Seeing people fleeing in panic, the onlookers suddenly felt bored and dispersed. Girl, I finally found you. Where have you been? She suddenly disappeared just now, scared me to death. Lu pushed through the crowd and squeezed in with great effort. Yuanji hurried forward. It's okay, did you find Li Qing? Honghua said. I found him, but... But what? Yuanji frowned. Lu took a breath, casually poured a cup of tea from the neighboring table, drank it in one gulp, then slowly said, Mr. Li couldn't find you just now, and then he said he had something to do. If it's inconvenient for you today, we can make an appointment next time. Next time? Yuanji now wanted to immediately break up with this fickle person. Miss, are you really going to break up with Mr. Li? Hongyu asked in a gentle voice. Is there anything wrong? Yuanji looked at Hongyu. I just feel. It's a pity. Hongyu let out a long sigh. Is it a pity? Yuanji recalled the past 2 years with Li Qinghui, and a sour feeling in her heart surged inexplicably. The past flashed before her eyes, like a passing glance. The love they had back then was real, and the things they had experienced together were also real, but Yuanji would never tolerate her significant other to be fickle. Any man who is indecisive is not worthy of being her husband. Yuanji. It doesn't matter whether it's a pity or not. Yuanji's eyes were more determined. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I will never tolerate it. No need for next time. Li Qinghui must be at Ming's house. Let's settle it today. All the affection, love and hate, entanglement, all ended once and for all. Chapter 7. It was already dusk when they arrived at the Ming residence. As expected, they saw the Li family's carriage at the door of the Ming residence. Yuanji's face was calm. He pushed it casually, and the carved wooden door creaked. Li Qinghui was forgetful. He always forgot about such daily trivial matters. Yuanji guessed that he had not closed the door again. The saying every failure makes you wiser was just a passing cloud for Li Qinghui. Autumn leaves fell in the yard. A gust of wind blew, and the sycamore tree outside the yard moved with the wind, making a rustling sound, and fell lightly on the blue bricks in the yard. Lu Wu waved her hand in disdain. Why didn't Li Qinghui find a servant to serve the concubine? It's such a mess. But there are servants living there. That's right. Honghua agreed. Yuanji approached the bedroom quietly. The door was closed. She was about to knock on the door, but she heard voices coming from inside, as if they were discussing something. Honghua didn't understand. She was about to ask Yuanji why he didn't go in. But the next moment, she received a glare from Yuanji and fell silent. Why do you go out for a stroll when you have nothing to do? Will everything be simple after I marry Yuanji? I will find a reason to marry you then. Now, Yuanji wants to cancel the engagement. People are saying that I have a mistress. It is annoying. Li Qinghui sat on the coral round chair. Kai Lubai from Yunjing Tower was placed on the table. He moved his wrist, and the strong liquor went down his throat. Seeing that this kind of thing happened just before the wedding, Li Qinghui was angry. Yang Qinglu listened to Li Qinghui's complaints, bit her lips tightly. She leaned against Li Qinghui's side, and said softly, I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's just that you didn't come to see me for a long time during that period. I was depressed. I went out for a walk to change my mood. I didn't expect to be taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives. Before she finished speaking, Yang Qingliu's eyes were filled with tears. She lowered her head and rubbed Li Qinghui's shoulder. Her soft white hands climbed up Li Qinghui's hand holding the wine glass and rubbed it carefully. Her sweet voice was as sweet as grapes soaked in autumn. I just miss you too much. Li Qinghui turned her head and met Yang Qingliu's bright and misty eyes. Her heart softened suddenly. She swallowed the accusation and put her arm around Yang Qingliu's shoulder. She sighed, Lu, I know I have wronged you. If I hadn't gone to Yangzhou and redeemed you from Langfang, you would be the most beautiful woman in Yangzhou now. Prosperity is like smoke, it's just empty name. Luer only wants to accompany you, so what if she's an Oiran? Luer doesn't miss her at all. Yuanji's body trembled, and he felt a little dizzy. Li Qing went back to Yangzhou. That was last year. In Yuanji's memory, Li Qing had always been in Chang'an, except that one time, when he said that his grandfather was unwell and asked him to go back to Yangzhou immediately. Yuanji remembered it clearly. That was last March. The two of them fell in love with each other since then. It was a whole year and a half. Yuanji had also heard a little about Langfang. Yangzhou was bustling with riches and glamour. And there were many brothels for pleasure. So many rich kids would occasionally go to Yangzhou in groups of 2 or 3 to have fun. Yuan Jinshao, his second brother, who was fond of women, also went to Yangzhou often, in order to make it easier for him to travel. He even bought a house in Yangzhou for him to live in. Yuanji suddenly felt his breathing become a little short. His eyes were red. His hand holding the car door frame suddenly clenched. His green jade fingers turned from red to white, and he wanted to smash Li Qinghui's head with a stone right away. Miss, newly dyed nails, not worth it, Lu Wu said slowly in a voice that only the three of them could hear. She stood beside Yuanji, looking at her worriedly. The round and full long nails were just dyed with impatience the day before, and it would be painful and a pity to damage them. But Luer, I am not heartless to Yuanji. He sighed faintly. Ji is full of affection for me, and I treat her sincerely. He and Luer were an accident among accidents. He looked at Yang Qinglu with affection in her eyes, and suddenly thought of Yuanji in his mind. Yuanji loved to laugh, but she was not as gentle as Yang Qinglu. Yuanji was passionate, bright, and flamboyant, just like the spring sunshine. Although she was sometimes spoiled, he knew that he loved her deeply. If it weren't for Yang Qinglu, he would probably have successfully married and had children with Yuanji. Thinking of this, Li Qinghui's temper dropped a little, and he was listless. He suddenly drank another pot of wine. Hearing this, Yang Qingliu's eyebrows sank slightly, and her heart was covered with a layer of sadness. But she couldn't bear to see Li Qinghui looking so frustrated and lonely. After thinking for a moment, she stood up softly and stood behind Li Qinghui, stretched out her hand to press Li Qinghui's temple, and said softly, Sir, I may have a way to solve the dilemma. Oh! Li Qinghui's eyes lit up. Tell me. Yang Qingliu's hands moved gently, soothing Li Qinghui's tense mood, and said with a smile, Since Yuanji wants to cancel the engagement, if the matter is settled, then the Yuan family will definitely not cancel the engagement, and Yuanji will definitely beg to marry you quickly. Li Qinghui's eyes flashed with hesitation. Isn't this not good? No matter what he is now, he is still a son of a prince, a scholar, and although he has a concubine, he still has some nobleness of a scholar. Sir, how can you succeed if you are soft-hearted? Yang Qinglu let out a long sigh. I have seen many dirty and dark things in Yangzhou Langfang. Those dignitaries are innocent in front of others, but they are more cruel than each other behind their backs. Sir, if it is not so, with Yuanji's temper, I am afraid there is no other way. Sir, those who achieve great things should not be fussy about trivial matters. Hearing Yang Qingliu's words, Li Qinghui was a little shaken. So, will she stay with me? Yang Qinglu nodded. As long as the young master is happy, I am willing to contribute my little bit of strength to the young master. You just need to lead Yuanji here. I have some medicine. All of which are. Li Qinghui's eyes tightened, and he said coldly, Lu, where did you get these dirty things? Are you still in contact with those people in Langfang? Yang Qingliu's face turned pale, and a trace of grievance appeared in her eyes. Young master, are you doubting me? Don't you know that, although I live in a brothel, I am a prostitute? When I was in Yangzhou, sometimes, in order to protect myself, I would mix this substance into the wine of those guests with ulterior motives. This substance is not an ordinary aphrodisiac, but seems to be used to help sleep. After those guests drank it, They all felt refreshed the next day. Sir, you actually doubted me. I came from Yangzhou and followed you without regrets for more than a year. You actually. As she spoke, her voice was a little tearful again, seeing the pearl-like tears falling all at once. Yang Qinglu cried and her face wrinkled a little, as if she had been bullied. Li Qinghui regretted it immediately, and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe away the tears from the corners of Yang Qingliu's eyes, and coaxed her in a gentle voice, "It's me. I said the wrong thing. Lu, don't blame me." Yang Qinglu snorted, "Young master, you doubt me like this. I am not happy. Then how can I calm down?" Li Qinghui smiled and pinched Yang Qingliu's little face. Then, the last time you went to Baibao Tower, how about the pearl hairpin you saw? I didn't forgive you just for the pearl hairpin. Yang Qingliu's eyes moved, she hummed a few times, and threw herself into Li Qinghui's arms again, rubbing her ears and cheeks, and speaking softly. Li Qinghui looked at the soft woman in his arms. If he really had to abandon her for Yuan Ji, he would also be reluctant. This bastard. Lvu gritted her teeth, her eyes were full of anger, as if she was going to spit fire. The voice inside was vague, sometimes close, sometimes far away. Yuan Ji stood at the door. Her heart was not as turbulent as when she saw Li Qinghui and the mistress making love the day before, but now, she felt that her heart was silent, like a dead sea without waves. On the one hand, she said that she and I were in love and sincere. On the other hand, she was in love with her mistress, and they were very happy. Lu Wu looked at Yuan Ji with concern. She felt that her cold look was even more terrible than when she smashed Ming's house in anger the day before. Her delicate and clear eyebrows drooped slightly, and she carefully brushed away the sycamore leaves that had just fallen on Yuan Ji's shoulders. Yuan Ji was always straightforward, never tolerant, and unrestrained. Therefore, many people in Chang'an always talked about her daughter being unreasonable and having no demeanor. But Lu Wu liked Yuan Ji's temper very much. She laughed when she was happy and cried when she was sad. She had never stood here coldly like today. She thought that Yuan Ji would kick open the door of Ming's house, like she did a few days ago, and smash this shady place. But Yuan Ji didn't. The cool breeze blew, stirring the corner of Yuan Ji's royal blue skirt, and the parasol trees rustled, casting mottled shadows. Yuan Ji stood in front of the door, and suddenly felt that he didn't like Li Qinghui at all. With her proud character, she would never tolerate Li Qinghui's mistress. Since Li Qinghui's affair was exposed, Yuan Ji knew that she and Li Qinghui would never have anything to do with each other in this life. Today, she wanted to make things clear and return the jade bracelet. But after more than a year of affection between the two, Yuan Ji still left the last bit of trust in Li Qinghui, letting him explain, giving Yuan Ji a good reason to let go. If she couldn't find Li Qinghui in Ming's house today, if Li Qinghui handled these things cleanly, Yuan Ji would at least think that this man still knew how to mend the fold after the sheep had been lost, but unfortunately he didn't. I didn't even catch the last bit of trust Yuan Ji gave me. Li Qinghui. Yuan Ji stood at the door, didn't push the door open, and spoke coldly. The voice inside paused for a moment, as if trying to make it look like Li Qinghui wasn't there. Today I went to Yunjing Tower, and wanted to talk to you clearly, but something happened suddenly, and when I went to find you, you were gone. Originally I still had some patience, and thought I might be able to listen to your quibbling, but now even this patience has disappeared. I also brought the jade bracelet you gave me today, and your concubine's beautiful face. I think wearing your Li family's heirloom jade bracelet should be the icing on the cake. Yuan Ji took out a dark brown brocade purse from his sleeve, rubbed it carefully for a moment, bent down and placed it at the door. I have returned the jade intact, and I hope you can return the jade lion ring that I gave to Mr. Li before. I think it is not convenient for you now, so you can just send it to the general's mansion. After saying that, Yuan Ji left without any regrets. Hong Yu looked confused, after a moment of hesitation. She said, "Miss, you gave Mr. Li many things before. Why do you want to return the jade ring? Could it be? I carved the jade lion ring myself." Lila helped Yuan Ji get on the carriage, and said with a rolling eye, "I remember that the young lady had carved some wooden bird ornaments before. Don't you need to take them back?" Yuan Ji said lazily, "The rest are not needed, mainly the jade lion ring." Hong Yu suddenly realized, those wooden bird ornaments, the young lady did it easily. Probably the ring took more time. It really should be taken back. It shouldn't be cheap to such a person. Yes, but not. Yuan Ji yawned, relaxed his expression, and leaned softly on the gold silk cushion in the carriage. Mainly because the jade lion ring is carved with the best jade material. It's expensive, quite expensive. Chapter 8. Yuanji felt a little sleepy in the carriage. A cool breeze brought in the aroma of crab roe crisps from the curtains. Yuanji's nose moved slightly. Suddenly, he felt a little empty in his stomach. At this moment, he wanted to eat crab roe crisps. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley near the stall. There were many vendors selling food in this alley. It was autumn now, the season when crab roe was fat. The most famous crab roe crisps in the alley always had long queues, and the noise was very noisy. Luwu and Hongwei got off the carriage to buy crab roe cakes and peach blossom fruit respectively. Yuanji lazily changed her posture. Her eyes slightly lowered, and she felt a little sleepy. The alley was quieter than the street. Yuanji took a short rest and heard a chattering sound from the carriage. She brushed the curtain and saw that the line of people buying crab roe cakes was lined up in the box. Yuanji couldn't help but smack her lips. She felt a little regretful. She should have bought crab roe cakes first, and then went to find Li Qing. She looked up at the sky. She had just taken a short nap, and was afraid that she would not be able to buy it before dark. Hi, I just came out of Yunjing Tower. So who is that? The girl from the Yuan family and the young master from the Li family, although this is the case, but you said, nowadays, isn't it normal for a man to have a mistress if he likes her? He can take her home as a concubine. Look at our Chang'an. Which wealthy family doesn't take concubines? Another person agreed. Hey, I don't know what the young master from the Li family thinks. The girl from the Yuan family is from a famous family. How dare he? Oh, then think about what the girl from the Yuan family is like. She is good at studying last year. What? Tsushui Liushang. Right? I heard that the girl couldn't even write a poem. I heard that the young master of the Li family had a very ugly expression at that time, and he beat her up every day, and he was arrogant. You can't blame the young master of the Li family for keeping a mistress. Right? If I were to say, if it were my son to get married, I would never agree to let such a woman enter my house. Another person looked surprised. Oh, how can a commoner like you know about the affairs of the noble family? Of course. The man said slowly. I came out of Yunjing Tower, and ran into the servant of the young master of the Li family chatting with others, and mentioned this matter. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Yuanji, who was sitting in the carriage, had a gloomy expression, and his hands holding the soft pillow were clenched tightly. What happened last year was brought up now? Yuanji was extremely disappointed. It was obvious that Li Qinghui knew that after Yuanji heard what he and Yang Qinglu said, he chose to fight back between apologizing and pretending to be dead. Was it his idea? Or that of the mistress? Outside the carriage, there was a constant stream of discussion, most of which were words that belittled Yuanji, saying that she was illiterate, arrogant, beautiful, and bullied the superiors and subordinates, and was a model of not observing female virtues. Her chest rose and fell, and she was filled with anger. She originally wanted to return the items, break off the engagement, and live in peace, without disturbing each other. Since that was the case, Yuanji's eyes were cunning, and she quickly came up with an idea. As the sun set, Lu Wu and Hong Yu finally bought the crab powder cakes and peach blossom fruit, and when they came back and saw them, they were immediately stunned. There were only scattered notebooks in the carriage. Hongwa screamed, "The girl is missing." No, she was kidnapped. It was late, and the alley was dark because it was not exposed to sunlight. Lu Wu screamed for a moment, and seemed to think of something. Her nervous expression relaxed again. She quickly grabbed Hongwa, who kept shaking her arm, and comforted her. It should be okay. Let's go back home first. This freshly baked crab meat cake tastes just right. We must hurry, and put it back in the kitchen to warm it up. If it is left outside for a long time, it will be cold and not tasty. The girl will be unhappy again. But miss, shouldn't we report to the police? What if miss meets with an accident? Hong Yu was a little scared. Lu Wu patted Hong Yu's hand to show her reassurance. Lu Wu had served Yuanji since she was a child, and she also knew Yuanji's personality very well, unlike Hong Yu, who had only come to Yuan Mansion 2 years ago. No need, you should worry about others. She guessed it right away. Her miss probably went to do justice. The night was deep, and the clouds were rolling. Yuanji tiptoed to the backyard of Qianshu Pavilion. Qianshu Pavilion was a 3-story building, which had an endless collection of books. Yuanji knew this place because the shopkeeper here could always get books banned by Daliang. Some romantic and unofficial history of unquestionable people. Yuanji was not interested in the 4 books and 5 classics, women's virtues and female training. But she liked this kind of collection of books or storybooks. so she was also a frequent visitor to Qianshu Pavilion. Now the outside world said that Li Qinghui was gentle and elegant, with a scholarly air, and he had no choice but to keep a concubine. It was she, Yuan Ji, who was jealous and unreasonable. But she did not blame Li Qinghui for doing something wrong. If he was a truly noble person, how could he bring her back from Yangzhou on the eve of Najib? No, when they first fell in love, and keep her in this huge city of Chang'an, while he was affectionate and swore to her. And at the same time, he was in love with Yang Qilu. Now he is taking the lead to create momentum, and put all the blame on her. Yuan Ji. Bah! Hypocrite! Yuan Ji was furious, and her hands and feet moved very lightly, climbing to the second floor of the small building with ease. She knew that the books that were not allowed to be seen were in the secret room on the third floor. She had seen the shopkeeper come out of the secret room before. While groping with her hands, she heard a click beside her ears. Yuan Ji was delighted and tiptoed into the inner room and headed straight to the third floor. The starry night was deep and Qianshu Pavilion had already closed its doors to visitors. Yuan Ji walked around carefully and confirmed that there was no one else in the inner room. Only then did she feel relieved. If it were normal, she could just pay the shopkeeper to find it. But in this situation, it was not convenient. So Yuan Ji resorted to this last resort. Yuan Ji slightly opened the windows on the third floor. She originally wanted to look for it by moonlight, but tonight was a moonless night. Yuan Ji sighed softly, and was forced to light the fire, and look carefully. There were thousands of books in the Qianshu Pavilion, and it was not easy to find some banned books. Yuan Ji finally found the book in the secret compartment on the third floor of the last row of bookshelves. He was delighted, and reached out to brush off the dust on the book, opened it and flipped through it, and closed it immediately, with a barely noticeable blush on his face. He put a gold ingot in the secret compartment, and just as he was about to leave, he heard a subtle sound, and Yuan Ji was immediately alert, subconsciously blew out the fire, and hurriedly hid the banned book in his arms. "Sir, is the thing really here?" The black-clothed man's voice was a little low. "I received a tip-off that it must be here. Move gently and don't attract others." Yuan Ji huddled at the innermost end of the third floor, and vaguely felt that the voice sounded familiar. In the darkness, people's senses were much sharper. Yuan Ji's hearing was different from that of ordinary people. In this environment, her hearing was even sharper. She could even hear the thumping sound coming from her chest. The sound of footsteps gradually came towards her. Yuan Ji was tense. She must not sit still and wait for death. This was what Yuan Jinzhou taught her. She took a deep breath and carefully looked at the environment of this floor. Now she was hiding in the northwest corner of the third floor, diagonally opposite to where she had just opened the window. It was dark at this time. If she could use the cover of the bookshelf, she might be able to escape secretly. Yuan Ji moved very lightly, not daring to breathe, and reached out to hold the pearl curtain on her face to avoid the slight sound when the pearls collided. When doing something she thought was inappropriate for others to know, Yuan Ji would habitually wear a veil or a face curtain to cover her face. She felt a little regretful. Why did she wear this pearl face curtain? She walked carefully and moved to the window little by little. She almost met the mysterious man several times. Fortunately, it was dark, and she hid in the dark, and her royal blue clothes did not look abrupt. The window was shining with light moonlight, and Yuan Ji was happy. She suppressed her anxious heart, hunched over, and carefully moved to the window. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly jumped to the window. Yuan Ji's eyes widened instantly, and she screamed uncontrollably. She subconsciously took a few steps back, knocked over the bookshelf, and fell to the ground. Before she could feel the pain, a sound of breaking air came from all directions. Yuan Ji's heart was beating very fast. She didn't have time to look carefully. She picked up a few scattered books on the ground. In a flash, a sharp arrow came through the air. Yuan Ji had excellent hearing, and subconsciously turned sideways to avoid the arrow. When she turned around, she actually met a pair of deep and dark fox eyes from a distance. Yuan Ji's hands trembled slightly, and he climbed straight down the window. In just a few breaths, the group of people had already arrived under the window. "My lord, they have already left." Feng Xiangu stood in front of the window. The light moonlight shone through the flower window onto the messy ground. A black jade pendant sat quietly in the same place. Its deep green eyes stared at Feng Xiangu for a long time. Then it licked its white paws a few times, lifted its tail, and jumped lightly, and rushed out of Qianshu Pavilion. Sir, I will chase her immediately. Feng Shuangde said coldly, no need. He was stopped by the cat slave. The people had gone far away. There was no point in chasing them. Feng Shuangde looked at the wide window, and recalled the eyes that he had seen in a flash. The woman seemed to have a veil covering her face. The moonlight was faint tonight, and he could not see the woman's appearance. He only remembered the panicked eyes. A beautiful face suddenly appeared in his mind. The face in his memory, and the eyes that he had seen in a flash gradually overlapped. Feng Shuangde narrowed her eyes slightly, and a very faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. It was her. Yuanji fled in panic, and did not dare to stop for a moment. She knew that the people in Qianshu Pavilion were not ordinary people. If she stopped for a moment, she might be caught up in a few breaths. She took a detour for a long time, and when she was sure that no one was chasing her, she hid in an alley, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. Her heartbeat slowly dropped with her breathing. She reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and Yuanji raised her eyes to calculate the time. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The streets not far away were no longer noisy during the day. It was probably dinner time. Since everything has come out, it's better to settle the matter in one go. Thinking of this, Yuanji turned around and headed towards Li's house. She had been to Li's house many times. At this time, Li Qinghui was probably having dinner with Yin and others in the dining hall. Maybe he was still discussing how to plot against me at the dinner table. With a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, Yuanji held her breath and climbed into Li's house from the backyard. Sure enough, Li Qinghui was not in the room. Yuanji took out a few books from her arms, and was about to put them into Li Qinghui's books. She flipped through them casually, and was stunned. Many of the books were not picked by Yuanji at all. She suddenly remembered that she had bumped into a bookshelf at one side. She thought that she had taken the wrong books at that time. Yuanji was immediately upset. Luckily, among these books, there were 2 books that she had picked before. She took out the 2 books she had picked and carefully stuffed them into Li Qinghui's book bag. Everything was ready. She would wait for school to start in a few days. Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave through the window, her eyes fell on the drawer of the desk. She stretched out her hand to open it, and saw the jade lion ring that she had given to Li Qinghui before. Even in the dark, the jadeite shone faintly under the moonlight. Yuanji was delighted and took it away. Li Qinghui was corrupt and didn't want it, but this ring was priceless. Anyone who didn't want it back was a fool. Her eyes paused, and she realized that there was a small portrait in the drawer. It was her portrait. Chapter 9. Walking back to the mansion under the moonlight, Yuanji just passed the hanging flower gate and ran into Sun. Sun was obviously caught off guard and subconsciously raised a flattering smile. Gigi, why did you come back so late? The general asked me about it during dinner, and I didn't know how to answer. Andy Sun, it's just you and me now. You don't have to pretend like this. I feel bad if you feel bad too. Yuanji rolled her eyes. Her tone was a little impatient. Didn't father say that you should take a detour when you see me next time? Do you have to attract my attention here? Yuanji crossed her arms, with a cold expression, looking at Sun as if she were looking at a worthless object. She was in a bad mood today, and returned home hungry. As soon as she came in, she saw her. It was really an eyesore. Sun's body trembled slightly, and after a long while, she said timidly, although I am a concubine, I am still your aunt. Now that my sister has passed away, I know you don't like me. But for the general, I must know where you are, so that the general won't worry. When Yuanji's birth mother was mentioned, Yuanji's eyebrows visibly turned cold. She looked up and down at the woman in front of her. She was elegant and graceful, with red lips and white teeth. It was obvious that her life in the Yuan mansion was not easy. But it was also easy. Although she was often ridiculed by Yuanji, Yuanji never interfered with the treatment that Yuan Gongfu gave to Sunday. In Chang'an, which concubine dared to wear red and green like this and question the whereabouts of the legitimate daughter? When she thought of her deceased mother, Yuanji felt sad for no reason. The sadness mixed with resentment turned into anger. The Yuan family provides you with food and clothing, and lets you enjoy unlimited glory among those ladies. This is already a great favor to you. And son, remember your own identity. You are just the most humble concubine of the Yuan family. It is just a mistake made by my father when he was young and drunk, who gave you the courage to control my whereabouts. What right do you have? Don't blame me for speaking harshly. You should have known that I, Yuan Ji, am like this. You may think that I am rude or unreasonable. But what I said is not true. And son, you are just a concubine. Don't think of yourself as the eldest lady of the Yuan family. Take care of yourself. Take care of your Yuan Chang. The rest is not your business. Word after word came out of Yuan Ji's mouth, like a sharp sword, stabbing Sun's body. Although it was night, under the candlelight, Yuan Ji still saw Sun's face turning pale. The servants around held their breath, lowered their heads, and dared not speak. They were not surprised by this scene. The sharp blade of words pierced through the little self-esteem that remained under Sun's elegant clothes, stripping her layer by layer, leaving her naked under the moonlight. Sun's lips moved. Tears welled up in her eyelashes, and she uttered a few fragmented syllables between her lips and teeth. She was already incoherent. Gigi, you've gone too far. Yuan Ji followed the voice and looked behind the hanging flower gate. He immediately stopped his arrogant look and said gloomily, Father. Yuan Gongfu was about to leave the house, and Yuan Ji's words entered his ears word by word. He looked at Sun, who was crying but didn't dare to cry out loud. Although there was no friendship, he still had some responsibility. In these years, she worked diligently and rarely made mistakes. He always knew that Yuan Ji didn't like Sun, and he always sided with Yuan Ji. But today, it was Yuan Ji who spoke rudely, recalling the evaluation of Yuan Ji and Chang'an. He sighed and said, Gigi, she is my aunt after all. You shouldn't speak so harshly. Yuan Ji was a little unbelievable. Father, are you blaming me? In her memory, this was the first time that Yuan Gongfu spoke to Sun. Father doesn't mean that. But, Gigi, you behaved so badly at home. And you are also spoiled and arrogant outside. Your father is now over 50 years old. How long can he protect you? Yuan Gongfu's steady voice was a bit desolate. He looked at the graceful Yuan Ji now, and suddenly remembered Yuan Ji, who was just a child back then. Every time he left the court, Yuan Ji would ask Yuan Gongfu to play the game of riding a big horse with her. He also wanted to protect Yuan Ji like this. So he always doted on Yuan Ji, even doted on her. When Yuan Ji got into trouble, Yuan Gongfu never blamed her, but would just handle everything quietly. Then he said to Yuan Ji, Gigi, it was their fault, and your father had already handled it. But the court today is no longer the court of the past, and Yuan Gongfu today is no longer the Yuan Gongfu of the past. He is old after all. Do you know what it means to speak out of your mouth? Gigi, one day, your father will also leave, and will not be able to protect you forever. Yuan Gongfu's eyebrows and eyes were a little tired. Yuan Ji bit her lip, not understanding the deep meaning of Yuan Gongfu's words. She looked at Sun standing behind Yuan Gongfu. The person standing next to Sun should be her mother. Yuan Ji's memory gradually emerged that gentle and amiable face, but it seemed to be separated by a layer of rain and fog, and she couldn't see it clearly. Suddenly, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She felt a little sad, sniffed, and said in a trembling voice, Father, you spoiled son. You have forgotten your mother now, and you are obsessed with Sun. Right. Over the years, Yuan Gongfu knew that he had let Yuan Ji's mother down, and he had never blamed her in front of Yuan Ji because of Sunday. Today was the first time. Yuan Gongfu's face was slightly stern, and he said lightly, Yuan Ji, look at what you are saying now. How can your father forget it? You are becoming more and more ignorant. You are just bewitched by this woman. I will complain to my eldest brother. Yuan Ji's mouth shrank, trying her best to hold back tears, and walked quickly to Yuan Jinzhou's Jian pavilion. Gigi. Yuan Gongfu looked flustered, looking at Yuan Ji's trotting back. He finally didn't catch up, and sighed deeply. General, it's my fault. I shouldn't have asked Gigi. Sun pursed her lips and trembled, looking up at Yuan Gongfu cautiously. If it weren't for me, the general and Gigi wouldn't have gotten to this point. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time Yuan Gongfu spoke to her. Her heart, which was relegated to the dust by Yuan Ji, was stirred again, and even her gaze towards Yuan Gongfu was filled with hope. Yuan Gongfu retracted his gaze and looked at Sun. His expression gradually calmed down. Since you know, then you should abide by your duties. Yuan Ji is the child of Yin Yang and me, the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, and it is not your turn to discipline her. He was about to leave the house, but suddenly he thought of something and turned back and said, I have treated you well. Don't think about anything else. Don't even think about the position of the main wife. Sun's eyebrows froze, and she lowered her eyes and said weakly, yes. She was able to have such a comfortable life now. All because of that incident. Because of Yuan Gongfu's compassion. But she didn't think of anything else. Sun stood there, looking at Yuan Gongfu's back, and was eclipsed. Yuan Jianzhou was practicing sword in the courtyard after dinner, and suddenly heard a low cry. He looked back and saw Yuan Ji wiping tears and jogging. Yuan Jianzhou panicked immediately, and his hand subconsciously dropped the sword. And he reached out to hug Yuan Ji, who rushed over. With a distressed face, what happened? Did Li Qingwei wrong you? Brother, go and chop him right away. Yuan Jianzhou tried to reach out for the long sword placed on the side. Yuan Ji shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes, sobbing, brother, it's not Li Qingwei. It's father. Father actually scolded me, saying that I was rude and biased towards the concubine. Hearing this, Yuan Jianzhou was also stunned. In his impression, Yuan Gongfu had always stood on Yuan Ji's side like him. What happened today? He actually stood on Sun's side? Yuan Ji sobbed while telling the whole story in a fragmented manner. Yuan Jianzhou frowned, wiped away his tears with his hand, and after listening to the whole story, he sighed helplessly, Gigi, don't cry. If you cry any more, your eyes will be swollen and it will be ugly tomorrow. Yuan Ji leaned in Yuan Jianzhou's arms, and her originally clear voice now had a thick nasal tone. Brother, is it really because I am too arrogant and unreasonable? That's why father favors her so much today. Of course not. Yuan Jianzhou blurted out. Then why did he say those words? And he said he couldn't protect me in the future? Yuan Ji looked up and cast a puzzled look at Yuan Jianzhou. Yuan Jianzhou didn't know how to answer for a moment. He actually understood what Yuan Gongfu meant. The court is not the same as it was in the past. The crown prince and the king of Jin are divided into two factions, and they are like water and fire. The current emperor seems to feel powerless, and there are many concubines in the harem waiting to give birth. Chang'an, sooner or later, will have a bloody storm. In this situation, Yuan Gongfu could not guarantee that he could spend his old age in peace and could always protect Yuan Ji. But Yuan Jianzhou would never dare to tell Yuan Ji these words. Yuan Ji was like a female vine attached to Yuan Jianzhou and Yuan Gongfu. Without considering the weather outside, they would open an oil paper umbrella for Yuan Ji. Outside the umbrella, there would be wind, frost, rain and snow. And inside the umbrella, there would be spring and bright scenery. In fact, they had always done this, which accustomed Yuan Ji to her innocent and fearless nature. But now, Yuan Jianzhou suppressed his thoughts, rubbed Yuan Ji's long hair, and said softly, our Gigi is the best. Father is just worried that he will be old and can't always protect you. But you don't have to be afraid. Big brother will always protect you. Yuan Ji was a little stunned. Will father not be able to protect me? This statement was obviously beyond Yuan Ji's expectations. Yuan Jianzhou did not reply to him, but changed the subject and said, I don't like that son either. But father probably has to take care of Yuan Chang's face. You said more than usual today, so father stopped you. If not, how should Yuan Chang deal with herself in our house in the future? He sighed. Yuan Chang is your father's child after all. And your sister. Yuan Ji did not speak, and lingered for a long time with Yuan Jianzhou, and ate a lot of cakes before returning to Tingxue Tower. LV Wu, who was guarding the door of Tingxue Tower, paced back and forth anxiously, stretched her neck and looked out. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in her sight, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, I was scared to death. She heard that Yuan Ji had quarreled with Sun Shi and Yuan Gongfu at Chuehua Gate, and she was so scared that she could not go to find him. And she could not go. So she could only pace back and forth in front of the crescent gate of Tingxue Tower and wait. Hongwei brought out the crab roe pastry that had been warmed in the kitchen for a while, and heated a cup of tea, and placed it on the rosewood round table. Yuanji had eaten a lot in Kaiungswen, but when he saw the crab roe pastry, he still took a few bites and said indignantly, Father is still pampering son. And he even helped son to criticize me. Luwu did not dare to refute, and hesitated to say, Miss, let's be more tactful in the future. Maybe today's situation will not happen again? Euphemistic? Yuan Ji bit the crab meat cake, and her speech was a little unclear. Yes, look at that son and the fourth lady. How they talk. Lu Wu said slowly, Look at the way Mr. Li's concubine talks. How does she talk? Thinking of the way they talked, Yuan Ji couldn't help but shudder. She was used to being straightforward. But now she had to be as delicate and artificial as those people. Which was really unbearable. Just give it a try. This way. The master won't blame the girl. And won't spoil son. Right? Lu Wu advised. Lu Wu knew Yuan Ji's temper best. It would be impossible for her to soften her tone to these people. Although she liked Yuan Ji's straightforward personality, she was also afraid that Yuan Ji would get into trouble one day. Yuan Gongfu's words had reached Lu Wu's ears after many twists and turns. Although she was worried before, Lu Wu at least knew that Yuan Gongfu would protect Yuan Ji, but now it was different. He even said such words. Lu Wu was a little scared, seeing that Yuan Ji's expression seemed to be relaxed. Honghua said while the iron was hot, besides, it's just to ask the young lady to speak more tactfully. Today, the master actually sided with Aunt Sunday. It's just that the young lady was a little out of line at that time. If she continues to be like this in the future, I'm afraid that in the future. Yuan Ji blinked her almond-shaped eyes and thought for a long time. But she had an idea in her mind. Chapter 10. It was late at night after washing up. Yuan Ji was lying on the bed and suddenly remembered when she was about to fall asleep, the pair of eyes that looked at each other from afar in Qianshu Pavilion. She always felt familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere. Her groggy brain was slow to think. Just when she was about to fall asleep, Yuan Ji opened her eyes immediately and sat up from the bed. She remembered those fox eyes. Those eyes, weren't they Feng Xianji's eyes? She was instantly awake. Her mind was working fast. They must have gone to Qianshu Pavilion to look for something. Could it be that? Yuan Ji didn't dare to think too much. She hurriedly got out of bed, without even having time to put on her shoes. She slipped on her shoes and opened the small secret compartment under the dressing table by candlelight. There were several books inside. Yuan Ji held the books and sat in front of the rosewood and hibiscus-carved desk. On the desk were unopened jewelry, some scattered small jades, and some not-so-mainstream painting books. Although she didn't like reading and writing, her desk was made of the best material. After waving away the sundries, Yuan Ji carefully opened the books and took a look at them. He was shocked. What was written? Zhao Qian, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, had a mistress in the western suburbs of Chang'an. Pei Jun, the most favored youngest son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, was not his biological son. Yuan Ji was stunned. How could there be so many secrets of the people in the court? Yuan Ji's heart was pounding. He read through the books at a glance and felt a little elated. He felt as if he had mastered the secrets of the world. This was more exciting than any picture book. She took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and took a quick look. Yuan Ji's hand was not only about the secrets of Chang'an, but also some books that seemed to be about astronomy and geography, as well as some other books that she could not understand. It should not be what Feng Xuange was looking for. When she opened the last book, Yuan Ji was stunned. She turned back to the cover, and the big words 36 strategies to control your husband were particularly eye-catching. Even the ink used to write the cover was mixed with gold powder. What kind of book is this? From the front cover to the back cover, it exudes a wicked atmosphere. Yuan Ji opened the book for some reason and sat cross-legged. This book is not like what Yuan Ji had in mind. Like books like Sun Tzu's Art of War, which is full of theories. Instead, it is narrated with stories. It also talks about how men and women get along with each other. There are not so many verbose and gorgeous words. Yuan Ji reads it with great interest. Between men and women, the way to be reluctant but also willing. Yuan Ji yawned, rubbed her sore eyes, and fell asleep on the desk. When Yuan Ji woke up, the sky was just getting brighter. She sat in front of the desk for a moment, then realized it belatedly. Yuan Ji. There was a day when she would study at her desk until dawn. This matter was worth spreading to the general's mansion. And hand-copied 100 copies were given to everyone in the general's mansion. It was so good that it could be passed down for generations. Yuan Ji looked at the book 36 Strategies to Control Your Husband with satisfaction. Although it was a banned book, it talked about the way to get along between husband and wife. But Yuan Ji still understood it. She remembered what Lu had said to her. There were rustling footsteps outside the door, and Yuan Ji woke up instantly. She hurriedly put away the books. The next moment, Lu's voice rang out from the door. Miss, can I come in? Come in. Lu walked in with a carved copper basin, and was stunned for a moment when she saw Yuanji sitting in front of the desk. "Miss, you got up really early today." At this time in the past, Lu would have coaxed her to get up in a gentle voice. Yuanji yawned, got up and sat in front of the dressing table, and said lazily, "Why are you up so early today?" "The old lady is feeling better today. I also heard that the eldest and second sons have returned and have prepared breakfast in Shouanjai." "Miss, you have to go too," Yuanji urged. "It's Grandma." "Then hurry up. Since the old lady caught a cold at the beginning of winter last year, her health has deteriorated drastically. She is cold in spring, hot in summer, and cool in autumn. If she is not careful, she will fall ill. Because of this, she stays in Shouanjai most of the time and never goes out again." After combing her hair into a simple bun, Lu Wu picked a crabapple hairpin from the treasure box for a while, and put it firmly on Yuanji's hair. Passing through the flower corridor, passing the apricot forest, the Shujin shoes stepped on the ginkgo leaves that the servants had not yet swept away, and the autumn leaves creaked. It was not winter yet, but a thick curtain had been hung on the door of Shouanjai, blocking the autumn wind from the gaps. The house was filled with the aroma of medicine, and a golden and jade Buddha was placed on the red sandalwood altar. Before entering the inner room, Yuanji had already heard the sound of chattering going around the crane and Su embroidery screen. He saw Yuan Chang, who had already arrived, frowning almost imperceptibly, and then calmed down again. Yuanji walked lightly, standing beside Yuan Jianzhou, raising a warm smile like the spring day, and said softly, "Grandma?" The old man leaning on the soft pillow wore a dark green crane headband, with white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. Yuan Chang was standing closest to her and talking. When Yuanji came, Mrs. Yuan's attention was instantly transferred to Yuanji. She stretched out her hand tremblingly. "Ah, it's Shiji. Come to Grandma." Yuanji stepped forward obediently, and naturally pushed Yuan Chang aside. Yuan Chang's face darkened instantly. At this time in Shouanjai, she couldn't get angry. Grandmother looks much better today. She will definitely recover this year. Yuanji held the hand of Mrs. Yuan Lao. Her voice was gentle and calm. Her almond eyes were clear and bright, and her water blue phoenix tail silk skirt made Yuanji's skin white as jade, like a lotus in clear water. Mrs. Yuan Lao stared for a while, and then sighed. "Gigi has grown into a big girl. Don't be like before. Not like a girl at all. Like this. She is so well behaved." The smile on Yuanji's face paused for a moment, and finally she did not refute, but smiled sweetly and said, "Grandma is right. I remember. Gigi is getting married soon." "And that?" Madame Yuan's face was solemn. Li Qing replied. Yuan Chang suddenly interrupted. Yuanji subconsciously turned back and glared at Yuan Chang. Yuan Jianzhou frowned slightly and opened his mouth to stop her, but because of Madame Yuan's presence, he swallowed his words. "Oh, yes, that kid from the Li family. Our Gigi is also going to get married, and my body is almost failing. I will definitely hold on and watch our Gigi get married. When the time comes, I will prepare a generous dowry for Gigi." The old face showed a relieved smile, and the eyes looking at Yuanji were dim and unclear, as if he saw something through Yuanji. Looking at the eyes of Mrs. Yuan, Yuanji subconsciously wanted to dodge, and tears gathered in her eyes again. She pursed her lips and said, "Grandma, don't say that. Grandma can live 1,000 years. Mrs. Yuan has been bedridden for so long, and people with discerning eyes have long known that she will die at any time. Even the coffin in the backyard has been prepared and placed in the wing room. Grandma is in good health. If I get married in the future, you will be the one to name my grandson." Yuan Jinshao said with a smile. "Yes, the second son is almost ready to get married." Lady Yuan rolled her eyes, looking up and down at Yuan Jinshao and Yuan Jianzhou, said with emotion, "You two are both of the right age to get married." Yuan Jianzhou was devoted to the court, and gradually showed his talents on the battlefield in recent years. It was a good time to make achievements and establish a career. When he was at home, he never mentioned the matter of getting married. As for Yuan Jinshao, Madame Yuan knew his temper. How could such a romantic young man want to get married? Unexpectedly, the 3 girls in the Yuan family got married first, while the 2 elder brothers were not married yet. Yuan Jianzhou refused calmly, saying, "My grandson has not yet completed his career, so how dare he get married? Grandma, you will definitely live a long life. It will probably take many years for my sister to get married. I hope you will be healthy, and don't worry about us young people all the time. Yuan Chang took the opportunity to speak. Madame Yuan was originally thinking about the marriage of Yuan Jinshao and Yuan Jinzhou. When she heard this, she paused for a long time before asking, "What do you mean it will take several years? Gongfu told me the other day that it would happen this year?" Yuan Ji's face turned completely black, and she looked at Yuan Chang with a deep chill in her eyes. Yuan Chang hid beside Yuan Jinshao in fear, facing Madame Yuan's question. She evaded the main point and said, some time ago, my sister beat up the mother of the young master of the Li family. Yuan Chang, don't talk about these things in front of Grandma. Yuan Jinzhou glanced at Yuan Chang. His eyes, which were always gentle and affectionate, were now as sharp as a knife. The eyes of the old lady suddenly became sharp, and her voice was hoarse. What's going on? The room fell into a brief silence. Yuan Ji suddenly felt a tightness in her throat, and just as she was about to explain, the old lady suddenly said, Ji, do you remember the first chapter of the rules for women? The rules for women. What rules for women? The old lady is a traditional woman, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the virtues and trainings for women. She also asked the daughter of the Yuan family to learn to recite. But Yuan Ji was a frivolous person who refused to listen to the lecture. What about women's virtues and women's training? When the teaching ants came to teach, Yuan Ji simply jumped over the wall to skip class. She was not afraid of the teaching ants' methods at all. Besides, Yuan Gongfu and Yuan Jinzhou were backing her up. She had never even read these books, let alone recite them now. Yuan Ji felt stars in her eyes. She stuttered for a long time, but didn't utter a single word. Madame Yuan's brows became darker and darker. Seeing Yuan Ji's embarrassed look, she knew that Yuan Ji couldn't recite it. So she immediately said, Fu Yun, take out those books on women's virtues. Let the third girl study them well tonight. Send them to me tomorrow after you finish copying them. Yuan Ji's face turned pale. She hated copying books the most. Seeing the old lady called Fu Yun take out a thick book, Yuan Ji felt her legs go weak. When her eyes met Yuan Chang's provocative eyes, Yuan Ji felt a nameless anger in her chest. This is Shouanjai. If it weren't for this, Yuan Ji would have let Yuan Chang know what it means to respect an elder sister. Suddenly thinking of the book he read last night, Yuan Ji swallowed his saliva. Under Yuan Chang's teasing gaze, he pursed his lips and knelt down. His voice trembled slightly. Grandma, I know it's my fault that I can't recite the book, but I really can't stand it. You have to make the decision for me. It was wrong for me to beat Mrs. Li that day, but I really can't stand the rumors outside. It's clear that the Li family kept a concubine before marrying a wife. But people outside are talking about me, saying that I and Li Qinghui are unmarried and alone in a room. If they are just criticizing me, it would be fine. But this is related to the reputation of our Yuan family. At this point, crystal tears fell from the corners of her eyes at the right time. I feel pity for the beauty crying. Madame Yuan is not in good health, and there are no servants who don't want to live to tell her these dirty things. When she heard these things at first, Madame Yuan was still a little overwhelmed. In her impression, Yuan Ji was a strong-willed person. At least she rarely complained to her. After all, if Yuan Ji didn't like someone, she would have solved it herself. How could she cry in front of her? Although she didn't like Yuan Ji's domineering personality, she couldn't help crying. What happened? Who dared to criticize my granddaughter like this? Seeing Yuan Ji's tearful appearance, Madame Yuan finally softened her tone and pinched the back of her hand with some heartache. I saw it with my own eyes. She hesitated and seemed to be a little embarrassed. I'd better not say it. Yuan Jinzhou raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuan Ji with a smile on his lips. His lawless sister seemed to have learned something. Speak. Yuan Ji pursed her lips and seemed to struggle for a long time. Then she raised her eyebrows and said to Yuan Ji's astonished expression, I saw it with my own eyes. Sister Chang'er and Zhou Yao, Tang Wanqiu said. Li Qinghui and I had been secretly together. Yuan Chang's face turned pale. I didn't. Grandmother, I didn't. How could I do such a thing? Sister, don't wrongly accuse me. Yuan Jinshao frowned, stepped forward, blocked Yuan Chang with his broad shoulders, and said in a deep voice, how could Chang'er do such a thing? Yuan Ji, the whole general's mansion knows that you don't like Chang'er. Don't frame her. Yuan Ji looked at Yuan Jinshao with tears in her eyes. This brother, who was clearly her father and mother, was standing in front of a concubine's daughter at this moment, arguing with her for this concubine's daughter. Once upon a time, Yuan Jingxiao also stood in front of Yuan Ji like this, sneering at those who wanted to bully Yuan Ji. At that time, Yuan Jingxiao would also use his unopened shoulders to block the cold arrows directed at Yuan Ji. Although his heart was calm, a sadness emerged on his face. Second brother, I know you don't like me either, but you also know my temper. If I don't like someone, I will always be straightforward. When would I go and make such nonsense and wrongly accuse others? This is true. Everyone knows that Yuan Ji is not someone who can disguise herself. Her emotions are all on her face, and she never accuses others. Yuan Chang was beaten by Yuan Ji many times when she was a child, and was stopped by Yuan Gong several times. Yuan Ji was a little better to her hated half-sister. At least she can take action, and she won't bother thinking or talking. The room fell into a strange silence again. Yuan Chang was instantly confused, just as she was about to open her mouth to defend herself. Yuan Ji took the lead again. Chang, although you and I are incompatible, you don't like me, I know in my heart, but no matter what, it's a matter between us sisters. You spread rumors and slander me outside like this, you know. You are not only ruining my reputation, but also the 100-year reputation of the general's mansion. At this point, Yuan Ji looked at Yuan Chang with a look of grief and disappointment. Chang, you are confused. No. What happened to Yuan Ji today? Yuan Chang stared at Yuan Ji blankly. And the next moment, she heard Mrs. Yuan Lao say, Is this true? Yes. Yuan Jianzhou said lightly. Yuan Jingxiao argued angrily. You were not at the scene. How did you know? Brother, don't talk nonsense just to favor Yuan Ji. I am not talking nonsense. Yuan Jianzhou glanced at Yuan Jingxiao calmly. This matter has caused a big stir, and there are rumors everywhere. If you don't believe it, go out and ask around. Madame Yuan glanced at everyone suspiciously, until a servant who was present spoke weakly. That day I went to buy chestnut cakes for Aunt Fuyun, and I happened to pass by and heard. You are talking nonsense. Yuan Chang was shocked, pointing at him and cursing. You are wronging me. Grandmother. Chang'er didn't. Seeing this, Madame Yuan Lao also believed Yuan Ji's words, and looked at Yuan Chang with some disgust. You don't learn good things, but learn bad things, just like your mother, who has no moral integrity. Madame Yuan Lao was traditional, and she also approved of having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but she was ultimately disdainful of people who climbed to the top by such dirty means. Yuan Chang stared at Madame Yuan Lao's face. Her legs softened, and she almost collapsed, but it was Yuan Jingxiao who quickly saved her from falling to the ground. She moved her lips, but she didn't say a word, and her face was pale. She knew that she had no way to defend herself. Fuyun, give the 4th young lady a copy of the female rules and regulations, and send it to Shaoanjai after hand copying it. In addition, the 4th young lady talked nonsense outside, so in order to teach her a lesson, let her kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 hours tonight. Yuan Ji happily handed the book over, but heard the old lady Yuan said, Gigi, although this matter is her fault, you really didn't memorize it. You have to copy it. Yuan Ji's mouth was stiff, and before she could say anything, she heard the old lady Yuan say, Fuyun, there is a piece of pine soot ink in the storeroom, so give it to the 3rd young lady. Fuyun took out a piece of fine pine soot ink from the storeroom. Yuan Ji recognized it. The ink was a gift from a nobleman who attended the birthday banquet of Madame Yuan Lao 2 years ago. Madame Yuan Lao loved Buddhist scriptures, and she was very careful about the ink she used to copy the scriptures. Undoubtedly, the piece in her hand was a rare treasure. Madame Yuan Lao was a little tired after talking for such a long time, and she didn't have the energy to get up and eat the breakfast she had prepared. Seeing this, everyone left one after another, holding the thick book. Yuan Chang suddenly felt overwhelmed and wanted to cry, but had no tears. When he raised his head, he met Yuan Ji's provocative eyes again. Yuan Chang's angry eyes seemed to turn into a sharp blade, and he wanted to scrape Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji smiled lightly, raised the pine soot ink in his hand, and silently made a mouth shape. How is the result, my dear sister? Chapter 11. Are you very proud? When did you learn to be so hypocritical and mysterious? As soon as he left Shaoanjai, he heard a sarcastic remark from behind. Yuan Ji sneered. You are not as capable as my second brother. You dare to let Yuan Chang say such a thing in front of my grandmother. If this makes my grandmother unhappy, I will see how my father will deal with it. You? You are so arrogant and domineering. Yuan Shao gritted his teeth, and took 2 steps at a time to stand in front of Yuan Ji, staring at Yuan Ji coldly. Your temper will only bring trouble to the Yuan mansion. Don't worry, second brother. I will take the responsibility for the trouble I caused. And my eldest brother will take the responsibility too. You just need to take care of your Chang'er. Yuan Ji glanced at him with disdain, and walked away from Yuan Shao. Brother, don't quarrel with sister, Jian'er is wrong. Yuan Chang reached out, and pulled the corner of Yuan Jinxi's clothes, and said aggrievedly, Yuan Ji. Yuan Shao suddenly turned around and stared at Yuan Ji's back, with a sinister expression, and said angrily, Can't you learn to be as gentle and obedient as Chang'er? Arrogant and domineering. Willful and reckless. Do everyone have to depend on you and obey you? If you change, what happened back then might not have happened. And mother would not. Yuan Jianzhou's face suddenly changed. And he said in a low voice, Jin Shao. Stop talking. Why can't you talk? Isn't it her fault? Big brother. Why do you indulge her like this? Yuan Jinxia's voice suddenly rose 3 points. Yuan Ji paused for a long time. And she said self-deprecatingly, Yes. Everything is my fault. Gigi. Yuan Jianzhou called out to Yuan Ji. But Yuan Ji did not stop for a moment. Her thin back looked a little frail in the autumn. And she disappeared alone in the apricot forest, as if she had merged with the lonely world. Jin Shao. You are going too far. No matter how much you hate her. You shouldn't say such things. Yuan Jianzhou raised his eyebrows coldly, and looked at Yuan Jin Shao with a bit of anger. Is there anything wrong with what I said? If it weren't for her, Yuan Ji's willful behavior back then, how could my mother die? Yuan Jianzhou fell into silence for a moment, looking at Yuan Jin Shao with a sad look. And the words that overflowed from his lips finally turned into a long sigh. He didn't say anything, and raised his legs to chase after Yuan Ji's back. Brother, is it my fault? Yuan Chang looked at a loss. But the smile on the corner of her mouth was almost uncontrollable. Yuan Ji Shao dispersed his anger, and said to Yuan Chang in a gentle voice, You know Yuan Ji's temper. I won't always be in the general's mansion. You will suffer in the end. In the future. If I'm not at home. If you meet her, avoid her if you can. Yuan Chang didn't expect Yuan Jin Shao to say this. Pursing her lips, she said, Will the second brother protect Chang'e like the eldest brother protects Yuan Ji? Of course. Yuan Jin Shao rubbed Yuan Chang's head. You are my sister. But Yuan Ji is also my brother's sister. Yuan Jinxia's hand suddenly froze. He didn't say anything else. He changed the subject and told Yuan Chang something, asking Yuan Chang to go back early. Tingshu at tower. Gigi. Yuan Jianzhou saw Yuan Ji sitting in the rocking chair basking in the sun at a glance. He calmed his breath slightly, and walked forward slowly. Ji Shao didn't mean it. Yuan Ji looked indifferent, and smiled heartlessly. It's okay. Big brother. He's not wrong. Mother's death was originally because of me. Gigi. Yuan Jianzhou's eyebrows were serious. And he said word by word, The dead are gone. But we are still alive. Gigi. Don't indulge in the sad past anymore. He knew that Yuan Ji was arrogant and full of thorns. But it was just to protect herself. He always knew that Yuan Ji looked lawless, relying on the general's mansion and him, and was a little willful in everything. But it was just a false appearance to cover up the light sadness. The sun was high in the sky, and the warm sunlight cast mottled shadows through the ginkgo trees in the courtyard. Yuan Jianzhou was facing away from the light, and his eyes were clear and gentle. Yuan Ji's tense nerves suddenly broke, and the defense she had built up over the years suddenly collapsed. Tears flowed like pearls, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. She suddenly sobbed, Brother. He is right. It was because of me that my mother died. If I hadn't insisted on going to see the peach blossoms on the top of the mountain, my mother wouldn't have fallen off the cliff to save me. She cried and looked up at Yuan Jianzhou, saying sadly, Brother, it's all my fault. So no matter how much my second brother hates me, no matter how he helps Yuan Chang to bully me, I deserve it. This incident became Yuan Ji's nightmare. Whenever she dreamed of her mother's face, she would shout with all her might. But she couldn't make a sound. She could only watch her smile gradually fade. Yuan Jin Shao used to be someone who protected her more than Yuan Jianzhou. Yuan Jianzhou's voice was gentle and elegant, like the breeze in the mountains, like the bright moon on the river, comforting Yuan Ji, who was crying non-stop, until dusk, watching Yuan Ji fall asleep on his knees. He picked her up gently and ran to the second floor. Seeing this, Lu Wu quickly pulled open Yuanji's quilt. Yuanji and Zhou gently put her on the bed, carefully covered her with the quilt, and lit some incense to help her sleep before leaving. When Yuanji woke up, the stars and the moon were hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was pouring down. She sat on the bed, looking at the dark room, and felt a little sleepy. Her stomach growled at an inopportune time. After estimating the time, it was not a good idea to ask Hong Yu to go to the small kitchen to make some food. She got out of bed and put on her slippers. She shivered and touched the fire starter. The candlelight flickered, and the room suddenly became bright. She sat down at the desk resigned to her fate, and opened the rules and regulations for women set by Mrs. Yuan. There were miscellaneous items on the desk that had not been written for a long time. She carefully put away some jades that had not been carved, found a paperweight, and yawned as she began to copy. The cushions were washed today, and the bare floor made her feel uncomfortable. She put down her pen for a while, and picked up a few books to put on the floor. Dalian women prefer hairpin flower small regular script, which they think is delicate and small. But Yuanji prefers thin gold, which has smooth and flowing strokes and is well arranged, giving a sense of ease and pleasure. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the room, which seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet night. Yuanji was alert instantly, and said in a low voice, "Who?" Everything was silent, as if the sound was an illusion caused by her sleepiness. It was not until a bird chirped outside the window that Yuanji's tense body relaxed. She gently rubbed her sore wrist, and continued to copy hard. After copying for only a quarter of an hour, Yuanji became distracted again. In her mind, she saw the scene of Shouenjai today. As she thought about it, she put the sheep hair brush aside again. She stretched her head and stared blankly, her eyes fixed on the portrait of a smiling woman hanging behind the screen. "Mother, are you blaming me too?" Yuanji muttered to herself, staring at the portrait in a trance. The woman in the portrait had a gentle and amiable smile, and her lively and warm eyes seemed to fall on Yuanji through the thin drawing paper. Yuanji suddenly felt very tired. During this period, Li Qinghui had given her too much stimulation. Although she remained calm, ate and drank as usual, and even made trouble for Aunt Sun when she was free. Yuan Chong wanted to punish her today, and she reacted very quickly and dragged her into the water. She has always been such a spoiled person, and will not be bullied by anyone. When her mother was around, she was innocent and willful. Later, when her mother was gone, her second brother became estranged from her, and there were more people in the mansion whom she did not like. She became even more aggressive. She, Yuanji, will never be bullied by anyone. Thinking of the past, her tall and small nose felt sour again. Yuanji sniffed, reached out to wipe away the tears in her eyes, gritted her teeth, and cried while copying books. "Sir, do you need me to use a magic incense?" On the roof, two guards in black stood beside a man. Speaking respectfully, Feng Shuang's scarlet clothes fluttered. The night wind was chilling. The moonlight was like frost. His silver hair was shining. His eyes were deep and dark, looking down at the woman who was diligently copying books in the room, crying while writing. TSK. She was obviously too delicate. She would rather hide in the room and cry alone than suffer a loss in front of outsiders. There was some pity in my heart. A slight trace of pity flashed across my eyes. No need. But Feng Xiange raised his head. She's already asleep. The black-clothed guard was stunned. When he looked into the room again, the woman had already fallen asleep at her desk. The brush in her hand was still stained with ink, and the ink was about to fall. Feng Xiange jumped in through the second-floor door and whispered, "Be gentle." The wooden door creaked. He walked towards Yuanji with his hands behind his back. He saw Yuanji sleeping at her desk. The white inner garment looked particularly thin in the late autumn night. The black hair was scattered on the side, and a few strands of hair fell lightly on the tip of her nose. The girl didn't know what she was dreaming about. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her slightly open lips seemed to be mumbling something. Yuanji, who was sleeping soundly, had lost the sharp blade of light during the day, and was quiet and gentle. Feng Shuang's eyes fell on the goat hair brush that was about to drip ink. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, tightened his hand, and finally reached out to take the goat hair brush. The ink drew an arc in the air, and just happened to fall back on the inkstone. The black-clothed guard searched the room quietly, even turning out the small secret compartment on the dressing table. Feng Shuang raised his eyebrows, and looked around the room. The items in the room were extremely luxurious. The table and chair were all made of the best wood. It was obvious that Yuan Gongfu loved Yuan Ji. Luxury was not vulgar, but rather unique and elegant. Sir, there is nothing in the room. Go search downstairs. Feng Shuangge's voice was light. His deep eyes were as still as water. For some reason, he always had an indescribable sense of familiarity with the woman in front of him, and this feeling was really strange. He leaned forward and approached, and felt that the tip of his nose seemed to be lingering with a light fragrance of gardenia. He looked at Yuan Ji with his cold and indifferent eyes. At such a close distance, Yuan Ji's face was almost flawless, like a beautiful jade. Feng Shuangge could even see the broken hair on Yuan Ji's temples clearly. Feng Xiange whispered, Yuan Ji. That night? Was it? Yuan Ji's shoulders moved slightly, and he changed to a comfortable position. He spoke vaguely, and Feng Xiange frowned to listen. Hangwei, remember to make me tremella and longan soup. Mother doesn't want to copy books. Feng Xiange suddenly woke up, stood up immediately, and flipped through the books on the desk. Yuan Ji didn't like reading, and he couldn't find what he wanted after searching the room. In addition to the storybooks, there are also some jade albums. The voice of the guard came from outside the door. Sir, there is no one downstairs either. It seems that she is not on her side. Did we find the wrong person? Hearing this, Feng Shuangge frowned again. No, his intuition told him. It is on Yuan Ji's side, but now he can't find it. There was another bird call outside the window. The sky was faintly white. Well? Feng Shuangge sighed slightly. Retreat. His forward body suddenly stopped. Feng Shuangge frowned and looked, only to see Yuan Ji's hand pinching the corner of his sleeve at some point, clearly still immersed in sleep. But his body subconsciously moved closer to Feng Shuangge. His shoulders shrank slightly. He muttered, It's so cold. It seemed that he regarded the corner of Feng Shuangge's clothes as a warm quilt. Feng Shuangge's expression was dull. He mercilessly pulled out the corner of his sleeve and walked out. He pursed his thin lips tightly, and at the moment of stepping out of the door, he turned his feet, picked up a long gown from the bedside of Yuan Ji, and gently draped it over Yuan Ji's shoulders. The black-clothed man's eyebrows jumped violently, but his face remained calm. He was horrified in his heart, as if he had set off a storm, and his eyes looking at Yuan Ji were more inquiring and respectful. Yuan Ji was in deep sleep, and was still mumbling incoherently. Chapter 12. Second Master, it's hard for you to come to see Chang'er so early. Sun brought a plate of washed fruit and placed it in front of Yuan Jinxiao. Yuan Jinxia's eyes were a little dark. He stretched out his hand and yawned, and tears oozed from the corners of his eyes. Chang'er must have been tired from copying books last night. Yesterday I promised her that if she finished copying books, I would definitely go to Baiweilu to buy the limited glutinous rice cakes in the morning to reward her. For this reason, Yuan Jinxiao got up early. Yuan Chang smiled calmly, and said while eating, Brother is so nice. She just said it casually yesterday. But Yuan Jinxiao actually took it to heart. After copying books all night, she was no longer sleepy, but felt hungry. In the end, it's still my problem. If I could say something in front of the general, Chang'er wouldn't be bullied by Gigi. In the end, it's me who dragged her down. Sun sighed heavily, looking at Yuan Chang with a look of disappointment. Lord Yuan favored Yuan Ji again, and everyone in the mansion knew it. Her position in the mansion was delicate. Although she had enough food and clothing, she did not have much say. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a bird raised by Yuan Gongfu. Yuan Jinxiao frowned. Auntie, Yuan Ji has a bad temper. Chang'er is gentle and kind, so she is inevitably bullied. However, with me here, Yuan Ji does not dare to act tyrannically. He looked at Yuan Chang, taking in her haggard look, and felt a little sorry. Yuan Ji was really becoming more and more lawless. He did not know how she got by when he was not in the mansion. Sun stared at Yuan Jinxiao calmly, hiding the smile on her lips and the hint of deep meaning in her eyes, and said softly, Eat more. Yuan Chang lowered her eyes, secretly happy. Yuan Ji, you and Yuan Jinxiao have the same father and mother, and you have had a deep relationship since childhood. Now he is still standing behind her, thinking back to what Yuan Ji had done. Yuan Chang's eyes flashed with resentment. They are both daughters of the Yuan family. Why does your father only spoil Yuan Ji? Her eyes were wet and innocent, and a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Brother, I am just a bit straightforward. I remember that I also like to eat these glutinous rice cakes, but I am really sleepy after eating these cakes. Can you trouble me to go and give some of these cakes to me? Yuan Jinshao looked at Yuan Chang in astonishment. Chang'er. What is this? No matter what. She is still my sister. She must be like me, copying books all night, and must be very hungry now. Yuan Jinshao was silent for a moment, and said reluctantly, Do you have to go? He had a quarrel with Yuan Ji yesterday, and he was sending something to her today. Isn't it a sign of seeking peace? Yuan Chang seemed to see Yuan Jinshao's embarrassment, and said earnestly, Originally, sending cakes is a small matter, and we can just send a servant to go. But with my sister's temper, I'm afraid my maid will be beaten out before she even enters Tingxua Tower. If I go with my aunt, I'm afraid we'll be beaten even worse. Yuan Jinshao frowned, looking at Yuan Chang with an ambiguous look, finally gave in. Since you want me to go, I will go. Yuan Ji makes things difficult for you, but you are willing to repay evil with kindness. You are much more sensible than Yuan Ji. After saying that, Yuan Jinshao went out with the cakes. When she walked away, their smiles gradually faded. Sun closed the door and asked in confusion, Why are you doing this? Yuan Chang took a sip of tea and said, Mother, when my second brother comes to the door with things like this, what do you think Yuan Ji will do with his temper? Sun was stunned and sighed, Why do you have to do this? After all, Yuan Gongfu never cared about them, even if Yuan Ji was embarrassed a few times. What's the point? But Yuan Chang was stubborn, and Sun couldn't persuade her at all. Yuan Chang said helplessly, Mother, you and I are in a difficult situation, and I can't do anything. With Yuan Ji's temper, Yuan Jinshao probably wouldn't get any good. She could even predict that Yuan Ji would speak coldly, and the two of them were like fire and water, arguing endlessly. Although Yuan Jinshao loves her, he and Yuan Ji have the same mother and father after all. Blood is thicker than water, and Yuan Ji might turn against him one day. Not to mention Yuan Jianzhou and Yuan Gongfu. She is also his daughter, and also has the blood of the Yuan family. But he treats them differently. Every time there is a reward, he thinks of Yuan Ji first, and only when he finds that his bracelet is cracked, broken, or lost, will he remember to buy one for himself. When thinking of these things, Yuan Chang hates it so much. She will not miss any opportunity to sow discord. Chapter 13. Tingxua Tower is secluded, and far from the courtyards nearby, almond leaves rustle, and birds chirp one after another. Yuan Jinshao approached this familiar path with cakes in his hand, but his heart was beating. Since his mother passed away, he basically did not come here. Now he comes again, but it hurts his nerves, as if he is forced to recall the sad past. After delivering the cakes, I will leave immediately, he thought so. Inside the listening snow tower, Hongwei brought a bowl of peach gum bird's nest. Yuan Ji's eyebrows were dark, and her black hair fell lightly on her right shoulder like a waterfall, and her moon-colored flower branch long skirt was simple and elegant, and her left hand scooped the bird's nest from time to time, Luva bent her body slightly, and carefully massaged Yuan Ji's right hand. Miss, the old lady is not in a hurry anyway. If you finish copying all at once, you will tire your wrist. It's not worth it. Lu Wu kneaded Yuan Ji's wrist and advised. Listening to Lu Wu's words, Yuan Ji felt a little uneasy. She didn't finish copying the female document at all. Her right hand was sore because she fell asleep on the desk last night, and her right hand was pressed. However, she fell asleep on the desk and slept very soundly. Yuan Ji always liked her bed and was very picky. If she didn't sleep well, she would have nightmares all night long. She stared at the bird's nest in front of her. Her nose moved slightly, and she subconsciously lifted a strand of her black hair and sniffed it. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yuan Ji actually smelled a faint sandalwood scent. Hong Yu added a cup of hot tea. That's right. We are here to serve you. If you are hungry in the middle of the night, I can also make a bowl of midnight snack. It's cold at night, and I can add some hot tea from time to time. You just recovered from a cold a while ago. What if you are sick again? Yuan Ji yawned, and there was still some sleepiness in the corners of his eyes. He said lazily, It's too much trouble to wake you up in the middle of the night. I can do it by myself. Besides, I'm not wearing a cloak. Before she finished speaking, Yuan Ji's clear eyes suddenly froze, and then she became confused. Did she take clothes last night? It seems that she didn't. According to Lu and Hongwei, the two of them stayed up all night in the side room. So who was it? Was it him? Yuan Ji's mind suddenly appeared Feng Shuangge's image. The light sandalwood fragrance on her hair lingered, and Yuan Ji sniffed it again in disbelief. But now she felt that there was no smell. Yuan-ji had been up all night, and her mind was a little dull at this time. Lu saw a figure not far away with her sharp eyes, and was a little surprised. Huh? Why did the second young master come to our side? Hong Yu followed Lu's line of sight, frowned and said unhappily, I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble. Yuan-ji temporarily put aside his messy thoughts, watching Yuan Jinxiao's figure getting closer and closer, sneered, he's just here to cause trouble, I was too nice to him yesterday. He threw down the spoon with his left hand impatiently, and the spoon hit the bowl wall with a crisp sound. Seeing Yuan-ji about to stand up, looking like they were going to die together, Lu was startled, and hurriedly pressed Yuan-ji's shoulder, whispering, Miss, have you forgotten what the eldest young master said to you yesterday? Do you remember what I said? Yuan-ji was stunned. Yuan Jinzhou told her yesterday that Yuan Jinxiao was as stubborn as she was. Like two firecrackers, which were usually better when they were far apart. But once they came into contact, they would suddenly explode at any time. And both would suffer. When she came to her senses, she saw that the person was already standing at the door. Yuan Jinxiao had a blank expression on his face. He stepped into the room, and was stunned when he saw Yuan-ji's face. Yuan-ji's face was pale. His eyes were blue. His left hand was weakly hanging on the table. His right hand was exposed, and it was hanging on Lu Wu's hand. There were even a few scars on the thin white wrist. He wanted to put down the cake and leave, but for some reason he finally said, What's wrong with your hand? Yuan-ji was a little surprised that he noticed this, and sneered, What does it have to do with you? Yuan Jinxi's eyes were fixed on Yuan-ji's wrist. He protected her in the past, and later Yuan Jinzhou protected her. Yuan-ji had never been injured, let alone the wrist, which could easily cost someone's life if he was not careful. You said you would or not? Yuan-ji didn't understand Yuan Jinxia's abnormality today, but he still said calmly, I had some disputes with Tang Wanqiu and Yuan Chong in Yunjing Tower a few days ago, and I was accidentally injured by a piece of porcelain. After saying that, Yuan-ji retracted his right hand, pulled down his sleeve, and covered the scars tightly. Yuan-ji looked calm, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart. These scars were just scratched by some untreated thorns when he climbed the wall and landed after returning home drunk a while ago. Yuan Jinxiao knew about the Yunjing Tower. Yuan-ji was afraid of pain. In the past, he would cry for his parents when he got a little hurt, but now he looked indifferent when he got hurt. Yuan Jinxiao opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly remembered his relationship with Yuan-ji, swallowed his words, threw the glutinous rice cake in his hand directly on the table, and said coldly, Chonger gave it to you. She was worried that you didn't eat. The cake fell on the table, and the wrapping paper slightly opened, revealing the broken cake inside. When Yuan Jinxiu's eyes touched the broken cake, he realized that he had used too much force when throwing the cake just now, and the originally flawless cake was now broken into pieces. He knew that Yuan-ji never ate such broken cakes. He was inexplicably annoyed. Yuan-ji did not speak, and Yuan Jinxiao was a little surprised that Yuan-ji would not choke him out. After all, he had completed the task given by Yuan Chong. He felt uncomfortable staying any longer. When he was about to step out of Tingxue Tower, Yuan Jinxiao turned his head subconsciously. Perhaps because Yuan-ji was too quiet and well-behaved today. He froze. Yuan-ji looked gentle and serious, without any arrogance. He stared at the cakes with his eyebrows lowered. He stretched out his hand and carefully pieced together the cakes that had already been broken into pieces. The cakes were soft and sticky, and as he pieced them together, the crumbs fell off. After finally putting it together, it was no longer the same as when it was first baked. Yuan-ji stared at the cake for a long time. Just when Lu Wu had massaged her right hand and gently put it back on the table, Yuan-ji suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it hard on the cake. The cake instantly broke into pieces, even worse than before. Girl. Yuan-ji wiped his hands, with a look of disgust. It's thrown away. It's disgusting to look at. Lu couldn't figure out Yuan-ji's thoughts, so she could only put away the oil paper on the table and sighed softly. In the past, the second young master was also very good to the young lady. These cakes have always been bought for the young lady. Hong Yu seemed to understand something and hurriedly stopped Lu from saying, So what? They are just cakes. I will buy new ones for the young lady later. She glanced at Yuan-ji with some reluctance and said sadly, The young lady put these cakes together, probably because she still cares about the deep brotherly love with the second young master in her heart. However, The cakes that are put together are no different from broken bronze mirrors. No matter how well they are connected, they can never go back to the past. On the surface, Yuan-ji didn't care about the cold words. But in her heart, she still thought about the deep love between the brothers and sisters in the past. And she still thought that it would be great if they could reconcile one day. But it was unlikely. Yuan-ji looked puzzled, listening to the two people whispering. She couldn't help but put down the spoon and said sincerely, "You worry too much. I just feel itchy." The pastry was in pieces, and she felt uncomfortable. Since she was a child, Yuan-ji had a strange habit. When she saw incomplete and irregular things, she would feel itchy. Looking at the frozen expressions of the two, Yuan-ji felt a little amused. Lve and Hongwei followed Yuan-ji, and occasionally listened to Yuan-ji talking about the contents of the picture book. Unexpectedly, they developed such a bizarre way of thinking. It was interesting. But she really just felt itchy. Chapter 14. Yuan-ji fell into a deep sleep after breakfast. He woke up at noon when he smelled the smell of honey duck. He opened his eyes slightly, and saw Lin Wei sitting on a round sandalwood chair. He was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly got out of bed, slipping on his shoes, and put on a coat. His voice was still a little sleepy. Wei, why didn't you call me when you came?" He saw a woman in a water-green lily-of-the-valley dress. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, her face was gentle, and the pearl hairpin in her hair was fresh and elegant, and it was slightly hanging by her ear. Hearing Yuan-ji's words, he slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and said in a clear and gentle voice, "Seeing that you are sleeping soundly, I can't bear to wake you up." Yuan-ji yawned lightly, and his unclear consciousness woke up a little. He supported his chin and said, "If others dare to wake me up, they will definitely suffer. If it's you, it's okay." The plain long sleeves hung down loosely, revealing Yuan-ji's jade-white wrists. Lin Wei's eyebrows were slightly stern, and her voice was a little unhappy. "Injured again?" Yuan-ji was stunned for a moment, waved his hand and said, "It's just a minor injury. It was just scratched when climbing over the wall. It's no big deal." Lu Wu, who was serving beside him, looked confused. "Didn't he say that he got it when he was arguing with Yuan Chang in Yunjing Tower?" Lin Wei sighed, took out a small jar from her waist pouch with ease, frowned and said, "Put your hand over here." Yuan-ji touched his nose and obediently stretched out his hand. Lin Wei's hands were slender and soft. Her round and white nails were decorated with light pink. Yuan-ji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows to look at her. Lin Wei was born with a delicate and lovely appearance. Her dear eyes were innocent. Yuan-ji watched her carefully touching the ointment, and couldn't help saying, Wei, it's just a minor injury. It's not that serious." Lin Wei looked stern. "As for it, it's not good for a girl to have a scar." Looking at the girl who grew up with him, Yuan-ji couldn't do anything about her. Lin Wei was not from a wealthy family. When he was young, he was weak and sickly. Yuan Gongfu invited the imperial physician, but he was helpless against Yuan-ji's weak illness. It was by chance that he met Lin Wei's father Lin Shu. After Lin Shu visited her several times, Yuan-ji's illness improved. Because she was weak and needed long-term care from a doctor, Lin Shu lived in the general's mansion for a few years, and brought the young Lin Wei with him. Lin Wei and Yuan-ji, who were of similar age, became good friends. Later, Yuan-ji's condition improved greatly, and the Lin family moved to a house not far away. Lin Wei and Yuan-ji kept in touch. Yuan-ji was active and always got hurt. Lin Wei would follow her silently, wait until she finished making trouble, and then, with a serious face, teach her a lesson in a little adult's tone, and then bandage Yuan-ji carefully. Okay, you've wiped it carefully enough. Wei, what do you want to talk to me about? Do you know that Princess Chenghua has returned to Chang'an? And Xie Jiulin Xie Hui?" Lin Wei's words were a little excited. "Xie Hui? Have you ever heard of Gigi? Princess Chenghua will hold a banquet in Lingshan Qinglin tomorrow, and will invite many people from Chang'an. Shall we go too?" Yuan-ji's throat moved slightly, and the hand holding the duck leg in his hand suddenly paused, and said calmly, "Never heard of it." Not only heard of it, but last time she threw it casually, and hit him on the head, but fortunately Xia Hui didn't see her appearance. After all, it was Feng Xiange who saved her. I heard that Xia Hui was adorned with jewels and gems, and he looked like his father, so he was also handsome. I wonder if it was just a rumor. Yuan-ji keenly caught the inquiry in Lin Wei's words, and teased, Wei, are you in love with him before you even meet him? Lin Wei's face suddenly flushed. Don't talk nonsense. Go with me tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Yuan Ji agreed. But he was worried again. Xinglin Autumn Banquet, Princess Chunghua. Will Feng Xiange come? Yuan Ji didn't want to see him. Every time she saw him, Yuan Ji felt guilty. And couldn't help teasing Lin Wei a few times. As the two chatted and laughed, the day was approaching. Lin Wei was not a person who liked to be lively. Apart from Yuan Ji, she didn't have many friends. Most of the time, she was in her mansion studying pharmacology, collecting herbs, and preparing medicines. She was just worried that Yuan Ji was depressed because of Li Qinghui's return, so she found an excuse to ask Yuan Ji to go out with her to relax. The next day, the cold fog had not yet dispersed in the early morning, but people could already be seen doing business in groups of 3 or 2 on the Imperial Street. The quiet and peaceful streets were broken by words. Lingshan was 5 miles outside Chang'an. There was a mountain of ginkgo trees, which were golden and dazzling. The previous emperor had also planted apricot trees on Lingshan. Yuan Ji lifted the curtain of the carriage, and saw the ginkgo trees all over the mountain, as if they were covered with a golden coat. The carriage stopped steadily, and she and Lin Wei got off one after another. The carriage could not go up the mountain. The Xinglin Autumn Banquet was held halfway up the mountain, and they had to walk the first half. The mountain road was long but not steep. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard the voices of women talking behind them. If you want to have a banquet, then have one. Why do you have to have it halfway up the mountain? The carriage can't go up. It's cold in autumn. It's foggy today. The mountain road is wet. The hem of my skirt is going to get dirty. Yuan Ji's expression was stern. Now that we have arrived at Lingshan, Princess Chenghua's territory, someone is still talking nonsense. They really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Lin Wei whispered, I'm afraid it's another noble lady in the capital. Shiji, it's better to have less trouble than more. It's better for you and me to stay away. Yuan Ji nodded. Although she was not afraid of those young ladies from famous families. She was here for a banquet after all, and she did not want to cause trouble for no reason. Not to mention that she brought Lin Wei with her today. They were about to arrive at the Xinglin Autumn Banquet. Not far away, they could see guards in plain clothes checking business cards. Lin Wei pulled her aside, but heard a sharp voice, Hey, isn't this Miss Yuan? Why did you condescend to climb the mountain to attend the banquet in person today? Oh, I see. You are also targeting Xia Hui from the Xia family. Noisy. Yuan Ji frowned, looking at Zhou Yao with a cold and indifferent look. Zhou Yao walked up to Yuan Ji, looked her up and down, and said in a sarcastic tone, I thought Miss Yuan Ji would be sad and frustrated after breaking off the engagement, and would not leave the house for a long time. I didn't expect that Miss Yuan Ji would be as calm as ever after encountering such a thing. After all, we are not as good as you. And you got away cleanly and elegantly. The sun was getting higher, and many children of famous families were around. At this time, they were all attracted by Zhou Yao's voice. Lin Wei's face darkened slightly. You better keep your mouth clean. Zhou Yao looked gloating. Why am I not clean? I didn't humiliate her. I just admire Miss Yuan Ji for breaking off the engagement with her fiancé because he had a mistress. She still had the mind to travel around. Yuan Ji glanced around without expression. Although there were not many people gathered, the vague gazes always made her feel uneasy and uncomfortable. She raised her eyebrows slightly, crossed her arms and said, I met the wrong person. I should let go of the past. Can't I travel around to relieve my mood? Could it be that she was going to do as Miss Zhou said? That I would cry bitterly at home, and even cry until my eyes went blind, and then drink a cup of poisoned wine to end my life? Miss Zhou looks decent, and I heard that she is not married yet. How can you be so casual about such a thing? Could it be that you have met a bad person? You are crying and making a fuss at home? That's why you think that I, Yuan Ji, should be like this too? Zhou Yao's face flushed, and before she could speak, Yuan Ji blatantly looked her up and down. Suddenly she realized, no wonder. No wonder. You? No wonder what? Yuan Ji looked at her strangely. Although Miss Zhou usually dresses well, she is not as gorgeous as she is today. She looks just like the courtesan standing on the balcony of Hongxiafeng, dressed in red and green, with pearls and jade on her head, gorgeous and gorgeous. Just now I heard you mention the young master of the Xia family. I understand. I think Miss Zhou dressed up carefully, wanting to get to know young master Xia Hui? Or do you want to achieve a marriage that is not so well matched? Zhou Yao's thoughts were exposed to the public by Yuan Ji. She was pale, her steps were weak, and she almost couldn't stand. Tsk, Xie Hui is the youngest son of Princess Chunghua. Zhou Yao is just a girl from a merchant family. How dare she covet Mr. Xie? She doesn't even consider her own status. That's right, it's really embarrassing. The hairpins are all over her head, if you don't know. You might think it's a new red hairpin display stand made by the treasure pavilion. Zhou Yao's face turned pale. She looked up and met Yuan Ji's teasing eyes. I was stunned for a long time. But I couldn't say a word. Tang Wanqiu saw that something was wrong. So she stepped forward and said with a smile, Miss Yuan. Yao Yao said something she didn't want to say. I hope you can forgive her. She didn't mean that. She just worried that you would be immersed in the past and feel unhappy. Oh! Yuan Ji moved his eyes and realized Tang Wanqiu belatedly. He smiled and said, Sorry. I didn't notice you just now. I have been standing beside Yao Yao. It was probably because Miss Yuan was talking to Yao Yao that she didn't see me for a while. Yuan Ji nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, Zhou Yao is wearing a dazzling red dress today. Although it's a bit tacky, it outshines Miss Tang. If Miss Tang didn't talk, I wouldn't have seen you standing there. I'm really sorry. Poochie. Someone around laughed first. And then, there were waves of laughter. Yuan Chong hesitated for a moment. She didn't dare to show up at this time. She had seen Yuan Ji's tongue. She would definitely ridicule her like Zhou Yao and Tang Wanqiu. Tang Wanqiu suppressed the waves in her heart and tried to squeeze out a faint smile. Miss Yuan. We didn't mean to make you unhappy. Yuan Ji retreated as if he had seen a ghost. Miss Tang. Don't laugh. If you laugh, it's as if your father has died. I can't bear it. Tang Wanqiu froze in place. It was not right to say, laugh, or leave. She was completely helpless. She glanced at Yuan Ji with hatred. And then she looked away when her eyes met Yuan Ji's. This woman is simply a lunatic. She behaved so rudely in front of the princess. It was also Zhou Yao's fault. She was looking for trouble and stirring up trouble. Otherwise, how could she be laughed at here? Zhou Yao felt a little regretful. She thought that in Lingshan. After all, it was a place for royal relatives. And Yuan Ji would restrain himself a little. That's why she dared to step forward and provoke. If she could do it again, she would definitely shut up. Yuan Chong stood behind the two of them, not daring to say anything. Tang Wanqiu tried to calm down, and forced out a smile that was even more miserable than the one just now. It's almost time. Yao Yao and I will go in first. Miss Yuan Ji. I'm sorry if I upset you. We'll leave now. Yuan Ji rolled her eyes. You know why you're not leaving now. Yuan Chong swallowed her saliva. Originally just wanted to follow behind silently. But when she looked up, she saw Yuan Ji, and subconsciously trembled. Sister. Yuan Ji rolled her eyes at her. Shut up. I'm annoyed when I see you. Leave too. Yuan Ji was about to continue to say something, but suddenly heard a pleasant chuckle behind her. Chapter 15. She looked back, and met Feng Shuangge's teasing eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and her temper instantly died down. The other party's eyes were fixed on her, and Yuan Ji couldn't pretend not to see it. She could only step forward reluctantly and bow, and said softly, Lord Feng. Feng Shuangge was holding the folding fan in his hand, and was in a good mood. The fan bone circled around his slender knuckles, and his voice rose slightly. I originally wanted to go in directly, but I saw this good show. Miss Yuan's appearance changes quickly in front of others and behind others. He took in the woman's obedient and soft appearance, and approached her and said, Why? Are you afraid of me? Yuan Ji's shoulders trembled, and she said softly, No. Feng Xiange narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the woman who was cowering in fear in front of him, and reached out to knock on Yuan Ji's head with the handle of the fan. Yuan Ji suddenly felt pain, covered her head with both hands, and glared at him with a little resentment. That's right. This is interesting. Yuan Ji was angry, and Feng Xiange seemed to be more pleased to see her angry, and said with interest, You are more interesting when you frown. What does this mean? Does he think she is a funny bird? She suddenly got bolder and said to him, I also think that Lord Feng is more dignified when he is serious. Oh! Feng Shuangge seemed to be surprised that she would dare to speak like this. She leaned over and chuckled. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Yuan Ji looked at the man in front of her, somewhat confused. The man in front of her was only in his 20s, but he was in a high position and had great power, clearly at the right age, but his hair was already full of silver. Everyone around was shocked to see Yuan Ji talking to Feng Xiange. Even Zhou Yao slightly turned her head away. But when her eyes fell on Feng Xiange, she suddenly received a cold gaze. Feng Xiange's eyes were as cold as a blade. Zhou Yao was shocked and looked away instantly, not daring to speak. It was not until the guards took Feng Xiange away that Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. She even broke out in a slight sweat on her back. Seeing this, Lin Wei quickly took Yuanji away and whispered, "Ji. After all, this is the banquet hosted by the eldest princess. Isn't it bad for us to show off like this?" Yuanji watched Feng Xuande leave, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Lin Wei's hand in a soothing manner, and said, "Everyone here can witness that Zhou Yao started the incident. I was just talking about the facts. Even if the princess heard something, I think the princess would be tolerant and would not bother with us." He handed in his name card in an orderly manner and checked it. After entering the apricot garden, he saw the autumn colors all over the garden, the golden and dazzling ginkgo trees, and the girls in groups of 2 or 3, looking at the romantic young man who was talking in a leisurely manner not far away. Yuanji was about to say something to Lin Wei, when a young man suddenly came up and stood in front of Yuanji, stammering, "Miss Yuan, my name is Wang Yin. I just saw you arguing with those girls outside the apricot garden." Yuanji's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her voice was dull. "What do you want to say, Mr. Wang?" Wang Yin seemed to feel the sudden drop in Yuanji's aura, and quickly waved his hand to explain, "I don't mean anything. I just think your ex-fiancée's eyes are really bad." As he was talking, Wang Yin touched his nose again with some embarrassment, and a blush flashed across his face. "I just want to get to know you, and I have no other intentions." Yuanji was stunned. "Huh?" The man in front of him looked about 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as Yuanji, and his face still had some childishness. Yuanji was silent for a moment, said a few polite words, and left in a hurry, pulling Lin Wei, who looked playful, to a secluded place. Yuanji asked unhappily, "What's going on?" Lin Wei looked innocent. "I don't know." Yuanji suddenly reached out to scratch Lin Wei's waist. "Will you tell me? Will you tell me?" Lin Wei smiled with tears in her eyes, begging for mercy. "Tell me. Tell me. Didn't the young master of the Xie family return to Chang'an? Princess Changhua intends to choose a wife for him, and there are many people who have the same idea this time." No wonder. Yuanji saw many young masters and ladies from famous families as soon as he came in, and even some elders. So there is such a purpose. "Oh, Gigi, look. This apricot garden has been like this for so many years. And who is not a talented scholar in Chang'an, or a son of a famous family? Instead of seeing you immersed in Li Qinghui's affairs, why not come out and see? Maybe you will find the next person you like?" Yuanji was quite troubled by this. She had just experienced Li Qinghui's affairs, and now she was resisting the word love. The two walked, and happened to come to a book gallery. There were many book scrolls hanging in the long corridor. The wind moved, the scrolls moved, and the ginkgo rustled. A sense of freedom and carefreeness came naturally, pushing aside the heavy hanging rice paper. Yuanji was about to go in and rest, but when he saw the people in the inner room, his face sank. The woman standing in front of the desk in the middle was not Zhou Yao and others who had just been looking for trouble. Who else could it be? There were several people in the inner room, 3 or 2 tables, half of them men and half of them women. Yuanji took a quick look and found that many of them were children of officials in the court. Yuanji saw the man in blue standing in the center of the crowd at a glance. "Mr. Gu, how about this one?" Zhou Yao smiled, and her hair full of pearls and jade jingled with every move she made. Facing Lin Wei's puzzled gaze, Yuanji lowered her voice and said, "That's Gu Shihua, the grandson of Master Gu." Seeing Zhou Yao spread her wings like a peacock, Yuanji suddenly felt amused. She had just said that she came for Xia Hui, but now she was flirting with the man beside her. Yuanji didn't understand why the atmosphere in Chang'an had become so corrupt. Gu Shihua was tall and slender, wearing a blue shirt with 3 or 2 black bamboos on her sleeves. Her eyebrows and eyes were as clear and dull as a snowy mountain in winter, and she had a cold feeling that said no strangers allowed. He frowned and looked at the calligraphy in Zhou Yao's hand, but he didn't know how to answer. The slight impatience between his eyebrows was still keenly captured by Yuanji. Facing Zhou Yao's expectant gaze, Gu Shihua did not give her face, and said bluntly, "It's empty and weak. Crooked." Then, Gu Shihua raised her eyebrows to look at Tang Wanqiu's calligraphy. And then her eyebrows relaxed slightly, pointing at Tang Wanqiu's calligraphy and said, Miss Zhou, if you really want to learn calligraphy, you might as well learn from this girl. Your current calligraphy still has room for improvement. Yuanji couldn't help laughing out loud. She thought that a calm and steady person like Grand Tutor Zhou would have a well-mannered grandson, who would treat people well. She never thought that he would be such an interesting person. He had a bit of a bad smell to her, but they were similar in fragrance. Zhou Yao's face flushed. She knew that she had little culture, and could not even write well. However, she was criticized by Gu Shihua without any shame. And compared with Tang Wanqiu, her heart was beating up and down, and she felt ashamed and angry. Tang Wanqiu, on the other hand, accepted the flattery from others with ease. She suddenly raised her head, pointed at Yuanji and said loudly, What are you laughing at? Yuanji looked innocent, waved her hand and said, Today is a sunny day. I am in a good mood. So I laughed. Zhou Yao angrily lifted the hem of her skirt, rushed to Yuanji in 2 steps, pointed at her nose and cursed, You are obviously laughing at me. Yuanji raised her eyebrows. Oh? Could it be that Miss Zhou thinks there is something worth laughing at? Do you suspect that others are laughing at you? Seeing that things were not going well, Tang Wanqiu retracted her gaze from the man and said to Yuanji, Miss Yuan, Yao Yao must have made a mistake. Miss Yuan doesn't need to be so aggressive. The banquet was about to start. If the princess knew about these things, she would definitely be unhappy. Yuan Chang said at the right time, Sister, Yao Yao didn't mean that. Please don't get angry with her. Okay? Tang Wanqiu spoke sincerely, and everyone in the audience felt that she was gentle and lovely. Lin Wei pulled her sleeve and whispered, It would be bad if the princess knew about this. Gigi, let's not waste time with him. Yuanji stepped forward, looked at Zhou Yao's handwriting, and said, Mr. Gu is right? You? Zhou Yao was suddenly humiliated, and she was not willing to let it go. She threw Tang Wanqiu's persuasion behind her. She frowned slightly and said angrily, If you have the ability, write it. Yuanji was an active person and didn't like to read. They all knew that if they asked Yuanji to write, he would probably just write a dog's crawl. Thinking of this, Zhou Yao felt a little gloating. Yuanji said nothing, walked forward, changed a new piece of rice paper, pondered for a moment, and moved the hand holding the sheep hair brush slightly. The wrist flew, the wind moved, and lifted the hair on Yuanji's ears. The rice paper hanging in the corridor collided slightly, making a rustling sound. Gu Shihua didn't like places where women gathered. She was about to leave, but when her eyes fell on Yuanji's jade-white wrist, she followed her wrist and fixed on the rice paper. She took a half step and then retracted her foot to look at it. In just a few minutes, a long and elegant poem song of toasting appeared in everyone's sight. In fact, Yuanji didn't know many poems, but she remembered this one very clearly. She made a bet with Yuanji and Zhou a few years ago and was forced to copy it several times, until she could recite it backwards with her eyes closed. The thin and powerful slender gold script was not as neat and beautiful as the fashionable hairpin flower small regular script in Chang'an, nor as lingering and affectionate as the regular script favored by the scholarly families. Each stroke was clean and neat, like a sharp blade, showing its edge. Just like Yuanji, Gu Shihua looked up at the woman in front of him, and fell into her smiling eyes. Among the pearls and jade, only Yuanji was not decorated with much, and was fresh and elegant. He thought, the handwriting is like the person. Chapter 16. Someone beside him started to make a noise. Mr. Gu, why don't you come and judge it? Gu Shihua nodded, looked at Yuanji, and then said, Hello. Young lady, I am Gu Shihua. After that, his expression was firm, and after a long while he said seriously, The brush is full of ink, flowing like clouds and water, the brush strokes are magnificent, and the postures are extraordinary. The feeling of life swords drawn in each stroke is indeed a good calligraphy. Everyone looked at each other in shock, speechless. Is this a comment from Gu Shihua? Or was it a comment on Yuanji, who was known to everyone in Chang'an as being illiterate and unreasonable? Zhou Yao's eyes widened. Her mouth slightly opened, and she was so surprised that she even forgot to speak. She stammered, You can't be. Nothing is impossible. If it was the former Yuanji, she was indeed not good at poetry, books and writing. Although she can't say she is well read now, at least she has practiced good handwriting by being punished to copy every few days. Zhou Yao was a little confused. The woman in front of her could actually write such beautiful words? People around her were whispering. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but she knew clearly they must be saying that Zhou Yao overestimated her abilities. She pursed her lips and raised her eyes to meet Yuan Ji's teasing gaze. Yuan Ji looked at her steadily. His eyes fell on her bun-shaped red hairpin, and suddenly said, "Miss Zhou, the pearl hairpin on your bun seems to be of a different quality. The top-grade South pearl is round and full, and has a delicate luster. This remark caused a burst of laughter. She collapsed immediately. A maid came to look for everyone, saying that lunch was about to start, and asked everyone to move to the flower hall. The people around gradually dispersed, leaving Zhou Yao alone standing there in a daze. Tang Wanqiu felt a little disgusted. Zhou Yao always made trouble, but got no results. She was useless. She simply walked away. Seeing this, Yuan Chang whispered in Zhou Yao's ear, "Yao Yao, things have come to this point. We have suffered this great humiliation. Don't make trouble with Yuan Ji anymore. Now, you are at a disadvantage in verbal communication, and you can't compare with her in writing. Do you still want to beat her? Forget it. Yao Yao, you can't beat her." After saying that, he gave Zhou Yao a hidden look. He followed her. Yuan Ji was the last one, and Zhou Yao glanced at her hatefully. It was all her fault. She made her so embarrassed. Just as Yuan Ji was about to walk out of the library, she felt her waist tightened. Her face suddenly changed, and when she looked back, Zhou Yao's collapsed and ferocious face appeared in front of her. "Yuan Ji, it's all your fault." Zhou Yao gritted her teeth and raised the inkstone in her hand, smashing it directly at Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji's eyes were stern. He stretched out his hand and squeezed Zhou Yao's hand. The ink on the inkstone splashed everywhere. The two people's clothes were stained with ink. He bent his wrist, and the inkstone flew straight out and shattered. "You are crazy! This is Ling Shan!" Yuan Ji shouted. The woman in front of him was like a madman. She didn't care about anything. She hugged Yuan Ji's waist with one hand and punched Yuan Ji with the other hand. She hadn't hurt anyone for a long time. The last time was when she accidentally hit Xia Hui in Yunjing Tower. At that time, she was saved by Feng Xiange. Thinking back, Yuan Ji looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he could no longer endure it, and simply kicked her away. She didn't understand. Zhou Yao's brain was the same as Yuan Chang's, knowing that she couldn't beat her in terms of force. But she insisted on using force. Was this what it meant to go to the Mountain of Tigers even though she knew there was a tiger? Zhou Yao was weak, and was no match for Yuan Ji at all. Yuan Ji didn't do much either, but just let Zhou Yao punch and hit her randomly when dodging, and she ended up hurting herself instead. Seeing that she was not giving up, Yuan Ji also became a little impatient. When Zhou Yao's slap came down, he used all his strength to kick Zhou Yao in the stomach. Zhou Yao's face twitched in pain this time. She felt an extremely painful abdomen and rolled and squirmed on the ground. Yuan Ji squatted on one side and said coldly, "How can you think of fighting with me?" Yuan Ji sneered, "You are overestimating yourself. I won't waste time with you." She stood up and clapped her hands. She was about to turn around and leave. As soon as she turned around, she bumped into a large vermilion pillar. The pain was severe, and the tip of her nose was sore. Her delicate face suddenly wrinkled. Yuan Ji subconsciously squatted down and covered her nose, with sour tears in the corners of her eyes. No matter how hard she tried to dodge, she couldn't avoid the pillar. Blood gushed from her nose, and the smell spread. The next moment, she heard a shout from behind. "How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in Ling Shanxing Yuan?" Yuan Ji thought it was not good. She looked back and saw a woman in her 40s or 50s. Judging from her clothes, she was probably a person of some importance. Zhou Yao stood up tremblingly and was about to cry, but she heard a crying voice from behind. Yuan Ji wiped the blood from the bottom of her nose. Her little face was covered with ink and blood spots. Her almond eyes were full of tears, and she looked pitiful. She sobbed tenderly, "Aunt, please help me." Chapter 17. Ask Guixian. Yuan Ji knelt on the ground, quietly raised his eyes to look at the woman sitting in a high position. The woman's eyebrows were distant and cold. Her narrow and long phoenix eyes were affectionate. The red cinnabar on the tip of her forehead complemented the scarlet at the end of her eyes. The scarlet red shoe brocade long skirt embroidered with a blue phoenix holding a branch was particularly gorgeous. Even the hem of the skirt was embroidered with a golden rui pattern, and a phoenix holding a pearl in her hair was particularly eye-catching. Yuan Ji couldn't help but smack his lips. Xie Jiolin was worthy of being the first jeweler in Daliang. Princess Chihuahua's clothes were gorgeous. Her temperament was elegant and noble, although she was covered with gold and jade. But on Princess Changhua, it became a mere embellishment, contrasting her noble temperament. She suddenly remembered the stunning sight of Xie Hui in Yunjing Tower that day. At that time, she thought he was just a nouveau riche. After all, Xie Hui was dressed in jewels and looked like he wanted to wear gold on his head. He really couldn't be associated with the word noble. Qingxiu said, "You two were fighting in the library?" Princess Chihuahua's eyes lightly passed over Yuan Ji and the others. However, Zhou Yao felt a lot of pressure at the sight. She didn't know whether she was shocked by Princess Chihuahua's dress, or was questioned by the royal family. She trembled and said, "It was Yuan Ji who started it first." "Oh!" Yuan Ji immediately said, "Princess, please understand. I was about to leave at that time. But Zhou Yao held me, and even took the ink stone to kill me. I just avoided her. Zhou Yao usually doesn't get along with her. Today, she was the first to hurt someone. How dare she confuse right and wrong?" She was so angry that she couldn't speak steadily. And Qingxiu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Princess, I didn't see the whole process clearly. When I arrived, I only saw Miss Zhou lying on the ground, and Miss Yuan squatting on the other side. I think it was a fight?" Princess Changhua held her chin, and her cold eyes made it hard to tell what she was feeling. Zhou Yao's throat moved slightly, and she cast a look at Tang Wanqiu for help. But Tang Wanqiu was only talking to the woman next to her, and didn't even glance at her. She gritted her teeth and said in fear, "Princess, you don't know? Miss Yuan was born in a military family, and I am of humble status. Just the daughter of a merchant, and I am powerless. How can I fight with Miss Yuan? It's obvious that Miss Yuan thinks that I am not of high status and easy to control, and she has long seen that I am unhappy. So she took advantage of the gap when everyone left to punch and kick me." Yuan Ji snorted coldly, "Miss Zhou, this is wrong. It was you who started the fight. Today outside the apricot garden, many people saw you making sarcastic remarks to me. I had no intention of quarreling with you. It was you." Lord Feng also saw it. Zhou Yao was furious, and her voice became 3 points higher. "Even if I did something wrong, but you shouldn't have been so harsh on me. Everyone in Chang'an doesn't know that you, Yuan Ji, are spoiled and arrogant." Lin Wei suddenly said, "You said that Gigi hit you hard. But why? I only saw Gigi's face covered in blood. And you were intact?" Zhou Yao was about to open her mouth to argue. It was clear that Yuan Ji had hit her, but then she suddenly remembered that Yuan Ji had only kicked her in the abdomen, and from the outside, she was indeed intact. She couldn't just lift up her clothes and show her abdomen to everyone. "Right?" Tang Wanqiu cast a cold glance at her. She didn't want to displease the princess in such an occasion, but seeing that Zhou Yao was being pressed step by step, she was unwilling to help her. But if she didn't speak up, she was afraid that she would be criticized by others in the future, saying that she, Tang Wanqiu, was cold and heartless. She walked forward slowly, and said in a gentle voice, "Princess, there is no witness to this matter." Although Miss Yuan Ji was seriously injured, Zhou Yao also suffered. After all, she is just an ordinary woman. Unlike her, she is from a general family. She looked at Yuan Ji. "Miss Yuan, if Yao Yao makes you unhappy, I understand. But you shouldn't have used such a heavy hand. After all, today is Lingshan, the banquet of the princess. Why don't you two apologize to each other and let this matter go?" "What do you mean by different from me, born in a military family?" Yuan Ji laughed in anger. She knew that Zhou Yao acted like this to her, but it was just out of jealousy. But what did it have to do with her? Yuan Ji? She teamed up with Yuan Chang, and caused trouble again and again. Yuan Chang added at the right time, "Sister, some things, it takes 2 hands to clap." People around were whispering, and their eyes looking at Yuan Ji and Zhou Yao were somewhat meaningful. The wind blew outside the window, and through the window lattice. It lifted Yuan Ji's hair on the side of her ear, and the coolness invaded. She looked at Yuan Chang from afar, recalling how Yuan Chang had been confronting her in all these years, taking advantage of her misfortune. Because of Yuan Gongfu's situation, Yuan Ji rarely attacked her. Yuan Ji suddenly felt a little breathless. She took a long breath, straightened up and said, "Princess, I'm sorry." After that, she stood up and walked in front of Yuan Chang. In Yuan Chang's surprised and stunned eyes, she raised her hand high, and then slapped it heavily. Pa! The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the room, and the whispers around stopped immediately. Even Princess Chunghua, who was sitting high on the throne, was a little stunned. Yuan Cheng, I tell you, one hand can make a loud slap. Yuan Ji's expression was cold. Yuan Cheng was stunned in place, her cheeks were burning with pain, as if she had not expected Yuan Ji to suddenly attack. Tears suddenly filled her eyes, and her gaze towards Yuan Ji gradually became resentful. Yuan Ji suddenly knelt down in front of Princess Chunghua. Your Highness, please forgive me for being presumptuous. I was unable to discipline my concubine sister, which led to her speaking wildly in front of your Highness. Zhou Yao and I have been at odds for a long time, and it was not me who started the incident today. Zhou Yao is causing trouble for no reason. Many people saw it in the library. Princess Chunghua lowered her eyes, and looked at Yuan Ji at the steps. Yuan Ji was thin, not as strong as the average general's daughter. She even looked 3 times thinner than Zhou Yao. There were bloodstains and black spots on her face, but her almond eyes were as bright as stars, and her back was straight, neither humble nor arrogant. Tisk, it's quite interesting. Qing Su said, can anyone prove this? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether it was right to stand up at this time. Although Zhou Yao was just a merchant's daughter, Tang Wenqiu was the daughter of the Minister of Rights. Who doesn't know that Zhou Yao is following Tang Wenqiu? For a moment, no one spoke. Yuan Ji's eyes scanned the people present, and sweat oozed from his clenched palms. Wang Ying gritted his teeth, and took a step forward. Princess, I saw. I can prove it. A voice as cold as jade came from the door. Yuan Ji looked sideways, and saw Gu Shihua standing with her hands behind her back. He walked forward, and saluted without being humble or arrogant, and said in a deep voice, Princess, I was in the study at that time, and Miss Zhou wanted to compete with Miss Yuan in calligraphy but lost, and it was obvious that Miss Zhou was dissatisfied at that time. Then, Miss Yuan pointed out that Miss Zhou's jewelry was not real. It was then that Miss Zhou had evil intentions. Seeing Gu Shihua start, the people who were still watching came out in 2s and 3s, testifying for Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji looked at the people who came out one by one, and looked at Gu Shihua with some ambiguous eyes. She was not popular in Beijing, and she was not a person who was good at making friends. No one was willing to testify for her just now, which was also within her expectations. Yuan Ji didn't expect Gu Shihua to testify for her, and she didn't expect Gu Shihua to have such a powerful ability to get everyone to respond. Zhou Yao opened her mouth, and it seemed that she had no way to defend herself. After a long while, she trembled and said, How could my jewelry be fake? A man beside Gu Shihua said lazily, It's obviously fake. Miss Yuan might have discovered it a long time ago. If you hadn't provoked her again and again, she wouldn't have exposed your shortcomings. You lied? Princess Chunghua raised her voice. How dare you? The chaotic flower hall suddenly quieted down. It's ridiculous. This is the first time someone says I lied. When it comes to jewelry, except my father, no one has a better eye than me. The man sneered, and didn't seem to care about the princess's words. Your father, Zhou Yao murmured. Princess Chunghua softened her expression and said softly, Huir, why are you so late? It was Xia Hui. Xia Hui smiled and said, Ming'er's ingenious wood carving was broken, and it was making a lot of noise. I wanted to look for it in the apricot garden to see if there was any left. Unexpectedly, when I passed by the study, I saw someone fighting. It was very interesting. I was greedy to watch it. Zhou Yao was struck by lightning, and froze in place, not daring to speak. Qingqiu said in a deep voice, Did Master Xie see what happened? I saw it. His eyes seemed to fall on Yuan Ji for a moment. And he said, It was Miss Zhou who started it first. Why did he help her? Yuan Ji suppressed her confusion and said nothing. Zhou Yao's body could not stop trembling as she knelt on the ground. Seeing that things were gradually leaning towards Yuan Ji, she straightened her neck and gritted her teeth and asked, Why did Master Xie and Master Gu lean towards Yuan Ji? I don't know. But everything depends on evidence. Just based on your one-sided words. Can you be sure that it was me who started it? Tang Wenqiu nodded in agreement, and asked softly, Although Yao and Miss Yuan have been at odds for a long time, this matter concerns our daughter's reputation after all. If there is no evidence, wouldn't it be too hasty to just listen to one side's words? Although Gu Shihua and Xia Hui both testified for Yuan Ji, there was no evidence at all in this matter. Seeing that Tang Wenqiu finally spoke for her, Zhou Yao calmed down a little. Yuan Ji was speechless. This matter seemed to have no evidence. Sister, you hid me. Chang'er had no choice but to accept the slap. But no matter what, Chang'er also hopes that her sister can be cleared of all charges. Even if others don't believe you, I believe in her, but there is no evidence at this time. Sister, you and Zhou Yao apologize to each other. Can you each make some concessions? Yuan Chang's words were flawless. Is this clearly saying that she, Yuan Ji, is not worthy of trust? Yuan Ji raised her hand to face Yuan Chang's tearful eyes, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her lips. She suddenly pursed her lips and trembled. Chang'er, I know you are disobedient, and would rather believe others than me. I know you blame me for being strict with you, but this is not the reason for you to frame your elder sister in front of outsiders. I am so disappointed in you. Speaking of this, Yuan Ji pinched her thigh again, and tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. My thigh hurts. Chapter 18. Yuan Chang stood there in a stalemate, looking at Yuan Ji as if she were looking at a monster. She stuttered for a long time, but couldn't utter a word, so she had to shut up. Yuan Ji's mouth was always as sharp as a blade. Why was it different today? Yuan Chang had doubts in her heart. There was no evidence, only witnesses. For a moment, the hall was in a stalemate. Yuan Ji's heart was pounding, if there was no evidence. The next moment, a clear voice broke the silence. So many people? Did I miss something good? Yuan Ji's neck and shoulders stiffened, and he swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He looked around secretly with his peripheral vision, and saw Feng Xuande walking leisurely from the carved sandalwood door. Princess Changhua, who had half supported her head, put away her careless expression instantly when she saw the person coming. She sat up straight and said, It is my fault that Lord Feng saw this. No way. Feng Xuande did not salute, but stood beside Yuan Ji and smiled lightly. Today is the Xinglin Autumn Banquet. I am also looking for the autumn spirit in Lingshan. I was about to rest when I walked into the Xingyuan. Unfortunately, I was tripped by something. How could a broken ink stone appear in this princess's territory? In fact, it looks like a fine workmanship. I am worried that it is the princess's favorite. So I came to find the princess. As he spoke, the black-clad guard behind him respectfully brought out a broken ink stone. It was the ink stone that Zhou Yao broke. Your Highness, this is the ink stone that Zhou Yao just broke. Yuan Ji's eyes lit up. Maybe there are some clues on this ink stone. Zhou Yao's face turned pale, and she pointed at Yuan Ji and said in a sharp and piercing voice, Yuan Ji, it's obviously you. Don't lie. Qingxu leaned forward and whispered, Princess, even if there is the testimony of the young master, there is no evidence to prove that Zhou Yao was the first to attack. Feng Xuande couldn't help sneezing. Princess Changhua did not respond to Aunt Qingxu's words, but frowned and looked at Feng Xuande. The Prime Minister is not feeling well. If you are not feeling well, why don't you go to the wing room first? It's okay, but I am a little sensitive to smells. This ink stone originally only smells of ink, but for some reason, I always feel that there is a strange smell on it. Gu Shihua heard this. His eyes fell on the broken ink stone, and in a flash, he seemed to think of something, and walked forward quickly, took the broken ink stone from the black-clothed guard, sniffed it for a moment, and said in a deep voice, It seems to smell like roses. Seeing Gu Shihua step forward, another 3 or 2 people walked forward and sniffed carefully for a moment, and a woman exclaimed in surprise, It's the rose dew from Ningxiang Pavilion. The rose dew is a new ointment from Ningxiang Pavilion, which is the best for moisturizing the skin and has a long-lasting fragrance. Everyone seemed to have found the key to solving the case. Princess Changhua glanced at her, and she understood clearly, and immediately walked down the stairs, and grabbed Zhou Yao's hand, and her nose moved slightly, and then she said in a stern voice, Your Highness, it's rose fragrance. And Yuan Ji always liked the fragrance of gardenia. Zhou Yao's body softened, and she sat on the ground, and she didn't even have the strength to argue. Tang Wanqiu immediately said, Yao Yao, I trusted you so much, but I didn't expect you to do such a cruel thing. Yuan Chan also said, I wanted to plead for you and your sister, but you actually did such a dirty thing. At this point, she looked at Yuan Ji with tears in her eyes again, and said softly, Sister, you have been wronged. Zhou Yao was stunned, and said in disbelief, You? Yuan Ji's mouth couldn't help twitching. I thought these 3 people had such a good sisterly friendship. But at this moment, they broke off the relationship faster than anyone else. Princess Changhua waved her hand impatiently, Drag her out. It's bad luck. Princess Changhua had been married for many years, and she didn't act like a royal family like she did in the past. And she didn't like to punish servants at will. It was just that she had just returned to the capital, and she wanted to hold a good banquet. But this kind of thing happened, which really made her unhappy. Just as the guards were carrying Zhou Yao out, Princess Chunghua suddenly remembered something and said, "You just said that the daughter of a merchant is inferior to others?" Zhou Yao was stunned and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Princess Chunghua said lazily, "This princess is now married to a merchant." "What you meant just now? Did you mean that this princess is inferior to others?" Zhou Yao panicked and shook her head hurriedly. "Your Highness. I didn't. Princess Chunghua didn't want to look at her again. "Class is not about others, but about your heart. Take her away." Zhou Yao was thrown out of the flower hall. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yuanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. After kneeling for a long time, Yuanji suddenly stood up, feeling dizzy and almost unable to stand. In an instant, just as Yuanji staggered, a pair of hands as slender as plums suddenly stretched out from the right, holding Yuanji's arm steadily. Yuanji subconsciously raised his eyes, and met Feng Shuangde's deep eyes, like stars and moons. His face suddenly turned red, and he quickly stepped back a few steps, bowed and said softly, "Thank you, Prime Minister." Princess Chunghua raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes moved between the two, and then she chuckled. She noticed the ink stains under Feng Shuangde's long gown, and said immediately, "Such a dirty thing has stained the corners of the Prime Minister's clothes. Please go to the hot spring in the back mountain to wash up." Feng Shuangde nodded, but did not refuse. He always disliked dirty clothes, and it was a miracle that he could stand standing in the flower hall with dirty clothes for a cup of tea. "Miss Yuan, I almost misunderstood you this time. I am really sorry. You should also clean up. Qingxiu, take her with you." Yuanji was relieved, and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." After walking out of the flower hall, Yuanji was stopped by someone behind her. She looked around and found that it was Wang Yin whom she met in the morning. Wang Yin clenched his palms, raised his eyebrows carefully, and looked at Yuanji, and said nervously, "Yes, I'm sorry. I can't help you." Yuanji shook his head and smiled. "I should thank you. At that time, I heard it. Ah? I heard you were going to come out to testify for me." Yuanji carefully looked at the man in front of her. In her memory, she had never seen him before, and when she met him at the door this morning, she didn't have any deep impression of him. Now, if I look closely, he is indeed a handsome young man. Wang Yin scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said in a simple voice, "Fortunately, Master Gu and Master Xie came to testify for you. If it was just me, I don't think there would be any subsequent events. I am not Master Gu, and I don't have the ability to command the response of many people. No way. I am very grateful to you." Yuanji smiled and said, "I remember your name." Wang Yin looked at the smiling woman in front of him. His handsome face suddenly turned red. He stuttered for a long time, and finally even his ears turned red, and he found a lame excuse to flee. Yuanji was a little amused. He was quite an interesting person. Just as he was about to leave, his sight suddenly fell on the man in green standing in front of the flower hall. Yuanji looked at him from a distance. He did not go forward. Yuanji did not go over. Just across the crowd, bowed from a distance. Chapter 19. "Miss Yuan, you can get there by going through the rockery here and through the garden. I have already told the servants to prepare clothes in the wing room over there. The princess needs someone over there." And Qingxi raised her hand and pointed to a narrow path and said softly, "I understand. I can go there by myself. Thank you, Aunt." Yuanji bowed. The apricot garden is vast, with high walls and gray tiles on the edge, but the stream on the top of the mountain can still pass through the hall outside the apricot garden. In addition to the unique rockery landscape, there is a feeling of being in the garden, but not in the garden. This is the uniqueness of Xingyuan. Yuanji was in a very good mood. After dealing with Zhou Yao, who annoyed her, she felt refreshed. The stream gurgled, and the water gurgled. The sound of the stream brushing against the green grass was like the jingling of bells. The stream was clear to the bottom. A few black fish were happily playing in the water. The fish tails occasionally hit the weeds on the shore, which stirred up a pool of green waves. Yuanji could still smell the scent of ink and blood at the tip of her nose. She raised her eyebrows and looked. She didn't know how long it would take to walk from here, so she wanted to wash her face by the stream first. Just as I was thinking, I walked towards the stream. Suddenly, I heard a few familiar voices. and my foot movement slowed down instantly. Wanqiu, why didn't you help me just now? Yao Yao, why didn't I help you? You really didn't do it properly. If I hadn't said a few words for you, how could Her Royal Highness Princess give you a light sentence? You should have been beaten at least. Tang Wanqiu sighed, clearly disliking the woman in front of him, but still tried to comfort her kindly. I know you don't like Yuan Ji, and I don't like her either, but that shrew is really hard to deal with. We'll leave it for later. You go back first. Speaking of this, Tang Wanqiu took out a white porcelain box from her sleeve and handed it to Zhou Yao. This is what I just asked Aunt Qingxu for. The medicine outside is of course not as effective. When you go back, apply this ointment on the bruises, and it will heal within 2 days. Zhou Yao wanted to say something, but her eyes fell on Tang Wanqiu's clean wrist, and she said in a daze, Yao Yao, your bracelet. Tang Wanqiu smiled helplessly. Aunt Qingxu is someone close to the princess. If she didn't pay something, how could she give me this thing? Zhou Yao was quite touched. I will have ointment when I go home. Why bother? You just got that bracelet. It's in great condition. It's a pity to give it away like this. If it's for your own good, it's worth it. Tang Wanqiu held Zhou Yao's hand with gratitude. However, a sly look flashed in her eyes. Everyone knew that Zhou Yao was by Tang Wanqiu's side. This time she was so stupid, causing trouble at Princess Zhou's banquet. Zhou Yao didn't care about her reputation, but she must not affect her. Tang Wanqiu. When she thought of her jade bracelet, Tang Wanqiu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But fortunately, Aunt Qingxu agreed and would try every means to introduce her to His Highness. If she could get to know Xie Hui because of this, it would not be a loss. Although Xie Hui was the son of a businessman, the businessman was Xie Jiulin. And how could an ordinary businessman compare with him? Moreover, the Xie family was not like the royal family, with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and many wives and concubines. Princess Chenghua was the best example. Xie Jiulin had only 1 wife in his life. The Xie family has 1,000 connections with the royal family. If I can marry into the Xie family, it may not be worse than marrying into the royal family. Yuan Chang carefully wiped the dust off Zhou Yao's face with a handkerchief. Sighing, my third sister is unruly and unreasonable. You have seen it. Even if it is me, I will inevitably be beaten suddenly. You are so blatant to hurt her. Naturally you will not get any good. Zhou Yao snorted coldly. Everyone knows that she is unruly. But why did she speak so strangely today? As if we bullied her. Although I started it. But in the end, I was the one who was beaten half to death. Tang Wanqiu's face was solemn. It's a bit strange to say that. We are familiar with Yuan Ji's temper. Yuan Chang shook her head, suppressed these strangeness in her heart, and said softly, this is not important. But it didn't work out this time. Yao Yao, I'm afraid you will suffer in the future. Zhou Yao's eyes were red with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, what else does she want? This time it was clearly you who said. Yuan Chang interrupted her, you hit her. I didn't hit her at all. Who knows how her face got covered in blood? Zhou Yao retorted hastily. Okay. You didn't hit her. Yuan Chang's eyes flashed with impatience. And she continued, if you want to do something in the future, you should think carefully. At least don't put yourself in danger. Yuan Chang stopped talking at that point, and didn't say anything. She looked Zhou Yao up and down, seemingly concerned, but the deep deception and impatience in her eyes were not hidden at all. Yuan Ji, who was hiding behind the tree, felt a little disappointed. She probably understood. No wonder Zhou Yao had been confronting her for so long but never took action. Today, she was so crazy that she wanted to use force on her. This time, it was probably because of her half-sister's secret instigation. Although Zhou Yao's life is beautiful, she is really brainless. Zhou Yao looked suspicious. What do you mean? Do you want me to hire someone to beat her? Yuan Chang. How stupid. Tang Wanqiu couldn't help but hold her forehead. And after hesitating for a long time, she said casually, although the customs are more open now than in the previous dynasty, women still pay attention to their reputation. I just don't know if Yuan Ji cares. The 3 of them whispered, and Yuan Ji's face became darker. He kept chattering about some tricks that were not presentable. She was exactly like Li Qing's mistress Yang Qinglu. The joints of her clenched fists creaked. She took a deep breath and strode forward. Tang Wanqiu was shocked when she saw Yuan Ji suddenly. She quickly stretched out her hand to signal the 2 to shut up and stared at Yuan Ji vigilantly. Yuanji smiled sweetly, stepped closer, and said with a smile, "Why don't you continue talking?" Tang Wanqiu's eyes were sharp. "I don't know what you are talking about." Zhou Yao snorted coldly. "Yuanji, I was kicked out of the banquet. Are you very proud?" "Very refreshing, I tell you." "A little bit, but not enough." Yuanji looked innocent, and then, when Zhou Yao was about to speak, he raised his leg and kicked her in the lower abdomen. "You ah!" Zhou Yao was frightened. She had been kicked in the lower abdomen by Yuanji before in the bookstore. She was already in unbearable pain in her abdomen. Now she was kicked again. Zhou Yao felt severe pain in her abdomen. She was unstable. She subconsciously took a few steps back and fell into the stream. With a splash. A huge splash of water was created. Zhou Yao was so frightened that she was soaked in the cold stream. The stream was not deep, but she was so frightened that she forgot to even drink water. The cold water poured into her mouth and nose, soaking her clothes. Her delicate makeup was ruined, and her hair was wet and sticky. She waved her arms, like a big fat goose flapping its wings. Tang Wanqiu was so frightened that her eyes shrank suddenly. Before she could say the word "you," she saw Yuanji walking towards her with a smile. It was clearly a warm smile like spring. But Tang Wanqiu could feel the coldness underneath the smile. "What do you mean? You go down too." Yuanji kicked the person down with a smile on her face. Yuan Chong swallowed her saliva and subconsciously took one more step towards the shore. The moon-white brocade shoes stepped on the gravel by the stream, making a crunching sound. Yuanji then realized that there was another Yuan Chong. She walked forward, her eyes slightly cold. "I almost missed you." Yuan Chong stared at Yuanji closely, her face pale, and tremblingly said, "Sister, don't kick me." Yuanji raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just point fingers at the world so stubbornly? Aren't you trying to frame me?" Yuan Chong? Seeing the people in front of her approaching, and being forced to the edge of the stream, Yuan Chong looked at the distance between herself and the stream with her peripheral vision, cursing in her heart, but putting on a ghostly smile. She said with a forced smile, "Sister, if you kick them, you can't kick me." Yuanji smiled. Her smile was as warm as the morning light in autumn, and her voice was light, of course. "I love you the most. My dear sister. Sister." After saying that, Yuanji kicked the person down. Just when Yuan Chong thought Yuanji would let her go, she was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But she didn't expect Yuanji to do it again. The stream water in late autumn was cold and icy. Yuan Chong choked on a big mouthful of water and felt that she was freezing. Fortunately, she was born in a military family, so she stabilized her body in the water after a while. Her face was ferocious, and she shouted angrily, "Yuanji, how dare you kick me? Do you believe me? I will go back and tell my second brother and father." "Stop pretending. My dear sister. Aren't you always weak in front of others?" Yuanji crossed his arms, with a teasing look on his face. Yuan Chong was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Then go back and complain to your good brother." Yuanji's smile gradually faded. "You should know that. I haven't beaten you much in these years, but it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If these plots to frame your eldest sister get out, I want to see how you will deal with it. Yuan Chong, remember your identity." Yuanji snorted coldly, and was about to turn around and leave, but when he turned around, he was facing a small shadow. "Why is there a child here?" Chapter 20. The boy looked about 3 or 4 years old. Although his face was a little gray, he was dressed in gorgeous clothes. His pink lips looked very cute. His big round and wet eyes stared at her curiously. Yuanji suddenly felt that it was okay to be seen by others for doing something bad. She even had a sense of guilt that she might lead the little kid astray. She hurried forward, knelt down, and chuckled, "Kid, why are you here?" The boy blinked his eyes, raised the little wooden bird in his hand, and said softly, "My wood carving is broken. Brother Hui said he would help me find a new one, but he was just talking to someone in the hall. So I went out to find one myself." "Brother Hui? I guess it must be Xia Hui." Yuanji suddenly remembered that he vaguely heard Xia Hui mention Ming'er in the hall just now. He didn't know who Ming'er was, but he could let Xia Hui follow him. He must be a person of good status. Yuanji was a little scared. After all, she had just kicked someone into the stream at Princess Chihuahua's banquet. She asked cryptically, "Little boy, did you see what happened just now?" The boy said seriously, "I saw my sister kick the 3 sisters down." "You didn't see it." Yuanji planned to fool around with the matter. The boy said word by word, I saw it. Then, he added, Mother doesn't let Ming'er lie. Yuanji was immediately a little overwhelmed. Why was this child so hard to fool? While thinking about what method to use, her eyes suddenly fell on the wooden toy in Ming'er's hand. Her eyes moved. And she smiled again. Ming'er, if I help you fix this wooden toy, what you saw today, you can keep it as a secret between you and me. Okay. The boy's eyes lit up. Can I fix it? Of course. Yuanji took the wooden toy. It was just a simple little wooden bird, pulling the ring on the tail. The wings of the wooden bird would rise and fall slightly. She loved jade carvings. And although she was not proficient in ingenious wooden carvings, she did have some understanding of it. She observed for a moment, carefully moved the ring of the wooden bird, and finally found 2 or 3 ceramic fragments in the gap between the wings and the body of the wooden bird. No wonder no matter how she pulled the ring, she couldn't make the wooden sculpture vibrate. She took out the fragments in a few seconds and pulled the ring again. The wings of the wooden bird rose and fell slightly. Ming'er's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly reached out to take the small wooden sculpture in Yuanji's hand and said seriously, "Thank you, Sister Ollie." "What's Sister Ollie?" Yuanji paused for a moment, somewhat confused the boy's thinking. Sister's face is like a calico cat, or the calico cat with 3 color patterns that Ming'er had seen before. The ink and blood stains on Yuanji's face had long dried up. The ink color, the scarlet color, and the white skin color mixed together. Isn't it a calico cat? Yuanji held her forehead. You can just call me Sister Gigi. The boy thought seriously, and his pink and crystal mouth opened and closed. Squeak, Sister Gigi. It's not the squeak of a mouse, it's the Gigi of a gardenia. Yuanji said seriously. The boy tried for a long time, but still couldn't tell Gigi's tongue roll clearly, so he simply shook his head, and said in a somewhat shameless manner, "I think Sister Ollie sounds good." "Not good. Then Sister Gigi." "Forget it." Yuanji gave up correcting him completely. As the two were talking, she moved her ears slightly, and vaguely heard shouts coming from afar, probably looking for the little boy in front of her. Having just done something bad, Yuanji still felt guilty. She said seriously, "Ming'er, did you agree with your sister just now? If your sister helps you fix the wood carving, you must keep today's events a secret." Ming'er nodded heavily, looking like a little adult, and said solemnly, "Ming'er didn't see anything today." Yuanji sighed, and seeing the voices getting closer, Yuanji said anxiously, "Ming'er is so good. Sister will buy you candy next time. Sister has to leave first. Remember? You didn't see anything today." After hurriedly explaining a few things, Yuanji lifted her skirt and ran to the place Aunt Qingshu had just mentioned at a speed comparable to the last time she escaped from Qianshu Pavilion. Ming'er was left standing there alone. Xiaohui hurried to Ming'er's side and said angrily, "Why did Ming'er run around? Don't do it next time." Ming'er said word by word. Ming'er didn't run around. Ming'er came out to find the little wooden bird. Xiaohui then noticed the little wooden sculpture in Ming'er's hand that was spreading its wings. There were still scratches on the wings of the wooden sculpture from when he and Ming'er were playing around. He picked up Ming'er and said, "Who fixed it?" Ming'er's eyes were round. "And she looked like I know, but I won't tell you. I won't tell you." The accompanying guards rescued Yuan Chang and the other 3 from the stream. Tang Wanqiu crossed her arms and trembled. A beautiful woman who fell into the water. I felt pity for her. Tang Wanqiu was about to say something, but her eyes fell on Xiaohui, who was not far away. A trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She trembled and walked forward, bowed, and said in a trembling voice, "Master Xia." Xiaohui only then noticed the 3 people who fell into the water. Just when Tang Wanqiu wanted to take another step forward, Xiaohui took 2 steps back as if he had seen a ghost. And the disgust on his face was not concealed at all. He said coldly, "Your makeup is ruined like this. Don't come over. It's so ugly." The smile on Tang Wanqiu's lips suddenly froze, and she tried to defend herself weakly. "It wasn't me. It was someone. Someone." Xiaohui looked around. "Where is the other person? You don't want to say that I kicked you down, do you?" Tang Wanqiu opened her mouth and felt the coldness on her body. Xiaohui was so stubborn again. She suddenly lost the desire to talk. She had never practiced martial arts, and her physical fitness was not good. The stream water in autumn was very cold. She just wanted to find a place to change her wet clothes. Xiaohui took the wood carving in his hand, pulled the ring and found that the wood carving had been repaired. Teasing, "Xiao Ming'er, tell me, who repaired it?" Ming'er said seriously, "No. Ming'er and my sister have an agreement. We can't tell others. Oh, it seems to be a woman? Xiaohui smiled cunningly. Tell me. I won't tell others. And I will treat Ming'er to delicious cakes. Which are your favorite cakes? Sure enough. After saying this, Ming'er seemed a little entangled. Brother Hui said he wanted to treat Ming'er to some cakes. But he promised sister not to tell anyone. After repeating it several times, Ming'er seemed to have made up his mind, turned his head and hummed. No, Ming'er promised sister not to tell you. Xiaohui rolled his eyes, teased. Since Ming'er doesn't tell, then you can't have cakes. It doesn't matter. Sister Ollie will treat Ming'er to cakes. Xiaohui only said a few words, and almost got Ming'er to say something. Who is Sister Ollie? I guess that woman didn't tell Ming'er her name. Hey, it's fine to get children to say something. Chapter 21. Stop! You can't go in front. Yuanji ran with all her strength, looking back from time to time in the intervals. She originally just wanted to avoid the group of people who came to find Ming'er. She was clearly running in the direction indicated by Qingxiu, but she didn't know where she went wrong, leading to the current situation. Could it be that Tang Wanqiu complained to someone? No. The three of them were in collusion to discuss such a dirty thing. How could they dare to complain to someone? The people behind her were chasing her relentlessly. Yuanji didn't care about anything else, and randomly chose a room that could be opened and walked in sideways. Until the sound of the chase outside seemed to fade away. Yuanji let out a long breath. And when he came to his senses, he found that this room was very spacious. He could hear the sound of water flowing into the pool. In front of him was a screen with white birds playing in the water. The temperature inside was much higher than outside. I think this is the room that Aunt Qingxiu mentioned. Yuanji stretched his waist, stretched out his hand to pull the outer shirt covered with dust and ink spots, and took off the dirty dress like peeling silk from a cocoon, and walked behind the screen. This dirty dress made her whole body feel uncomfortable. Going around the screen, Yuanji's hands, which were undressing, suddenly stiffened. What came into view was a jade hot spring pool. The hot spring pool was very large, and the water in the pool was milky white. The mouth of the gluttonous bronze head on the wall opened wide, and a thin stream of water flowed into the pool. Looking further in, there was a snow-white shoulder spine. The man's back muscles were firm, and the lines were smooth, but the only flaw was a long scar across it. The long silver hair was wet and neat, and the whole room was filled with hot air, like a fairyland in the cloud palace. Feng Shuangge seemed to notice the movement behind him. He tilted his head slightly. His fox eyes were wet and cold, staring at the person who came. He felt cold all over. When he saw the person, he was surprised. The scarlet bellyband with peony pattern was particularly eye-catching. Feng Shuangge's eyes flickered slightly. There seemed to be an undercurrent in his eyes. Then he hid his eyes again. Yuanji didn't know whether to turn around or close his eyes. His thoughts were in a mess. He subconsciously bowed and stammered, Master Feng. I took the wrong road. I'm really sorry. I'll leave now. She turned around hastily, staggered a step, stepped on the water stain. Her body weight instantly fell, and her pupils shrank suddenly. The world was spinning, and there was a splash. The water temperature was just right, and the warm water suddenly poured into her throat, suffocating her instantly. She thrashed a few times. The next moment, she seemed to hear the sound of the water rippling in the pool, and her waist suddenly tightened. A hot hand that was completely different from the hot spring held her waist just right, and she stood up steadily. She coughed out the water in her throat and nose. And when Yuanji came to her senses, she realized that she was held in Feng Shuangge's arms. Behind her was the sudden approach of Sandalwood. Her neck seemed to still feel Feng Shuangge's slightly strong breath. His breath was like a spark of fire in the endless cold night, hot and warm, but it inexplicably ignited her heart. She didn't dare to look away, but just secretly looked at him with her peripheral vision. Feng Shuangge was very close to her, and there seemed to be a faint heartbeat lingering in her ear. Plop, plop. But she didn't know whether it was hers, or Feng Shuangge's. Yuanji shrank up tremblingly. Delicate water droplets remained on her fair shoulders. She looked embarrassed, but her mind couldn't help but recall those beautiful stories she had read before. Her already rosy cheeks were covered with a smoky haze, so embarrassed that she wanted to get into the hot spring right away. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. Sir, someone just broke in. I am incompetent. Feng Shuangge raised his eyebrows and stared at Yuanji teasingly, and said loudly, no need to investigate. Leave. Yuanji crossed her arms, and her scarlet bellyband was tightly attached to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. She did not dare to turn her head to look, but said timidly, "Sir, I didn't mean to." Feng Shuangge's voice was very close. "This is the first time I have seen such a throw into the arms of someone. It's interesting." The tip of her ear was a little itchy. Yuan Ji subconsciously turned to look into his eyes, and said, "I'm not." She ran into Feng Xianji's cunning and teasing eyes. Yuan Ji suddenly forgot the hastily prepared speech. Her beautiful almond eyes couldn't help trembling when they met Feng Xianji's eyes. The hot spring was filled with steam, and the milky white mist was lingering on the side. Feng Xianji's silver hair was like a waterfall, and his long eyes were slightly raised. He was extremely beautiful, with a different kind of beauty from a woman, and a cunning and beautiful look from a male fox spirit. He had a high nose, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised with a cool smile. He looked like the fox prince in the legendary Qingqiu fairyland, and she looked more like an outsider who accidentally fell into the hot spring because of greed for the prince. Yuan Ji didn't dare to look at his face again, and wanted to look somewhere else. Her eyes fell, and hit his muscular abdomen. Her eyes trembled suddenly. Then she closed her eyes resignedly. To die under the peony flowers. To be a romantic ghost. It is said that Feng Shuangge has a strange temper, and is not interested in women. Now that she is looking at her like this, she probably won't survive today. But it's okay. At least she can feast her eyes before she dies. She comforted herself like this. Feng Shuangge didn't know Yuan Ji's complaints, but just looked at the woman in his arms quietly. Compared to the first time I saw her at Xiamingju, she was standing at the gate of Yuan Mansion and confronting Yin, but she was bright and flamboyant. And now the person in his arms, whose makeup was originally stained with ink spots and blood, was soaked in the hot spring water, revealing the clear and delicate face under the makeup, flawless jade, more charming and gentle. But for some reason, whenever Yuan Ji saw him, she always looked timid. "Why, are you afraid of me?" Feng Shuangge chuckled. With an inexplicable hoarseness in his voice, he tightened his hand around her waist, and Yuan Ji was pulled closer unexpectedly, and their eyes met. His nose tip seemed to brush against Yuan Ji's nose tip. Yuan Ji was dazed, and her heart beat more violently. She didn't say anything. Feng Shuangge raised his hand to smooth Yuan Ji's long hair, looking at the quiet and well-behaved woman in his arms. His throat rolled, and he felt very thirsty. Then he seemed to be drunk again. His eyes were blurred. His eyes were fixed on Yuan Ji's lips without lipstick, and he lowered his head slightly. Yuan Ji looked at the face that was getting closer and closer, and even forgot to breathe. Suddenly, the voice of the guard came from outside the door. "My lord, the lunch banquet has begun, and the princess came to ask whether you are going to ask Yue Xian or here." Feng Shuangge suddenly woke up, and immediately let go of Yuan Ji's hand on his waist and stood up. Water splashed everywhere, and Yuan Ji closed his eyes again in fear, for fear of seeing something he shouldn't see. He suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his eyes, tidied up his clothes, didn't respond to the guard's words, but said in a calm voice, "Go find a set of women's clothes." The guard outside the door seemed to be shocked to the extreme, and after a long while, he said with difficulty, "Yes, I have something else to do. This hot spring has a lot of precious medicinal materials, so it will be good for you to soak more. Someone will send you clothes later. I clearly didn't drink. Why is it like this today?" Feng Xiange lowered her eyes, suppressing the inexplicable confusion that had just arisen. Yuan Ji's face flushed, and she had a lot to say, but she just said yes timidly. Is he teasing her? Is he teasing her? Yuan Ji felt that the heat in her waist seemed to linger for a long time. After Feng Xiange left for a while, Yuan Ji dared to take off the last layer of underwear in the pool, and immersed herself in the pool, but the blush on her cheeks did not fade at all, and even became 3 points redder in the hot spring. After soaking for a long time, Yuan Ji got up, and put on her clothes. On the screen hung a scarlet fairy dress embroidered with gardenia patterns. It was extremely gorgeous. When Yuan Ji put it on, it turned out to be the perfect size. She opened the door, and went to the flower hall. There were no people on the road. Only the busy palace servants were walking hurriedly. Yuan Ji thought it was not good. She was afraid that she would be late. When she arrived at the flower hall, as expected, everyone had already sat down. Yuan Ji arrived late, and everyone's eyes naturally fell on her. I don't know who took a breath. Yuan Ji was born beautiful, and in red, she was simply incomparable. Xia Hui raised his head and glanced at Yuan Ji, and whispered to Gu Shihua, "How is it? Is it possible to catch the eye of our great scholar Gu?" Gu Shihua looked at Yuan Ji. Her eyes as cold jade. His throat moved slightly, normally. Xia Hui tooted and said, "Such a beauty is hard to catch your eye. Are you looking for a fairy from the ninth heaven?" Princess Chenghua was also stunned when her eyes touched Yuan Ji. She was amazed but felt that something seemed wrong. She frowned and said, "This dress." Her voice suddenly rose. How outrageous. The princess was furious, and everyone in the hall fell silent instantly. Aunt Qingxi was anxious, and suddenly knelt down and said, "Your Highness, this dress was originally placed in the side room, and I did not take it out to give it to Miss Yuan. It was my negligence, and please punish me, Your Highness." Yuan Ji was a little puzzled. What was wrong with this dress? Yuan Chang asked loudly, with a trembling voice. "Sister, how could you do such a petty thing?" Yuan Ji frowned. "What do you mean? This dress was sent by someone else." People around were whispering, and their eyes, some of them looking down on her, or looking at her, fell on her like needles. At this moment, even if she was stupid, she should understand that this dress was not for her to wear. Tang Wanqiu stood up and said softly, "Miss Yuan came late. I think she didn't understand the reason. Just now, Her Royal Highness the Princess said that she bought a set of Lucien's skirt at a high price. The fabric of the dress is soft smoke silk that even the royal family of the western regions can't afford to use. It is different from the soft smoke silk of Ardalion. This kind of fabric is as thin as smoke, but it can sparkle in the sunlight, and it looks like floating light brocade, and it is impervious to water and fire. And the dress you are wearing is from the previous dynasty. The princess is preparing to give this dress to Princess Jiayang. I wonder how Miss Yuan got it." Yuan Ji glanced at Tang Wanqiu. She had changed her clothes long ago, but her hair was still a little wet. Suddenly receiving Yuan Ji's cold gaze, Tang Wanqiu couldn't help but shudder again. The shadow of being kicked into the stream just now still lingered. The guards held Yuan Ji. Her hair was a little messy. Yuan Ji pursed her lips and explained loudly, "Your Highness, it was really sent by someone else." Qingxiu asked coldly, "You said someone else sent it. Then tell me, who was it?" Yuan Ji paused. How could she betray Feng Xuanga? Wouldn't that be equivalent to saying that she and Feng Xuanga were alone in a room? Which would surely be made a big fuss by those with ulterior motives. Princess Chenghua looked down at her, and the coldness and alienation between her eyebrows made Yuan Ji tremble. Who was it? Did Feng Xuanga send the wrong clothes? Or was it Tang Wanqiu? No. Tang Wanqiu was kicked into the river by herself, so she should not have time to trip him up. Although this dress was sent by Feng Xuanga, but Feng Xuanga has no reason to harm her. Although she didn't know Feng Xuanga, after several encounters, she also understood that she was just a small character, and there was no need for Feng Xuanga to frame her. Princess Chenghua felt that her dress was annoying. "Come here, take off her dress for me." After speaking, several old maids walked straight towards Yuan Ji. Although everyone felt that it was inappropriate, no one spoke to persuade her. Tang Wanqiu's eyes showed a trace of gloating. Yuan Ji made her lose face in front of Xia Hui and others. She wanted to see how Yuan Ji, would be able to show up in front of everyone again if her clothes were stripped in public. Lin Wei was so scared that her legs went limp. She immediately knelt in the hall and begged, "Your Highness, Yuan Ji didn't mean it. Please don't be angry." Gu Shihua suddenly said, "Your Highness, it's just a piece of clothing. If Miss Yuan wore it wrong, just let her go back to the wing to change. It's really inappropriate to do it in public." Princess Chenghua raised her eyebrows. She waved her hand and said lazily, "Oh? Mr. Gu means that this princess is unruly and unreasonable?" Gu Shihua frowned. "Shihua didn't mean that, but this matter concerns the reputation of women. I hope the princess will think twice." The scene was tense for a while. What is the relationship between Gu Shihua and Yuan Ji? Why did she defend her again and again? Who knows? Yuan Ji ignored the whispers of others, looked up at the woman in a high position, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Your Highness, I didn't steal, but it was Yuan Chang, and you are not with me. How can you conclude that I stole? Or, someone stole the princess's dress and deliberately framed me?" Everyone looked at each other. Yuan Chang was speechless for a moment. "You mean I stole it?" Yuan Ji snorted coldly. "I didn't say that. Why do you think it was your fault?" Of course she knew it wasn't Yuan Chang who did it. With Yuan Chang's brain, Princess Chenghua has so many dresses. If she can successfully find this Lucien dress, it will be Yuan Chang's job. Yuan Ji's eyes fell gently on Tang Wanqiu, and said softly, "Although my Yuan family is not rich, but we won't steal for a dress." Several people were arguing. And Xia Hui, who was sitting on one side, was a little impatient and interrupted. Why are you arguing? It's just a dress. Why are you arguing? He looked up at Yuan Ji with admiration in his eyes. It does look good. Much better than Jiaoyang. Princess Changhua frowned. Hui, don't talk nonsense. Xia Hui shrugged. I'm telling the truth. Princess Jiaoyang is the youngest daughter of Princess Fangruo. Fangruo and Changhua are from the same mother. Princess Changhua naturally dotes on Princess Jiaoyang. She begged Princess Changhua for a long time to get this Lucian skirt, the antique from the previous dynasty that even the royal family of the western regions could not afford to use, was worn by Yuan Ji. Princess Changhua held her forehead helplessly. If Jiaoyang knew that someone else had worn this skirt first, she would be very angry. At this time, her arrogance had mostly subsided. She gradually calmed down and realized that her words just now were inappropriate. She waved her hand and said, no need to say more. Go to the back room and take it off. The guard who was holding Yuan Ji let go of her hand, and Yuan Ji immediately collapsed to the ground. It's just a piece of clothing. Why does the princess have to be so angry? A cold and teasing voice came from the carved wooden door. Yuan Ji looked back with a pale face, and saw Feng Xiangu standing with his back to the light, his silver hair fluttering. He was wearing a scarlet robe, and the wind blew, and the corners of his sleeves were slightly raised. He walked forward. His eyes were cold, and he stood beside Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji's hands fell softly on the ground, and his wide sleeves were messy, touching the corners of Feng Xiangu's clothes, and the scarlet colors were intertwined. Chapter 22. Princess Changhua stared at Feng Xuange in surprise, and after a moment of silence, she said, in your opinion, Lord Feng, how should we deal with this matter? Feng Xuange said slowly, this matter is also due to my true appearance. I accidentally lost a jade pendant. Miss Yuan picked it up with good intentions, but when she was looking for me, Jin Yu thought she was an assassin, and almost hurt her. Fortunately, it was only the corner of her skirt that was stained with dust, so I ordered Jin Yu to find a set of women's clothes, but I never thought that he actually took the princess's dress, Jin Yu, and he didn't admit his mistake to the princess. The guard named Jin Yu stepped forward and said in a cold voice, I had something important to do at that time, so I hurriedly asked a passing maid to ask for a dress. It was Jin Yu's fault that I failed to check carefully. It has nothing to do with Miss Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji's heart was beating fast, but she gradually calmed down after hearing Jin Yu's words. Fortunately, he explained it. Otherwise, if the news of today's incident spread out, I don't know how it would be spread. Hearing this, Princess Chanhua's frown finally relaxed. Her eyes lingered on Feng Xuange and Yuan Ji for a moment. And then she said, if that's the case, it's me who has wronged you. It's just Jiaoyang. Xia Hui ate the glutinous rice cake and said, it's just a dress. I'll give it to you. Jiaoyang doesn't look as good as she does. Princess Changhua couldn't help but hold her forehead. Huir. Yuan Ji stared at Xia Hui closely, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead again. Xia Hui actually said such words in public. If these words were heard by Princess Jiaoyang, Yuan Ji would be embarrassed if she met him in the future. Although she was a fearless person, Yuan Ji would still avoid the trouble that might be caused by her. I remember that Princess Jiaoyang was nearly robbed when she was young, and it seemed that General Yuan saved her back then. It's just a set of clothes, and Princess Jiaoyang won't care too much about it. Besides, it's just a set of Lucian skirts, although it's a little hard to find. But compared to the general's life-saving grace back then. After saying this, Princess Changhua saw that Feng Xuange seemed to be defending Yuan Ji in her words and deeds, considering the power and status of the person in front of her. Even though she was a princess, she had to weigh it. Thinking of this, she glanced at Yuan Ji for the last time. Her red dress fluttered, as if it was tailor-made for her. She sighed and said, well, I'll give this dress to Miss Yuan as an apology for almost hurting an innocent person just now. She and Xie Jiuling went through many places to buy this dress at a high price in the ancient city of the western regions. The price was not the point, but the rarity. This dress was the first time she had seen one that was impervious to water and fire. She was reluctant to give it to Yuan Ji, but Feng Xuange was speaking for her in both explicit and implicit ways. Princess Changhua had heard a little about him. He was not interested in women and rarely stood up for women. His current situation was a bit unbelievable. Yuan Ji was speechless. All his words turned into a few bland words. Thank you, Your Highness. Yuan Chong stared at Yuan Ji in amazement. That was a soft smoke silk fairy skirt worth $1,000,000 gold. Just like that. She gave it to Yuan-ji? Surprise gradually turned into jealousy. After the matter was settled, Yuan-ji sat down. Lin Wei held Yuan-ji's hand and said nervously, Ji, I was scared to death. Fortunately, that adult spoke for you. Otherwise, how would I explain to Uncle Yuan when I go back? Lin Wei was not from a rich and powerful family. When the princess was angry, she had no say. Just now, she dared to plead for Yuan-ji and was ready to be punished. Yuan-ji patted Lin Wei's hand soothingly and said softly, Don't be afraid. But why did even Master Gu speak for you? Could it be that you knew each other before? Or? Lin Wei's eyes gradually became unclear. Put away your evil thoughts. Master Gu and I met by chance, and he was just defending the weak. Yuan-ji reluctantly tapped Lin Wei's forehead, and then lowered his voice and said, It's fine to say these words in private. But now is a different occasion. Be careful of your mouth. Frightened by Yuan-ji's words, Lin Wei shut up instantly. However, Lin Wei's words left a mark in Yuan-ji's heart. After the banquet, Yuan-ji deliberately found Gu Shihua, and under Xie Hui's ambiguous eyes, he said with a stiff face, Mr. Gu, can you move over and talk? Gu Shihua nodded. The two went to a pavilion a little further away, and Yuan-ji looked at her sincerely, saying, Thank you for speaking for me just now, Mr. Gu. Gu Shihua's eyebrows were dark, and it was hard to tell what she was feeling. She said gently, I'm just talking about the facts. Miss Yuan, don't mind. Yuan-ji looked up at him in front of her. He was dressed in a simple blue shirt, with a handsome face. He spoke very carefully, but was unkind. He was clearly helping the princess under pressure. But now, he looked like he had nothing to do with her. This person is really strange, Yuan-ji thought. She bowed politely, and said seriously, No matter what, Yuan-ji still wants to thank Mr. Gu for helping her. If there is a chance in the future, Yuan-ji will repay him. Gu Shihua glanced at her, nodded rarely, then left without saying a word. I helped you, but you thank him? A voice suddenly came from behind, scaring Yuan-ji. Yuan-ji quickly put on a smile, turned around and said, Lord Feng. Although it was Feng Xuange who helped just now, but this dress was sent by him. If not, how could she have suffered such a disaster? Even if she accidentally broke into the hot spring, if she had left in time, she would not have suffered this. She cursed in her heart, but she had to put on a smile on her face, and thanked the man whom even her father respected. Feng Xuange approached slowly, followed by two guards, who looked similar. She recognized that one of them was Jin Yu, who had just spoken for her. She smiled sweetly. Mr. Jin, thank you for speaking for me just now. If you are punished by the princess for this, I really don't know what to do. Jin Yu had no expression on her face, and said lightly, Duty? Yuan-ji was dumbfounded, not understanding what Jin Yu meant. Another guard said with a smile, Miss Yuan, don't pay attention to him. He is a faceless person. All our actions are in accordance with the orders of the Prime Minister. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the Prime Minister. After saying that, he seemed to be afraid that Yuan-ji didn't know how to call him. So he added, My name is Yin-Yu, he is Jin-Yu. We don't have surnames, you can just call us by our names from now on. Yuan-ji remembered their names. Thank you. Then he said to Feng Xuange, Thank you Lord Feng for helping me twice and 3 times this time. Yuan-ji is very grateful. If there is any need in the future, you will repay me? Feng Xuange raised his eyebrows, and said leisurely, Miss Yuan's sincerity is equal to everyone. After all, he had just said this to Gu Shihua, and now he told him the same thing. TSK. Yuan-ji was a little embarrassed. He squeezed his hands hidden in his sleeves and tried his best to smile. What kind of sincerity does Lord Feng need from Yuan-ji? Well, Feng Xuange's ending tone was very long. She suddenly lowered her head in Yuan-ji's stunned eyes, and whispered, I'll tell you later. She felt Feng Xuange's breath on her ear, and her ear tip turned red. Before Yuan-ji could react, Feng Xuange laughed and left. Yuan-ji. She was teased again? A lot of things happened at the Xingling Autumn Banquet. Yuan-ji fell asleep in the carriage on the way back, and it was a good dream. The carriage suddenly stopped. Lin Wei frowned and woke Yuan-ji up. Shiji, look outside. Yuan-ji was furious when her sweet dream was disturbed. She lifted the car curtain and saw Li Qingwei standing in front of her. His eyes were a little dark, and he looked like he missed her too much. Yuan-ji said impatiently, What do you want to do? Li Qinghui looked back at Yuan Ji and said softly, Gigi, I received the jade bracelet. Are you really going to break off all ties with me? Because I have a mistress? Yuan Ji was shocked. She had no idea how Li Qinghui could say such a thing. She widened her eyes and said, How dare you say that you have a mistress? Li Qing replied, What do you mean by this? You want me to live in peace with your mistress? How dare you say such a thing? Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of Yuan Gongfu. My Yuan family is a meritorious official of the previous dynasty. Whether it is the previous emperor or the current emperor, they are all the Yuan family that must be courteous. How dare you say such a thing? Last time, I heard your secret conversation with Yang Qinglu in Ming's house. Do you think that after I heard those conversations, I would still be willing to be with you? Even if I, Yuan Ji, jump off the sacred mountain and get smashed to pieces, I will never be with you. I have not exposed these things to the public, which is already a great kindness and righteousness. You actually have the nerve to say that it is because you have a mistress? Yuan Ji cursed until his mouth was dry. He took a sip of the water bag handed by Lin Wei, moistened his throat and continued, You even brought up what happened at the Xushui Liusheng banquet last year. Do you think I don't know? I know exactly what you are thinking. Li Qinghui's face turned pale. He had specially inquired about Yuan Ji's whereabouts today, but he didn't get the invitation card for the Lingshan autumn banquet, so he had to wait for her on the way home. Yuan Ji's words exposed all the unbearable things. He spoke with difficulty. That was Luer's idea. I didn't agree. Gigi, I really can't forget you. Luer and I have broken up. Can you please not cancel the engagement? Yuan Ji was so angry that she actually laughed out loud. Her eyes were cold, and there was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of her lips. Li Qinghui, you are really shameless. If you come to bother me again next time, you know my temper. Yuan Ji was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and the carriage moved forward slowly. How could she be so blind to fall in love with such a man before? Why not let the eldest brother find an opportunity to teach him a lesson? Xiangfu, you said that the master is still handling official business so late. Should we persuade him? Yin stood in front of the study and whispered. Jin Yu looked indifferent, holding the sword and leaning against the pillar. Then you go. Yin sighed slowly. How about we go together? And if we are punished, we will be punished together. This is what good brothers are like. Jin Yu was silent. Yin felt very bored. So she took out the dried persimmon cake and said while eating, Master rarely helps others. Do you think he helps Miss Yuan because he likes her? Jin Yu rolled her eyes at him. Books. Yin was puzzled. Can't you talk more? Except when talking to Master. You talk to others word by word. Only I can stand it. That's right. We didn't find it last time when we went to Miss Yuan's place. Master is probably still suspicious. Last time, they searched Yuan Ji's boudoir in the middle of the night, and found nothing. He thought Feng Xiange had given up his suspicion of Yuan Ji, but he didn't expect that he was still suspicious. Oh! You dare to guess my thoughts now? Feng Xiange's voice was lazy and comfortable. He leaned against the door, and looked at the two of them lazily. Oh! You dare not. You is talking nonsense. You touched his head embarrassedly, and then reached out to hand over the persimmon cake in his hand, and said with a smile, My lord, this persimmon cake is delicious. Do you want to try it? Jin Yu couldn't help but said, Your Excellency has a stomach disease. You can't eat these casually. Yin realized belatedly, I almost forgot. But this persimmon cake is really delicious. Better than the ones in Juchuan Pavilion. Feng Xiange raised his eyebrows. Where did it come from? Yin said a little embarrassedly, It was Miss Yuan. When we parted at Lingshan just now, Miss Yuan had someone send it to her. It was made in her own small kitchen. Miss Yuan is also a wonderful person. She didn't forget to put some snacks in her carriage when she came to the banquet. I originally remembered what Your Excellency said, and I didn't accept these things at all. But when I tasted one, oh! It was so delicious. I couldn't help it. Your Excellency. You won't dare to do it next time. Feng Xiange reached out to take a persimmon cake. The persimmon cake was round and orange-yellow. Before he put it in his mouth, he could already smell the rich persimmon aroma. He took a bite. It was soft and sticky. And sweet. It tastes good. Jin Yu frowned. Sir, persimmon cakes are not easy to digest you. Yin didn't expect Feng Xiange to actually eat it. She was immediately scared. I'll prepare some digestive soup now. Feng Xiange yawned, after preparing the soup. Go to the backyard to practice swordsmanship. You are not allowed to stop until dawn. Inu wailed instantly, "My lord. Inu will never accept it next time." Feng Xiange ignored him, but confiscated all his persimmons and took them back to the study. It was getting darker, and the dew was heavier. When Feng Xiange finished dealing with the official documents, he suddenly felt empty in his stomach. His eyes fell on the persimmons on the side of the desk again. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up and took a bite. The clear and sweet taste bloomed on the tip of his tongue again. It was delicious. Chapter 23. Yuanji originally wanted to have a short dinner in her courtyard, and then wash up and go to bed, but Lord Yuan again sent someone to call her to the flower hall. Lu Wu looked at her worriedly. "I'm afraid it's the fourth lady." Yuanji didn't say anything. It wasn't time for dinner yet. Lord Yuan again called her at this time. Maybe Yuan Chang used some tricks to confuse right and wrong. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. She has never been afraid. Ji, did you have fun today? Yuanji just sat down in the flower hall when she heard Yuan Gongfu ask this question. Yuanji glanced around the room and found that Yuan Gongfu was the only one there. "Father, my daughter had a great time today." Yuanji answered honestly. Yuan Chang was not here. Yuan Gongfu touched Yuanji's head and said in a vicissitudes of life, "As long as you are happy. I am still worried about you and Li Qinghui. I am afraid that you will be unhappy." At this point, Yuanji's nose suddenly felt sour. She sniffed and said, "Li Qinghui is too bullying and insulting my Yuan family. I will not be sad and depressed because of him. I will look forward." "Father." "That's good." Hearing Yuanji say this, Yuan Gongfu's eyes showed a trace of relief. He said softly, "I heard from the servants that Li Qinghui blocked you at the door tonight. Do you need your father to teach him a lesson?" If Yuan Gongfu came forward, it would be a clean and neat solution. However, Yuanji didn't want to let Li Qinghui go so easily. "Don't bother your father. Your daughter has her own ideas." "Okay. It's not good for your father to argue with the young man. If you can't deal with him, let Jin Zhou beat him up." He was silent for a moment, and hesitantly said, "Gigi, today Chang'er said that you were at the Lingshan autumn banquet, and the princess gave you a soft smoke-like fairy dress?" Yuanji's eyebrows sank, and finally he got to the point. She lowered her eyebrows, and seemed particularly docile. It was indeed given by the princess. "Does Chang'er like it too?" "If Chang'er likes it, then it's okay for me as a sister to give it to her. But I'm afraid she can't wear it out. This dress was originally given by the princess to Princess Jiayang. If Chang'er wears it out, she loves to walk around the streets. And if the princess sees it, it's not good." This statement was watertight. "Give it to Yuan Chang? Impossible." A trace of surprise flashed in Yuan Gongfu's eyes. As if he was surprised that Yuanji was so well behaved today, he said in a deep voice, "Father did not mean that, but Chang'er said that you kicked her into the river in Lingshan?" He raised his hand to pour tea, sighed. "Ji, father naturally favors you. But Chang'er is your half-sister after all, and you are half-blooded. If you don't like her, just stay away from her. Why bother to do it?" Chang'er came to her father to cry, and she was embarrassed. She thought seriously for a moment, and looked straight into Yuan Gongfu's eyes. With a trace of sadness in her eyes, "Father, when you heard Yuan Chang say that I hurt her, you believed it. Am I such a vulgar person, who only knows how to fight in your heart?" These words made her feel guilty. Yuan Gongfu's eyes froze, and he said mischievously, "No. Father, do you know what happened today?" Then, Yuanji exaggerated what happened today, and recounted it word for word. But she only concealed the incident of accidentally entering the hot spring. She would never briefly summarize the rest that could be exaggerated. Yuan Gongfu's expression changed from shock to anger, and his goatee was shaking slightly. He slammed his hand on the table. "You said Chang'er said you stole at the banquet?" Yuanji looked embarrassed and said incoherently, "That's right. Father, Chang'er just doesn't know how to speak. Besides, I disciplined her. Her nonsense is a small matter for me. But if people think that the fourth lady of the general's mansion is a person who talks nonsense, it will be bad." If it was the old Yuanji, she would not have said such a roundabout way. She had disliked Yuan Chang for a long time. She was always straightforward and never said such flattering words. But now she has finally learned the essence of speaking. Yuan Gongfu did not respond to Yuanji's words, but said with relief, "Shiji has grown up and is much more sensible. I will ask about Chang'er. It's late today. You should go to bed early." "Yes." Outside the window, Yuan Chang glared at Yuan Ji in the room with hatred. She turned her head and pulled Yuan Ji Xiao. With tears on her face, brother. Look at Yuan Ji. It was clearly she who kicked me into the water. But she not only evaded the matter, but now she pretends to be pitiful in front of her father. My father didn't like me in the first place. And he won't stand up for Chang'er now. Yuan Jinxia's face was dark, and his eyes looking at the hall were somewhat obscure. He took Yuan Chang away, without answering her directly, but just asked, "You said Yuan Ji kicked you into the water. Do you know why?" Yuan Chang's eyes flashed a trace of panic, and there were 3 points of tears in her eyes. Her long eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she reached out to wipe her tears, sobbing, "Brother, what do you mean by this? Do you think Chang'er is talking nonsense? My sister kicked me into the river with great force. Chang'er just found a purple patch on her waist and abdomen when she was bathing. If you don't believe me, Chang'er will prove it now." After saying that, she pretended to lift her shirt. The next moment, Yuan Jixiao grabbed her wrist and said in panic, "Of course I believe you, but I don't understand Yuan Ji's motive for doing this. You are angry, and brother will naturally vent for you. You go back and rest first, and brother will find a way." Yuan Chang's eyes were full of tears. Will brother always help Chang'er? Of course. He paused and said, "You are my sister." After finally coaxing Yuan Chang to go back and rest. It was already late at night. Yuan Jinxiao sighed, and was about to go to Yuan Ji's Tingxue tower, when he ran into Yuan Jianzhou. Yuan Jianzhou looked indifferent, and said gently, "Jinxiao, let's talk." Shiyun Pavilion. The moonlight was clear. "You said Yuan Chang talked to someone and talked about Yuan Ji's innocence?" Yuan Jinxiao was shocked. He was in a trance for a moment, and quickly denied it. "It's impossible. Although Chang'er is sometimes a little rude, it's not to this extent." Yuan Jianzhou poured a cup of tea, looking at Yuan Jinxia's face, which was somewhat similar to his own, sighed. "After your mother passed away, you blamed everything on Gigi, and even poured all your love for Gigi on Yuan Chang out of spite. I can understand all this, and I did not stop you, but some problems cannot be avoided. If you don't believe me, why don't we go to Qifang courtyard together to see for ourselves?" It's not that he didn't know Yuan Chang's little thoughts, but whenever he thought of Yuan Ji causing them to lose their mother at a young age, Yuan Jinxiao couldn't say nice things to Yuan Ji, let alone dote on her as before. Yuan Chang is different from Yuan Ji. Yuan Chang has been bullied since she was a child. She is not as lawless as Yuan Ji, causing trouble all over Chang'an, and making the general's mansion in chaos. Yuan Chang is quieter and gentler. Even if there are some girlish calculations, he just treats it as a joke between sisters. Yuan Jinxiao is a little uneasy. Yuan Jianzhou is not a person who talks nonsense. If Yuan Chang is really that kind of person. The candlelight in Qifang courtyard is still on. Sunshur is mending clothes by candlelight. Yuan Chang looks at her with some disgust. If it's torn, just buy another one. Why mend it? It's just a small tear. It won't be noticeable after mending it. You don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. And Sun moved her hand slightly, and tied a very small knot. The button that was originally torn was now mended seamlessly. Yuan Chang paced in the room and complained, "It's all Yuan Ji who made me look so ugly. Mother, you are too tolerant." Sun smiled bitterly. "Chang'er, I am a concubine, and you are a concubine. This is an indisputable fact. Even if we did so many things before, did we ever hurt Yuan Ji in the slightest?" Yuan Chang was a little discouraged when she heard this, and muttered, "I am not willing to accept it. Mother, why does Yuan Ji have everything she wants? She is loved by her elder brother, and she is cared for by her father. But I only have my second brother. Father always gives her Yuan Ji the first reward. And I am also his daughter. Why?" Sun thought for a while, and said, with the care of the second young master, "You are not too sad. Didn't you suggest that he sent cakes to Yuan Ji last time?" At this point, Yuan Chang remembered this matter belatedly, and said in a muffled voice, "I originally wanted to let my second brother offend Yuan Ji, but it seems to have no effect. That's it. You've put so much effort into this, but it's all in vain." Sun sighed. She had always spoiled Yuan Chang in the past. She had always turned a blind eye to Yuan Chang's efforts to embarrass Yuan Ji, or those things she did that were not worthy of being mentioned. But Yuan Gongfu had said so much, and Sun knew that she had no hope of becoming the legitimate wife, and she would not have any children. Yuan Chang snorted coldly. "I don't believe that Yuan Ji can always be so successful." Sooner or later, I will let her know what regret is. Outside the window, everything was silent. Yuan Jinxiao's face was livid. He stared at the woman in Qifeng courtyard blankly. With his vicious eyes and gnashing teeth, he was unable to combine the person in front of him with the soft and docile Yuan Chang in his memory. You have seen it. You decide the rest yourself, Yuan Jinzhou said coldly. He looked at Qifeng courtyard with cold and ruthless eyes. However, Jinzhou, there is one thing I must remind you. If it is just a small fight, I will not care too much. If it is really as I heard today, Yuan Chang wants to use some despicable means on Gigi, I will not let her go. Not only me, but also my father. You must remember that you are always your mother's son and Yuan Ji's elder brother. If there is such a day, don't blame me as your elder brother for being rude to you. Yuan Jinzhou said something very unpleasant. He ignored Yuan Jinxiao, who remained silent, and dragged him to Tingxue Tower again. From a distance, Yuan Ji was sitting at the desk, holding a book and reading it carefully. Yuan Jinzhou was also a little surprised by the scene in front of him. But he suppressed his suspicion and said in a deep voice, Grandmother asked the two of you to copy the female rules yesterday. They both went to Lingshan Autumn Banquet today. Look! How is Yuan Cheng? How is Gigi? It's obvious. Although he didn't expect Yuan Ji to study hard, he thought he could advise his father tomorrow and find a school for Yuan Ji. Yuan Jinxiao didn't say anything, looking at a light in the window frame, a beautiful figure writing at the desk. He suddenly remembered that he came here to bring cakes to Yuan Ji some time ago. At that time, her wrist was still injured. The two watched from a distance for a while, and then left. Yuan Ji drank a sip of tea and flipped through the book, frowning. If you fall into a passive situation, you can play hard to get or lure the tiger away from the mountain, pretend to admire. Yuan Ji read drowsily, tears oozed from the corners of her eyes, exhausted. The moon was rising. Yuan Ji simply closed the book, and the cover was written with 36 strategies to control your husband. Chapter 24. You said my father would send me to Yunlu Academy to study? Yuan Ji's hand holding the porcelain spoon trembled slightly. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why is it so sudden? When she heard the news, Yuan Ji felt like she was struck by lightning. Her lips slightly opened for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single word. The whole Yuan family knew that she didn't like to study, and her father had always been lenient with her, and he turned a blind eye to her not doing her job properly. Yunlu Academy is different from other academies. It can also accept female students. The teachers there are well known. Although most wealthy families would invite teachers to come to their homes, Yuan Gongfu knew that she had skipped school in the past and embarrassed the teachers. So he sent her to Yunlu Academy. Yuan Jinzhou smiled and pushed a set of 4 treasures of the study in front of Yuan Ji. With a look of emotion, I saw you studying hard when I passed by last night, and I was very pleased. I told my father about this morning. My father was also very moved and sent someone to the academy to greet you. You go and adapt today. If you feel uncomfortable, come back and tell me. Yuan Jinzhou's words made Yuan Ji stunned. Before she could react, Yuan Jinzhou sent her to the carriage. Before leaving, she glared at Yuan Jinzhou fiercely. She just read some storybooks last night, so she had to go to school today? It's all my brother's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Although I had just had breakfast, I couldn't eat because of going to school. My stomach was empty. Yuan Ji rolled her eyes and said, Stop here. I'll go downstairs to buy some food first. The driver was a little embarrassed. Miss, the eldest master said he would send you to the academy and then. Brother Chun, I will give you some later. You can take it back for Sister Chun in Xiaobao. Hearing this, the driver hesitated for a moment and then agreed. You stay in the car, I'll go. Yuan Ji raised her hand and pointed to the alley. If you want to take the main road, you must take a detour, but if you go from here, it only takes an instant stick of time. Besides, Brother Chen doesn't know the shortcut to Liuhe restaurant here. I can go by myself. You wait for me here. After saying that, Yuan Ji jumped down, humming a little tune and walking in a disjointed manner. Who goes to the academy? Anyway, she is not going. Today, she will try the honey cakes from Liuhe restaurant, the Kielizui from Xiamingju, and the white-cut chicken from Yunjinglu. When she returns to the mansion at dusk, the people in the academy will naturally think that they have misremembered the date of her schooling, and will not come to Yuan Mansion to inquire. This is very good. Yuan Ji was planning today's itinerary, and her feet turned a corner. Suddenly, she heard a faint sobbing sound. which was vaguely frightened. She paused, and instantly came back to her senses, and fixed her eyes on the people in the alley. She saw 3 or 2 burly men standing in the alley, and a pretty lady was surrounded by them. "Lady, if you have a good time with the gentleman will let you go," the leading man said obscenely, and looked at the young lady with a wolf-like look. How outrageous! How can it be disgraceful to humiliate a decent woman in broad daylight? Yuan-ji couldn't bear it anymore, and picked up a thick branch at the side of the alley, and hit the leading man's head hard. The man felt pain, and was about to curse when he turned around. His eyes suddenly changed when they fell on Yuan-ji. He smiled and said, "Although the young lady is strong, she is beautiful. Why not go with that young lady and have fun with me?" "Your brother," Yuan-ji snorted coldly, holding a stick in front of the woman, and whispered to comfort her. "Don't be afraid." The men in front of him were strong, but their lower bodies were a little thin. Their chassis must be unstable. She had practiced martial arts since she was a child. Although she was only a novice, she was still confident in teaching a few people a lesson. She concentrated and held her breath, and hit the man in front of her with a stick. The man subconsciously reached out to hold the stick and pulled it hard. Yuan-ji loosened his arm and kicked the man in the crotch. The man's old face wrinkled into a ball, and he immediately fell to the ground in pain. "Sir, is that Miss Yuan-ji?" Inu stood in front of the window of Wanghua Tower, pointing in the direction of Yuan-ji. Wanghua Tower has 6 floors. From the window where Inu was, she could easily see what was happening in the alley. Feng Xiangu was studying the chess game. When he heard Inu talking, his eyes fell on the pretty figure in the alley. She was seen protecting a woman, kicking the man in front of her. Feng Xiangu frowned and scolded, "You dared to show off your mediocre skills." He looked at her with disdain, and picked up the black pieces in the chess box. His eyes focused, and the black pieces shot straight like sharp arrows, and hit the knee of the burly man. Yuan-ji was gathering all his strength to find an opportunity to pull the woman away. But suddenly there were a few whooshing sounds in his ears. In an instant, the people in front of him knelt down instantly, hugging their knees in pain. Yuan-ji was stunned. "Run!" Yuan-ji immediately grabbed the woman's hand and ran away. At this time, she didn't even remember the honey cake. A sound of breaking air came from behind her. Yuan-ji looked back. Her eyes were stunned for a moment, and she saw a knife being thrown out. She turned around immediately and subconsciously blocked the woman. The next moment, there was a ding-dong sound. Yuan-ji didn't dare to raise her eyebrows. She only vaguely saw a folding fan flying out from behind her. It hit the knife directly. The knife tilted and fell to the ground. The folding fan spun back with a strange arc. Feng Xiangu, who was about to jump out of the window, froze. Inu couldn't help asking, "Sir, why don't you go?" "No need." Feng Xiangu retracted his forward-leaning body and stood in front of the window, staring at the people in the alley. Yuan-ji couldn't help but shrink when he heard the voice. But a piece of green clothes suddenly floated between his eyebrows. Gu Shihua held a fan in front of Yuan-ji, with a broad back, which roughly blocked Yuan-ji's sight. His green clothes were embroidered with 3 or 2 interlaced bamboo leaves, and even the folding fan was painted with snow bamboo pictures. Yuan-ji's heart was beating non-stop, and the feeling of escaping death made her particularly frightened. She stood behind him, and she could still smell a faint fragrance, as if it was the dew condensed on bamboo leaves in spring. Light, and with the fragrance of bamboo. "Don't be afraid," Gu Shihua said in a deep voice. Yuan-ji stammered, I'm not afraid." The burly man saw that a ruthless man had come, and knew that today's matter would never be accomplished if he was dragged until the soldiers arrived. Then, the few of them looked at each other, and limped to another alley. "Go." Feng Xiangu took a sip of tea. Inu understood, and immediately took the accompanying guards to catch him. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Yuan-ji was still a little frightened. Fortunately, the knife did not stab her body. Otherwise she would have been torn to pieces. "Miss!" A shout came from the alley. The woman behind her waved her hand quickly, and then bowed to Yuan-ji, and said with emotion, "Thank you for saving me. My family has come to find me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid May I ask your name?" Yuan-ji smiled and said, "It's just a piece of cake. My name is Yuan-ji. I think your family is worried. Go quickly." The woman silently recited Yuan-ji's name, and then bowed to Gu Shihua before leaving leisurely. Gu Shihua fixed her eyes on Yuan-ji, frowned and said coldly, Although Miss Yuan is the daughter of a general, she is a woman after all. The situation just now was really dangerous. If Xihua hadn't happened to pass by and found out something was wrong. Do you know the consequences? Gu Xihua was much taller than her. Yuanji raised her head and looked straight at her. She hummed for a long time. How can we stand idly by when encountering this? There is no rule in our Yuan family to turn a blind eye to injustice. If you encounter this situation again in the future, you should first find someone to help you. You are alone, it is really dangerous. She looked at Gu Xihua's elegant face, and did not respond to his words. She smiled and asked, "Do you want to eat honey cakes?" Gu Xihua said nothing, worried about what happened just now, and simply followed Yuan Ji to Liuhe restaurant. Seeing her slow steps, she seemed leisurely. Yuan Ji was grateful to Gu Xihua for saving her 3 or 4 times, and generously bought 2 servings of honey cakes. He never eats these sweet things. But when he touched Yuan Ji's expectant eyes, he took it as if possessed by a ghost and took a bite. It was so sweet. But he still said politely, "Not bad." The two ate while walking. Yuan Ji bit the honey crisp in his mouth. "Just like a little rabbit eating," he said incoherently. "Since Mr. Gu also used this honey crisp, I will go back home first. And I will eat it next time." After what happened today, she didn't dare to wander around outside all day. Before she could finish, Gu Xihua suddenly stood in front of her and said seriously, "We're here." Yuan Ji realized that Gu Xihua had led her to the entrance of the academy. Yuan Ji immediately felt that I treated you as my savior. But you wanted my life. So she ran out subconsciously. Gu Xihua reached out and grabbed her sleeve and pulled her. Yuan Ji's body tilted, staggered a few steps, and entered the academy gate. Gu Xihua. Yuan Ji gnashed her teeth and stared at him fiercely. She had just treated him to honey cakes from Liuhe restaurant. Yuan Ji felt a little scalp tingling when she entered the study room under the watchful eyes of the crowd. There were dozens of desks in the study room, and everyone was practicing calligraphy in silence. Yuan Ji suddenly appeared, like a stone breaking through a pond, causing ripples. The teacher sitting in the main seat had a head full of white hair and looked emaciated. He sat cross-legged on the main seat, studying a scripture, with a serious face, and the image of the unkind old teacher in Yuan Ji's mind instantly overlapped. She instantly became listless. Everyone was surprised to see Yuan Ji, and their writing movement slowed down, looking at her, whispering. Silence. The teacher said in a deep voice, and then looked at Yuan Ji, "You are the new one? You are late for class on the first day. You, stand in the courtyard as punishment." Yuan Ji pouted. She was a little afraid to contradict, but she was still a little unconvinced, raised her hand, and pointed at Gu Xihua. "Why doesn't he have to stand as punishment?" Everyone was in chaos. "TSK, can she compare with Mr. Xihua?" "That's right. Everyone knows that Mr. Gu no longer needs to come to the academy. What nonsense is she talking about? And she still wants Mr. Gu to stand with her in punishment." The teacher glanced at everyone unhappily, and everyone's voices gradually faded. Li Qinghui finally couldn't help but speak. "Teacher, Gigi is here for the first time. I think she can't find the way, and is late." Yuan Ji then realized that Li Qinghui was also here, and her beautiful eyebrows immediately locked, looking at the person in front of her with nothing but disgust. It is said that Li Qinghui has a mistress. That's why the Yuan family broke off the engagement. How dare he show up? Yuan Ji ignored these gossips, and avoided Li Qinghui as if he were avoiding the plague. Gu Xihua smiled and said, "Miss Yuan, this is the rule of the academy, but you don't have to worry. Xihua will copy down what I learned today for you to read, so you can go without worry." Is she looking listless because she can't listen to the class? It's obvious that she doesn't want to listen to the class at all. If it wasn't for Gu Xihua, she would either be drinking tea at Xianmingju, or eating porridge and meat at Yunjinglu, or buying some food and going back home early. How could she end up like this? Standing in the corner, Yuan Ji went out and saw a familiar shadow. His eyes widened immediately. He was also punished to stand in the corner? What a coincidence. You are also being punished? Same here. Yuan Ji stood under the tree and chatted with Xia Hui. Even Xia Hui had to stand in the corner when he came here. Yuan Ji was also amazed, and couldn't help but look at Master Long, who was sitting in the inner room. Xia Hui held the book on his head. His face wrinkled. "My mother wanted me to study in the Imperial College, and I begged my father for a long time before he allowed me to come to Yunlu Academy. What kind of place is the Imperial College? How could Xia Hui dare to be late or leave early? But Yunlu Academy is different, although it is also famous. It is better than the Imperial College. Besides, Gu Shihua is here, so he won't be bored here. As the two were talking, Yuanji unexpectedly found that they got along well with each other. They both liked to skip school. Xiaohui was talking non-stop. Yuanji's eyes froze. And suddenly, he saw a figure walking out of the backyard of the academy. Yuanji immediately recognized who the person was and shut up. Feng Shuanda nodded to Master Long, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw Yuanji standing not far away, with 3 books on his head and a round face, which looked funny. He turned around and walked towards the two of them. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you? Xiaohui frowned in displeasure. Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Shuanda, and immediately shut up, turning his head to look at the other wall. He was not a fool. This man must be an important figure. After all, at the last Lingshan autumn banquet, his mother's attitude towards him was not ordinary. There were not many people who could make his mother respectful, and the man in front of him was one of them. He didn't want to watch what Feng Shuanda and Yuanji said or did. Feng Shuanda stood in front of Yuanji, raised his eyebrows and looked up and down, and chuckled. I thought you should have played around after doing chivalrous deeds outside. But I didn't expect you to be standing here as punishment? Yuanji was a little surprised. How did you know? Inu smiled and said, we have arrested all those lunatics. It's all thanks to you. Recently, many people in Chang'an have reported the case, but the government has not caught anyone. Thanks to your bravery. That's why we caught these culprits. Yuanji's heart was hanging high. After hearing Inu say that all of them were arrested, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Shuanga stepped forward and said with interest, I am in a good mood today. I can't bear to see a common woman being wronged. How about you make me happy, and I will let Mr. Long cancel your punishment? Inu turned away her gaze upon hearing this. Yuanji did not dare to keep her gaze on Feng Xiangu. She vaguely heard what Master Long said and opened the book. Her gaze subconsciously drifted to the study room, Li Qinghui's book bag. Gu Shihua's gaze fell on the book in her hand, and suddenly she remembered something. Master, I haven't given Yuanji's book to her yet. Even if she stands outside and reads, it's better than doing nothing. After getting permission, Gu Shihua walked out with a book. Feng Xiangu seemed to notice that Yuanji was distracted, and he slightly bent down, and said with a light tone at the end, distracted? Yuanji's neck was a little red, and he leaned too close, and the light sandalwood fragrance on Feng Xianji's body rushed straight into his nose. His voice was low and magnetic, and the ending tone was raised, which seemed to have a different charm. Yuanji's ears were slightly itchy, and they turned red again unconsciously. Gu Shihua raised her eyebrows, and saw Yuanji's cheeks stained with smoky clouds. Looking again, it was Feng Xiangu who was smiling. His heart stagnated, and an indescribable thought was like a thorny ivy, gently scratching his heart. He didn't understand why he felt this way, but he said slowly, Miss Yuan, this is your book. Yuanji looked to the side, and was about to respond, but Feng Xiangu blocked Yuanji's sight, completely blocking her sight, ignoring the people behind him, and teased, have you thought about it? Whether to reply to his words first, or to reply to your true self? He lowered his head. His silver hair fell on Yuanji's nose. His eyes were shallow, and a thick smile bloomed at the corner of his lips. Between me and Gu Shihua, who do you want to choose? Chapter 25. What does he mean by this? Who to choose? What to choose? Yuanji was stunned instantly, and did not dare to raise her eyebrows to look directly into Feng Xianji's eyes, fearing that once she looked into his eyes, she would fall into his deep sea-like eyes. His eyes were as deep as a whirlpool in the sea, making people unable to help but sink. Yuanji's lips opened and closed, but she could not utter a syllable, until a scream came from the study, which drew her attention back. Feng Xiangu only said one word, one look, and she actually lost her composure like this. It was really embarrassing. Yuanji looked at Gu Shihua sideways, and her face suddenly turned red. Without explaining, she changed the subject awkwardly. What happened? Feng Shuanga raised his eyebrows, and said with a playful look, Miss Yuan is really not easy to tease. This red face is somewhat similar to the begonia in my mansion. It's really interesting. You? Yuanji glared at him resentfully. But to outsiders, this look was full of the shyness and anger of a girl. Gu Shihua's eyebrows were calm, and she gave her the book without saying much. Here you are. Then she returned to the study hall. Feng Xiange raised his eyebrows and looked at her, seemingly liking her helpless look. She smiled and left without further embarrassing her. Yuan Ji's heart gradually calmed down, holding the book in her hand and approaching Xia Hui, whispering, "What's wrong with Li Qinghui?" She took out a handful of caramelized melon seeds from her purse and handed them to Xia Hui. Xia Hui looked at the woman holding melon seeds and watching the fun, and felt a little speechless. She was also the ex-fiancée of the person involved in the study hall, and now she seemed like an outsider. He was silent for a few moments, but still took the melon seeds. The two of them gathered together, and the sound of cracking melon seeds came one after another. It seems that Li Qinghui brought the erotic paintings to the academy. Xia Hui saw with sharp eyes that on the torn pieces of rice paper on the ground, some of them still vaguely showed the silhouette of a child. In the study room, Li Qinghui's face was black and red. His long eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and he tore the book in front of him into countless pieces with a look of resentment, and threw it on the ground like a hot potato, gritting his teeth and saying, "This is not Qinghui's." He couldn't tear the whole book cleanly in one go, and most of the book was left intact, lying on the ground. There was wind blowing, and the pages rustled. The man and woman in the painting were hard to describe. Others felt as if they were on fire after just a glance, and dared not look at them again. "If it's not yours, whose is it?" Master Long's voice was old and serious. He had been upright and proud all his life. In his academy, someone actually brought these low-class and inferior picture books openly. He was so angry that his goatee stood up straight, and even his eyes towards Li Qinghui were full of strong displeasure. "I heard that the Yuan family broke off the engagement because you had a mistress. At first, I was half believing and half doubting, thinking that you looked like a gentleman. Is it just a rumor? Now you dare to bring these dirty things to Yunlu Academy. That thing is not just a rumor." The yellow-clothed woman sitting not far from Li Qinghui spoke in a cold voice. Every word was like a pearl. Li Qinghui's face gradually turned from black to white, trying to refute. "Qin Shu, I have no grudge against you. When Tang Wanqiu heard Yuan Ji was mentioned, her hands paused slightly, and then she put down her brush, raised her eyebrows, and said in a gentle voice, "This matter is of great importance, Miss Chen. Please be careful with your words." Qin Shu rolled her eyes, folded her arms, and said in a sarcastic tone, "It is of great importance. Do you think it is related to Li Qinghui's reputation, or to Yuan Ji? Miss Tang, you are pleading for Mr. Li in your words and deeds. You may have a secret crush on Mr. Li." "Right." As soon as the words fell, Qin Shu covered her lips as if she had discovered some shocking secret, and said in panic, "I didn't discover it on purpose. That? Just pretend I didn't say it, you." "Of course I didn't." Tang Wanqiu was so angry that she was shaking all over. She just said it casually. But Qin Shu was just taking advantage of her. She was just like Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shu in the hall, wearing an apricot-colored silver-patterned cloud satin skirt, with a flamboyant look. And she was fighting with Li Qinghui and others in a verbal battle, but was not at all inferior. She is really a wonderful woman. Qin Shu, she remembered, was the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, who had quarreled with Yuan Chang in Liuhe restaurant not long ago. Yuan Chang frowned and persuaded, "Wanqiu just doesn't want you to cause trouble because of this matter. She has no other intentions, Miss Chen. You worry too much." After several words, Li Qinghui finally admitted defeat. Although he denied that the erotic painting was his, it was obvious that no one believed him. He had to collapse on the ground in frustration. His face was pale and bloodless. Facing everyone's gaze, he forced a smile and said, "Although I don't know why this happened, I am powerless to refute it. It is my fault for disturbing the teacher's class. I will go back home and reflect on myself." Mr. Long was already so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and immediately told Li Qing to get out. "Go away. Bringing these filthy things to the academy is simply a disgrace to scholars. What are you looking at? You are still eating melon seeds, which makes me angry." Mr. Long saw the two people eating melon seeds not far away, and he immediately got angry, his chest heaving up and down, and he looked like he was about to give up. He immediately sent the two people away to stand for punishment, and said that they should stop bothering him. Xia Hui snorted, very reluctantly, but still walked away. Yuan Ji responded obediently, with a sweet voice, and a look of correcting mistakes. She immediately moved away, threw the book down in a place where Master Long could not see, and flipped over the wall, which stunned Xia Hui. Yuan Ji followed suit and climbed over the wall, casually brushed off the dust on the corner of her skirt, raised her eyebrows to meet Xia Hui's astonished eyes, and couldn't help but challenge, "Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you know how to climb over the wall? Do you look down on me?" Xia Hui immediately performed a jump over the wall, and landed beside Yuan Ji very lightly, brushed off the dust on her collar with disdain, and looked her up and down and said, "You just ran away like this. Aren't you afraid of Master Long's punishment?" Yuan Ji waved his hands and shrugged indifferently, "Then go back and stand there for punishment. I won't stop you." Xia Hui stared at the woman in front of him with some curiosity. Since he first met her after the Lingshan Autumn Banquet, he felt that she was strange and interesting. "I think you are very good. You look more comfortable than those beautiful girls like Tang Wenqiu." Hearing Xia Hui's answer, Yuan Ji was a little surprised. How did Tang Wenqiu offend you? With Xia Hui's status, and returning to Chang'an for the first time, how could he recognize Tang Wenqiu? Could it be that she? Xia Hui had no idea what Yuan Ji was thinking, and said with a tut, "You don't know, I went to Yunjinlu for dinner once, and I was beaten before I even entered. A big bump instantly grew on my head." Yuan Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not speak, and felt guilty instantly. "I asked someone to check, and the flying porcelain plate should have been aimed at Tang Wenqiu, but the technique was too poor. That's why it hit me on the head." Yuan Ji said cautiously, "So you hate Tang Wenqiu? Shouldn't you hate the person who hit you?" Xia Hui put his hands behind his head, snorted coldly, "I can't find that person. But I was also in trouble because of Tang Wenqiu. And that person is also. He came out to fight without good skills. With this accuracy, he is not qualified to apply for a guard in my house." Yuan Ji was instantly shocked by Xia Hui's thoughts, and was silent for a long time, and said, "I think you are right. You should blame Tang Wenqiu. Why did she get so close to you for no reason? If she changed her position, you wouldn't be beaten." Xia Hui's eyes lit up, as if he had found a soulmate, and he said with gratitude, "You think so too?" "Right. Xihua also said that I have a brain disease." "Indeed." But Yuan Ji didn't say it. The two walked for a long time before they realized that they had climbed over the wrong wall. This was the backyard of Yunlu Academy. When the two were about to climb over the wall again, Yuan Ji's ears moved slightly, and he vaguely heard a faint voice. "Hush." Yuan Ji stretched out his fingers to cover his lips, and Xia Hui immediately fell silent. Yuan Ji followed the source of the sound, stepped carefully on the grass, looked carefully at the ground, pushed aside the weeds with his hands, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "It's a golden quilt and silver bed." A little raccoon with a golden body and white hair on its belly was lying in the grass. It was very small, and looked only 1 or 2 months old. However, its right front paw seemed to be seriously injured. There was a scratch across it, and blood was gushing out. Fine weeds and dust were stuck to the paw. The little paw was trembling with pain, and the sound was very weak. Yuan Ji's heart softened instantly when he saw the pitiful appearance. Without saying anything, and not caring about the dirt, he held a silk handkerchief, carefully picked up the kitten and ran out of the academy. Xia Hui frowned and said loudly, "Hey! The beast is not clean. Be careful. If you are afraid of dirt, don't follow me." Yuan Ji turned around and scolded lightly, his eyes slightly cold. Xia Hui was suddenly threatened, and he didn't react for a while. When Yuan Ji walked away, he realized that he was caring about her. But he was scolded. "Fuck, when did my young master care about others and suffer such grievances?" Looking at the academy where no one had been seen for a long time, Xia Hui made up his mind, he would not follow. Yuan Ji hurried to find the clinic. The doctor saw the little raccoon in her arms, carefully observed the condition, had someone clean the wound, wrapped the wound with gauze and a wooden stick, prescribed some medicine and told him to change it every 3 days. Yuan Ji was relieved. Holding the little raccoon, Yuan Ji paused, suddenly remembered that her grandmother did not like raccoons, hesitated for a moment, and the raccoon whimpered again in her arms. Finally she could not bear it. She wandered around the side of the Yuan mansion, made up her mind, and secretly raised it in her own Tingxue Tower. Listening Snow Tower is far from Shouanjai, and if Hongyu takes care of it carefully, it should be fine. Thinking of this, Yuanji sneaked back to Listening Snow Tower through the side door. Hongyu and Luwu saw her holding out a kitten like a magic trick. Their eyes were shining. Without waiting for Yuanji to explain, Hongyu went to the firewood room and found a bamboo basket and placed it beside Listening Snow Tower, carefully laying a cushion. This civet cat likes to rummage through boxes and cabinets. This bamboo basket is the right size. It's not easy to bathe it now that it's injured. "Miss," Don't touch it first, lest it get infected with any disease. After a few days, when its legs are better, and it is close to you, I will wash it, and you can hold it. Luwu smiled softly. Miss, you have liked these animals since you were a child. But I don't know if you have named it. Yuanji rolled her eyes. This raccoon has the most common gold quilt and silver bed. It is golden with white hair on its belly. She thought for a while and said, I hope it will be safe and happy, healthy and long-lasting. Luwu stroked its fine hair gently and said softly, then call it Changle? No, call me Yuanbao, and bring me lots of Yuanbao in the future. Luwu was stunned. What does this have to do with health and happiness? As he spoke, Yuanbao seemed to sense it and meowed at Yuanji a few times. Luwu hesitated. The old lady is superstitious about these things. If others know about it, Yuanji has considered this issue. Yuanbao's leg injury has not healed yet. And he is small. You should be more careful. Don't let Yuanqiang and others see him. If he behaves well in the future, Yuanbao will be hidden in our Tingxue tower. If he is naughty and runs around, I will find a way to send him to someone else. Seeing that Yuanji had thought it through, the two stopped talking and just focused on Yuanbao, teasing it. The next day, Yuanji got up early and went to the academy. She had thought about it last night. If she didn't want Yuanchang to cause trouble for her and harm Yuanbao, she naturally couldn't let her find her fault. She didn't know if she was found by the teacher when she skipped school yesterday. Yuanji was thinking about it. When she arrived at the academy, she saw a woman in yellow sitting next to her. Her eyebrows were raised, and she was dancing in yellow. Qinshu looked up at her, and then smiled brightly. My name is Qinshu, and we will be classmates from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or ask Master Gu. Yuanji remembered Qinshu, who was the one who talked with Li Qinghui in the study hall yesterday and forced him to leave school early, and also ridiculed Tang Wanqiu. She liked Qinshu's personality very much. Yuanji smiled and said, okay, this is the persimmon cake made by my house. If you don't mind, you can try it. After that, she took out an orange-yellow persimmon cake from her small basket. Of course, Qinshu took Yuanji's persimmon cake and took a bite. Her eyes suddenly brightened. It's better than the one in Liuhe restaurant. Of course. Yuanji was quite proud. This is my mother's unique craftsmanship. It has a more fragrant and less greasy taste than the ones made outside. What's so great about a persimmon cake? Is it worth coming here to talk about it? Zhou Yao walked from the door. Yuanji was a little surprised. You can also come to Yunlu Academy? Zhou Yao pursed her lips tightly, gritted her teeth and said, if you can come, why can't I? Yuanji looked innocent. I thought Yunlu Academy would at least consider whether the students have good character. But I didn't expect that even you would come. You? Zhou Yao glared at her, knowing that Yuanji was referring to her attack on her at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet. It was because of this incident that she was locked up at home for a long time and was finally released recently. A layer of worry appeared under her brows, and she snorted coldly. I can't argue with you verbally, but I'll see what you can do in the academic exam later. Miss Yuan. Study exam? Yuanji was stunned. Qinshu frowned. You don't know? Today is the bi-monthly study exam, and the content of each exam is different. Yuanji felt her scalp tingling when she heard these two words. Just when she wanted to take a quick look, she found that the book she had placed on the desk had been torn clean. She stood up, stared at everyone with cold eyes, raised the torn book in her hand, and asked loudly, who did it? Everyone looked at each other. No one responded. She skipped school yesterday and naturally forgot to bring the new books back home. After just one night, they were ruined like this. Someone must have done it on purpose. Yuanji knew that she couldn't find the culprit at this time, so she had to borrow Qinshu's books to take a look. Soon, everyone was together, and Master Long counted the number of people and began to distribute the papers. Yuanji looked carefully and saw that they were all neat small regular script, and every word was clear and recognizable. However, when all the words were put together, she felt dizzy and couldn't understand the meaning of the text at all. She looked up and saw Gu Shihua sitting on the right side of the teacher, sitting upright, invigilating the exam meticulously. He didn't have to take the exam. Qinshu said that Gu Shihua was different from him. It was just that it was the end of the year, and Gu Shihua came to the academy to help Master Long. With his knowledge, why would he need to study with them? It was understandable. Yuanji felt depressed, and there was the rustling sound of turning pages beside his ears. Yuanji still wrote his name very seriously, and then put down the pen and propped up his head in a daze. She had never liked reading since she was a child, let alone Confucius, Mencius, Laozi and Chuangzi. But others knew a little bit. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was just like the rumors, illiterate, and unskilled in poetry and literature. Yuanji suddenly saw Xia Hui, who was in a daze like her, and her depression was immediately swept away. At this moment, she felt that Xia Hui was simply her good friend who would live and die with her. She looked around boredly, and was very curious. After 2 hours of motionlessness, did Gu Shihua really not feel tired? Her eyes fell on Gu Shihua involuntarily. It was so boring that she scribbled on the paper casually. On the day of the exam, she only needed to study for half a day. Yuanji lay on the desk in a daze, and almost fell asleep. She only woke up when she heard Gu Shihua's steady voice. Collect the papers. She bit the bullet and handed in the paper. She glanced at it quickly. Everyone else's paper was full of smugness, but hers was very clean. She just wanted to put it on the table before Xia Hui handed it in. There were so many people. Naturally no one would see her paper, and she would not embarrass herself in front of the court. Just as the paper was stuffed into the mess, a hand suddenly appeared on the left, and it grabbed Yuanji's paper very accurately and raised its hand high. Zhou Yao waved the paper in her hand, gloating, "I thought you were so powerful, but you are still the same as before? You still scribble on the paper?" Yuanji was furious and rushed to grab it. Zhou Yao turned the paper over and over, and her eyes were full of ridicule, except for some unsightly graffiti. There is not a single word written on the other side. "You?" Yuanji raised her eyebrows coldly. "Give it back to me." "Yuanji, even if you come to the academy, what can you do? Aren't you here to fish in troubled waters? Or do you have other intentions?" "For whom? Li Qingwei or Gu?" Zhou Yao's words were very clear. Yuanji's identity was awkward. Li Qinghui was also studying in Yilu Academy, and she almost became a relative of Li Qinghui. In addition, there were Gu Shihua and Xia Hui. The last time at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet, the two of them also spoke for Yuanji. But the two of them were just telling the truth. But in Zhou Yao's mouth, it had a different flavor. Gu Shihua's brows twisted anxiously. Xia Hui rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "I remember you now. It was you who was kicked out by my mother last time. Right? I didn't beat you last time. But you still don't remember? Are you still provoking me?" Chen Shu slowly sorted out her school bag and sneered, "I remember that in the last exam, you were just a middle-level person? Listening to your tone, someone who doesn't know would think you got Class A. You?" Zhou Yao snorted, "I won't be angry with you anymore, Yuanji. Do you dare to bet? If you can beat me next time, I will grant you one request. On the contrary, if you can't beat me, you will grant me one request. It is late autumn now. The next exam will be at the end of the year, the last exam before the new year. There are probably 2 months left. Yuanji is a person who doesn't accept being wronged, but this is more than doing the test. She feels a little guilty in her heart." "Okay." Before she opened her mouth, she heard a clear voice suddenly coming from her side. Gu Shihua stood beside Yuanji and accepted the matter for her. Yuanji's round eyes were slightly startled, and she felt her heart beating a little faster. Gu Shihua just accepted it for her. Did he not see the test paper she just handed in? Although she had disliked Zhou Yao for a long time, she felt that she was beautiful but had no brains. But when it came to studying, Yuanji did not dare to say that she had much brains. Tang Wanqiu frowned, her eyes moved between the two of them, and she always felt that Gu Shihua seemed to be more partial to Yuanji than others. If Gu Shihua had just discussed the matter at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet last time, it would have been fine. But why did he stand up and accept this matter for Yuanji now? This matter is not easy to handle. Tang Wanqiu thought for a moment. Although Zhou Yao was not ambitious, she was better than Yuanji after all. It's just a discussion between classmates. "Mr. Gu, please don't interfere between the two of them." "Right? If you interfere too much, I'm afraid people will think that you have some other thoughts." At this point, Yuanji felt a little forced to do something, and this matter could not be turned around. She sighed and said seriously, "I don't need you to agree to a request of mine. If I beat you, you just need to kneel down and pay homage to me." "You?" Zhou Yao originally thought that the most a woman would ask for was some jewelry, but she didn't expect Yuanji to make such a request. She gritted her teeth and agreed, "Okay. If I beat you, you will do the same." After all, Yuanji couldn't beat her. She was not sure about other things. But studying is not something that can be done overnight. Okay. Yuanji smiled and nodded. Yuan Chong frowned and stared at Yuanji. Feeling a little unsure, Yuanji dared to make such a bet. Could he really be sure? Tang Wanqiu also felt something was wrong, and exchanged glances with Yuan Chong. Anyway, Zhou Yao had instigated this matter, and if anyone was to be embarrassed, it was Zhou Yao who should be embarrassed. What had it to do with him? After school, everyone gradually dispersed. Yuanji grabbed Gu Shihua's sleeve. Tears welled up in her eyes, popped up her face, and said pitifully, "Please save me, Master Gu." Gu Shihua glanced at her, twirling the black bamboo fan with her fingers, and smiled slightly. "I thought you had some confidence to agree." Yuanji's eyes widened, pointed at him, said in disbelief, You. If you hadn't agreed for me, why would I have done this? If I lost to her in the exam, wouldn't I lose all my face? Shihua, you will definitely help me, right? Yuanji's voice was sweet and gentle, her pair of round almond eyes, and her small mouth was slightly pursed, looking pitiful. She gently shook Gu Shihua's cuffs embroidered with black bamboo. Gu Shihua's eyes were slightly dark, and she said softly, "At that time, I saw that you had been silent, and I was worried that this matter would continue to linger. The teacher also asked me to go to Xuelu to find him early after school, so I agreed for you. But since I made the decision on my own, Shihua will lend a helping hand to Miss Yuan." Immediately, Gu Shihua picked out 2 books from the desk and handed them to her. "These are some of the essences of what the teacher said recently. I copied them all down for you to study. The other book contains the test questions of every academic exam from the beginning of this year to today. You can also be a consultant. If you don't understand something, you can come to Gu's house to look for it. If you feel it's inconvenient, you can also call someone to come with you." After hearing what Gu Shihua said, Yuanji felt a little relieved. She thanked him repeatedly and turned to leave. Gu Shihua stared at her back for only a moment, then sorted out the things on the desk. Xiaohui leaned against the carved wooden pillar with his arms folded, staring at him lazily, and suddenly said, "Shihua, are you interested in Miss Yuan?" His hands that were sorting out the test papers paused anxiously, and then returned to normal. "No. With your usual temperament, although others come to ask for advice, you will answer everything you know. But you never volunteer to do thankless things. There is something wrong with you." Gu Shihua said gently, "The teacher has told me that Miss Yuan's father is Yuan Gongfu, a meritorious official of the Liang dynasty, and asked me to take good care of her." Xiaohui stared at him, and saw that he looked calm, as if he really had no feelings for Yuanji. He breathed a sigh of relief, quickened his pace, and ran to his side, and said, "The last time I went to Lingshan, I saw that Feng Xiang seemed to be a little bit unimportant to Yuanji. I don't know why he came to the academy yesterday. He talked to Yuanji for a long time before leaving. Didn't you see it then?" Gu Shihua paused slightly. Her eyes and eyebrows were the same as before. "Unusual?" "Of course." Xiaohui sighed. "It's strange. My mother said that Feng Xiang is not easy to persuade, and he doesn't like women. But..." His eyes fell on the test paper on the desk. His eyes lit up. "Quick! Quick! Take a look. Is it me or Yuanji who is at the bottom?" Although he said this, Xiaohui's hands were faster than his mouth. He flipped a few pages casually and found Yuanji's test paper. Just when he was about to laugh at her, he suddenly saw a few ink marks on her blank paper and said curiously, "This is..." Gu Shihua took a glance, and immediately took back the paper, saying coldly, "The test results will be out the day after tomorrow." TSK. Stingy. The two walked to the Imperial Street, and Xiaohui took out some silver and handed it to the street vendor selling scallion pancakes. After taking 2 pancakes, he subconsciously handed one to Gu Shihua, biting the pancake in his mouth, and said incoherently, "I was standing with Yuanji at the time. Although I didn't dare to look at it more, I still saw that Yuanji's ears were red. Feng Xiang also said that he would speak up for Yuanji and not let her stand." Gu Shihua stared at the scallion pancake in his hand, and suddenly thought of the persimmon cake he had tasted yesterday. Unlike Xiaohui, he did not travel all year round. He lived in Chang'an and had some understanding of Feng Shuang's character. This person was very good at the art of checks and balances. He did not show his emotions on his face. He never showed a cold face to anyone. Even when killing people, he was calm. Xiaohui did not know what he was thinking, If you have no interest in Yuan-ji, then it's fine. If you do, you have to pay attention. He did not speak. The two chatted casually until Gu Shihua arrived at Xuelu and said goodbye to Xia Hui. Master Long had not returned yet. Gu Shihua sat in the house and took out Yuan-ji's test paper. Her name was the first thing she saw. And then, there was a large blank space. Turning the page, she saw a large piece of black bamboo and a little man sitting under the bamboo. As soon as she entered Tingxue Tower, Yuan-ji went to take a look at Yuan Bao. Hong Yu washed it a little today, and its fur was clean and soft, but it would take some time to heal its leg injury. When Yuan Bao saw Yuan-ji, he looked at her curiously, meowing non-stop. She squatted down and picked up a small piece of chicken from the porcelain plate on the ground. The chicken was cooked soft and still steaming. She handed it to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao limped closer and smelled the chicken, and then smelled Yuan-ji's hand, as if he wanted to remember her smell. Then he ate the chicken in small bites. Lu Wu walked in with the invitation and said, "Miss, this seems to be an invitation from the princess's mansion." The princess's mansion? Yuan-ji was stunned and stood up to take the invitation. It turned out that the youngest son of Princess Fangruo was 6 years old, and a big banquet was held in the princess mansion. The first birthday banquet of the youngest son is usually held when he is 1 year old. She has also heard about Princess Fangruo's personality. She doesn't like lively occasions. She is weak and frail. She didn't go to the last Lingshan autumn banquet because of illness. This time, the big banquet was probably because Princess Chenghua returned to Beijing. She couldn't go to such a banquet alone with Lin Wei. Lu Wu said, "The general said he has something to deal with in the next 2 days, and the second young master doesn't want to go. So the eldest young master will take you, and the fourth young lady to the birthday banquet." Yuan Chang is going too? Yuan-ji's face sank slightly. If Yuan Chang was going, she would have to be careful. "Miss, you are going the day after tomorrow. Will we be too late to give gifts?" Yuan-ji used to wear her newly bought red hairpin jewelry when she went to banquets. Women rarely have resistance to these red hairpins. But if it was a 6-year-old child, Yuan-ji suddenly remembered the youngest son named Ming'er at the Lingshan autumn banquet that day, and she immediately had an idea. Chapter 26. Late at night, the lights in Tingxue Tower were still on. Yuan-ji sat in front of the table, staring at the scattered wood and jade on the table with burning eyes. Yuan Bao stumbled out of the bamboo basket and tried to go to the bedroom, but his short legs could not climb up the dark threshold, so anxious that he meowed wildly. Lu Wu did not dare to make a sound, walked to the door quietly, picked up Yuan Bao gently, and went out, closing the door. Yuan-ji was extremely focused when doing things, and could not tolerate any interruption. Although she was not good at poetry and calligraphy, she was quite interested in wood carving and jade carving. Her mother was also from a jade family, and Yuan-ji inherited her exquisite carving skills. Based on her impression, she sketched out a rough shape on the wood block. Her round and white fingertips held the carving knife and carved on the wood block. Her movements were steady and skillful, as if she was painting a landscape painting. When Hongwei came in with a cup of black plum wine, Yuan-ji had already carved a lot. She advised, "Girl, it's already late. Why not do it tomorrow?" Yuan-ji realized that she had been sitting at the desk for more than 2 hours. Her wrists were sore and tired. She hadn't spoken yet, but she saw Yuan Bao's round eyes, as if he understood Hongyu's words, and meowed a few words in agreement. After drinking the black plum drink, her neck shrank and she felt a little cold. She tightened her coat and rubbed Yuan Bao's clean and smooth yellow hair. Then she washed and went to bed. She got up again the next morning to complete the next task. Yuan Bao learned his lesson this time. He seemed to know that he couldn't make any sound. He lay on the corner of Yuan-ji's desk, playing with a ball of colored thread by himself without saying a word. After a long time, Yuan-ji finally wiped the sweat off his forehead as if relieved, and looked at the jade carving in front of him with satisfaction. The next day, Yuan-ji had just left Tingxue Tower when she received news that Yuan Jinzhou had to deal with the patrol of Chang'an early in the morning. The patrol of Chang'an was originally in charge of Lord Kong, but unfortunately, Lord Kong suddenly fell ill yesterday and temporarily entrusted it to Yuan Jinzhou. He asked Yuan Ji and Yuan Chang to go to the princess's mansion first, and he went on his own. Yuan Chang had been waiting in the carriage for a long time. As soon as Yuan Ji got on the carriage, she met Yuan Chang's obscure eyes. She lowered her eyebrows and glanced at the gift box in Yuan Chang's hand. Yuan Chang seemed to be afraid that Yuan Ji would snatch it away. She stuffed the box behind her and smiled lightly. "Sister is here," Yuan Ji hummed calmly, then sat in the main seat in the car, and said calmly, "What have you prepared?" Yuan Chang said calmly, "When we arrive at the princess's mansion later, you will know." "Right?" Hee. Yuan Ji sneered. "I'm just worried that the things you sent are not presentable and will embarrass our general's mansion. After all, you have done a lot of things that have embarrassed you." She raised her eyebrows lazily and glanced at Yuan Chang, saying, "I didn't pursue you at the last Lingshan autumn banquet. You should be grateful. This time when you go to Princess Fangruo's mansion, you'd better put away your evil thoughts." "You?" Yuan Chang's face suddenly changed, and she suppressed her anger. It was not appropriate to have a conflict with Yuan Ji at this time. She gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. "What about the Lingshan autumn banquet?" "I don't know." "Oh." Yuan Ji changed to a comfortable position and looked at her jokingly. "Then who tore my book?" Yuan Chang's face was dark, and she didn't show it on her face, but her heart was full of turmoil. She knew everything. The carriage moved forward slowly, and 3 or 2 carriages could be seen not far away. Many couples were traveling in groups. Yuan Ji didn't point it out, and got off the carriage directly. He happened to see a carriage with the word Gu parked on the side. "Mr. Gu?" Yuan Ji's surprise was fleeting. Gu Shihua was the eldest grandson of the current imperial tutor, so it was reasonable for her to attend the banquet. "Miss Yuan?" Gu Shihua nodded. Her eyes fell on the brocade box in her hand, and she said softly, "Miss Yuan is very smart. I wonder what she has prepared today." "A secret." Yuan Ji was mysterious and refused to speak. While the two were talking, Yuan Jianzhou came late. Seeing the two people who were chatting were slightly stunned, he frowned slightly and stood in front of Yuan Ji calmly, putting a few steps between them. "Mr. Gu, nice to meet you," Yuan Jianzhou said in a gentle voice. "This is my elder brother, Yuan Jianzhou." Yuan Ji tilted his head and showed his face. Gu Shihua's face was slightly relieved. "It's Major General Yuan. Nice to meet you. You only know how to reminisce about the past at the door." "Where is Yuan Chang?" Yuan Jianzhou asked with a frown. "How should I know? I guess she will go to find Tang Wanqiu and the others as soon as she gets off the car? After all, the banquet has not started yet. I will send someone to look for her when the time comes." The two chatted as they walked inside, and Yuan Ji did not forget to turn around and whisper to Gu Shihua, "See you later." Gu Shihua stood still, but her eyes followed the pretty figure vaguely. "Shihua, why don't you go in?" Xiahui came from the flower corridor and saw Gu Shihua standing under the screen wall. He came to his senses. "I'll go in now." The princess's mansion was exquisite and luxurious with carved beams and painted buildings. Yuan Ji walked through the flower corridor. There were bougainvilleas on the gray walls and green tiles, yellow and pink interlaced. Yuan Ji stood under the wall. The warm sun was shining, and the orange light poured down the corners of her goose yellow skirt. As soon as Yuan Jianzhou entered the mansion, he was surrounded by groups of men. Even though he was surrounded by the crowd, Yuan Jianzhou did not feel uncomfortable and responded to everyone. Yuan Jianzhou was the eldest son of Yuan Gongfu. He was only 20 years old and had not yet married. He had a gentle personality, a handsome face, and was also a major general of the Qianglin army. He had a bright future. There were many people who wanted to curry favor with him or to marry him. Yuan Ji stood there until she saw a familiar figure. Her eyebrows relaxed a little. She waved and said loudly, "Xiao Shu." Chen Shu walked across a long corridor, bypassing the maids, and finally squeezed to Yuan Ji's side, and said with some disgust, "Too many people came today. It's a big event." Yuan Ji smiled and said, "Why didn't I see the princess?" Chen Shu led Yuan Ji through the garden and found a quiet place with few people. "The princess is in the backyard. It seems that the young master's clothes are dirty." Yuan Ji nodded. "There are so many people today, and the children like to run and jump, which is normal." She raised her eyebrows and looked around. This princess's mansion is even bigger than she imagined. It can be said that there is a scene at every step. Chen Shu hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard that Princess Fangruo is moody. I heard that you wore Princess Jiayang's dress last time. You have to be careful today. Don't make the princess unhappy." Yuan Ji pursed her lips, but she felt a little indignant. Bathing and changing clothes were the instructions given by Aunt Qingxu. who was beside Princess Chunghua. The dress was taken by Feng Xuange. She knew nothing. But she had to bear the anger of Princess Fengru or Princess Jiayang, who might come at any time. Today, she would still endure it if she could. And Tang Wanqiu and others would not dare to do anything to her. Princess Fengru's mood swings are well known to everyone. She was originally a very gentle woman. 4 years ago, her husband died on the battlefield. Princess Fengru has been different. Do you know what Yuanji prepared today? Tang Wanqiu followed Yuanji closely. Yuan Chang whispered. She didn't show it to me. So I don't know? Tang Wanqiu hesitated. Although her gift was precious, she was afraid that Yuanji would come up with something better than hers. However, I just saw someone who looked like a guard, moving the gifts to a room in the backyard. Why don't we go and have a look secretly? After hearing Yuan Chang's words, Tang Wanqiu was also a little eager to make a move. There were so many people around, and naturally no one would notice the two women sneaking into the backyard. The two of them avoided everyone and sneaked into the backyard. They actually found a room full of boxes. Perhaps the guards thought that no one would dare to steal in the princess's mansion today, so there was no one in the small courtyard. Opening a few boxes at random, they turned out to be gold, silver, jade and other items, which were quite expensive. Yuan Chang frowned and carefully examined the boxes. Finally, she found a sandalwood box in the middle, which was the same style she saw in the morning. Here, Yuan Chang whispered. The two of them quietly moved the boxes. Tang Wanqiu's hand slipped, and the box suddenly tilted. The corner of the box hit the box next to it, and the neatly stacked boxes instantly fell over. The gold and silver jewelry rolled all over the floor. Tang Wanqiu took a breath of cold air and turned around to look. She was afraid that such a movement would attract the attention of others. She hurriedly picked up the scattered boxes. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she looked down casually. Her little face turned pale immediately. I saw that the lock on a carved wooden box had been loosened, and the broken pieces of the 9-linked jade ring fell out from the gap. The 9-linked jade ring was made of jadeite, which was clear and moist. It was carved with the image of a blue phoenix holding a pearl, and the rings were interlocked. The fine craftsmanship was obvious at a glance. Yuan Chang froze in place, and felt her heart pounding. She said in a trembling voice, Wanqiu, what should I do? If the princess finds out, how could you slip? Tang Wanqiu was also frightened and pale. She pretended to be calm and said, how could I slip? It's obviously because you didn't hold it firmly. Besides, it was your idea. Even Tang Wanqiu, who was very good at dealing with people, was thrown into disarray at this moment. She, who was always good at making friends, immediately realized that something was wrong when she said such a thing. Do you mean to blame me for everything? Yuan Chang scolded lightly, looking at her coldly. If Tang Wanqiu wanted to blame her for this, then don't blame her for the desperate situation. Tang Wanqiu softened her voice. That's not what I meant. Now we can only find a place to hide. Just as the two put away the fragments, there were footsteps outside the door, accompanied by a voice, Princess, why do you want to take that thing now? I just asked for some food from the kitchen, and I haven't tasted it yet. Another person urged, hey, don't complain. Today is the young master's first birthday, and when those distinguished guests have finished eating, will we be left with our share? That's right. The man smiled and pushed open the warehouse, and felt that something seemed wrong in the room. He walked to a familiar position and picked up the box. He immediately felt something was wrong. It was very light, and the lock also showed signs of damage. He hesitated for a while, but still opened the box. When he saw what was in the box, he was shocked, and felt that his heart suddenly jumped to his throat. His face was pale, and he said in a trembling voice, You come here quickly. The man walking slowly behind tooted, you can't even find the 9-linked ring. Are you deaf or blind? Did you drink behind our backs just now? Come here. Something's wrong. The man realized something was wrong when he heard the tone and quickly quickened his pace. The brocade box containing the 9-linked ring was still there, but there was nothing inside. Chapter 27. The young prince is getting more handsome, with bright eyes and white teeth, and he has indeed inherited the princess's beauty. The wife of the Minister of Revenue, Jiang, sat a little closer to the eldest princess, holding a round fan and gently waving it. Yuanji saw the scene as soon as she entered the flower hall. The eldest princess sat in the upper seat, Ming'er sat beside her, not crying, quietly eating the rock sugar cake in her hand, and many of the ladies echoed Jiang and wished they could use all their knowledge to describe the 6-year-old child. Princess Fangruo wore a water blue gown embroidered with lilies, without many jewelry, but her royal temperament was naturally noble. Yuan Ji couldn't help but think of Princess Chenghua, whom she had met at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet a few days ago. By comparison, Princess Fangruo seemed closer, not as luxurious as Princess Chenghua. Ming'er really looks like me. Princess Fangruo smiled, looking at Ming'er on the right with love in her eyes. Qin Shu took Yuan Ji to sit in the back seat a little further away from them. The Yuan family had no master in charge, so it was impossible for Sun to attend such an occasion on behalf of the Yuan family. And Yuan Jinzhou was a man after all, so it was not appropriate for him to sit with these women. Yuan Ji didn't like to sit with these women and gossip. She sat in the back seat and ate candy fruit. Many people of their age also sat in the back seat. Sitting next to Jiang was Lady Zhao, the wife of Marquis Pinkong. She also liked Ming'er very much. When she thought of the situation of her family, she sighed helplessly. It's a pity that I only gave birth to 2 daughters. If I can have a son this year, I will have no regrets in my life. Lady Luo, the wife of the minister of Dali Temple, suddenly said, I heard that the queen is about to get pregnant. I heard that the queen's baby. Princess Fangruo glanced at her and said in a calm voice, the emperor's sister-in-law is a blessed person. This baby must be a prince. Jiang wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. This Luo is so bold. How dare she openly talk about the dragon fetus in the queen's belly? She really wants to die. It's okay if she wants to die, but she must not implicate them. The woman sitting opposite Yuan Ji suddenly stiffened after hearing the conversation. She looked listless. Before Yuan Ji asked, she heard Qin Shu whisper in her ear, the person opposite is Su Mingyan, the second daughter of Ping Kong Ho. The eldest daughter married to Suzhou a while ago. For so many years, the Marquis of Ping Kong has been dreaming of having a son to take care of him in his old age. But fate has played tricks on him. His wife has never gotten pregnant. When she finally got pregnant, it was a daughter. When the eldest daughter was born, the Marquis of Ping Kong did not do anything and even favored her. But when she could not give birth to a son, he became dissatisfied and often beat and scolded Zhao. It is said that he even secretly kept a concubine. At this point, Qin Shu subconsciously raised her eyebrows and glanced at Su Mingyan, sighing, alas. It is pitiful to say. Su Mingyan sniffed, and took the opportunity to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, while lifting her hair. Yuan Ji thought for a moment, and handed her a black plum. Try it. It's delicious. Su Mingyan was stunned, took it, and said, thank you. Don't let these mundane things bother you. Yuan Ji smiled. I think you are very good. She vaguely heard of Su Mingyan's name. She was a famous talented woman in Chang'an. And a piece of Pipa moved Chang'an. Even though she was so outstanding, her family was in such a situation. Su Mingyan forced out a bleak smile, and said helplessly, even if I try harder, I am a woman after all. Yuan Ji was about to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Princess, something bad has happened. That thing, that... The guard hurriedly ran in from the door, almost tripped over the red carpet, stumbled 2 steps and knelt in the flower hall. Princess Fangruo heard this, stopped talking with the ladies, and frowned. What happened? This thing was stolen. The guard's voice trembled, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He opened the brocade box in his hand, and found it was empty. Princess Fangruo's eyes shrank. Her nose twitched slightly. Her lips pursed tightly, and she smashed the sweet white glazed teacup beside her. Everyone was shocked and fell silent immediately. That thing was carefully carved by a skilled craftsman whom I found many times. It will be presented to the emperor's sister-in-law soon. Search it for me. Someone. Pass on my order. From now on, no one in the princess's mansion is allowed to leave. Princess Fangruo's voice was filled with chill. She was always dignified, but now she was so angry that even her hairpins could not stop shaking. Yuan Ji was also shocked. No one dared to persuade Princess Fangruo when she was furious. Compared to the last time at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet, Princess Chenghua was actually easy to talk to. Even the wife of Marquis Pinkong and other women did not dare to provoke her anger. They just echoed and accused the servants in charge of being useless. If you ask me, you can make mistakes even when you are in charge of a warehouse. It's better to execute him. Princess, calm down. The things can certainly be found. The one who spoke was the wife of Marquis Guangping. Yuan Ji subconsciously glanced at her. She had a sharp face and looked quite mean. Although the guards were incompetent and caused the things to be lost. She threatened to kill people at any time. She fell into deep thought, and suddenly thought of a question. Where did Yuan Chang go? She glanced at the flower hall calmly. After the princess gave the order, many women gathered in the flower hall. After searching for a while, she saw Yuan Chang and Tang Wanqiu sneaking in from a remote corner. Yuan Chang's face turned pale, and her eyes looked around vigilantly. She huddled together, as if she had done something wrong. Even Tang Wanqiu, who usually had a gentle smile, looked guilty. Something flashed through Yuanji's mind, and a chill suddenly jumped up from the soles of her feet. After a while, someone outside suddenly shouted, "Princess, we found it." But the voice was accompanied by a subtle panic and trembling. Yuanji's heart suddenly pounded, and she saw the guard trotting from the door, holding her own box in his hand. "Open it!" The wooden box was opened. In addition to some wooden toys, there was also something wrapped in red cloth. The guard trembled as he lifted the red cloth. Inside, there were piles of jade fragments. The whole audience was shocked. Whose box is this? How could the princess's things be damaged like this? Mrs. Jiang, the wife of the Minister of Revenue, took a deep breath and carefully observed the princess's expression. She saw that her pretty face was dark and her eyes were filled with surging anger. After checking the gift list, the maid said, "It's the Yuan family. Yuanji's gift." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Yuanji. Even though Yuanji was fearless, she was a little timid at this moment. If she didn't have evidence to prove her innocence, it would be difficult to handle this matter. She stepped forward and knelt in the hall, saying loudly, "I am innocent." Princess Fangruo frowned and said, "Then why is this thing in your box?" How did she know it was in her box? Yuanji muttered in her heart, and her scalp tingled under Princess Fangruo's gaze. After thinking for a moment, she sighed, "I didn't know this object before, and I didn't know what it was used for. Why did I steal it?" Mrs. Luo said, "This thing is priceless at first glance. Could it be that she has some thoughts that she shouldn't have?" Mrs. Jiang felt that it was not right. The Yuan family has been meritorious officials for 2 dynasties. It's not that. Besides, if Miss Yuan had her own thoughts, she wouldn't fall into the trap. Right? Who would accidentally break something and then put it in their own box? Princess Fangruo also thought it made sense. Mrs. Luo snorted. "If it's not her, then it's you?" Mrs. Jiang was immediately angry, and the hand holding the teacup was so hard that her knuckles turned white. She put down the teacup heavily, not caring about the current situation at all, and angrily said, "What does Madame Luo mean by this? Are you saying that my little Shu would do such dirty and lowly things? Although my Shangshu mansion is not as rich as Pinkanghao mansion, it is also a famous family. Madame Luo is insulting my family like this. I can't tolerate this. How about waiting for my master to go to court tomorrow, and asking His Majesty to come and investigate?" Mrs. Luo's face changed, and she smiled awkwardly. "I was just talking casually." She knew clearly that her Pinkhong Marquis mansion was no longer as good as it used to be. Not only did it have to rely on the women's dowry to maintain the household, but it even took the risk of lending money at high interest. Yuanji knelt on the ground, and suddenly a trace of envy emerged in her heart. Luosher was just a rude person, but Jiangsher would defend Chenshu and Shangshu mansion to the death. If her mother was also there, how great it would be. Madame Yuan died early, and Yuanji had always been lawless. But she was only a 16-year-old girl, and there were times when Yuan Gongfu and Yuan Jinzhou could not protect her. For example, now, Lin Wei couldn't come without receiving the invitation. Chinshu looked anxious, but didn't dare to speak for her. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little isolated and helpless. "Mother, I don't think she did it." Ming'er suddenly spoke. Princess Fangruo was a little surprised. Ming'er rarely spoke for others. He opened his round and moist eyes, pointed at Yuanji and said, "The last time I went to Lingshan Autumn Banquet to play with Aunt Chunghua, it was my sister who helped me repair the wood carving. Ming'er doesn't think she is a bad person." He had been observing Yuanji without saying anything. After a long time, he was sure that the fairy-like woman in the flower hall was the painted-faced Sister Ali from last time. Yuanji's heart was pounding. Her face was painted like that last time, and he could still recognize her? The aunt beside Fangruo said in a deep voice, "Miss Yuan, you said it has nothing to do with you. Why don't you tell us your whereabouts? There are so many people in the flower hall now. There will always be someone who can testify for you." Yuanji took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She tried to recall. After I entered the mansion, I handed the gift to the aunt at the door. And then I stayed under the screen wall. Then I went to the flower corridor for a long time. And then I was under the bougainvillea in the garden. And then I came directly to the flower hall. Did anyone see it? The people in the hall looked at each other. Indeed, many people saw Yuan Ji. Only on the way from the bougainvillea to the flower hall, the two of them took a deserted path. But no one saw it. Jin Shu said loudly, I have always been with Ji Ji. Yuan Ji's heart was in turmoil. Princess Fengruo's eyes were full of unquestionable authority and inquiry. Who knows if Jin Shu will cover up for her? I don't know whose voice came out. Yuan Ji's body froze. Raised his eyebrows to find the source of the voice, but his eyes unexpectedly saw Tang Wanqiu in the corner. A possibility flashed through her mind. She raised her hand and pointed at Tang Wanqiu, and asked loudly, but Miss Tang seems to have been missing for a long time. Right? Yuan Ji always knew that Zhou Yao was against her. And some of it was Tang Wanqiu's intention and Yuan Chang's instigation. Tang Wanqiu usually liked to pretend to be gentle. And she also spoke in a teasing way. She liked to be flattered and enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. But Yuan Ji didn't indulge her. After a while, the two of them had already clashed back and forth many times, both openly and secretly. But she never expected that Tang Wanqiu would actually damage Princess Fengruo's favorite thing to frame her. Was she overthinking? Or did Tang Wanqiu really hate her so much that he would not hesitate to use such a clumsy method to frame her? The thing was broken into pieces, and it looked like some bracelets. Yuan Ji thought that it would be better for Tang Wanqiu to find an opportunity to put the bracelets on her. There was a moment of stagnation in the flower hall. Then a small voice came. It seems so. She is usually very high profile. I didn't see her in the garden today. Tang Wanqiu's heart skipped a beat when she was pointed out for no reason. Her face turned pale. She was pushed to the middle of the flower hall. Before she could say anything, she saw Princess Fengruo's eyes, and was so scared that her legs went weak, and she almost couldn't stand. Chapter 28. Seeing Tang Wanqiu being pushed out, Mrs. Zhu, the wife of the Minister of Rites, turned pale with fear. She quickly put down the plum wine in her hand and hurried forward, saying in a sad voice, Princess, please understand. My Wanqiu is virtuous. How could she do such a thing? Mother. Tang Wanqiu's nose was slightly sour, and she looked like a pear blossom in the rain. Even Yuan Ji was wondering if she was really wronged. But when she thought of the pale faces of Tang Wanqiu and Yuan Chang just now, her intuition told her that this matter was definitely related to them. Princess Fengruo lost her patience. She rubbed her brows in annoyance and said coldly, since you can't prove yourselves, then you have to follow my method. Qiuying, take him down and beat him until he talks. Yuan Ji's face turned pale, and her heart was instantly hanging in her throat. She knew that Princess Fengruo was moody and weird, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel. Ming'er was shocked and quickly comforted her, Mother, if you really beat her, Sister Yuan will be seriously injured. He was tongue-tied, and didn't know how to plead for Yuan Ji for a moment. He just thought that if she was beaten, it would be painful. Tang Wanqiu was also very scared. She bit her handkerchief and sobbed. I had nothing to do with this matter. But Miss Yuan made me the target of public criticism with just one sentence. I am really wronged. Her tears were 3/10 real and 7/10 fake. But the fear in her eyes was hard to hide. The old slave named Qiuying received the order, and immediately brought several elderly slaves forward. These slaves were all ants who used to work in the Ministry of Punishment in the palace. Even if the Ministry of Punishment couldn't interrogate someone, they could pry open their mouths. Yuan Ji was instantly scared. But the old slaves didn't listen to their explanation at all. They grabbed their arms and exerted force. Yuan Ji couldn't resist and was forced to kneel down. Her knees hit the ground, and the pain made her scalp numb. Tang Wanqiu's situation was the same. She had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she burst into tears. Even her makeup was smudged. The smudged makeup was red and purple. She didn't look like a dignified lady from Chang'an anymore. Mother! Ming'er was so anxious that she grabbed Princess Fengruo's sleeve and begged. Let's check it carefully again. Please. Don't hit her. When Feng Shuangde arrived at the princess's mansion, he happened to see Yuan Ji and Zhou, Gu Shihua, and Xia Hui chatting. There were many powerful young men around, but when the three of them saw Feng Shuangde, they all stopped talking and took the initiative to greet her. Feng Shuangde smiled and said, Don't be so reserved. Today is the young master's birthday. You can be whatever you like on normal days. Yuan Jianzhou and Gu Shihua and Xiahui were fine, but others didn't dare to be unrestrained. God knows if they would be killed because of something they said to displease this gentleman. Wang Yin was even more timid and didn't dare to step forward. He remembered that at the beginning of this year, a gentleman just complained that the luxury of his mansion far exceeded the standards of a prime minister, and he was killed on the street the next day. As the four were talking, a servant came running in, found Yuan Jianzhou, and said breathlessly, "Sir, hurry. Hurry to the flower hall." The fourth girl seems to have broken the princess's things and refused to admit it. She is about to be punished. What? Yuan Jianzhou's eyes suddenly shrank. The servant hurriedly explained the situation. Yuan Jianzhou was horrified. But he didn't stop. As soon as he took a step, he saw a piece of red clothes fluttering. Feng Xuange was even faster than him. Gu Shihua followed closely behind. Seeing Gu Shihua's eagerness, Xiahui also followed. Yuan Jianzhou paused slightly, but a strange look appeared in his eyes. Feng Xuange was very skilled in martial arts, and his footwork was cunning. Although Gu Shihua also practiced martial arts, she could not keep up with his pace. Feng Xuange knew Princess Fengrua's temper. If he was slow, Yuan Ji would suffer. He remembered the scene when he went to Dingxue Tower to visit her at night, and she cried secretly because she was wronged. He suddenly felt an unexplained irritation in his heart. Jinwei and Yinwei, you two go and investigate separately. I want to get definite evidence within a cup of tea. Feng Xuange ordered coldly. Yuan Ji was pinned down in the hall. Two old slaves, one on the left and one on the right, held her arms tightly. There was also a servant behind her, holding a stick. The noble ladies in Chang'an were all delicate and tender. If they were beaten, they would probably be torn apart and bedridden for months. Beat him! Yuan Ji felt the cold wind suddenly coming from behind her. Her eyes trembled slightly. She closed her eyes subconsciously, and her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Suddenly, she heard Tang Wanqiu's mournful voice and Zhu's cry for mercy. But she didn't seem to feel any pain. She shrank and opened her eyes and looked back, and saw that the old slave's right arm was tightly grasped by Feng Xuange. His eyes were as cold as ice, and as soon as he moved his hand, the old slave's wrinkled face suddenly twisted together, and he cried out, "My lord, hand, hand, hand." Feng Xuange narrowed his eyes, and let go of his hand, and saw that the old slave's right arm drooped down in a strange posture, and Princess Fengrua's eyes suddenly darkened. The old slave's hand was probably broken. Gu Shihua, Yuan Jianzhou, and Xiahui followed closely behind. Yuan Jianzhou kicked away the two slaves who were holding Yuan Ji's arms. The three of them saw with their own eyes how another person's arm was broken, and they did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Even Tang Wanqiu's movements stopped. Zhu hurriedly stepped forward and hugged the trembling Tang Wanqiu, and cried loudly while holding the limp Tang Wanqiu. "Lord Feng, you want to get involved in my affairs?" Princess Fengrua narrowed her eyes. Although her words were cold, they showed tenderness when she thought about it carefully. Feng Xuange's thin lips slightly raised. "Your Highness, it's just a broken thing. Why get so angry? It would be a shame if you hurt yourself." Princess Fengrua smiled contemptuously. "I am just dealing with important matters. Even if Lord Feng asked to protect her. This thing is..." "Princess," Feng Xuange interrupted her, "this matter has not been fully clarified yet. It is not good for you to make such a conclusion. This matter must be investigated thoroughly." Immediately, he turned his head and looked down at Yuan Ji, and said playfully, "Why? You are usually fearless. But now you have become a confused paper tiger? Think carefully. How to tell the princess?" Gu Shihua stepped forward and half knelt in front of Yuan Ji, with a firm and determined look, and said in a gentle voice, "Miss Yuan, just say whatever you think. Don't accept the crime you don't deserve." Yuan Jianzhou stepped forward, bowed and said seriously, "Your Highness, Jianzhou has already understood the whole story. If we don't find out the truth, Jianzhou also feels that it is inappropriate. This matter concerns my sister's reputation. Although my general's mansion is not rich, my daughter Gigi is also the jewel in the crown of the Yuan family. She has been eating luxurious food since she was young, and her clothes are all the best in Beijing. I am afraid that there are not many people in the hall who can compare with her. What is her motive?" Xiahui stood on one side with his arms folded, and said lazily, "Aunt, I know Miss Yuan, and she is not such a person." Princess Fengrua raised her eyebrows, and saw that these people were determined to protect Yuanji. and a trace of curiosity emerged in her heart. Yuan Chang stood in the crowd and saw Yuanji slumped on the ground. Feng Shuanga stood tall in front of her in a red dress. Gu Shihua half knelt to plead for her. Xia Hui. Yuan Jinzhou also defended Yuanji despite the princess's anger. She was confused for a moment. Why was Yuanji favored by everyone? Whether it was her father or her elder brother, Xia Hui, Gu Shihua, even Feng Xiange was speaking for her. She remembered that. It was Gu Shihua and Feng Xiange who helped her out at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet last time, and Xia Hui also spoke for her, but why? She had tears in her eyes, staring at Yuanji with hatred, wishing she could use her eyes to scrape off 3 layers of her flesh. Yuanji sniffed, raised her eyebrows, and saw a red dress. Feng Xiange blocked the princess's gaze for her. Her mind was a little dazed. Gu Shihua handed her a handkerchief, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yuanji did not take the handkerchief, but nodded, took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and went over the whole story in her mind. Then she stood up resolutely and spoke again. Her voice was no longer flustered. She said calmly, "Your Highness, the gift I gave to the young master this time is a box of handmade ingenious wooden carving toys. At the last Lingshan Autumn Banquet, I learned that the young master liked wood carvings, so I made these by myself. These fragments look like jade bracelets. The young master is only 6 years old. I have no motive to give this thing, and I don't know why the princess's things appeared in my box. Although Yuanji doesn't dare to say that she is extremely intelligent, she is also a normal person. How could she shoot herself in the foot?" Tang Wanqiu sat on the ground and said with tears in her eyes, "Miss Yuan, did you just put some cheap wood carvings there? You were worried that the princess would dislike you, so you had a bad idea and wanted to take other people's things for yourself, saying that they were your gifts, but you accidentally damaged them?" Yuanji looked at her in surprise. "These wood carvings are carved from red sandalwood. The wood of these carvings alone is more valuable than everything on your body. Furthermore, those wood carvings are not ordinary things." As he said this, Yuanji asked someone to open the box, picked out a small wooden bird at random, pressed a hidden place, and saw the wooden bird's wings flutter slightly, and it actually flew up in public. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yuanji showed one by one the running little tiger and the automatically walking little wooden horse. The materials used are worth a lot of gold, not to mention the fine skills involved. The craftsmanship involves carving mortise and tenon joints, etc. Do you still think it is a cheap thing now? Tang Wanqiu's face was burning, and she felt that she had lost face. Jiang burst out laughing. "Oh, I thought the wooden sculptures were cheap, but I'm afraid that I am not as precious as the little wooden bird." Minger's eyes were shining, staring at the little wooden sculptures without moving, and she wanted to take them down and play with them right now. Only at the signal of Princess Fangrua did she control herself. Feng Shuanga looked at the little wooden bird on Yuanji's shoulder. Her fox eyes were dim, but there was a strange smile at the corner of her lips. Someone in the hall suddenly said, "But that thing still appeared in Miss Yuan's box. If Miss Yuan is not worried that her birthday gift is not as good as mine, then why?" Yuanji sneered. "Of course someone wants to frame me." Tang Wanqiu's face turned pale, and he said vigilantly, "What do you mean? I am not the only one who is at odds with you in Beijing. Why do you say it was me?" Yuanji raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Did I say it was you?" Tang Wanqiu gritted her teeth and glared at her fiercely. Yuanji was so aggressive. She could not resist at this moment, and her eyes subconsciously stopped at Yuan Chang. She wanted to clear herself of all charges at this moment. Wishful thinking. Yuan Chang seemed to sense Tang Wanqiu's gaze, and her heart tightened. She suddenly stepped forward and spoke first. "Sister, but this thing appeared in your box after all. Could it be that you think it is too exquisite?" "So?" Tang Wanqiu seemed to understand Yuan Chang's hint, and immediately said, "Are you trying to win the favor of the princess and the prince, and are worried that others will steal the limelight?" That's when she decided to throw it away. But she was discovered. She had no place to hide it, so she just put it in a box. It turned out to be her own box? What an idiot. Xia Hui couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tang Wanqiu. "You?" Yuan Jinzhou stared at Yuan Chang coldly for a moment. Yuan Chang shuddered and didn't dare to look into Yuan Jinzhou's eyes. "Miss Tang, you really don't know me." Yuan Ji sighed. "My mother is from a jade family. I've been carving jade since I was a child." Hearing this, Tang Wanqiu's mind suddenly slowed down. She couldn't react to the deep meaning of Yuan Ji's words for a while. She opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. She just watched Yuanji take out a small brocade box. Yuanji opened the brocade box. And inside was a palm-sized parrot jade ornament. The sky was clear, and the air was fresh. The sunlight shone through the peach blossom window lattice of the flower hall onto the red carpet in the hall, reflecting the half of Yuanji's lotus-patterned skirt and the parrot jade carving. The parrot was green all over, and the style of spreading its wings and looking back was particularly novel. The light yellow feathers floating on the tip of its forehead were agile and elegant, and the green body was bright and green. The most rare thing was that the wings that opened were the rarest purple. The jade carving was particularly lustrous and shimmering in the sunlight. Let's not talk about the parrot. The color alone is rare. Indeed, Chundaikai is not only rare, but the jade used in the jade carving is much more than the bracelet. You can imagine the size of this Chundaikai. If it is used to make jade bracelets, I wonder how many fine products can be produced. Everyone held their breath and was stunned for a while. Even Princess Fangrua was dazed for a moment. Her thoughts were fast. Although the 9-linked ring was exquisite and rare, and the materials used were better than this parrot jade carving, she could hardly imagine that someone who owned such a jade carving would touch her 9-linked ring, or even destroy or steal it. Yuan Chang was stunned. Incredible, she can carve jade. She can actually carve jade. Why didn't she know this before? This brocade box should have been sent to the warehouse together with the ingenious wood carving, but the ant at the door was in a hurry. I didn't have time to put the things in. Yuanji touched the tip of his nose a little embarrassedly. At that time, I thought it would be better to give it to the young master to play with it myself, but after a while, I put it on my body and forgot about it. With such skills, who would touch other people's things? Yuanji has no shortage of money or skills. I think it might be Tang Wanqiu's doing. Right? It's not. It's not me. Tang Wanqiu's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to argue but found that she had no excuses. Yuanji glanced at her with a half-smile, and said in a loud voice, Miss Tang? Those broken jade jewelry, you must have put them in my box. Right? You wanted to see my gift, and you accidentally broke something. The motive is also easy to understand. Yuanji smiled and said, It's you who wants to please the princess and the prince. No. Tang Wanqiu was a little devastated when the truth was revealed. She gritted her teeth and cried hoarsely, I didn't enter the warehouse. I didn't touch your box. You wronged me. Yuanji. You have such a vicious mind. That 9-link chain is clearly you, clearly you. Before she finished her words, Tang Wanqiu's eyes froze, and Yuan Chang's face suddenly became ugly. This waste. Yuan Chang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yuanji's eyebrows were clear, looking at Tang Wanqiu with a trace of pity. The end of the voice was light. Oh? How do you know it's the 9-linked rings? Everyone was shocked. Yes, the princess has always said that she has an exquisite jade ornament to give to the queen, but she never said what it is. It must be her. She broke something, and was afraid of being discovered, so she stuffed it into Yuanji's box to frame her. Chen Shu watched the whole process, but couldn't help but sigh. TSK, Tang Wanqiu, you claim to be a lady from a famous family, but you steal and frame someone. It's really embarrassing. That's right. Tang Wanqiu's throat was choked. After a long while, she said, Is it not okay for me to guess? Is it not okay for me to hear it? Yuanji, you are convicting me based on this, you think too. This can't convict you. Then what about this? Feng Shuanda's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Wanqiu looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Jin Yu beside Feng Shuanda holding a jade pendant in her hand, with the word autumn written on it. Tang Wanqiu's face turned pale, and she quickly lowered her head to see that her jade pendant was gone. This is what Jin Yu and Yin Yu found in the princess's storeroom. Miss Tang, you have to think carefully about why your jade pendant was in the storeroom. I dropped it in the garden. You took my things and you said I went to the storeroom. I don't admit it. Tang Wanqiu collapsed and shouted. And Zhu was also shocked. Feng Shuanda looked down at her. His eyebrows were cold. And he said word by word, Do you mean that I favor Yuanji? Did I deliberately find an object to frame you? Everyone could see it. But Tang Wanqiu didn't dare to say yes even if she was confused. If she was exposed today, it would only be her own fault. But if she offended Feng Shuanda, her father's career would be affected. She didn't dare to respond. This is what I gave to Lord Feng. A clear and gentle voice came from behind. Princess Fangrua was stunned. Yueshi? Yuanji also looked over. The person who came was wearing a white magnolia dress with beautiful eyebrows and eyes. It was the woman Yuanji saved in the alley that day. Princess. I don't know who started calling the name. Yuanji looked confused and followed the salute. Li Yueshi walked up to Yuanji, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips, and dimples appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Thank you for that day. You are Princess Jiayang." Yuanji realized it later. Li Yueshi turned around and stared at Tang Wenqiu, who was slumped on the ground, and said coldly, "I found this jade pendant and gave it to Lord Feng. Tang Wenqiu, what reason do you have now?" Tang Wenqiu looked at the people around her, knowing that she had no room for maneuver, and she opened her lips and burst into tears. Princess Fenghua was a little annoyed. She ordered people to drag Tang Wenqiu down, beat her with dozens of boards, and threw her out of the princess's mansion. Tang Wenqiu might not be able to get out of bed for more than a month. Yuanji's heart finally settled down. The birthday banquet went on as usual. Princess Fenghua gave her many things to apologize. After knowing that she was good at jade carving, she even gave her many jadeite stones. Yuanji sighed, but met Feng Shuangge's teasing eyes. He teased, "I saved you again. How should you thank me this time? I am in a good mood today. If there were any food like persimmon cakes, I might be in a better mood." He was waiting for Yuanji's invitation. Before Yuanji could speak, Gu Shihua came to her with a plate of golden persimmon cakes in her hand. Her voice was gentle, "Miss Yuan, I heard Jin Zhou talk about your preferences. It just so happens that there are persimmon cakes that you like to eat in autumn in the hall. Why not?" Their eyes met, and they both frowned. Xiahui looked at the two of them. "What's wrong?" Chapter 29. I never thought that Master Gu would care so much about Miss Yuan. Feng Xianji's eyelids slightly closed, his voice was dull, and his eyes looking at Gu Shihua were dim and unclear. Gu Shihua's hand holding the food plate trembled suddenly, and her face remained unchanged. "Master Feng is joking." Shihua just saw that Miss Yuan had just gone through a storm, and thought that she was not full, so she brought the persimmon cakes. "You worry too much." "Oh!" Feng Xianji's tail tone was very long, and he held a black fan in his right hand, and tapped the palm of his left hand repeatedly. A pair of fox eyes casually looked at Gu Shihua, revealing a slightly disdainful look. Gu Shihua was tall and slender, with her head held high and chest puffed out, not afraid of his pressure at all. Yuanji stood between the two of them, and suddenly felt a little numb on her scalp. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Just when she was about to make an excuse to leave, she saw Feng Shuangge suddenly fix his eyes on her. He patted her shoulder with a fan in his hand, and said playfully, "I just want to eat dried persimmons today." "Miss Yuan, what do you think?" Jin Yu, who was standing by, suddenly said, "Sir, you have a stomach disease. It's really not suitable." Yin showed a horrified expression on her face, and quickly pulled his sleeve to signal him to shut up. But Jin Yu ignored him, frowned and advised, "Last time you ate persimmons, you felt uncomfortable for a long time the next day. But you forgot." Yin face was very ugly, and his eyes were about to be broken. It was obvious that Feng Xiange was in the mood to tease Yuanji. But Jin Yu had to be so unromantic. No wonder he always has a blank face, and doesn't understand romance. "Shut up." Feng Shuangge's smile froze, and he scolded. Yuanji looked at the man in front of him with a hard-to-find expression, and had a lot of complaints in his heart. Is he mentally ill? Since he has stomach problems, why is he being so aggressive here? Gu Shihua raised her eyebrows, and also noticed something was wrong. Since Lord Feng has stomach problems, why bother Miss Yuan? If you want to eat persimmon cakes, I have some here. Gu Shihua didn't want to argue anymore, and took out a persimmon cake from the food plate and handed it over. What kind of thing is worthy of my mouth? Feng Xiange looked at the persimmon cake with great disgust. Gu Shihua's hand suddenly stopped in the air. Seeing the situation tense, Yuanji's scalp tingled, and he could no longer bear it. He immediately snatched the persimmon cake from Gu Shihua's hand, and then held it with both hands, smiling and said, "Lord Feng, I didn't bring any persimmon cakes today. If you don't mind, you can also try the persimmon cakes in the princess's mansion." Seeing the persimmon cakes being offered, Feng Xiange's frown finally relaxed, and he happily accepted it. "I have also eaten the chef in the princess's mansion several times. Although this persimmon cake is ordinary, since it is a kind gift from Miss Yuan, I can't help but accept it." Gu Shihua fell silent. Yin also fell silent. Jin Yu wanted to persuade him, but Yin covered her mouth the next moment. Just when Yuanji was complaining, Li Yueshi came to her and asked slowly, "Miss Yuan, Ming'er wants to ask you how to play with the wood carving. Before she finished speaking, she saw the scene, her smile paused, and said awkwardly, "It seems that I came at the wrong time. I'll go first." No. No. Not at the right time. Yuanji said to the two of them, "Thank you for today. I will repay you in the future. I will leave first. I don't want to keep the young master waiting for a long time." After that, without waiting for their reply, Yuanji quickly pulled Li Yuexi's sleeve and fled from this place of trouble. Feng Shuangde looked at her fleeing back with great interest. He felt very happy. It was really fun to tease her. Gu Shihua stood there holding the persimmon cake in her hand. She was also a little embarrassed. She left in a hurry and forgot to take the persimmon cake away. "I think it is Lord Feng who treats Miss Yuan in a special way." Gu Shihua raised her eyebrows and looked at him steadily. Feng Shuangde pinched the persimmon cake in his hand, took a bite, and a rich fragrance came to his face. Although it was delicious, it made him feel a little greasy. After a few bites, it became tasteless. "I don't know how the persimmon cake Yuanji gave to Inu that day was made. It was fragrant and sweet but not greasy." He raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "Mr. Gu is worthy of being the grandson of the Grand Tutor. He even dares to guess his true appearance." Gu Shihua frowned. "It's not speculation. Shihua just uses her eyes to see people and things. Why do I feel that those two people don't seem to be very ordinary to Miss Yuan?" Li Yuexi looked at Yuanji meaningfully. Yuanji couldn't help but recall Feng Shuangde's eyes, and her whole body trembled instantly, and waved her hands repeatedly, and said helplessly, "The princess is joking. You can just call me Yuexi. Last time I returned to Chang'an for the first time, I encountered that incident when I was unfamiliar with the place. If it weren't for Miss Yuan's righteous rescue, Yuexi doesn't know what would have happened." Li Yuexi took Yuanji to the steps beside Qianli Lake. The maid handed over a plate of fish food, and Li Yuexi shared some with Yuanji. Yuanji casually scattered some fish food, and many yellow and white koi gathered together instantly. It was late autumn, and the breeze was blowing, and there were almost no people around Qianli Lake. Yuanji felt that she had gained a moment of leisure, and her face relaxed. Since she came here, she seemed to have been in a sea of people, and troubles came one after another, and the noisy voices gave her a headache. "I'm glad you're okay." Yuanji paused and said, "Last time I accidentally wore the Lucian skirt that Princess Chenghua was going to give you. If the princess doesn't mind, I'll return it immediately. If you think it's inappropriate, I'll immediately order someone to find a better Lucian skirt." Li Yuexi chuckled, looking at the rather serious woman in front of her. She couldn't help but teasing. "I said, just call me Yuexi. It's just a skirt. I wanted it very much in the past, and begged my aunt for a long time. But now that it's with you, it's yours, just as a thank you for saving my life." "Yuexi." Yuanji smiled lightly. Li Yuexi looked at the koi in Qianli Lake, and asked casually, "I heard that it was Lord Feng who helped you out at the Lingshan Autumn banquet last time." Yuanji thought for a moment and said, "Lord Feng and Mr. Gu were both there last time. Then they both had intentions." Yuanji realized what was going on, and quickly shook her head, her face slightly red, and said solemnly, "Princess, be careful with your words. Look at you. Why are you calling me princess again?" Li Yuexi glanced at her with a half-smile. Someone happened to come and call Li Yuexi. She didn't continue talking, but handed the fish food in her hand to her. "You help me feed it." Then she followed the maid and left. Yuanji sat by the lake, staring at the koi in the lake in a daze. Li Yuexi just said, "Feng Shuangde and Gu Shihua both have feelings for her?" Impossible. Big Brother said Feng Shuangde treats everyone the same, and Gu Shihua has only met 2 or 3 times. Her thoughts were in a mess, like the colored ball that Yuan Bao had played with, and she couldn't sort it out. Yuanji didn't like to think about these things. When she thought about these things, she couldn't help but think of Li Qinghui. Li Qinghui lost face in the academy, and was driven home. He would probably not go out for a long time. Tang Wanqiu was also punished, and would need to recuperate for a long time. Yuanji just thought she could live in peace for a while. But Li Yuexi's words were like a stone thrown into her quiet heart. After she scattered the fish food, she walked along Qianli Lake in boredom. There was a pavilion not far away. She had just taken a few steps when she heard a splash. "Woo! Help! Help!" Yuanji didn't have time to think, and hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound, only to see Ming'er struggling in the water, and choking on water several times, and there was no one around. "Young master?" Yuanji suddenly raised his head and looked around, and only saw the maid running towards him from a distance. At that speed, he would have died long ago. Help, help, gurgle gurgle. Minger's voice was intermittent, and his face was a little blue. Yuan-ji hurriedly reached out to hold Minger's hand, but not only did he fail to hold Minger's hand, he almost fell into the lake himself. She looked around, and picked up a long dry branch. But Minger seemed to have fainted, and had no strength to grab the floating wood. Seeing that she was about to sink to the bottom, Yuan-ji gritted her teeth, and without caring about anything else, took a deep breath, jumped into the water, and swam towards Minger with great effort. The lake water was icy cold in late autumn, and Yuan-ji felt like she was falling into an ice cave, and the coldness from all directions penetrated into her body. "My lord, you shouldn't eat that persimmon cake." Jin Yu frowned and whispered. Inu pulled a corner of her mouth, rolled her eyes at him, and said nothing. The expressionless man doesn't understand romance. Yes, in this Xiangfu, he is the only one who can understand the adults a little bit. Sure enough, this huge Xiangfu can't do without him. Before Inu finished thinking, his eyes suddenly shrank, and his voice trembled. "My lord, that is Miss Yuan?" Feng Xiangu was still immersed in his own thoughts, but suddenly heard Inu talking, and suddenly came back to his senses. "I saw Yuan-ji soaking in Qianli Lake with her whole body wet, trying to push Minger, who also fell into the lake to the shore, but she slowly sank due to exhaustion." Stupid. Feng Xiangu cursed inwardly, and ran towards the lake faster, jumping into the lake in front of Jinyu and Inyu's astonished gaze. Inyu went to call for help, while Jinyu pressed Minger's chest until he spit out a few mouthfuls of lake water, and his purple face gradually turned red again. Hearing that the prince had fallen into the water, everyone was in a commotion. Princess Feng Ruo was so scared that she couldn't even hold the fan firmly. She didn't care about royal etiquette, and ran to Qianli Lake with her skirt lifted. Yuan Jinzhou's heart was pounding. After hearing this, he suddenly thought of Yuan-ji. Before everyone reached Qianli Lake, he had already trotted over first. At this time, Minger had opened her eyes, her body was wet, and she was so scared that she was crying. Yuan Jinzhou almost saw Feng Shuangge's back, but when his eyes fell on the woman in his arms, Yuan Jinzhou's face suddenly changed. Yuan-ji was wet, and her hair was stuck to her face. Feng Shuangge took the ink-colored cloak from Yinyu's hand and wrapped her up completely. If Yuan Jinzhou hadn't recognized the ice flower hibiscus bracelet on Yuan-ji's drooping arm, it would have been difficult for him to recognize her in such a hurry. "Minger!" Princess Fengrua looked flustered. Tears welled up in her eyelashes. She quickly went forward to hug Minger, looked him up and down, and confirmed that he was fine. Then she patted her chest in fear, turned her head, and angrily scolded the maids. "You can't even take care of the young prince. What's the use of you?" The maids were so scared that their knees softened, and they knelt down, trembling, saying, "The prince was chasing that wooden sculpture just now, and it ran too fast." I. How dare you? Are you saying that this is the prince's fault?" "I dare not." The maid was trembling with fear. Minger finally stopped crying, her voice was still nasal. "Mother, it was Sister Yuan who saved me. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid." Princess Fengrua wiped away the tears from Minger's eyes, but she didn't see Yuan-ji when she looked up. She suddenly panicked, and was about to order someone to look for her. Inyu approached and said respectfully, "Miss Yuan has been saved by my master. Please ask your highness to find the imperial physician. In addition, this matter, your master does not want to make it too public." Princess Fengrua certainly knew what Feng Shuangge meant. She immediately said, "Miss Yuan has been rescued by the nanny in my house. I will order someone to find a doctor. Please go back to the dining hall." Everyone was confused. Fortunately, Minger was fine. It was a false alarm. They immediately returned to the dining hall under the guidance of the maid. Gu Shihua frowned. Xiaohui remained silent and just glanced at him. "Everyone, please follow me." Inyu took Yuan Jinzhou and others to the wing room. Cold. Bone-piercing cold. Yuan-ji was immersed in the lake. The water in late autumn was particularly cold. She couldn't hold the water chestnuts by the lake, and her legs couldn't stop throbbing. She wasn't going to die. What about Yuan Bao? Yuan-ji's consciousness was hazy, her eyes were heavy, her vision was blurry, and suddenly she saw a piece of crimson falling into the water, and then a warm big hand lifted her waist, and then, she couldn't remember anything. Feng Xiangge sat on the side of the bed, her clothes had been half dried by her internal force, but her silver hair was still half wet and stuck to her body. Yuan-ji's face was pale. But she was tightly holding Feng Xianji's sleeve and refused to let go. The woman in front of her was bloodless, quiet and fragile like a small boat in the wind and waves. Her slender white fingers lightly hooked the corner of Feng Xianji's sleeve as if grabbing a life-saving duckweed. Her lips opened and closed, and she seemed to be mumbling, "It's so cold." Feng Xiange didn't say anything. Yuanji frowned, as if she was in a nightmare. She curled up into a ball, and her little hand climbed up Feng Xianji's big palm. Feng Xianji's body stiffened, but she didn't pull it out. She whispered, "Where is the doctor in the princess's mansion?" The doctor outside the door hurriedly said, "Coming. Coming." After the doctor came in, he carefully felt the pulse, and frowned. The girl may have had a weak disease since she was a child. It is probably because she has not recovered from the last serious illness, and then fell into the water. This disease has been completely aroused. I am afraid she will need to recuperate for a long time. Just tell me. Miss Yuan is having a nightmare right now. She must not be disturbed. She also needs some ginseng to nourish her body, so that... Feng Xiange frowned slightly. How long will it take for her to wake up? The doctor was silent. After a moment, he said in a weak voice, "I am incompetent. Waste." Feng Xiange couldn't help but scold, and then took out a golden token and handed it to Jin Yu. "Go to the palace now and invite Qi Huaishan." Yuanji held Feng Xianji's hand tightly. Her hand was very cold, and the heat from Feng Xianji's body made her feel warm. Feng Xiange lowered his eyebrows and looked at her. For the first time, his smiling face showed solemnity. After a long time, he sighed softly, held her hand with his backhand, and passed his internal strength and his unique temperature to her. Jin Yu and Yin Yu looked at each other, and both saw the surprise on each other's faces. Jin Yu had just come out of the room and ran into Yuan Jinzhou. They were about to enter, but Yin Yu blocked them outside. "Miss Yuan is seriously ill and must not be disturbed at this time." Yuan Jinzhou's eyebrows were stern, and he subconsciously wanted to draw his sword. But he found that he had put away his sword before entering the mansion. He asked coldly, "What does Lord Feng mean?" Yin Yu blocked the door and saw Yuan Jinzhou trying to force his way in. He, who was always smiling, now frowned. "Lord Feng and the maidservants are inside. Miss Yuan's nightmare must not be disturbed. Now my master has ordered Jin Yu to go to the palace to invite Dr. Qi. If Major General Yuan is free, why not go with Jin Yu? It is much more useful than standing here and questioning." Princess Fangrua had just arrived, and when she heard Yin Yu's words, she was stunned. "Master Feng is going to find the imperial physician?" She frowned. "It's just that you need to submit in advance to enter the palace for an audience." After going back and forth, "I'm afraid it's..." Jinhua said coldly, "My master doesn't need to submit. With this token, you can enter and leave the palace at will." Fangrua almost forgot that Feng Xiange is different from them. Thinking of this, Princess Fangrua breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Yuan Jinzhou, "Major Yuan, go ahead with peace of mind. I know what you are worried about. This princess will go in and take care of you. No one dares to mess around." After thinking for a while, Yuan Jinzhou suppressed his doubts, said nothing, and followed Jin Yu. Gu Shihua stood outside with a cold face, looking at the door from a distance. After Princess Fangrua went in, the door was closed again. Xiaohui looked away. "Are you worried? Lord Feng and Princess Fangrua are in the inner room. Major General Yuan and Guard Jin will go to ask for the imperial physician. There should be no problem." Xiaohui did not speak. He had just asked Gu Shihua a few days ago what her attitude was towards Yuan Ji. He denied it at that time, but Xiaohui always felt that it was not the case. If I remember correctly, the first time Gu Shihua met Yuan Ji was at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet. At that time, he had just returned to Chang'an, and Gu Shihua was the only old acquaintance in Chang'an. He had always been so gentle but distant, and had never treated anyone differently. Cold and distant, bright and clear moon. Everyone said that a gentleman should be like Gu Shihua, and he thought so too. Gu Shihua was kind and generous, and never stood out when she encountered injustice. Yuan Ji was also an acquaintance of them, probably. Just ordinary concern. He couldn't make up his mind, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Shihua, you saw that Miss Yuan was saved by Lord Feng, and it was Lord Feng who sent someone to the palace with his token. You should know that if you fight with that lord, it will definitely not be very." Gu Shihua frowned, and looked at Xiaohui with some doubts. "Mingqing, what do you mean by this? Do you think I have any thoughts about Miss Yuan?" You should know that I don't have such intentions. Since I encountered this matter today, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye to it. That day in the academy. Hearing this, Gu Shihua glanced at him strangely. Didn't I say last time that Miss Yuan is the daughter of General Yuan? So I should take care of her. Xia, we almost forgot. Gu Shihua has always admired Yuan Gongfu for a long time. General Yuan galloped on the battlefield and won every battle. However, as the grandson of the Grand Tutor, his promotion path has already been determined. In the future, he can only be a civil servant in the court. But Xia Hui understood that Gu Shihua worked hard day and night, and was good at both civil and military affairs. She even had a dream of fighting on the battlefield. Xia Hui raised his eyebrows and glanced at Gu Shihua quietly. His expression was the same as before, as cold as the moon, and it seemed that he really had no other emotions. He breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Chapter 30. Lord Feng, you are so. Princess Feng Ruo stared at Feng Shuangge in surprise. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Feng Shuangge sat on the side of the bed, letting Yuan Ji's small hand hold his broad palm. The maid had changed Yuan Ji's clothes, and the heater was lit in the room, but Yuan Ji still felt cold, and subconsciously moved towards a heat source. Feng Shuangge narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a calm voice, "The princess is smart. She should know what can be said, and what cannot be said." Princess Feng Ruo was silent for a moment, and said with emotion, "If Xuanqi knew, he would be very happy." Feng Shuangge was silent for a moment. "It's not what the princess thinks." He looked at Yuan Ji's quiet sleeping face and sighed softly. Yuan Jinzhou followed Jin Yu closely, and was shocked. Although the princess's mansion was not far from the palace, it would take some time to drive there. It was not allowed to ride a horse on the imperial street. But Jin Yu rode a horse openly. No one dared to stop her with Feng Shuangge's token. Even when she arrived at the Meridian Gate, Jin Yu just showed the token hastily, and the guards at the gate let her go directly. The Fergana horse went straight into the palace. Jin Yu brought Yuan Jinzhou directly to the Imperial Hospital. Before Qi Huaishan could figure out what was going on, Jin Yu pulled him onto the horse. The bumpy ride frightened Qi Huaishan so much that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Facing the gazes of Feng Shuangge, Yuan Jinzhou and others, Qi Huaishan took a deep breath and calmed down. After taking Yuan Ji's pulse carefully, he inserted a few needles. Seeing Yuan Ji's brows relax, he said with relief, "It's all right now. He will wake up in half an hour. Just don't worry or get tired during this period." Adding wild ginseng to the diet, the effect is milder, and it can also achieve the effect of long-term health care. Seeing Qi Huaishan say this, everyone was relieved. Ming'er stood obediently beside the bed. Her eyes were wet with guilt, and she was holding the little wooden bird made by Yuan Ji. Yuan Jinzhou glanced at everyone, and lowered his voice, and said to Feng Shuangge in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Lord Feng, please excuse me for a moment and talk." The two came to the backyard, where petals fell in profusion, and from here they could see Yuan Ji sleeping peacefully through the window lattice. "Master Feng, I am outspoken, and I will just say it straight. You say." Yuan Jinzhou took a deep breath, his eyes burning. "Master, are you interested in my Jiji?" Feng Shuangge raised his eyebrows slightly, and did not answer him directly. His eyes fell vaguely on the window frame of Yuan Ji's bedroom. "What does Major General Yuan mean? Jinzhou saw Master Feng jump into the lake to save my sister, and I am very grateful. But there is a difference between men and women, and my sister is not married yet. If this matter is spread, I am afraid it will damage my sister's reputation." Feng Shuangge raised her eyebrows. Thought surged under her narrow and long fox eyes, and she smiled and asked, "According to what Major General Yuan said, do you hope that I will conceal this matter? Or marry her?" Yuan Jinzhou's eyes trembled slightly. His throat moved slightly, and he looked directly at the fox eyes in front of him, and said firmly, "I hope that Lord Feng will completely conceal this matter." When Yuan Ji woke up, she saw only the light pink curtains, and the moonlight was like frost, passing through the window lattice and slanting on her forehead. She squinted her eyes, adjusted her lying position, and the rustling sound she made immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. "Dr. Qi, Miss Yuan is awake," Xia Hui hurriedly shouted. Yuan Ji was still half conscious, and when her vision gradually became clear, she saw Gu Shihua's worried eyes. "How do you feel?" Gu Shihua asked gently. "I'm fine." Yuan Ji opened her mouth to speak, but found that her voice was hoarse. Dr. Qi hurried over from the next room, and after carefully feeling her pulse, he finally said with relief, The girl's fever has subsided, but she still needs to rest. Thank you, Dr. Chi. I'll send someone to take you back to the mansion. Xia Hui stood up and sent a person out. When Princess Fengrua heard that Yuan Ji had woken up, she hurriedly brought Ming'er from the banquet to the side room. Seeing that although she was listless, she at least had some color on her face, she felt relieved. She sat beside her and comforted her, saying, "You saved Ming'er this time. I owe you a favor. It's dinner time outside. I thought you must be hungry, so I asked someone to cook some porridge and send it to you. You can rest in the princess mansion for a while. If you don't want to, I will send someone to take you back to the general's mansion, and I will send all the supplements." Ming'er's eyes were full of tears, and he lay in front of her bed like a puppy, crying, "Sister Ollie, you have to get better soon." Yuan Ji smiled, rubbed his head. His face was pale, and his voice was a little tired. "I will get better as soon as possible, and then I will play with you." Feng Rui knew that Ming'er had a lot to say, and was worried that he would disturb Yuan Ji's rest. So she took people to the front hall. Yuan Ji's eyes fell on Gu Shihua's face. In his memory, it was a scarlet color that saved her. Was it Feng Xuanga? She glanced around, but did not see Feng Xuanga. His eyes fell on Gu Shihua's slightly wet long hair, and the red silk ribbon used to tie her hair. "Shihua, did you save me?" Yuan Ji looked haggard, and looked at him with wet eyes. Before Gu Shihua could speak, Yuan Jianzhou said in a gentle voice, "This is not the time to thank you. Gigi, it's getting late. Staying in the princess's mansion to recuperate is always uncomfortable. If you can hold on, your brother will take you back to the mansion." "Okay." Yuan Ji glanced at Gu Shihua. Yuan Ji was very tired, unable to attend the birthday party. She wrapped her black cloak tightly, and slowly got out of bed. Yuan Jianzhou sent someone to call Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang was at the banquet. When she heard that she had to go back home immediately, she knew that Yuan Ji had woken up, and did not dare to disobey her. As she was walking, she suddenly kicked something. The night was as dark as ink, with a faint candlelight on the road. Yuan Chang vaguely saw that it was a jade pendant. She was about to take a closer look, but she heard Yuan Jianzhou's urging voice from afar. She responded, stuffed the jade pendant into her sleeve, and hurriedly followed. Along the way, Yuan Ji closed his eyes to rest. Yuan Chang did not speak. Yuan Jianzhou sent people back to Tingxue Tower, but did not return to Kaiungswen. He left the house quietly, turned around and stood in the alley next to the general's house, and said loudly, "Sir, you have troubled me to follow you all the way. Why don't we find a place where we can talk?" "Xia Mingzhu, I don't want Gigi to know that it was Lord Feng who saved her." Yuan Jianzhou raised his hand and poured a glass of wine for the person in front of him. Gu Shihua sat on the opposite side, in the gap of the candlelight. His eyebrows and eyes were dim. His eyes were shallow, and the candlelight cast a faint shadow on his long eyelashes. "Major General Yuan hinted that Shihua followed here for this matter?" "Yes." Yuan Jianzhou nodded. "Gigi thought you saved her. I hope Master Gu can accept it." Hearing this, Gu Shihua's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, frowned slightly, and shook her head and said, "Since it was Lord Feng who saved her, how can I take this credit? It is not what a gentleman should do. Shihua is afraid that I can't do what Major General Yuan entrusted me with." Gu Shihua's answer was also within his expectations. He put down the wine glass and sighed. "I think Master Gu has also discovered something. Lord Feng seems to have a different attitude towards my sister. But I don't want Gigi to be involved with that lord. Gigi just broke up with Li Qing. Even if I have to find another candidate, I hope it's a stable person who can give her a happy life. Feng Xuanga has been in a high position at a young age, and is at the center of the court, with Yuan Ji by his side. How can he feel at ease?" Gu Shihua frowned and said after thinking for a moment, "But what does Lord Feng say?" Yuan Jianzhou said, "I told Lord Feng that he would keep this matter secret. If Mr. Gu is willing, this matter will not be missed." Gu Shihua could understand Yuan Jianzhou's worries. He frowned and thought for a long time. The food on the table gradually lost its heat. The moon was setting in the west, and there were occasional birds singing outside the window. The light on the candlestick was getting weaker, and Yuan Jianzhou did not urge him, but just waited quietly for his answer. After a long time, Gu Shihua still shook his head and said softly, "It is not a gentleman's behavior to deceive Miss Yuan. But if Miss Yuan does not mention it, I will pretend that I don't know." Yuan Jianzhou smiled lightly. Okay. Yes. Gu Shihua has a noble character. How could she do such a deceiving thing? But if she can do it to this extent, it is okay. The two did not talk much, and went back to their own houses. Yuan Ji had been ill for a long time, and Yuan Jianzhou asked for leave from the academy on her behalf. Zhou Yao heard this, and thought that Yuan Ji wanted to avoid the exam, and spread the news in the academy that she pretended to be ill and asked for leave. Late autumn had passed, and the first snow was coming. Fine and cold snow dust fell from the sky, and Tingxue Tower was covered in silver. Yuan Ji lifted the heavy door curtain, and the cold wind mixed with fine snow poured into the building and rushed into her neck. Yuan Ji shuddered with coldness and immediately lowered the door curtain. There is a warm room on the west side of Tingxue Tower. Yuan Ji specially cleaned it up and laid a fluffy blanket everywhere. Sometimes he would stay here. Yuan Bao was lying by the stove playing with a ball. In just a few months, his wounds had healed and he became visibly plump. Fortunately, the weather was getting colder, so he would not run around the house, especially after Yuan Ji fell ill. He stayed by her side every day. Miss, the eldest master is here. Han Wei came from outside, bringing a gust of wind and snow. Yuan Ji was startled, and quickly picked up Yuan Bao and laid him in the inner bed, carefully telling him not to make any noise. When Yuan Jianzhou came in, Yuan Ji looked gloomy, and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother." Yuan Jianzhou frowned. "It's been a month, and you're still not well?" He touched her forehead with some worry. His hand still had the chill of the snowy day, and Yuan Ji shuddered suddenly. A trace of worry appeared on his handsome face, and he said gently, "It's so serious. Why don't I go and ask for another doctor? Or else, my father and I will go to the palace to ask for an imperial physician." Hearing this, Yuan Ji was shocked, and immediately said, "Brother, I'm almost well. There's no need to make a big fuss." After that, in order to prove that she was indeed much better, she deliberately spoke louder, and looked very energetic. Yuan Jianzhou looked at her for several times with half belief and half doubt, and saw that she seemed to be really getting better. So he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. You must prepare well for the exam before the new year. My father came to ask me the day before yesterday. You can go back to the academy to study in a few days." As he was talking, Yuan Jianzhou picked up the book on the side of Yuan Ji's bed. Yuan Ji's heart skipped a beat, remembering that she forgot to put away the storybook she had read last night. Suddenly, just as Yuan Jianzhou was about to turn the page, Lu Wu walked in and said, "Miss, Master Gu, Master Xie, and Miss Chen are here." Hearing this, Yuan Jianzhou put the book down again. Yuan Ji's throbbing heart finally calmed down. "Since they are here to look for you, then the elder brother will leave first. Remember to go to school in a few days." Yuan Ji snorted and reluctantly agreed. She had been living happily these days pretending to be sick. In just 1 month, she would go to the academy to study again. Gu Shihua brushed the curtains and came in. Her dark green cloak was covered with light frost and snow. She held a few books in her hands and said in a gentle voice, "Miss Yuan, I brought the key points that the teacher has talked about recently." "Ah, Shihua, you are here." Yuan Ji lifted the quilt and hurriedly got out of bed. She wanted to ask something, but she saw Gu Shihua standing at the door motionless. Her eyes turned away, and her white face was covered with a light layer of haze. "What's wrong with you?" Yuan Ji asked in confusion. He coughed to cover up the unnaturalness between his eyebrows and whispered, "Miss Yuan, your shoes." In the corner of his eye, Yuan Ji's white and tender feet stepped on the navy blue rabbit wool carpet, which was particularly eye-catching. Chapter 31. Yuan Ji's face suddenly had a sunset glow. Her 2 little feet curled up together. She quickly put on her shoes and socks, and then said, "I'm fine." Yuan Jianzhou came in too suddenly just now. Yuan Ji was so anxious that she took off her shoes and got into the quilt, so that she was dressed neatly, but forgot that she was not wearing shoes. Hearing this, Gu Shihua turned her eyes back, walked a few steps, coughed lightly. "There are still 3 days before the exam. I sorted out some key points, and I thought about reviewing with you today." There was still a slight red cloud on his face. Yuan Ji was about to speak, but saw Xie Hui carelessly brushing aside the door curtain, frowning, while brushing off the snow on his shoulders, complaining, "How long are you going to pretend to be sick? You always have to come to find you." The first snow this year came early, which is very troublesome. Before he finished speaking, Xia Hui accurately caught the suspicious blush on Gu Shihua and Yuan Ji's faces. He took off his cloak and asked suspiciously, "Is it that hot? Why are your faces so red?" "Yes. It's very hot. The room is full of charcoal fire. Can't you feel it?" Yuan Ji fanned himself with his hands, pretending to be sweating from the heat. Gu Shihua's nose was slightly red. Facing Xia Hui's question, he barely hesitated, tapped his chin lightly, and said softly, "Indeed." Xia Hui looked puzzled. "Is it that hot?" Just thinking about it, Qin Shu brushed aside the curtain and came in, pointing at Xia Hui, and said angrily, "Do you have any gentlemanly manners? How can you leave a girl like me behind?" Xia Hui rolled his eyes at her, and said sarcastically, "Oh my! Oh my! Which girl eats 2 baskets of buns in 1 meal?" Since Yuan Ji fell ill that day, Qin Shu was worried about her next exam. And Yuan Ji also asked Gu Shihua to prepare special lessons for her. Originally, she just felt that men and women should not be intimate with each other, and it was not good for a man and a woman to stay together. So Gu Shihua brought Qin Shu with her. The two of them went to Yuan Mansion to look for Yuan Ji whenever they had time. In the end, Xia Hui was bored by himself, so he simply stuck with the two of them. After repeating this, it became a habit for the 3 of them to go to Yuan Mansion to study together. Yuan Ji probably consumed a lot of energy during her illness, and she always liked to eat in winter. So whenever they were reading, Hong Yu would prepare a lot of food for them to enjoy. And she even became a little plump. Last time, Hong Yu secretly learned how to make crab meat buns from Liuhe restaurant, which amazed Chen Shu. She ate 2 baskets in a row, and Xia Hui used this as a handle, mentioning it every day. Yuan Ji picked up a piece of osmanthus sugar cake, chewed it, and pushed the book to Gu Shihua, and asked incoherently, "What does this mean?" Gu Shihua looked at it from the side, and said clearly, "Yuan Qingyujia means like a deep and clear, like jade, which describes this person's noble character, and does not mix with the secular world." In the biography of Chen Jiao, it is said that Yuan Qingyujia has etiquette and law. I respect Waziyu, which comes from this. Gu Shihua's eyelids drooped slightly, and her voice was as deep as jade. Yuan Ji was leaning on the desk. In his sight, besides a table of pages, there was Gu Shihua's hand holding the pen. That hand was white and slender. In the cold weather, his joints were light pink, and he was really as slender as plum bones. His voice was as gentle as jade, like the jingling of rings and pendants. Yuan Ji raised her eyebrows to look at him. Gu Shihua's black hair was as black as ink, but it was simply tied up with a plain hairband, and a circle of white wool was wrapped around her neck. When she came back to her senses, she met his half-smiley eyes. She immediately put away her charming thoughts, suddenly sat down, and said seriously, "Mr. Gu said it well. The students benefited a lot. Then can you repeat what this means?" Gu Shihua raised her eyebrows. "It describes a person very well." Yuan Ji grinned for a long time, and said this. "Tell me more about it." Gu Shihua put down the brush in her hand, and looked at her leisurely. "Yuan Ji. No. Why is this person exaggerating? To describe this person is very good, as good as you?" Yuan Ji answered flatteringly. Gu Shihua lowered her eyebrows, looking at Yuan Ji's serious look, suddenly laughed softly. He didn't say anything, but Yuan Ji actually saw a soft color in his eyes. For some reason, her face seemed to be hot again. "Xia Hui, are you two really studying hard?" He felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. "How can you study like this?" Qin Shu laughed out loud, pointing at the book in her hand and laughing. "Gigi, your storybook is so interesting." Yuan Ji was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the book in Qin Shu's hand, his face suddenly changed. He quickly snatched the book and hid it, whining, "Why do you touch other people's things so casually?" Xia Hui was shocked. "No, are you 3 really studying?" After such a fight, the heat on Yuan Ji's face seemed to fade away. After a few people played around, the sunset was like a brocade, and the snow had stopped. The 3 stood at the gate of the mansion to bid farewell to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji gathered his cloak tightly, looked at Gu Shihua's back as she was about to leave, and suddenly asked, "Shihua, do you think I will win?" Gu Shihua was slightly startled, and then turned around and said with a smile, "Miss Yuan's efforts these days. We have seen it. You will definitely get what you want." The evening light shone obliquely in front of Gu Shihua, and the whole person was covered with a layer of light golden shadow. Her long eyelashes spread out like a light landscape fan, and her eyes were light, calm and elegant. Yuan Ji wanted to say something, but he suddenly stretched out his hand to brush away the broken snow on Yuan Ji's hair, and said softly, "It's cold outside. You are not well yet. Go back early." After speaking, he turned around and followed Xia Hui and others. Yuan Ji stood there for a long time, and when she came to her senses, she found that Gu Shihua's figure had disappeared in the vast snow. Not far away, a sedan stopped under a plum tree. Feng Shuangde's long eyelashes were slightly closed, and her whole body exuded a strong resentment from head to toe. The man beside her raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Why?" Lord Feng saw this scene, and even forgot the business. He suppressed his temper and raised a cold smile. "Your Highness, I saw Miss Mir yesterday." Li Qing's face suddenly changed, and he said nervously, "What happened to Mir?" Feng Shuangde raised his eyelids and looked at him with a smile. "I think it's you, Your Highness, who forgot the business. The new year is coming. As far as I know, His Royal Highness the Prince of Jin has carefully prepared a generous gift, and is going to present it to your Majesty before the new year. You have just returned to Chang'an, and you are still thinking about Miss Mir. If His Royal Highness the Prince of Jin finds out about this, wouldn't it be giving evidence to others? At that time, I am afraid that your Royal Highness the Crown Prince will also suffer." Hearing this, Li Qing's sighed. Mir was born in the Chu house. Let's put this matter aside for now. I have received a secret report that there are many foreigners in Chang'an, and they all seem to have some dealings with the Prince of Jin. Lord Feng should also put his mind to it. If you are interested in Miss Yuan, after the new year, I will inform my father and ask him to grant you a marriage. Prince, be careful with your words. Feng Shuangde's face changed slightly, and suddenly he became more serious. Prince Jin has close contacts with Lord Xia. I am afraid he has already been accepted as an ally. Your Highness has very few troops. I have thought about it, and now General Yuan is the most suitable person in the court. That's it. Li Qing's pondered for a moment. Lord Feng, thank you for your trouble. I thought that you were interested in Yuan Ji. As for Yuan Ji, Feng Shuangde smiled lightly, recalling the clear and wet eyes that night in his mind, and said with interest, "It's quite interesting." Hearing this, Li Qing's eyes widened. Emu, who was squatting outside the sedan chair and eavesdropping, twitched her lips. His master was used to talking nonsense, and it was clear that he was interested in Miss Yuan. But he was still stubborn. When the sedan chair arrived in front of the Prime Minister's mansion, Yuan Gongfu heard that Feng Shuangde was coming, and hurriedly asked people to clean up the flower hall and welcome the person in. "Master Feng." Yuan Gongfu smiled, and after seeing the appearance of the person beside Feng Shuangde, his face suddenly became serious. "Your Highness." Li Qing's nodded, and said softly, "I happened to meet Master Feng while inspecting the people's sentiments. I heard that Master Feng was coming to the Prime Minister's mansion. I remembered that General Yuan was injured last time, and I was very worried. That's why I came together. I hope I won't disturb the General's rest." Yuan Gong smiled again and said, "It's just a minor injury. How can you worry about it? I wonder if Your Highness has any other instructions." Li Qing's picked up a cup of fragrant tea on the table and said, "No, I don't." Feng Shuangde suddenly interrupted. "Of course, General Yuan. The King of Jin is very powerful now. I came to ask you, are you willing to form an alliance with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Li Qing's was startled by Feng Shuangde's words. He choked a few times while drinking tea and looked at him with a speechless look. Although this trip was for this purpose, there were some opening courtesies. Feng Shuangde's words were so shocking that even Li Qing's, who was used to him, was still a little shocked. Yuan Gongfu frowned, and the smile on his face froze. After a while, he said, "Your Highness is the Crown Prince appointed by Your Majesty. I am loyal to Your Majesty, and I will naturally be loyal to you in the future." Li Qing's raised his eyebrows, and there was a coldness under his eyebrows. This was said without any leaks, but he did not make it clear where he stood. Li Qing's face looked a little ugly, but facing such a meritorious official of two dynasties, he couldn't show his face. After a while, he smiled and said, "General Yuan is loyal to Your Majesty, which is a blessing for Dalian. If General Yuan helps, I will definitely repay him." Feng Shuangde was calm, and Yuan Gongfu's answer was within his expectations. After the two left, Yuan Gongfu was relieved. Son, who was serving tea, couldn't help asking, "Master, what happened?" Yuan Gongfu looked outside the house. He didn't know when the heavy snow started to fall again. He murmured, This Chang'an is not peaceful. Li Qingze sat in the sedan chair inside. General Yuan is stubborn and difficult to deal with. At this critical moment, why not? He thought for a moment and tried to ask, how about Ping Kong Ho? Feng Shuangde played with a jade pendant in his hand and said in a deep voice, although Ping Kong Ho is in charge of the patrol camp, the number of people in the patrol camp is just SOSO. The king of Jin is ambitious. If the palace coup really comes, it will not be possible for a patrol camp to compete with it. Moreover, it is just a patrol camp, and I also have some acquaintances in it. If your highness needs it, the patrol camp can be easily captured. At present, the most important thing is to capture General Yuan. How could Li Qingze not know the key point? He sighed and said, among the meritorious officials of the two dynasties, only Yuan Gongfu can live to this day. He never took sides before. So how can he help me now? Yes. Feng Shuangde leaned on the soft golden pillow, with a calm look between his eyebrows and a confident look. Is Lord Feng so confident? Everyone knows that Yuan Gongfu loves his legitimate daughter Yuan Ji the most. If I marry Yuan Ji, General Yuan will not be able to take sides even if he doesn't want to. Feng Shuangde brushed aside the curtains, and snow fell all over the sky. His sight fell on the general's mansion not far away. Li Qingze suddenly remembered the scene he had just seen, and hesitated. Why do I feel that Miss Yuan seems to have little interest in Lord Feng, but is more interested in Gu Shihua? Feng Shuangde smiled, and raised her eyebrows to look at him. Your Highness, do you think that my face is not interesting enough for her? Li Qingze, seen you outside the sedan? What's going on? Is his master trying to seduce me? Chapter 32. The night falls, the clouds roll, the snow falls. Yuan Ji has been staying indoors for 2 days, and has just reviewed the knowledge that Gu Shihua gave her. When she thinks of going to the academy for the exam tomorrow, Yuan Ji feels irritated for no reason. If she loses, it will be a laughing stock. She really shouldn't have accepted the bet, so that she has been buried in the sea of books for a whole month. Yuan Ji sighed with resentment, and leaned over the desk, and took out one of the books and read it carefully. You study so hard. Don't you think that these old questions are enough? Yuan Ji thought she was obsessed with studying when she heard Feng Xianji's voice. After she wiped her eyes and looked up, she saw Feng Xiange with a smile on his face, sitting by the open window, holding a golden fan in his hand. The moonlight outside the window was silent, and the silver light poured on his hair. His flowing silver hair seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight, and his red clothes were scattered on the windowsill. The full moon on the 15th was particularly clear, and Feng Xiange was covered with moonlight. Yuan Ji was in a trance for a moment, thinking that he was a young man from the fairyland of Qingqiu who sneaked into the human world under the moonlight. Yuan Ji didn't come back to her senses until she heard him sneer. Lord Feng came to visit late at night, and no one came to inform him. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Feng Xiange jumped in by himself, playing with a fan in his hand, and said lazily, if you don't want to let others know about my true identity, then naturally no one will know. His eyes fell on the Ziji Tongjian in Yuan Ji's hand, and he said with a sigh, you can actually read these books. Looking at Feng Xiange, who was getting closer and closer, Yuan Ji couldn't react for a while. When she came back to her senses, Feng Xiange had already walked in front of her and sat down, picking up the books on the table. Gu Shihua's handwriting was smooth and clear, and every part was annotated in detail, as if she was afraid that the readers would not understand. He flipped through the pages and said, it seems that Master Gu really cares about Miss Yuan, but the words and annotations are average, and they are far from the real thing. Yuan Ji was a little unhappy. This person entered her listening snow tower without her consent, and now he touched her things casually. Even though she had a little respect for Feng Shuangde, she couldn't help but feel angry. She said angrily, what does Lord Feng want to say? He put down the books casually. Last time, you promised me a request, do you remember? I came here this time to ask you to fulfill this promise. Promise? Yuan Ji's eyes were confused. But after a moment, she recalled it belatedly. That day at the Lingshan autumn banquet, she accidentally wore the dress that Princess Chenghua was going to give to Princess Jiayang. At that time, she was just being polite. Did Feng Shuangde take it seriously? Even if we take a step back, she suffered this unprovoked disaster for no reason, because of the clothes that Feng Shuangde sent. How could he have the nerve to come and fulfill this promise? But at this point, Yuan Ji couldn't refuse anymore, and said with a forced smile, in this case, please speak directly. Before he could get a reply, There was a sudden thump outside the door. Yuan-ji was slightly stunned, and hurriedly put down the book and opened the door, but saw a dusty man limping in from the corner. The night was as dark as ink, and the candlelight was dim. Yuan-ji looked for a long time before he could see the appearance of the person. He was shocked and took 2 steps back, and said in doubt, "You, Gigi." The man smiled faintly, took out a book wrapped in cloth from his arms, and handed it over. "I have been studying at home these days. These are what I summarized. Tomorrow's exam. Miss Yuan, your listening snow tower is really lively." Feng Shuange's voice spread from inside to outside. Yuan-ji looked to the side, and saw Feng Shuange sitting on a sandalwood chair. Yuan Bao had crawled to the side of his legs without knowing when, and was very well behaved. Feng Shuange seemed to be in a very good mood, and even teased it a few times. Yuan-ji frowned and scolded, "Yuan Bao, be good." She turned her head and looked at Li Qinghui, and said coldly, "I don't want to see you. Leave by yourself, or I will call someone." Li Qinghui looked lonely. His right hand paused in the air for a long time, and finally dropped it. His eyes drifted to Feng Shuange in the inner room. His throat moved slightly. "Gigi, I don't blame you for the erotic picture last time. I am also determined to separate from Lu. You know I like you. Can you?" "Of course not." Feng Shuange's voice was melodious and pleasant. "Lord Feng, this is my private matter." Yuan-ji's eyebrows suddenly darkened. It's fine if he entered her house without permission, but now he is interfering in her private affairs? He held Yuan Bao and walked forward. Yuan Bao also obediently nestled in Feng Shuange's arms, poking out a little head, and staring at Li Qinghui with round eyes, even opening his mouth, making a sound of "sir." Feng Shuange smoothed Yuan Bao's yellow hair, looked Li Qinghui up and down, and his disdain was overflowing. He snorted coldly, "Mr. Li, it is important to know yourself. You are now famous, but you have no achievements. You have a concubine, and you are coveting the daughter of the general. There is no mirror in the house. You will always drink water. Right?" Yuan-ji burst out laughing. It was a little surprising that Feng Xiange would say such a thing. "You?" Li Qinghui was suddenly humiliated by Feng Xiange, and was speechless for a moment. Although he had originally made up his mind to get Yuan-ji's forgiveness, and could endure being scolded by her, but now seeing Feng Xiange sitting in her room, Li Qinghui could no longer hold back his temper. He immediately withdrew his hand, pointed at Feng Xiange, and asked coldly, "It's only been a few months, and you and he haven't even had an engagement yet, and you let him into your bedroom. Yuan-ji, could it be that you have been secretly having an affair with him for a long time? Not to mention entering her room for more than a year." Li Qinghui could only meet her outside the mansion, at most in the small courtyard of Tingxue Tower, but he was sitting in Yuan-ji's room in a dignified manner. How could he be calm? How could he not think too much? For Yuan-ji, he was determined to break up with Yang Qinglu, but what about her? Isn't she the one who loves him the most? How could she be so intimate with a man outside her? Yuan-ji was shocked. This man was so shameless. She crossed her arms and laughed in anger. "What happened between me and Lord Feng has nothing to do with you. You pretended to be nice to me on the one hand, and you were affectionate with Yang Qinglu on the other hand, and you have been with her for a year, and now you have the nerve to question me. How can you be so shameless? What about you? You have obviously thought I am useless for a long time. Haven't you?" Li Qinghui sneered. His eyes moved back and forth between Feng Shuange and Yuan-ji. His eyes were sinister, but at a young age. "You have already reached the highest position in the government. Yuan-ji, you must have planned this long ago. Right? Climb up to a higher branch and kick me away." Yuan-ji was shocked by the brain circuit of the man in front of her. He had no other skills, but he was the best in Chang'an in confusing right and wrong. It was impossible to reason with such a person. She was furious. A smile appeared on the corner of her lips, and her eyes were cold and ruthless when she looked at Li Qinghui. She leaned slightly towards Feng Shuange, raised her head, and faced Li Qinghui, and said with a look of understanding, "You are so angry because you can't climb up to my branch?" Yuan-ji looked normal, but her left hand hidden in her sleeve couldn't stop shaking. She made up her mind. She had to die sooner or later. So what was she afraid of? If she didn't get rid of this dogskin plaster, she would be in trouble in the future. Immediately, her hand climbed up Feng Shuange's right arm, and she felt the warmth when she touched it. The warmth from her fingertips made her heart tremble. She tilted her head, leaned slightly on Feng Shuange's shoulder, smiled and said, I think Lord Feng is handsome. Handsome. Young and promising. And has a bright future. You are a waste. With no future and no male ethics. How can you compare with Lord Feng? Feng Shuangge raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yuan Ji, who was leaning on his side. Although she always looked reserved in front of him, Feng Shuangge still liked to see her showing off her power. That was interesting. Yuan Ji was like the ingot in his arms. When he saw someone he didn't like, his fur would turn red. But when he was in his arms, he was particularly docile and well-behaved. He was handsome. Handsome. Young and promising. And had a bright future. He said it, he must be 10,000 times better than Gu Shihua. How could anyone not be impressed by her? Feng Shuangge's mood was obviously much better. You. Li Qing almost couldn't breathe, his chest couldn't stop rising and falling, his eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were creaking. He looked at the two of them with deep hatred, and said through gritted teeth, "You are very good, Yuan Ji, very good." Looking at the man in front of her who was out of control, Yuan Ji held her forehead. How could she have thought he was gentle and polite before? She snorted softly and said provocatively, "Since you know you are not worthy of me, please, get out now." Li Qing was so angry that he stood there without leaving. His usually elegant face was only filled with resentment. Yuan Ji frowned and said coldly, "You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Get out now." Feng Xiangu sighed softly, and twisted her beautiful long eyebrows together, without giving Li Qing a chance to react. She slapped him out with one palm. Yuan Ji exclaimed softly. Feng Xianji's palm fell too fast, and it even brought a slight palm wind. She brushed back her hair that was messed up by the palm wind, and her heart was pounding. What a strong palm wind, what a domineering person. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Yuan Ji had never seen Feng Xiangu take action, and she suddenly recalled the rumors about Feng Xiangu. Li Qing looked back with wide eyes, and the pain from his limbs made him dazed for a while, and he curled up on the ground, like a crawling worm. With this kind of person, there is no need to say more. Feng Shuangge wiped off the dust on his hands. Yuan Ji saw that he frowned, and probably understood that he was disgusted by the dirt. So he took out the brocade handkerchief and handed it to him. Seeing the man in front of him handing over the embroidered handkerchief obediently, Feng Shuangge was in a good mood, and took it and wiped the dirt on his hands carefully. Li Qingwei struggled to stand up. He was filled with hatred, but no matter how much he hated it, he still felt a little timid when his eyes touched the man in front of him. He covered his chest and crawled out tremblingly. Seeing Li Qingwei leave, Yuan Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly withdrew his hand, and said nervously, "Sir, it's urgent. No problem." Feng Shuangge put down the Yuan bao, lowered his eyebrows and looked at Yuan Ji, and smiled, "Miss Yuan, since you used your true identity to get rid of this person, can you listen to my detailed explanation now?" Of course. Yuan Ji welcomed him into the West Warm Pavilion, and personally poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it in front of him. He took a sip. "I want you to help me find a book." "Book?" Yuan Ji was surprised. "What book?" "The book you got from Qianshu Pavilion last time." Yuan Ji was shocked, and said calmly, "What Qianshu Pavilion? What is the master talking about? I don't understand." The last time she went to Qianshu Pavilion, she was found by him. But Yuan Ji was determined to deny it. Feng Xiangu held his chin, looked at her with interest, and stretched out the ending tone. "Oh, Miss Yuan, don't you remember that you rummaged through Qianshu Pavilion at night last time and stole several books? There are also things I want in the inner room, if nothing unexpected happens. The erotic pictures that Li Qing brought back were also put there by you. Right, Miss Yuan? It is not the behavior of a lady to take something without asking. I clearly paid for it." Yuan Ji was anxious, and after the words came out of her mouth, she quickly covered her mouth, and her eyes turned to be full of resentment. "Damn it. I was tricked by this old fox." Feng Shuangge chuckled, as if it was just as expected. He leaned slightly, and moved a few inches closer to Yuan Ji, with a playful look in his eyes. "I want to find a book. A book full of pictures." Feng Shuangge leaned very close. Yuan Ji subconsciously leaned back, and pulled away again. Her mind quickly recalled the book she got that day, and said seriously, "Even if I was in Qianshu Pavilion that day, I never got a book full of pictures, unless it was that spring." After that, Yuan Ji looked at Feng Xiangu with a look of horror, and said in disbelief, "Could it be that the Lord has such a strange hobby?" "Of course not." Feng Xianji's face suddenly darkened, and she looked disgusted, How can such filthiness be accepted by this prime minister? Then, there is no such book, Yuanji said very confidently. Feng Xiange looked down at her, and Yuanji felt uneasy. But she thought about it, and there really was no such book. When she was lost in thought, she was suddenly hit by someone, and her forehead suddenly hurt. She subconsciously covered her forehead, glared at Feng Xiange, and said angrily, "What does Lord Feng mean?" Feng Xiange turned the golden fan on his head, with a smile on his face, and said jokingly, "I just saw that you were too nervous. If there is nothing, you can keep an eye out for me. It is a picture book. Maybe it is sandwiched in the book. Or maybe there is some way to hide the picture. I don't know. If you see it, come and tell me." "Yes," Yuanji agreed sadly. After the matter was explained, Feng Xiange did not stay for long, and left through the window in the moonlight. Yuanji sighed, closed the doors and windows, and after making sure there were no more uninvited guests, he took out the book and continued reading. After opening the page, Yuanji was speechless again. Seeing that Gu Shihua's annotations were scribbled, Yuanji's forehead veins popped out, and his silver teeth were creaking. Feng Xiange. Chapter 33. The morning mist had not yet awakened. Today was the day of the school exam. Yuan Gongfu was very nervous. He got up early and summoned Yuan Ji and Yuan Chang. After a long time of instructions, he let the two of them get on the carriage when the sky was about to break. "Sister, can you beat Zhou Yao this time? Don't let our general's mansion lose face, and let people laugh at us for nothing." Yuan Chang picked up a red date and bit it lightly. Her eyes showed a look of determination. This bet was somehow heard by Yuan Gongfu. Most of the people in the general's mansion knew about it. What's worse, even the old lady of Yuan sent someone to ask Yuan Ji if she was still short of the 4 treasures of the study. For them, the exam was a minor matter, but being embarrassed was a major matter. Yuan Ji was aroused to study, which was even more important. If he lost this time, Yuan Gongfu was afraid that Yuan Ji's interest in studying would be dampened. Of course, Yuan Ji glanced at her and said coldly, "You want to see me lose? Wait for your father to be disappointed, and then take out your test paper that can't even be put on the table." "Right, Yuan Chang. Your mind is too shallow. Even worse than Sunshire. And I don't know where you have learned all these years." "Heh," Yuan Chang sneered, and gently wiped the stains from the corners of her lips with a handkerchief. Even though Yuan Ji had seen through her thoughts, she was not angry, and sarcastically said, "So what if you saw through me?" She didn't want to cause any more trouble at this critical moment. The two stopped talking, and the carriage stopped at the entrance of the academy. It was the right time, and most of the classmates had arrived. Yuan Ji went straight back to his seat and ran into Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao was surrounded by several unfamiliar women, and she was as arrogant as a peacock. When she saw Yuan Ji, she didn't say anything, but just glared at her fiercely. When she passed by her, she pretended to bump her with her shoulder as if by accident. She immediately showed a surprised look. "Ah, I bumped into you by accident, are you okay?" She has such a poor acting skill. Is she afraid that others will not know that she did it on purpose? Yuan Ji rolled her eyes, and the moment she turned around and walked inside, Yuan Ji saw the right moment and stretched out her foot. The next moment, a miserable "ah" was heard, and the surroundings suddenly became chaotic. Zhou Yao fell flat on her back, and actually fell directly onto a desk. She only felt a great pain in her waist and forehead. The woman who followed her hurriedly helped her up, and the next moment a burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the academy. "Ha ha ha. Zhou Yao, your face." Puff. Yuan Ji couldn't help laughing when she saw her. Seeing this, Chen Shu laughed so hard that she was out of breath. She lay on the desk for a while to recover. When Zhou Yao fell, she happened to hit the desk. There was a painting of plum blossoms with wet ink on it. When Zhou Yao fell, she not only ruined the painting, but also smeared the ink on her face. The originally delicate makeup was now all black and red, very funny. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror. She was so angry that she was out of breath. Her hands were shaking as she pointed at Yuan Ji. She gritted her teeth and said, "You did it on purpose." Yuan Ji touched the tip of his nose, with an innocent look on her face. "I don't know what you are talking about." Clear eyes, innocent expression. Everyone saw this and felt that it really had nothing to do with him, and no one came to speak for Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao usually acted arrogantly in the academy, relying on being behind Tang Wanqiu, but now Tang Wanqiu was bedridden. She didn't know how to restrain herself. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, Gu Shihua and Xia Hui came out from the backyard. Gu Shihua had come a long time ago. She heard the noise in the front yard and lost her mind to study. When Zhou Yao saw the person coming, her eyes were filled with tears. She rushed towards Xia Hui with tears in her eyes. Xia Hui was facing a great enemy. He jumped away as if he had seen a ghost. He looked like he had seen a ghost. "Don't dirty the corner of my clothes." Zhou Yao's face froze suddenly. Tears hung in the corners of her eyes, and were about to fall. She looked at Gu Shihua with a sidelong glance. She thought that Gu Shihua was a little proud. But she also knew right from wrong. It was clear that Yuan Ji had deliberately tripped her. He should not turn a blind eye. Gu Shihua's face was gloomy and ugly. His eyes were fixed on the wet painting of plum blossoms on the table. His voice was a little cold. "You ruined my painting?" Zhou Yao was stunned. "This is Gu Shihua's painting?" Gu Shihua strode forward and looked at the painting that was mostly destroyed. He felt a sudden pain in his heart. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his expression was as cold as ice. After a long time, he sighed deeply, folded the drawing paper, and put it aside in a distracted manner. There was a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes, and his voice was flat. "The teacher is coming soon. You should return to your seats quickly. When the teacher arrives, the examination will begin." After he finished speaking, he sat in the first row, sitting upright, with his eyebrows lowered and his emotions unclear. Yuan Ji felt a little regretful. If she hadn't tripped Zhou Yao, she wouldn't have ruined Gu Shihua's painting. She had never seen Gu Shihua so helpless. She felt a little weak in her heart. There was a neighing of horses outside the academy, and everyone was silent. The teacher didn't say anything, but walked in directly. Then, there was the sound of distributing test papers. Yuan Ji raised her eyebrows casually, and her eyes suddenly froze. The person who came was not Master Long. The familiar silver-haired and red-clothed woman was Feng Xuanga. Ignoring Yuan Ji's shocked look, Feng Xuanga said loudly, "Master Long is ill today, so he asked me to supervise you today." Jin Yu and Yin Yu stood on both sides of Feng Xuanga, staring at everyone motionlessly. Yuan Ji clenched the wolf hairbrush, trying not to be distracted, and wondering why Feng Xuanga was the supervisor today. For some reason, she always wanted to retreat when she saw Feng Xuanga, and wished she could bury herself in the crowd. She took a deep breath and looked at the questions on the test paper. The words that she had thought were obscure and difficult to understand now seemed simple enough. Gu Shihua's 1-month crammed schooling had helped Yuan Ji make a qualitative leap. After careful thinking, she started writing in just a moment. Zhou Yao, who was sitting behind Yuan Ji, was still thinking hard. Seeing Yuan Ji start to answer the questions so quickly, she was shocked and became even more flustered. She didn't care about anything else and started to answer. Time passed by minute. Yuan Ji finished most of the test paper. Her hands felt a little sore, and she slowed down her writing speed. In an instant, a stone hit Yuan Ji's right hand accurately from behind. His arm tilted, and a half-finger-wide ink mark suddenly appeared on the test paper. Yuan Ji's face darkened. He turned around and saw Zhou Yao lowering her eyebrows and doing the question seriously. She seemed not to notice Yuan Ji's gaze. Could it be an illusion? Yuan Ji raised his eyebrows and glanced at the sky. He thought it was not good. It was almost time for the end of school, but he still had 3 questions to do. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly concentrated on reading them carefully. The remaining questions were extremely obscure. Yuan Ji bit the pen and thought for a long time before he dared to write. Gu Shihua finished the test paper early, and looked around boredly. She turned back and saw Yuan Ji writing like a god, with a smile between his eyebrows. The courtyard was silent, with only the rustling sound of the pen on the rice paper. Zhou Yao was anxious when she looked at the last few questions. When she raised her eyes, she saw Yuan Ji's hands were very fast, and she was a little flustered. She tiptoed to look quietly, and before she saw a word, a voice suddenly appeared in the courtyard. No whispering. Feng Xuanga's eyes were cold and indifferent, staring at her directly. Zhou Yao swallowed her saliva and quickly retracted her gaze. The last few questions were not within her review scope. She held the pen, but had no idea where to start. Cold sweat broke out on her head. She raised her eyebrows, and saw Yuan Ji had already started writing. She gritted her teeth, and saw that Feng Xiange didn't seem to notice them. She quietly picked up a stone, and flicked her right hand. The stone suddenly flew towards Yuanji's right hand. It happened in a flash. A gust of wind blew, and Feng Xiange floated to Yuanji's side like a ghost, but didn't make a sound. Zhou Yao's eyes trembled slightly. He looked cold, holding a stone in his hand. It was the stone she had thrown at Yuanji just now. What are you doing? Feng Xiange's voice was as cold as ice on the eaves in winter. He looked at Zhou Yao coldly. She was so scared that she couldn't even hold the pen steadily. It fell directly on the test paper, spreading a pool of thick ink. She panicked and hurried to pick up the pen. At the same time, a dull bell sounded. Jin Yu put away Zhou Yao's test paper. Zhou Yao panicked and said, I haven't finished yet. It's time. Jin Yu said expressionlessly. Yuanji finished writing the last word before the bell rang. Looking at the test paper, Yuanji smiled with relief. In the last exam, she couldn't understand a single word, but now she had written a whole page half written. At this time, Yuanji realized that Feng Xiange was standing beside her, holding a stone in his hand. Yuanji understood immediately, glared at Zhou Yao, and sneered, Just now I felt a stone hit me. I thought it was an illusion, but I didn't expect it was really you. Zhou Yao, can't you afford the bet? How? How is it possible? Zhou Yao's face turned pale. Yuanji looked like she was sure of winning. No. It's impossible. Yuanji didn't write anything on her last test paper. Even if she was given more than a month to study, she couldn't catch up with her. She wrote very quickly just now. She must have written nonsense on it. Yes. It must be. Thinking of this, Zhou Yao's expression eased a lot. She stood up suddenly and snorted coldly. Why are you so proud of the result? Of course. I will definitely win. Yuanji, don't think you can beat me by scribbling on it. Oh! Yuanji raised an eyebrow. Then wait and see. Although she dared not say that she was sure of all the questions. She had done more than half of them before. The key points that Gu Shihua had summarized came in handy, which made her study hard. Zhou Yao's face was still stained with ink. At this moment, she did not care about arguing with Yuanji, and quickly covered her face and left. Feng Xiange stood beside Yuanji, waiting for her to thank him leisurely. If it were not for him, Zhou Yao would have to do a lot of tricks. Just when he thought Yuanji would be grateful and sincerely thank him, Yuanji sighed, glanced at Feng Xiange, and then ran to Gu Shihua's side and said excitedly, Shihua, are you marking the papers again this time? I feel I did well this time. Gu Shihua nodded, her eyebrows curved, and looked at Yuanji with an especially gentle look, and smiled. We have seen your efforts during this period of time, and hard work pays off, and I am happy for you too. Chen Shu came over and asked, But why are you taking the exam this time? In the past, Gu Shihua was responsible for supervising and marking the exam papers as Master Long's assistant. Why are you taking the exam today? Yuanji was also very curious. I just got inspired today, Gu Shihua said, standing not far away. Feng Xiange looked extremely cold. He looked at Gu Shihua with a dark and unclear look. Undercurrents surged in his eyes. The veins on his hands bulged. The stone in his hand turned into powder in an instant. Jin Yu frowned. What's wrong with you? Sir? Yin Yu hurriedly pulled him away, and hurriedly said, Your Excellency is jealous, don't make him angry. Jin Yu frowned even deeper, with a puzzled look on her face. Why is Your Excellency jealous? He has been standing with us. When did he get jealous? Yin Yu. Yuanji. Xia Hui and others gathered together and chattered. No one paid any attention to Feng Xianji's expression. He stared for a moment, snorted coldly, and then walked away with his sleeves swung. Jin Yu hurriedly followed. Sir, where are you going? Go to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Yin Yu was shocked. The prisoner was just tried yesterday. Didn't they say he would be handed over to Minister Guan for trial? Feng Xiange was surrounded by a very cold aura. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to interrogate him personally. Yin Yu mourned in silence, hoping that the prisoner could survive the wrath of Lord Feng. After collecting the test papers, Yuanji and others went to Gu's mansion for a short visit. Last time, after my mother saw the test paper, I was locked up in the mansion for 3 days. Shihua, if you ask me, why didn't you tell me that my test paper was lost last time? I suffered so much. Xia Hui sat down carelessly, flipping through Gu Shihua's collection of books in a very familiar manner, fiddling with the newly purchased 4 treasures of the study, and then drawing something on rice paper that no one could understand. The princess sent someone to ask. So I can't lie. Gu Shihua pondered. Yuanji looked puzzled. The last exam? Why didn't I see my paper? Hey Xihua. Are you buying new paintings in your cabinet? You put them so deep. Xiahui opened a small cabinet without knowing where to move. And there were a few pieces of rice paper inside. Gu Xihua quickly drove Xiahui away. And then closed the cabinet. Frowning and saying, when will you change your habit of touching me? Facing Yuanji's doubts. Gu Xihua said a little embarrassedly, last time. There were too many test papers. And I accidentally lost yours. The expected blame did not come. But Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Looking like he had survived a disaster. Patting his chest and thankfully saying, fortunately it was lost. If my father saw it, I would definitely scold him. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye to Gu Xihua. Late at night, the cold wind came in from the window lattice, and the candlelight suddenly went out. After Gu Xihua reviewed some of the test papers, his eyes were sore. He gently put down the wolf hair brush in his hand, and stood up to stretch his muscles in the study. The room was dark. He somehow opened the cabinet that Xiahui had found during the day, and took out a piece of rice paper from the inner room. The moonlight was clear. He looked at the rice paper in his hand under the moonlight, and saw 3 or 2 bamboos painted on it. Under the bamboos was a man sitting. Chapter 34. After the exam, Chang'an entered winter. White snow fell all over the streets and alleys, and the city of Chang'an became quiet. The days were getting colder, and the charcoal fire in Tingxue Tower was burning. Miss, today is New Year's Eve. Why are you still lying here? Lu Wu came into the warm room with Yuan Bao in her arms, bringing the coldness of deep winter. Yuanji lazily leaned on the couch, with a thick rabbit fur quilt covering her legs, holding a storybook in her left hand, and picking up a candied fruit with her right hand, and throwing it into her mouth, feeling very comfortable. She raised her eyebrows, and saw Yuan Bao. She put down the book in her hand and picked it up. She weighed it in her hand. It was a lot heavier. Now it was the end of the year. Yuanji had already distributed the monthly allowance to the servants to change into new clothes. She even made a red dress for Yuan Bao, with the leftover fabric. Hongwei also made a small bell, and tied it on its furry neck. After a few months in Tingxue Tower, Yuan Bao became visibly plump. When he walked, his flesh was weighed. Yuanji liked to hold it the most. It was not only soft, but also warm. I don't know why I've been so lazy lately. It's probably because I don't like to move in winter. Yuanji yawned and took the tremella and longan soup that Hongwei had prepared earlier. In the past New Year's Eve, Miss was always the first one to go out and make snowmen with us. This year, she didn't go out much. Hong Yue's eyes curved. Yuanji has always been lively and active. So she had suffered many injuries in the past. Lin Wei was worried that she would leave scars. So she always came to see her from time to time, and brought her some newly made medicine. She stroked Yuan Bao's fur and accidentally saw her reflection in the bronze mirror on the dressing table. It seemed that she was rounder than a few months ago. Yuanji was shocked and immediately stood up and walked to the bronze mirror in 2 steps. She looked left and right and said in panic, "Lu, have I gained weight?" Lu looked at the bronze mirror and then at Yuanji and laughed. "Miss, you have not gone out since the academy was over. Mr. Gu and others occasionally came to see you, and they also agreed to let you go to Xiamingju for a drink. Naturally, your figure has become rounder. But then again, Miss was very haggard after she fell into the water last time. I was worried that you would need to take a long time to recover. Now she has recovered. Besides, Miss looks very beautiful like this." Yuanji rubbed his face, stretched his body, and decided to get up and move. Yuanji stared at the servants coming and going in boredom, and simply followed a servant to paste window paper cuts. It was not until dusk that General Yuan sent someone to pass on the message, and Yuanji went to the dining hall. According to the rules of previous years, if there was nothing to do on New Year's Eve, Yuanji would definitely go to Shouanjai to talk to Madame Yuan. But after the beginning of winter this year, Madame Yuan's health became worse, and they were asked to pay their respects less often, so as not to disturb the old lady's rest. The Yuan mansion was filled with a New Year atmosphere. The flower corridor was hung with red lanterns, and the welcoming pine trees in the garden were also covered with red paper. The whole way was full of new ideas. The servants who came and went all changed into uniformly tailored winter clothes. After seeing Yuanji, he said some nice words to please her. Yuanji was in a very good mood and gave her some New Year's money. The servants who received the money were even more happy. When she arrived at the dining hall, the dishes had already been served. Yuan Gongfu was wearing casual clothes today. and it seemed that he had specially washed and combed his hair. The hostility around him was concealed a lot, and he looked energetic. Yuan Jinshao stood aside and said with a smile, "I wish my father a prosperous new year." Yuan Chang looked well behaved and added, "Not only a prosperous new year, but also a long life and a life as rich as the East Sea." Yuan Gongfu was so amused that he couldn't help laughing. Seeing Yuan Ji coming, he waved, "Jiji, come here." Yuan Ji smiled and walked over, his almond eyes sparkling, and his voice was sweet, "Father." Yuan Gongfu saw that everyone had arrived, and with his permission, everyone started to eat. Yuan Chang took a piece of pine nut fish with chopsticks and put it in Yuan Gongfu's bowl, blinking and saying, "Chang'er made this pine nut fish with the kitchen staff. I hope father likes it." Yuan Gongfu was a little surprised, but after tasting the pine nut fish, his eyebrows relaxed, and he said with some surprise, "It tastes good." Sun followed on the side and said softly, "Chang'er wanted to make something for the master a few days ago. It took a long time to learn this pine nut fish. I hope the master doesn't mind it." Following the voice, Yuan Gongfu raised his eyebrows to look at her. Sun had dressed up specially today. She was elegant and gentle, with a unique charm of her age. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she looked pitiful. Yuan Gongfu was moved for a moment. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Ji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without waiting for Yuan Chang to speak, Yuan Ji suddenly said, "I also have a gift for my father." Yuan Gongfu wanted to say something to Sun, but after Yuan Ji said this, he was attracted by her again. Yuan Ji looked mysterious, and took out a brocade box from his sleeve. Inside was a jade sword tassel. The sword tassel was bright green, and had cloud patterns carved on it. "I know that my father can only look at the picture and see the person when he misses my mother. But he is often away on the battlefield, so it is not easy to carry my mother's portrait with him. So I carved this jade and tied it with the tassel I made by myself. This sword tassel can be tied to your father's sword, and the cloud pattern matches my mother's name." Yuan Gongfu fell in love with this thing instantly, and couldn't let it go. He vaguely thought of Yunyan again, and a sad expression gradually appeared between his brows. Yuan Jinshao frowned. "Can cloud patterns be seen to remind people of people?" Yuan Ji smiled and said nothing. After Yuan Gongfu finished observing, he turned over the sword tassel and stood there in a daze. Sun followed him, and saw that Yuan Gongfu looked strange. She moved closer, and took a breath of cold air when she saw the sword tassel. The back of the sword tassel was carved with the image of a woman. Few people in Dalian carved human figures into jade. Most of them were jade-faced Guanyin or smiling Buddha. Not only because jade is precious, but also because the common Guanyin and Maitreya are easy to carve, and not easy to make mistakes. However, carving people is difficult. If you don't control it well, it will be difficult to carve out the expression of the person. Yuan Ji only used a few cuts, but she portrayed the woman's charm vividly. Sun's face turned pale instantly. She finally decided to dress up today, and wanted to test Yuan Gongfu again. But the result was, Yuan Gongfu held the sword tassel for a long time. His eyebrows were full of joy, and he looked at Yuan Ji, and finally said, "You are worthy of being the daughter of me and Yun Yang. Ji, you are thoughtful." Yuan Ji shook her head, with a sensible face, and said softly, "My daughter just doesn't want my father to suffer from lovesickness all the time." She admitted that she had a purpose in giving such a gift. They had deep feelings for each other in the past, and they missed each other deeply afterwards. However, Yuan Ji had read the 36 strategies to control a husband for a long time, and although she had learned some ingenious principles, she also gradually understood that people's hearts were cold and fickle. Sun had been with Yuan Gongfu for a long time. Even if he had never treated her differently, her mother's appearance would eventually fade out of Yuan Gongfu's memory. She was selfish, and she would not let Yuan Gongfu forget her mother. Yuan Ji could feel Yuan Chang's resentful gaze without raising her eyebrows. Before Yuan Chang could react, Yuan Ji's eyes fell on her head, and he suddenly said, "Is the hairpin on my sister's head a new item from the treasure pavilion? I went there several times a few days ago, but couldn't buy it. Sister is so lucky." Although she didn't know why Yuan Ji suddenly mentioned it, Yuan Chang still stood up proudly after hearing it, gathered her hairpin with her left hand, covered her mouth and chuckled. "I didn't buy it, but my aunt saw it when she passed by the other day, and bought it for me." Then, she pretended to be surprised. "Why, sister? Didn't you buy it?" She knew that Yuan Ji had wanted this hairpin for a long time, but had never bought it, and she tried every way to get it, so she wore it today to show her. She wanted to let Yuan-ji know that she also had a way to get what Yuan-ji couldn't get. Yuan-ji lowered her eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. While Yuan-chang was still happy, Yuan-ji lowered her eyes, looking lonely, and whispered, "If my mother were still alive, she would probably be as good to my sister as my aunt is to me." Yuan-chang's smile froze. What does this mean? Yuan Gongfu's brows tightened suddenly, and he fumbled with the sword tassel in his hand. He pointed a sidelong glance at Sun and accused her. When you bought one for Chang'er, didn't you buy one for Gigi as well? Sun's hand holding the dish paused slightly, and she said in panic, I didn't think so much. I thought Gigi never lacked these. The woman who had specially dressed up, even though she looked pale, had some charm. But Yuan Gongfu didn't pay attention to her at the moment. You give this hairpin to Gigi. Yuan Gongfu thought for a moment, turned his head, and said to Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang's smile froze, and she stammered, but, seeing Yuan Chang hesitating, Yuan Gongfu frowned, and his love for Yuan Chang, which had just surged because of a pine nut fish, suddenly faded. He put down his chopsticks, looked at Yuan Chang and said, "You are the younger sister. You should give way to the older sister." Yuan Chang's eyes were filled with tears, seeing no one speak for her. Even Sunshine only whispered to her to let it go. Yuan Chang suddenly looked up at Yuan Jinshao. Aggrieved, second brother. Yuan Jinshao looked at Yuan Chang with a complicated expression, but finally gave in. He sighed. Isn't it always the elder sister who gives in to the younger sister? Since the last time he saw Yuan Chang's back, Yuan Jinshao has always had a knot in his heart. During this period of time, he deliberately avoided Yuan Chang and rarely met her. He looked at Yuan Ji with a sidelong glance. You have so many red hairpins and jewelry in your Tingxue tower. Why bother with this one? You have always been at odds with her, and you often bully her. So let it go this time. Then, he said to Yuan Chang, it's just a hairpin after all. If Yuan Ji really likes it, you can give it to her, and I will buy you a new one. Yuan Chang was stunned. What's going on with Yuan Jinshao today? Is he asking her to give in to Yuan Ji? It wasn't like this before. The long nails painted with light-colored nail polish were tightly embedded in the palm of his hand. While Yuan Jinshao and Yuan Chang were talking, Yuan Ji suddenly lowered her head. Her eyes slightly narrowed. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she said with a lonely look, I just envy my sister for having an aunt who cares about her. Unlike me, I have been alone since my mother passed away. Even though my elder brother and father favor me, I still envy my sister. I said the wrong thing today. Father, I'm done eating. After that, she stood up suddenly and pretended to walk out. Sure enough, at the moment she walked out, Yuan Gongfu grabbed her hand and said in a deep voice, Chang'er, it's just a step-shaking ornament. Your father will ask someone to give you a good one tomorrow. Fortunately, she was stopped. There were so many dishes tonight, and Yuan Ji hadn't had time to eat a few bites. If she didn't eat them, wouldn't it be a pity? At this point, Yuan Chang was reluctant, and had to take off her hairpin and hand it to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji reached out to take it, but couldn't take it off for a while. Yuan Chang's hand was clenched very tightly. Yuan Ji didn't care about her. She grabbed the hairpin with force, and Yuan Chang's body was almost unstable. Yuan Ji pinched the hairpin, and forced herself to squeeze out a tear. She said with a touched face, Thank you for giving it up, sister. Yuan Chang was so angry that her teeth itched. She couldn't understand why Yuan Ji had changed so much. But no matter how angry she was, she could only swallow her bitterness, and couldn't say anything. Just as Yuan Ji was pretending to cry, she heard a creaking sound. The old lady Yuan walked in tremblingly. When Yuan Ji saw her, her eyes lit up. She hurried to meet her and carefully supported her. Grandma, it's freezing cold. Why are you here? The old lady Yuan was wrapped in a dark green cloak and a rabbit fur hat wrapped tightly around her head. Fu Yun, who was following her, said helplessly. The old lady woke up and made a fuss to come. She wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. She said it was unlucky not to have a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. A trace of worry flashed across Yuan Ji's face. Grandma, if you want to have a reunion dinner, we can go directly to Shoanja. It's freezing cold. What if you catch a cold? How can you be so fragile? Cough cough. Mrs. Yuan coughed violently a few times, and Yuan Gongfu immediately served a bowl of hot soup and ushered her in. After drinking the hot soup, Mrs. Yuan felt relieved a lot, and a smile was squeezed out of her wrinkled face. She said kindly, on New Year's Eve, "Of course, I have to give my good grandchildren New Year's money. I hope my good grandchildren will have a smooth year." After that, Fu Yun took out several red purses. Jean Zhou's, Jean Zhao's, Ji's, Chang Er's. Mrs. Yuan muttered to herself, handing over the purses one by one. Although she didn't like Yuan Chang and wasn't very good to her, she never failed to give her what she should. "Thank you, Grandma." Yuan Jinshao smiled with curved eyebrows and said a long string of nice words, making Mrs. Yuan smile. Yuan Ji had just put away the purse and was about to eat, when Mrs. Yuan happened to look at her with her eyebrows raised. She was stunned for a moment and said, "Ji, I almost forgot your New Year's money. Come on, take it." She held a heavy purse and handed it to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji was stunned for a moment and said suspiciously, "Grandma, you gave it to me just now." Madame Yuan was a little confused. "Did you give it to me?" "Yes." Yuan Ji took out the purse and waved it. Madame Yuan suddenly realized and said kindly, "It's okay, I'll give you another one." The atmosphere was a little weird, but Yuan Ji still took the purse. Yuan Jinshao saw that something was wrong and immediately crossed his arms and said with an unhappy face, "Grandma is biased. Why don't I have two? Although I don't need it. But Grandma, I also want to have two." Yuan Jianzhou chuckled and echoed, "All of them. All of them." Lady Yuan smiled deeply and prepared a few purses to give to the younger generations. After 3 rounds of wine, Lady Yuan was very tired and went back to Shuanjai first. Mr. Yuan had to deal with official documents, so he went back to the study early. Yuan Jinshao and others followed him and left. Yuan Ji looked at Yuan Jianzhou and said, "Brother, it's just the two of us staying up this year. Let's go to your place to set off fireworks later. Shall we? Let me tell you, I don't know why fireworks are hard to buy this year. I only bought a few." Hearing this, Yuan Jianzhou said a little embarrassedly, "Gigi, brother has important things to deal with tonight, and he has to go out early tomorrow morning, I'm afraid this year." "I know. It's okay, I'll set off the fireworks myself later, brother. Business is more important." Although Yuan Ji felt a little disappointed, he was still very considerate and didn't bother him. After her mother passed away, she and Yuan Jinshao became estranged. Yuan Gongfu was more and more busy with official duties. In the past, the whole family had to stay up all night every year. But later only Yuan Jianzhou stayed up with her. Later, Yuan Jianzhou grew older, and the young general was free and unrestrained. It was common for him not to return to Chang'an during the new year. Gradually, only Yuan Ji stayed up all night. She sighed softly and returned to Tingxue Tower. She was lost in thought while holding Yuan Bao. The snow outside the window was silent, and everything was quiet here. Before dinner, she gave Luwu and Hongwei double the amount of lucky money, and asked them to go home for the new year. The originally quiet listening snow tower was even more lonely now. Listening to the snow by the window really lived up to the name of the listening snow tower. Yuan Ji had a flash of thought, got up and changed clothes, and sneaked out of the Yuan mansion under the snow. "Sir, don't handle official business this year. Right? It hurts your eyes." Inu walked into the study holding a candlestick, and said with a worried look, "The matter of the foreigners is not urgent. Fireworks are rare this year, and Her Royal Highness the Princess sent a lot. Aren't you going to let Miss Yuan see it?" Feng Xuanda, who was writing furiously, heard this and suddenly realized what he had done. He stood up and said, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" Inu felt particularly wronged. "I came to remind you, but you kicked me out." Feng Xuanda had a problem. He must not be disturbed when he was busy. At the least, he would be bruised all over, and at the worst, he would die. Hearing this, Feng Xuanda rubbed his frown, put down his pen, and walked out, saying, "You will be punished tomorrow. Miss Yuan has left the mansion." Jin Yu came back in the snow, and said to Feng Xiange after seeing her, "It seems to be heading to Gu's mansion." Feng Xiange was slightly stunned as he walked forward, and then he turned around, and sat down in the study, and continued to write, and his expression was unclear. Inu was a little scared, and quietly moved to Feng Xiange's side, for fear that he would lose his temper and hastily execute her. When he got closer, he saw Feng Xiange's face full of resentment, and the rice paper was full of the word Gu, and then full of crosses. Inu. Gu Mansion. The dining hall was extremely quiet. Gu Fingling. who was sitting at the main seat, put down his bowl and chopsticks, raised his eyebrows, and asked Gu Shihua, "Shihua, you are now helping the teacher in the academy, but you can't fall behind in your studies. I have arranged it for you. You will go to the Hanlin Academy next year." Gu Fingling is the current Taifu. He is serious and old-fashioned, and never smiles. Gu Shihua locked her jaw, her eyes were cold, and replied in a low voice, "Yes. I heard that you were very close to Yuan Ji." Gu Fingling suddenly mentioned Yuan Ji, and his sharp eyes looked at Gu Shihua coldly, as if he wanted to find out some answers from his face. Gu Shihua's hands hidden in her sleeves suddenly tightened, and she said calmly, replying to grandfather, "It was the general who entrusted you, and your grandson is just taking care of you." Hearing this, Gu Fingling nodded, and then said calmly, "Remember not to indulge in love. The glory of the Gu family should be your responsibility. When you have achieved success, grandfather will naturally find you a marriage that will help you in the court. Although the Yuan family has made contributions to 2 dynasties, grandfather feels that Yuan Ji is uneducated and unskilled, and it is really not possible." Gu Hongyan, who was sitting on the side, smiled and said, "Shihua grew up under your care. He knows everything. Don't worry." "Father," Gu Feng snorted coldly, "you also grew up under my care. But you are not like Shihua. Shihua is the future head of my Gu family. As I get older, I naturally have to make plans for him. As a father, you are cowardly and incompetent. It's okay if you don't make progress yourself, but don't affect Shihua." Gu Hongyan's face froze. After a while, he forced a smile and said, "Father is right." After that, he looked at Gu Fingling tentatively, and said cautiously, "I ordered people to prepare a red stove, and this year's New Year's Eve." Mrs. Gu, who was sitting on the side, quickly pulled Gu Hongyan's sleeve, with a serious look, and shook her head slightly. At the moment when Gu Fingling frowned, Gu Shihua suddenly said, "Grandfather, your grandson still needs to go back to the study to study. I'm afraid I can't stay up with you." Hearing Gu Shihua's words, Gu Fingling's frown was relaxed, and he looked at Gu Shihua with a particularly gratified look. "This is the child of the Gu family. Don't be like your useless father, who only knows how to play every day." Gu Shihua said nothing, and went back to the study after shaking hands and saying goodbye. There were few people in the Gu mansion. Apart from the servants, there were only Gu Fingling and Gu Shihua's parents. Every New Year, the servants went home to celebrate the New Year, and the originally cold Gu mansion became even more deserted. It snowed again in the middle of the night. The candlelight in the study was dim. Gu Shihua sat upright, and the shadow on the ground was very long. On the desk was a copy of Dao Yuan Jing. Every New Year's Eve was like this. Others would sit around the stove and make tea together to stay up until the end of the year. But Gu Shihua was different. He had been sitting and reading since he was a child, until today. What about holidays and New Year's Eve? None of them had anything to do with him. Only candlelight and books kept him company. Fortunately, he was used to such days. Gu Shihua was a little absent-minded looking at the books in front of him. He suddenly remembered that when he went to the general's mansion with Xia Hui and others to study some time ago, he suddenly heard a faint knock on the door. He thought it was an illusion, but when he came to his senses, he found that there was really a sound. Gu Shihua hurriedly stood up, holding a candlestick close to the window frame, and he vaguely heard a faint voice outside the window calling him. He opened the window with his right hand, and saw Yuan Ji's eyes, which were slightly red from the cold. Gu Shihua was stunned, and a strange emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He frowned and said, "It's so cold in the middle of the night. Why are you here? And us?" Gu Shihua then realized that Xia Hui and Shen Shu were standing behind Yuan Ji, and Shen Shu was shivering from the cold. Gu Shihua was surprised for a moment, and her throat rolled. "Isn't today New Year's Eve? Why are you?" In an instant, a piece of smoke exploded in the sky, and red and yellow flowers bloomed one after another in the silent sky, like a surging sea of flowers. Yuan Ji's face was reflected in the red and yellow light. In her eyes, there was only Gu Shihua's face. She smiled at the corners of her lips and said softly, "Shihua, let's go set off fireworks together." The fireworks exploded with a loud sound. Gu Shihua stared at Yuan Ji's bright and clear eyes, opened her mouth for a long time, and then said, "I can't hear clearly." Yuan Ji tilted her head and raised her voice again with a bright smile. She said, "I say, Shihua, let's go set off fireworks." Chapter 35. The sky is full of fireworks in the silent night of Chang'an, and the snowflakes fall lightly on Yuanji's hair like moon dust. A group of people sat on the corner tower of Chang'an, the gray walls and green tiles lined up one after another, and the colorful fireworks one after another, and the magnificent scenery of Chang'an was in full view. I don't know who is so generous. Qinshu pointed at the night sky and marveled. This year, fireworks were rare, and Yuanji only got some, but before she could take them out, a sea of flowers suddenly exploded above the streets where Gu Mansion and General Mansion were located. Yuanji was dazzled by the magnificent scene. He pulled the three of them to a corner tower, and the four of them sat side by side on the eaves. It's really beautiful. Yuanji stared at the night sky, and in her clear eyes, there were only red and yellow fireworks. After that, she seemed to remember something, and turned to ask Gu Shihua, "Shihua, you are also so hard-working on New Year's Eve. I just saw you reading in the study room with a candle, and I thought I was disturbing you." Xiaohui said, "You don't know? Shihua has been like this since he was a child. Our academy has a break, but he doesn't. He still has to study during the holidays." After that, Xiaohui said again, "When Yuanji came to see me, I guessed that you would not come out. But you actually came out, which was beyond my expectation." Gu Shihua didn't understand why he risked climbing over the wall, so he could only explain, "Studying is tiring, and it's good to come out occasionally to relieve it." Xiaohui snorted, looked him up and down, and hummed, "I thought you came out for someone." Gu Shihua's behavior was really abnormal, and he didn't believe it if he said there was no reason for it. Who what? Yuanji came back to his senses, and for a moment, he did not understand what Xiaohui said. Gu Shihua looked away, and smiled at Yuanji. He is talking nonsense. Yuanji rolled his eyes, and said, "But aren't you tired of studying like this all the time? How about this in the future? During the holidays, we will go to Gu's house to find you secretly." Qinshu hit it off immediately, and said excitedly, "Great. It's boring to stay at home every year." Gu Shihua hadn't spoken yet, but heard Xiaohui roll his eyes at Yuanji, and sneered, "Don't dream. Shihua can come out this time as an exception. His grandfather wants him to enter the Hanlin Academy. How can he have time to idle around like us?" Hearing this, Yuanji touched her nose shyly, and laughed dryly. That's right. There was no time for her to do whatever she wanted. Not far away, another blooming flower appeared. The bright yellow flowers were particularly warm in the snowy night. Yuanji's eyebrows were bright, and the fine snow fell gently on her nose. In the snowy night, her nose was delicately crimson, and the white snow fell lightly, like red plum blossoms adorned with snow. Gu Shihua looked at her with a sidelong glance, and felt that Yuanji was extremely beautiful and warm, like the warmest bonfire in this winter night. A ray of firelight melted into Gu Shihua's dusty heart, as if by some strange coincidence. Gu Shihua raised her hand to wipe away the snow on Yuanji's nose. His hand was very cold, and Yuanji's nose was also filled with chill, but Yuanji could feel the warmth of his fingertips. Her eyes froze slightly, and she looked at him sideways. For a moment, she even forgot to dodge. After a while, she said timidly, "Shihua, you?" Hearing Yuanji's voice, Gu Shihua realized that her behavior was not graceful. He immediately withdrew his hand. His throat surged, and his eyes flashed with strange emotions when he looked at her. He said in a deep voice, "You have just recovered from a serious illness, and I am afraid that you will catch a cold." Gu Shihua was very close to her. She could clearly see Gu Shihua's jaw tightened as if it was engraved by a knife. His long eyelashes spread out like a fan, and the broken snow on his knuckles. At this moment, Yuanji felt that everything around her slowed down. Even the speed of the snow falling seemed particularly slow. The sound of fireworks exploding in the distant sky suddenly became silent, and the playful sounds of Xiaohui and Qinshu also fell silent at this moment. His voice was very pleasant, like the tinkling of rings and pendants, crisp and moving, and like a feather, gently piercing her ear. The fireworks flashed for a moment, and then there was a long silence. Xiaohui's face was droopy. He stretched and yawned, and said incoherently, "I am traveling with Qinshu, so I won't send you off. It just so happens that Shihua lives close to you, so let him send you off." "What's wrong with you two?" Xiaohui stared at the two suspiciously. The atmosphere between the two seemed to have an unusual atmosphere. Yuanji, who was always lively and active, didn't say a word at this time, and turned his eyes away from Gu Shihua. Gu Shihua coughed lightly, and said seriously, "Of course, Be careful on the road. After Xia Hui and Chen Shu left, the atmosphere became even stranger. Yuanji stared at the road and didn't dare to look up. We're here. Gu Shihua suddenly spoke. Yuanji uttered in awe. Only then did she realize that she had reached the side door of the general's mansion. She twisted her hands together and couldn't stop drawing circles. Her throat moved slightly. She immediately mustered up the courage to look up at Gu Shihua and met a pair of gentle peach blossom eyes. Yuanji's original words suddenly stopped in his mouth. Gu Shihua's eyebrows were as soft as the moonlight. He raised his hand to brush away the fine snow on Yuanji's hair. He seemed to sense Yuanji's embarrassment and smiled softly. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After entering the mansion, Yuanji's whole body instantly went limp, leaning against the side door and squatting slowly. She had excellent hearing. She could feel that the people outside stood there for a long time before leaving. The rustling steps were particularly steady, and she could also hear the rapid beating of her heart. Yuanji buried her head in her arms. The winter night was cold, but her cheeks were particularly hot. If there was a bronze mirror, it would naturally reflect her smoky cheeks. Walking back to Dingxue Tower in the night, along the way, her thoughts were like the smoke and flowers tonight, and like waves. The moment she opened the door, a smell of alcohol hit her. A pair of hot hands suddenly grasped her shoulders, and then, the man held Yuanji tightly in his arms. Yuanji was shocked, and her thoughts, which were not very clear to begin with, became even more chaotic. The familiar aroma of Qianlizui mixed with the clear and steady sandalwood gradually climbed onto her body. Let go. Yuanji scolded coldly. She struggled hard, but the restraints on her body did not move at all. Yuanji was completely angry, opened her lips, and bit the man's shoulder directly. The man felt pain and instantly let go. Yuanji was quick-witted and took advantage of the gap in the man's pain to kick him. The man was kicked on the bed and could not get up for a while. Yuanji then tiptoed to light the candle. If she knew who this lecher was, she would definitely make him suffer. With this in mind, Yuanji took the candlestick and moved closer. She saw the man's eyes slightly open. His collar was torn apart due to the fight, revealing his delicate collarbone. Looking closely, she could also see his chest rising and falling slightly under his clothes. No. Why would he be here? Yuanji's lips moved slightly, and she felt a chill under her feet. The last time she was so frightened was when she was drunk at Xianmingju. It had been a long time since that absurd night. Yuanji also felt that she had nothing to do with Feng Xuange, and she always took a detour when she saw him. But for some reason, Feng Xiange always came to her house. It gave her a headache. Feng Xiange smiled lightly, her eyes full of drunkenness, and said mischievously, "Do you like fireworks?" Yuanji was stunned for a moment, and even she understood what Feng Xiange said. She said with difficulty, "Did you set off the fireworks tonight?" Feng Xiange nodded, and tried to hold up his head, and said with a rising tone, "Of course." Yuanji didn't understand Feng Xiange's behavior. The person in front of her had to be cautious because of his uncharacteristic behavior. She quietly took a step back, put the candlestick back on the table, and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "Sir?" Feng Xiange looked at the extremely reserved person in front of him, and couldn't help thinking of the time when she and Gu Shihua were sitting in the corner tower. Her eyes were bright and clear, innocent, and not as defensive as they are now. He sighed. "Want a drink?" The two sat on the couch, and Yuanji realized that there were many wine jars at the foot of the bed, and was shocked. How much did he drink? Why did he come to her Dingxue Tower instead of going to Xianmingju to drink? Yuanji couldn't refuse Feng Xiange's words, so she had to accompany him to drink one cup after another. The room was filled with fragrance. Yuan Bao seemed to have secretly drunk a few sips of Qianlizui, and then he staggered to his nest and fell asleep. "Do you care about what I asked you to do?" Yuanji frowned, drank the wine in the cup, smacked his lips and said, "The master only said it was a picture, but did not tell me what it was. That night in Qianshu Pavilion, there was no picture in the book I got." Feng Xuange drank the wine, felt dizzy, and his hands were weak. The wine jar that had not been finished fell quietly, making a crisp sound. He was lying on the bed. The fox eyes that were always cynical and frightening were now tinged with a trace of melancholy. The melancholy between his eyebrows made Yuanji couldn't help but be shocked. "It's a portrait of a woman." "Woman?" Yuanji took a sip, drunkenly said, "I heard that the master doesn't like women, and now he is going to great lengths to find a portrait of a woman." Could it be the one that the master loves? Feng Xiange smiled frivolously as usual, his eyes slowly fixed on Yuan Ji's flushed face, and whispered, "That woman is Feng Xuanqin, my elder sister." Yuan Ji was a little stunned. It was rumored that Feng Xuange had been lonely since childhood, and his parents died, but I had never heard that he had a sister. This way, it made sense. Yuan Ji half supported herself to look at him. She was drunk, but now she was inexplicably bold, and smiled and said, "Since I have promised you, I will definitely do my best now. I thought that you also had a lover, and I was a little curious just now. What about you?" "What?" Yuan Ji was deeply drunk and in a daze. Feng Xiange looked at her sideways, and said word by word, "Where is your sweetheart? Is it Gu Shihua?" Hearing the 3 words Gu Shihua, Yuan Ji was silent for a short moment, and her mind recalled the charming eyes on the corner tower. She said embarrassedly, "What does this have to do with Shihua?" "Master Feng, you've drunk too much." After saying that, Yuan Ji struggled to sit up, and with such a sudden movement, her already dizzy head began to feel dizzy again. Before she could stand up, Yuan Ji's hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. And then, a strong force pulled her. Yuan Ji was suddenly pulled down on the bed. And her neatly combed hair was a little messy at this moment. The red hairpin slipped to the side. And her 3,000 black hair fell smoothly on the bed. Yuan Ji tried her best to open her eyes, and ran into Feng Xian's drunken and affectionate eyes. "My lord, it is not reasonable for you to do this." Yuan Ji pretended to be calm, and tried her best to ignore the person who was so close. "If you say it's unreasonable, the last time at Xianmingju, was it reasonable?" Feng Xuange's hair fell on Yuan Ji's shoulder. He knew, but she would never admit this. Even if she was drunk, Yuan Ji still refused to admit it. "I don't know what you are talking about." Yuan Ji frowned, and tried to push the person on her, but he didn't move at all. Feng Xuange gritted his teeth, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He squeezed her hand, and gradually increased the force. He said firmly, "I have been investigating for so long, I can't be wrong, it must be you." "No!" Yuan Ji felt pain, and immediately became angry. Her voice was filled with resentment. Her eyebrows were raised coldly, and her eyes were particularly cold when she looked at him. What was wrong with this man? He came to her house to mess around after getting drunk? Although she was afraid of him, it didn't mean that she didn't have a temper, and could let him do whatever he wanted. She raised her eyebrows, and saw Feng Xiange's shoulder, and she bit the teeth mark that had not yet disappeared. His Feng Xiange took a breath of cold air instantly, and the anger that had originally arisen because of Gu Shihua suddenly burst out. He held Yuan Ji's hands with one hand, and pressed them on her head, and pinched Yuan Ji's chin with the other hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Good, you're good." Yuan Ji felt pain, and still wanted to struggle, but the next moment, a face gradually enlarged in front of her, and waves of sandalwood mixed with alcohol blew into her nose, and Feng Xuange's breathing was particularly heavy. The softness on his lips made Yuan Ji's heart tremble. The winter snow had just stopped, the thick clouds had dissipated, and the moonlight was light. She remembered that absurd night, the same wine aroma, the same moonlight. Chapter 36. The cold wind howled all night, the winter snow gradually stopped, a ray of morning light in the sky faintly broke through the thick clouds. There were messy books on the rosewood table in the room. Under the light pink bed curtain were 2 people entangled. Feng Xiange was in deep sleep. Yuan Ji frowned, opened his eyes with difficulty. Feng Xiange was lying on her shoulder. 3,000 silver hairs were lightly spread on the couch. He drank too much again. Yuan Ji tried her best to push the person away. When she regained consciousness, she realized that she had done such an extraordinary thing with him. She hurriedly touched her body, and saw that her clothes were intact, and then she felt relieved. She had made a big mistake in Xianmingju last time, and this time she made the same mistake again. Although she was a daughter of a general, she looked down on those bad habits and customs. But a woman's reputation was also of utmost importance to Yuan Ji. Both times she was drunk, and Yuan Ji felt fear for no reason. If she was not good at drinking, it would be fine. But how could Feng Xuange, a prime minister, be like this? Yuan Ji rarely made trouble after being drunk, but she never thought that Feng Xuange's drinking was even worse. She sighed softly, and suddenly thought of Gu Shihua's face in her mind. Her right hand tightly grasped the brocade quilt, and her sharp long nails left wrinkles on the brocade quilt. With a slight movement of his side, Feng Xuange slowly woke up, and saw a pink bed curtain. His head hurt a little, and he was still in a trance after a hangover. He struggled to get up, and suddenly saw Yuan Ji's resentful and angry eyes. Feng Shuangde was stunned. Even if he was no longer sober, he understood the current situation. Last night, he wanted to talk to Yuan Ji about the book search, but he drank too much. And then, Feng Shuangde was a little moved, and said in a deep voice, "I was abrupt last night, and I am sorry for this matter. If Miss Yuan doesn't mind, I will take responsibility for this matter. Last time at Xiamingju, Yuan Ji fled and left behind the jade pendant. Feng Shuangde confirmed it was her after several attempts. This time, he made such a mistake again. If he didn't take responsibility again, it would be unacceptable." Just when he thought Yuan Ji was going to agree, she hesitated and didn't say anything. She asked softly, "Lord Feng, why me?" Yuan Ji raised her eyebrows and looked at him, her thoughts surging. The man in front of her was the only Prime Minister of Daliang. In terms of status, he was second to none. In terms of himself, he was handsome and elegant. Although his reputation is not very good, there are countless women who want to marry him. Why her? The wind outside the window poured in through the broken jade window lattice, lifting Yuan Ji's hair. Feng Xianji's silver hair moved in the wind, which inexplicably brought a sense of floating and ecstasy. For a long time, until Yuan Ji couldn't help wondering if Feng Xiange couldn't find a reason. He heard Feng Xiange suddenly laugh. The shallow arc hooked a little charm, and the sound was like broken beads falling on a jade plate. No reason. Yuan Ji frowned. What kind of reason is this? Could it be that he couldn't come up with a story, and just said it casually? Feng Xiange flicked his sleeves, and walked to Yuan Ji leisurely. He lowered his eyebrows slightly. Yuan Ji looked up, and looked at him directly. "Speaking of which, I don't know either," Feng Xiange said softly, "but now that things have come to this, I am not an irresponsible person. If you enter the Prime Minister's mansion, 100 taels of gold, a 10-mile red dress, a life without worries, even if you want the moon in the sky, I can give it to you." Sandalwood mixed with the aroma of wine rushed into Yuan Ji's nose. She looked at the man in front of her, and her mind was full of thoughts. His gaze was like a jack that made Yuan Ji breathless. She mustered up her courage and said, "With your demeanor, it is common for you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although Yuan Ji is ordinary in talent, she is extremely jealous, and will never tolerate my husband having 2 hearts. You? No." Feng Shuangde's voice suddenly rose. Yuan Ji was stunned. Feng Shuangde took a step closer, and the sandalwood became stronger. She looked up at the man who was gradually approaching. Her almond eyes trembled slightly, and her dark pupils suddenly enlarged. The man was tall and slender, and he could almost wrap Yuan Ji up. "I won't have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Only you." As if sensing Yuan Ji's entanglement, Feng Shuangde took a step back, with a faint smile on her face. "I will give you time to consider it." "Thank you, sir." Hearing this, Yuan Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was in turmoil, beating like a drum. Feng Shuangde didn't know if she was making a promise to be together for life. He just felt dizzy, as if he was still drunk. However, whether it was because of the glimpse of Yuan Ji at Xiamingju, or because Li Qingze wanted to win over the Yuan family, he felt that marrying Yuan Ji would be a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Xiangfu was deserted, and he had never thought of inserting a mistress into it. However, if marrying Yuan Ji could make the situation better, Feng Shuangde thought it was okay. Until Feng Shuangde left, even the strong sandalwood in the west warm pavilion disappeared. Yuan Ji's feelings calmed down, but the increasingly rapid beating of her heart made her particularly uneasy. Yuan Ji simply fell asleep for a long time. Halfway through her sleep, she suddenly remembered that she had an appointment with Gu Shihua and the others to go to the theater today. She looked up and calculated the time. Oh no, it was almost too late. Yuan Ji sat up suddenly, not caring about her image, and ran to the hot spring in her slippers. Soaking in the warm spring water, Yuan Ji finally relaxed. The remaining alcohol smell from the hangover gradually faded in the running water, replaced by the light fragrance of gardenia. After bathing, Lu Wu put on makeup for her. When Yuan Ji was still struggling over which headgear to wear today, she heard Hong Yu say, "Miss Chen, Master Gu, and Master Xia are here." Qin Shu lifted the heavy rabbit fur curtain and saw that she was still dressing up. She smiled and said, "Why are you so slow? If you are any later, there won't be any good seats in Xiamingju." Right away, Yuan Ji hurried to pick out jewelry. The next moment, the voices of Xia Hui and Gu Shihua came from outside the door. Yuanji was startled and stammered. Shihua. I haven't. Hey. Yuanji. You are so slow. Just as Xie Hui was about to walk in, Gu Shihua suddenly pulled him out. It's so cold outside. Why did you pull me downstairs? Xie Hui cursed several times. No problem. I'll wait for you in the courtyard. Gu Shihua's voice came through the window lattice. And then, there was a rustling sound of footsteps. Yuanji sat in front of the dressing table in the bedroom on the second floor. There was a window lattice with broken jade patterns on the side of the dressing table. Yuanji looked to the side, and just happened to see Gu Shihua standing tall and graceful, with her hands behind her back, under the plum tree in the courtyard. The plum tree was still covered with unmelted snow. He was dressed in blue, with slightly curly hair hanging on his shoulders, and his eyebrows were as gentle as water. Qinshu flipped through Yuanji's yellow rosewood treasure chest, picking out things while saying, Are you and Gu Shihua? No. Yuanji denied it immediately. Qinshu smiled and said ambiguously, I haven't said anything yet. But you are in a hurry to deny it. Are you guilty? Yuanji didn't say anything, picked a plum blossom silver hairpin, and let Luwu do her hair and makeup. Shihua and I are just good friends. Yuanji looked confident. She said this to Qinshu, and also to herself. But as soon as she said this, Yuanji suddenly remembered the corner tower, the smoke and flowers, and the gentle eyes of Gu Shihua. There was no smoke and flowers in his sight. No Chang'an. No endless books to read. Only her. The hand holding the pen and picking the flowers would wipe the snow off her shoulders. Seeing that she was silent, Qinshu snorted and went to look at other red hairpins. After Yuanji calmed down, he went downstairs and talked and laughed with the others as usual. Gu Shihua seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday, and her demeanor was the same as usual, which made Yuanji feel relieved. It snowed heavily last night, and the snow on the Imperial Street had almost melted in the morning light today. Even on the first day of the new year, there were still many shops open for business, and those restaurants were even more crowded with customers. The street was very lively, and there was also a troupe of actors from the western region setting up a stage on the Imperial Street. Yuanji stepped on tiptoe to see, and saw a man in strange clothes holding a wooden stick. He just spit lightly, and the wooden stick suddenly sparkled with fire. This troupe in the western regions is different. They even perform fire blowing in such a fancy way. The dancers, too, have such a figure. Xie Hui crossed his arms and stared. And then he stared at the dancers twisting on the stage and marveled. Qinshu rolled her eyes at him, with a look of disdain on her face. Young Master Xie, you are probably not watching the fire blowing technique. Are you? The crowd of onlookers was layered one after another, surrounding the troupe, and there were people behind them squeezing in, trying to get to the front to watch. Yuanji was just about to come out, and someone suddenly bumped into her side. She gasped and glared at the man, but the man ignored her and disappeared without a trace in the gap between the crowds. I can only think that I am unlucky. Yuanji sighed, and rubbed her shoulders resignedly. As the sun rose higher, there were more and more people on the street, and Yuanji was always fascinated by them, but she was always bumped by someone out of the blue, which ruined her mood. Suddenly, Yuanji looked up and saw a man squeeze towards her. Yuanji subconsciously dodged, but this wall of people was so strong that Yuanji couldn't move for a while. Yuanji turned her head to look, and then she found that Gu Shihua and others had disappeared. She panicked. There were so many people on the first day of the Lunar New Year. If she got separated, she would never know when she would find them. She gritted her teeth and walked against the flow of people, calling out the names of Xie Hui and others. Just as the man was about to bump into her, Yuanji stepped back subconsciously, but bumped into a broad arm. Looking at the man getting closer and closer, Yuanji closed her eyes instinctively. The next moment, a golden fan suddenly blocked Yuanji. The expected pain did not come. Yuanji opened her eyes carefully, and saw a slender hand like a bamboo blocking her. The scarlet sleeves made his hand look even whiter and longer. Master Feng? Yuanji was stunned. Feng Xiange held a fan in his left hand to block the crowd that could not help but squeeze in, and his right hand was around her to prevent people from bumping into her. There are too many people here. Leave first. Leave? Yuanji frowned, and felt overwhelmed when she saw the huge crowds of people around her. How to leave? She seemed to hear someone behind her chuckle, and then whispered to her, hold on tight. Her waist and abdomen suddenly tightened, and Feng Xian Gu tightly hugged Yuan Ji's waist. Amid Yuan Ji's exclamation, Feng Xian Gu tapped her toes and stood up. A gust of wind blew, ruffling their hair. Yuan Ji leaned in Feng Shuangge's arms, and could hear his steady heartbeat. Feng Shuangge's move attracted many people. After Yuan Ji landed and stood firm, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Xi. Gu Shihua's voice was as cold as frost. Xia Hui and Chen Shu followed behind. Chen Shu saw Yuan Ji, and then she breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest and muttering, "I was scared to death. I was worried that you were lost." Xia Hui was exhausted, half hunched over and panting, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Yuan Ji was a little embarrassed, and said with a wry smile, "There are too many people. Lord Feng, why don't you let her go?" Gu Shihua stood in front of Yuan Ji, his back straight. He was a few inches shorter than Feng Shuangge, but under the gaze of such a powerful official in Daliang, he was as indestructible as pine and cypress. And he didn't look afraid at all. Feng Shuangge narrowed his eyes, and his palm, which was about to loosen, suddenly clenched, and Yuan Ji was suddenly pulled closer. Yuan Ji realized belatedly that she seemed to be inappropriate in his arms. Many people around her had already looked over, their eyes wandering over the three of them, and they were whispering. She was a little at a loss. Her ears were red as blood, and she whispered, "Sir, it's not good to be in public." But she didn't get a response from Feng Shuangge, and the man pulled her into his arms more forcefully. The fragrance of Feng Shuangge's hair gradually lingered around her. He was clearly smiling, but it made people feel scared. "Mr. Gu, are you teaching me how to do things?" Chapter 37. More and more people gathered around to watch, and their eyes were dim and unclear when they looked at the three people. Gu Shihua clenched his fist slightly in his sleeves, his knuckles turned white. He strode forward, held his head high, and said in a loud voice, "Gigi is still in the boudoir. You are not doing this. I'm afraid it's inappropriate." Feng Shuangge looked down at the person in front of him. His fox eyes flashed with a playful light. He tilted his head slightly, as if approaching Yuan Ji's shoulder, expressing ambiguity, playing, "Mr. Gu calls Gigi all the time. It's really intimate." Immediately, his voice turned cold. "It's not your turn to point fingers at me." "You?" Gu Shihua's eyes were dancing with angry flames. Yuan Ji pushed Feng Shuangge away with force, but her strength was nothing in front of him. Seeing more and more people watching, she was anxious, sweat on her forehead, and she scolded softly, "My lord, it's really unreasonable." Gu Shihua rushed forward and held Yuan Ji's left hand, with force on her hand. Yuan Ji was pulled out of Feng Shuangge's arms unexpectedly. The next moment, Feng Shuangge suddenly grabbed her right wrist. She was caught in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. On her wrist, through the thick apricot-colored embroidered jacket, Yuan Ji could vaguely feel the warmth and strength of different people. Chen Shu's eyes moved between the three people, revealing a thoughtful look. Xia Hui did not speak, but looked at Gu Shihua with worry. In his memory, Gu Shihua was as cold and proud as a plum, and as green and unyielding as a pine. But he also knew that although Gu Shihua looked gentle, she was an extremely stubborn person in her bones. He had seen the clues before, and had repeatedly advised her. He thought Gu Shihua had listened. Gu Shihua stared coldly at the person in front of her, and gradually exerted force on her hands, trying to snatch the person away. Feng Shuangge did not give in at all. Yuan Ji took a breath, and felt pain in her hand. Her beautiful long eyebrows were tightly twisted into a ball. "Let go!" Yuan Ji was angry. Both of them had brain problems. It would be fine if they quarreled, but why did they pull her around? Gu Shihua ignored Yuan Ji's words, looked straight at Feng Shuangge, and said in a deep voice, "It's better for you to stay away from Miss Yuan. Don't forget what you promised to Major General Yuan." Feng Xiange raised his eyebrows and said quietly, "I never thought you knew about this. Why? You want to use Yuan Jinzhou to pressure me? What can I do if I regret it?" He said this very easily. Gu Shihua's heart sank. Indeed, with Feng Xiange's current power and status, even if he goes back on his word, the Yuan mansion can't do anything. Thinking of this, Gu Shihua's eyes flickered more and more. Hearing this, Yuan Ji was a little confused. What did Gu Shihua promise her elder brother? The two men's hands were very strong. Yuan Ji stood in the middle and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just when Gu Shihua wanted to snatch her away again, Feng Xian unexpectedly let go of his hand. Yuan Ji was flung out like an arrow. But fortunately Gu Shihua caught her steadily. So she didn't fall. She loosened her wrist with lingering fear. Feng Shuangde's brows were gloomy. He almost forgot that he was a man. And this little strength was nothing. But Yuan Ji was a delicate girl. He just saw her painful frown. So he hurriedly let go of her hand. Gu Shihua pulled her behind him and said in a deep voice, "If there is nothing else, we will leave first." Feng Shuangde hadn't spoken yet. But a voice came slowly, mixed with a hint of teasing. "Lord Feng can actually be kind to women. This is the first time I've seen it." Li Qingze came down from Ximingju and strode towards the crowd. The guards beside him were dressed in black and had silver collars, with long blades at their sides. The solemn and murderous aura frightened the ordinary people, who were watching and immediately dispersed. The Imperial Street, which was originally crowded, was now empty. Feng Shuangde's lips curved, revealing a three-point shallow and dull smile. But the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were very cold. "Your Highness is not going to the palace today. And you still have the leisure to take care of my trivial affairs." Li Qingze's eyes fell on Yuan Ji's slightly red wrist. And he said casually, "Miss Yuan, Lord Feng let go in time. Is your wrist okay?" Yuan Ji raised the hand that Feng Shuangde had just held. There was a faint red mark on it. But it had disappeared now. "It's okay. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." After hearing Li Qingze's words, Gu Shihua realized that she was still holding Yuan Ji's wrist tightly. She unconsciously loosened her hand and took a quick glance. The part she was holding was glowing a very eye-catching red. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Yuan Ji with a guilty look. Is this why Feng Shuangde let go first? This Western region troupe is quite different from the one in Chang'an. Li Qingze looked at the performers on the stage with great interest. Feng Shuangde said calmly, "I think it's normal. There are so many people gathered in public, which affects public order. In my opinion, they should be tied up together." After he finished speaking, a line of patrol soldiers led by Jin Yu and Yin Yu came from all directions and quickly surrounded the people on the stage. Yuan Ji suddenly got angry. She hadn't even seen much. But she stepped forward and stood up for those people. "Sir, if you tie them up for this, wouldn't that be taking their lives lightly?" Xia Hui stroked his chin and suddenly said, "Gigi, this is what Lord Feng and His Highness wanted. Don't bother." After that, he pulled Yuan Ji's cloak and walked back. "You?" Yuan Ji was so angry. But Xia Hui was right. These two people were of high status, so it was not her place to speak. Jin Yu detained the man who performed the fire-blowing technique. The man was indignant, speaking with a rusty accent, and gnashing his teeth. "Why did you arrest me?" Jin Yu held a long sword. Expressionless, "You are an eyesore to Lord Feng." The detained people looked at each other, and suddenly, the leading man instantly locked onto the target in the crowd, and hissed with a strange vocalization technique. After receiving the secret signal, several people hidden in the crowd jumped up instantly, took out the long blades tied to their sleeves, and stabbed in the direction of Li Qingze. At the same time, in two buildings, countless hidden arrows shot out. Yuan Ji screamed. A long blade suddenly attacked her and Gu Shihua. Gu Shihua was overwhelmed, and the two suddenly separated. Gu Shihua held a folding fan, looking at the endless stream of assassins, shocked. "Yuan Ji, hide." Yuan Ji was so frightened that her face turned pale. She wanted to hide, but where could she hide? There were people running around in panic. If she was accidentally knocked to the ground, if she was trampled to death, wouldn't she be laughed at by Tang Wenqiu and others? She raised her hand to her forehead, following the crowd to find a hiding place. Feng Shuangde looked calm, took a long sword, and readily blocked all the hidden arrows. Li Qingze was protected by the crowd and was unharmed. Yuan Ji hid in the crowd. Her delicate face was panic-stricken. Feng Shuangde whispered, "Yin Yu, go protect Yuan Ji." Yin Yu had just blocked a wave of hidden arrows. Hearing this, a trace of anxiety appeared on her brows. "My lord, what are you going to do? Your body is not healed yet. You can't get hurt again. You want to disobey me?" Feng Shuangde's voice suddenly turned cold. Yin Yu gritted her teeth, turned around and rushed to Yuan Ji, whispering to comfort her, "Miss Yuan, don't panic. The master asked me to protect you." Arrows flew from all directions, and with a vigorous search of the patrol camp, everyone was gradually caught. The Imperial Street was in a mess, and countless broken swords were pinned on the wooden pillars of the house. The thin winter snow was stained with blood. Yuan Ji's heart beat very fast. She saw Xia Hui and Gu Shihua in the crowd were also stained with blood. After careful observation, they seemed not to be injured. The blood should be from the enemy. Yuan Ji was relieved. The leading man saw that the situation was hopeless, and let out a low roar. He looked at Li Qinze with a very cold look, and said sinisterly, "Your Highness, you are lucky today. I don't know how long you can be lucky." Li Qingze's face was stern. He strode forward, and said condescendingly, "Go back and tell your master, if you don't have the ability. Don't dream of my position. I will settle accounts with you one by one in the future." At this point, he seemed to react, and chuckled, "I forgot that you can't go back." After saying that, the guards following Li Qingze raised their long blades high. The blades reflected dazzling silver light in the sunlight, reflecting the look of the leading man. In the face of death, the man was frightened after all. "Close your eyes." Yuan Ji was so scared that Jian Shuiqiu's pupils suddenly widened. When the long blade was about to fall, Feng Xuange tapped his toes, and stood beside Yuan Ji in an instant. His voice was very pleasant, like the sound of frost condensed on the branches of plum blossoms on a winter night. Cold and chilly. The next moment, a big hand covered Yuan Ji's eyes. She didn't see the bloody and horrifying scene. When he put down his hand, there were no more traders on the imperial street. Only small arrows. Yuan Ji frowned, tiptoed around the bloodstains, and walked towards Gu Shihua and Xia Hui. It happened in a flash. A cold arrow suddenly shot out. The cold arrow went straight to Yuan Ji's direction, and the speed was very fast. Jiji, Yuanji, Xia Hui and Gu Shihua saw the hidden arrow coming towards Yuan Ji, and suddenly ran towards Yuan Ji. But their legs were slow, so they could only watch the arrow shoot towards her. Yuan Ji's eyes widened, looking at the arrow that was getting closer and closer, but her legs were as still as if they were filled with lead. Puff. It was the sound of the arrow piercing the flesh. Yuan Ji's eyes were wide open, her autumn pupils were trembling slightly, her lips were slightly open. She couldn't even scream, her throat was blocked. Feng Xiange stood in front of her. His usually flamboyant face was pale at this moment, his long eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He curled up slightly, and his hands were around Yuan Ji's side. He seemed to be forcibly holding back great pain. He opened his eyes, and looked at the panicked Yuan Ji, and smiled softly. "I'm here, don't be afraid." The patrol camp that was encircling the fish immediately arrested the fish that had escaped the net. Jin Yu rushed over, but after taking a look at the wound, her expression suddenly became stern, and she shouted, "The arrow is poisonous, send the master back home quickly. Yin Yu, you go and ask the imperial physician Qi to come." Hearing that it was poisonous, Li Qingze also realized the situation, and immediately said, "No need, I will send someone to go, it will be faster." Yuan Ji stared blankly at the man standing in front of her, with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. Feng Xianji's face became paler. He held her hand, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then dropped it. Chapter 38. The Xiangfu was quiet, solemn, sparsely populated, and the only sound in the whole mansion was the melting snow. Feng Xuange lay on the couch, his face slightly pale. He was originally paler than ordinary people, and when he was injured, his whole body was even more deadly white. His silver-white hair was stained with black blood. It seemed to be a shimmering deep plum color. Qi Huaishan felt the pulse for a moment, then covered the quilt, and said solemnly, "The arrow hit 3 inches above the heart. It's a blessing. If it was any lower, I'm afraid it would be powerless to save him. But this poison can't be delayed. It needs to be removed immediately." "Extract the poison?" Yuan Ji was shocked. How to extract the poison? The arrow penetrated deep into the body. If it was forcibly extracted, the barbs on the arrow would definitely tear the skin. Yuan Ji usually cried in pain when she accidentally scratched her skin. Extracting the arrow. Wouldn't it be? Qi Huaishan opened his medicine box, took out a roll of silver needles, and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I will first seal Lord Feng's meridians with silver needles, and then cut the wound with a red-hot blade. It is not advisable to delay any longer. Lord Feng cannot be disturbed at the moment. Jin Yu, quickly prepare some herbs, Sephora flavescens, Atractylodes lancea, raw Platycladus orientalis leaves. I will remove the poison for Lord Feng immediately." Jin Yu asked, "There is still some Mafei sand in the mansion?" "No." Qi Huaishan's eyebrows suddenly darkened, and his eyes were sharp. "This poison is strange, and it is 3 inches above the heart. You must not use Mafei sand, otherwise the poison will invade the heart, and even the gods cannot save it." Everyone took a breath of cold air. "No Mafei sand, scrape it raw." In the past, Guan Gong did not use Ma Fei San when scraping bones to treat poison. Lord Feng is a natural talent, and he should be able to bear it, Gu Shihua said in a deep voice. But the clouds of worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. Yuan Ji was stunned, and a layer of bitterness suddenly appeared in her eyes. Without Ma Fei San, even if she was not poisoned to death, she would die of pain. If it was not to save her, why would Feng Xuande suffer so much? Jin Yu was silent, but just looked at Feng Xuande worriedly, and then turned around and left. Seeing this, Li Qingze immediately said, "This palace knows. Dr. Qi, everything is left to you. You will leave with this palace." Yuan Ji looked at Feng Xuande lying on the couch. She bit her lower lip and said, "Dr. Qi, can I stay here?" Dr. Qi frowned and said, "I'm afraid." Inu, who had been silent for a long time, glanced at her and suddenly said, "Stay. It's painful to remove the arrow and poison. I'm afraid you will struggle. I'll hold him down and Miss Yuan will wipe your sweat." Thinking of this, Qi Huaishan didn't have any objections. Gu Shihua looked at Yuan Ji and was silent for a few moments. In the end, she didn't say what she wanted to say and left. The room was quiet. There was an octagonal copper stove on the table. The faint scent of the incense lingered in the room. This incense also had the effect of calming the mind and calming the spirit. Although it was nothing in such pain, it was better than nothing. Inu lifted Feng Xianji's shirt. The long scar across her waist and abdomen frightened Yuan Ji. Last time at the Lingshan Autumn Banquet, Yuan Ji had seen it at a glance when she accidentally entered the hot spring. She was so ashamed and angry at the time that she did not dare to look at it carefully. Now, looking at it again, she only felt that the scar was very hideous. Qi Huaishan frowned, tightened several acupuncture points with silver needles, took a deep breath, took a red-hot dagger, and carefully cut the wound. The wound was stained with dark red blood, which was a sign of severe poisoning. As soon as the knife pierced, Feng Xuande struggled immediately. Inu quickly pressed his shoulder. Feng Xuande's forehead was sweating, his delicate eyebrows were twisted together, and a hoarse and painful roar came from his throat. The veins on his forehead bulged. Even the beautiful and strong muscles on his arms suddenly wrinkled. The blue veins that stretched across the body rose and fell, like tearing a valley, quite scary. The sound of the knife cutting the wound was particularly clear in the room. Yuan Ji lowered her eyes, and dared not look. The rustling sound frightened her, and she felt a chill all over her body. "It's going to be cut open." Qi Huaishan's voice was deep. His eyes were burning. His gaze was fixed on the wound. He was sweating nervously, but his hands did not move at all. Blood beads condensed on the tip of the knife. The wound was gradually cut open, revealing the sharp and cold arrow blade inside. The iron arrow blade flashed silver, and underneath it was black and red. The intense pain forced him to wake up from his coma. His eyes half open. His vision was hazy, and his half-closed eyes could only vaguely see a hint of an apricot figure beside him. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, as he tightly grasped the cloud-patterned quilt on the bed. Sweat soaked his hair, and strands of silver-white hair stuck to his cheeks. Yuan Ji held a cotton towel soaked in water, and wiped the sweat off Feng Xianji's face. Seeing Feng Xiangu in such pain, she wanted to ask Qi Huaishan if there was any way to relieve the pain. But she didn't dare to ask, for fear of disturbing him. Feng Xiangu was a martial artist, and he was very strong. Inu almost couldn't hold him down. The back of his hand tightly grasping the cloud-patterned quilt was sunken, and his knuckles turned white. He even tore the quilt. His nails were half-moon-shaped, but now they were so bloodless that the nails were embedded in his palms, and they were about to tear his palms. Yuan Ji gritted her teeth, without hesitation, and immediately covered her hand. She struggled to pry open Feng Xianji's tightly clenched fist and put her hand in. The next moment, she felt a sense of oppression. Feng Xianji's hand was very heavy, and Yuan Ji pursed her lips. She looked at the two intertwined hands, and a scene suddenly appeared in her mind. She seemed to have done this before, holding Feng Xuande's hand. She was stunned by the familiar feeling, but when her eyes touched the sweat on Feng Xuande's face, her consciousness suddenly returned, and she quickly freed her other hand to wipe the sweat off for him. The sun set in the west, and the silver moon was hanging high in the sky. The mansion was quiet, with occasional bird calls. Gu Shihua, Xia Hui and others stood outside the door, and did not leave. Li Qingze called the Minister of Justice to urgently try the traitor today. Xia Hui paced back and forth anxiously at the door. Qinshu stood in the corridor with her arms crossed, and couldn't help saying, "Can you please stop walking around? It's an eyesore." Xiaohui couldn't stop pacing after hearing this. It's been half a day. Why is there no news yet? They had been waiting outside the door since they came out, and about 2 or 3 hours had passed, but there was no news from inside. Gu Shihua fixed her eyes on the closed door, and said in a calm voice, "Lord Feng has survived many times after being on the verge of death. I think this time is the same." They had all heard of Feng Xianji's deeds. She had escaped death several times and turned defeat into victory, which made her the powerful minister of Daliang today. But despite this, Xiaohui was still a little worried. But this time, he was not worried about Feng Xianji's life. He was worried about Gu Shihua. Yuanji just volunteered to stay in the inner room to take care of Feng Xiangu. If an ordinary woman did such a thing, the man would probably come to propose marriage the next day. But Gu Shihua clearly had feelings for Yuanji. So what should he do? Thinking of this, Xiaohui couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Gu Shihua with a meaningful look. After Qi Huaishan carefully bandaged the wound, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with a sense of relief, "It's fine now. You must rest well next. And don't use force. Otherwise it will tear the wound. Drink the medicine according to the prescription I said on weekdays, and it will probably be fine in 10 days or half a month." Inu finally felt relieved after hearing this, and the servants of the Xiangfu hurriedly sent Qi Huaishan out of the house. After everyone knew that Feng Xuanda was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohui glanced at Gu Shihua and said, "Master Feng is fine now. Shihua, we should leave now. We will come to visit again tomorrow." Gu Shihua looked at the half-open door. His eyes focused on the ebony carved and embroidered screen inside the door. He knew Yuanji was behind the screen, so he walked in. "I'll go call Yuanji." "Wait a moment." Yuanji carefully wiped the sweat off Feng Shuangda's forehead. She didn't even notice Gu Shihua coming over. It was only when Gu Shihua spoke that she realized it belatedly. "Gigi, the master is fine now. It's getting late. I'll take you back home." Yuanji shook her head and said softly, "I'll go back later." Gu Shihua frowned. "If you are left here alone, how can I let go? How can Jin Zhou agree? Master Feng's injury this time is all caused by me. He is weak now. You can see that there are only a few servants in the outer courtyard of the Prime Minister's mansion besides Jinwei and Yinwei. He needs someone to take care of him." Gu Shihua stared for a long time, and suddenly remembered the warm and bright eyes on the corner tower last night. But for one night, this gaze was fixed on Feng Xuanda. He felt uncomfortable all over, and always felt that his heart was being squeezed and he couldn't breathe. But he thought about it, and it seemed that he had no reason to take her away by force. Seeing that she was determined, he had to go out by himself. When Xiaohui saw Gu Shihua coming out alone, there didn't seem to be any surprise in his eyes. He patted his shoulder and said softly, "Let's go first. I just heard that someone from the Yuan family came to take Yuanji back home. You don't have to worry too much." Gu Shihua remained silent. Qinshu left first, leaving only Gu and Xie. At night, candles were lit on the long path, and the dim candlelight illuminated the two of them, whose shadows condensed into 2 narrow strips. Xiaohui looked at the magnificent Xiangfu, and felt that it was even better than the princess's mansion. He talked a lot, but the person beside him was absent-minded and perfunctory. Xiaohui suddenly stopped, and Gu Shihua walked forward a few steps, only to find that Xiaohui had not followed, and asked sideways, "What's wrong?" His eyes were dull and clear as usual. But Xiaohui knew that Gu Shihua had changed. They had known each other for many years, and he had never seen Gu Shihua so distracted. And he had not even noticed that he had stopped. Gu Shihua's slightly curly long hair was soaked with coldness, hanging slightly wet on her shoulders, and her pair of peach blossom eyes were clear and indifferent. But the sadness between her eyebrows could not be wiped away. Xiaohui asked directly, "Shihua, are you in love with Yuanji?" It was not a rhetorical question. Gu Shihua was tall and slender, with a straight back, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes." He knew it. Xiaohui sighed. "You know that Lord Feng also likes her." Gu Shihua said, "I know." Xiaohui sighed bitterly, looking at the person in front of him. He felt a little disappointed. There were so many girls in Chang'an lining up for him to choose, but he had to compete with Feng Xuanda for her. Gu Shihua's face was still cold, but the sadness, anger, jealousy between her eyebrows were all shouting, "Horse." Yuanji knelt down under the bed, Just now Inu changed Feng Shuangge's clothes and gave her some medicine. His face gradually became rosy, and his frowning brows also relaxed. She looked at the big hand that was tightly holding hers, ignoring the person standing behind her. Gigi, it's time to go back home. Yuan Jianzhou stood beside her, speaking softly. Yuan Ji did not turn around, nor did he let go, speaking softly, as if afraid of disturbing someone's rest. Brother, I will go back when he wakes up. So stubborn. Yuan Jianzhou chuckled. You are a woman of marriageable age, who has not returned home overnight. Is it appropriate for you to stay in this prime minister's mansion? Yuan Ji felt the warmth of his palm, and did not respond to Yuan Jianzhou's words, but suddenly turned around and asked him, Brother, who saved me when I fell into the water at the princess's mansion that day? Yuan Jianzhou's eyes suddenly widened, and he said calmly, Of course it was she. You told Xihua to keep this a secret. Right? You told Lord Feng not to tell me. Right? Yuan Ji's eyes were firm. And Yuan Jianzhou knew she knew everything when he saw her expression. He did not make excuses and sighed, Yes. Then he asked again, Who told you? Xihua. Or Feng Shuangge? Yuan Ji suddenly looked at Feng Shuangge's pale face and said softly, No one told you. I just remembered it. That day I had a high fever and nightmares. And at that time, there was also a hand holding me tightly. Yuan Ji raised her hand tightly intertwined with Feng Shuangge and said, Just like this. Chapter 39. Stars hang down in the night sky, and the Milky Way shines. The candlelight in the room is dim, and the flame on the wick flashes suddenly, making a crackling sound. Yuan Jianzhou has a delicate expression, and tenderly looks at Yuan Ji who is kneeling on the ground, and sighs softly, Gigi, do you know what Lord Feng means? Meaning? Yuan Ji did not speak. She thought of what Feng Shuangge said last night, and a ripple appeared in her heart. Yuan Jianzhou sat down with his sleeves drawn up, looking at Feng Shuangge, who was sleeping soundly on the couch, and said faintly, Even if it was me, I could see what Lord Feng meant, and how could you? Who is so delicate and perceptive? Not know, but... Shiji, Lord Feng is in the center of the court, and he is a person in the vortex of power. Our Yuan family has been loyal to His Majesty since the last dynasty, never taking sides, and not getting involved with those at the center, which is why we have been able to stand firm in the turbulent court. Did you know that Lord Feng and His Highness came to the Yuan family a few days ago? What did they come for? Yuan Ji was stunned, and his mind was unable to figure it out for a while. Yuan Jianzhou poured a cup of cold tea and sipped it. There are some things we didn't want you to know, but now we can't. The prince and the king of Jin are now at loggerheads, and His Majesty is getting old. There will be a fight for the throne in Chang'an sooner or later. To be frank, no one can guarantee that the prince can inherit the throne smoothly. If the king of Jin ascends the throne, what will happen to the prince? What about Feng Shuangge? And what about the prince's party? A series of questions made Yuan Ji dizzy. But the answer was obvious. The loser has no chance of survival. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. It has always been like this. Seeing that Yuan Ji understood, Yuan Jianzhou continued, Whether Feng Shuangge's feelings for you are true or false, I don't know. But if you want to be with him, you will tie the lives of more than 70 people in the general's mansion to the prince's party. At that time, even if we don't want to participate in the party struggle, we will have to stand on the side. Gigi, do you understand? Yuan Ji glanced at Feng Xiange. His face was pale. His lips were chapped and bloodless. His long eyelashes were fan-like and trembling. His hair was silver and spread on the bed, and he looked extremely haggard. She had never seen Feng Xiange so fragile before. Whenever she saw him, he always had curved eyebrows and an unfathomable look. No wonder when she quarreled with Yuan Gongfu a while ago, he said something vague like I can't protect you. At that time, she only cared about her father protecting son and not favoring herself. Little did she know that Yuan Gongfu had suppressed all these things and never let her know. If this speculation is true, what purpose did Feng Shuangge have when he said he wanted to marry her? Yuan Ji was so confused that she couldn't speak for a while. Gigi, I'm not saying bad things about Feng Shuangge when I say this. I just hope you can figure it out. Do you really have this person in your heart? I know that Xihua is not heartless to you. Brother. Yuan Ji's face suddenly became misty. We all saw how Xihua took care of you. He has a good family background and good looks. But I am not biased towards him. I am just worried that you will be dazzled by all the flowers. After Li Qing's experience, my elder brother was really worried. If you think it is Feng Shuangge, then My father and the entire Yuan family will be tied to the Xiangfu and the prince. If you choose Gu Shihua, that is also good. He is like the breeze and the bright moon. And he is a good match for you. He said earnestly, Gigi, your happiness is related to the future of the Yuan family. But I don't want to put pressure on you. I just hope you can think clearly. Your happiness is more important than anything else. The Yuan family will always be your backer. These sincere words made Yuan Ji's nose sore. From childhood to adulthood. No matter what happened. Even if Yuan Jinshao and her were separated. Yuan Jinzhou always stood behind her and supported her. Brother. Yuan Ji's mouth shrank. And she threw herself into Yuan Jinzhou's arms with tears in her eyes. And sobbed. In someone else's house. You're not afraid of making a fool of yourself. Yuan Jinzhou laughed. Gently stroked Yuan Ji's hair. And coaxed her. If you want to wait for him to wake up. It's fine. But it's not good for a girl like you to be alone in the Prime Minister's house. I'll go with you. After Feng Shuangde wakes up. We'll go back to the house together. He looked at the sky and said. You stay here first. I'll go find someone to make some hot soup noodles. You haven't eaten all night. And I'm afraid you're hungry. It snowed again in the middle of the night. The cold wind whistled the broken snow. And occasionally there was a rustling sound of snow on the branches being blown away by the wind. The lamp oil had already burned out. And the candlelight in the room was dim. Yuan Ji had been tired all day. And his mind was dull. Thinking about Yuan Jinzhou's words. He fell asleep. Feng Shuangde, who was lying on the bed, moved his fingers slightly, but opened his eyes after a while. He took a long time to relax. And then he found a figure beside him. He forced himself to sit up. But he didn't dare to move much because of the wound on his back. He just leaned lightly on the silk pillow. Looking to the side, Yuan Ji was kneeling on the ground, with one hand leisurely in his palm, and her head resting on the bed. If he listened carefully, he could still hear her long and subtle breathing. After staring for a long time, he gently pulled out his hand and tiptoed out of bed. Yuan Ji was sleeping soundly, but was suddenly picked up by someone and woke up suddenly. When she saw the person holding her clearly, her heart finally settled down. She raised her eyebrows and could clearly see Feng Shuangde's delicate jaw, which was as delicate as a knife. He lowered his eyebrows slightly. His eyes flashed with tiny lights. And there was a dark smile at the end of his eyes. Sir, is your injury okay? Yuan Ji couldn't help looking at his heart. But the injury was on his back, not on his chest. Looking at him like this, she couldn't see any clues. Not bad. Feng Shuangde's voice was a little hoarse. He put Yuan Ji on the bed while speaking, and then tucked the corner of his back. The quilt still had the fresh scent of sandalwood and medicine. The room was still warm, which was his temperature, and it was particularly warm. Yuan Ji struggled to get up. This is your bed. How can I? It's okay. Feng Shuangde smiled softly, and his pale face made Yuan Ji's heart clench. She stammered, Thank you for helping me during the day. But I really shouldn't stay here. My elder brother just went out for a while, and will be back in less than a cup of tea. I will go back to the general's mansion with him then. Feng Xiange looked at her with lowered eyebrows. She lay in the quilt, revealing a pair of bright and clear eyes, staring at him without blinking, like a little deer. But you have been here to guard me until now. Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. Yuan Ji didn't finish her words, and Feng Xiange half leaned towards her, reaching out to wipe away the stains on the corners of her lips. His fingertips were very hot, like charcoal fire. After wiping away the stains on the corners of her lips, he gently stroked the remaining lip balm on her lips, and the warm and soft fingertips gently pressed on her lips, and there was a tingling sensation wherever he passed. Yuan Ji's face suddenly turned red, and she suddenly remembered the charming scene in the book. When she looked up and met his half-smiley eyes, she hurriedly looked away, as if her ambiguous thoughts were seen through. She thought about Yuan Jinzhou's words, and after thinking about it, she bravely asked, Sir, I want to ask you. You said you wanted to marry me yesterday. Is it because? Gigi. Yuan Jinzhou suddenly walked in, and Yuan Ji was so shocked that she quickly swallowed the words in her throat, lifted the quilt and got out of bed, and greeted him in her slippers. Brother, Master Feng is awake? How is your health? Yuan Jinzhou calmly watched Yuan Ji get off Feng Shuangde's bed. Yeah, I'm fine, Feng Shuangde said. That's good. It's late at night. I have to take Yuan Ji back to the mansion. Yuan Jianzhou put down a bowl of hot soup noodles and said, I didn't expect that there would be so few servants in such a big mansion. I was worried that Ji was hungry. Now that Master Feng is awake, I'll give this bowl of noodles to Master. We should go back to the mansion. The steaming clear soup noodles were filled with thick mist, and the aroma of chopped green onions spread, which immediately aroused Yuanji's appetite. She looked at the noodles eagerly, and resisted the urge to reach out. Since it is the kindness of Major General Yuan, I will accept it. Feng Shuanda smiled, sat down slowly, picked up the porcelain bone chopsticks and took a bite. He felt smooth and chewy, and his eyebrows relaxed, praising, It tastes very good. Yuan Jianzhou smiled, As long as you like it. I have to thank you for saving my sister today. When you are better, I will bring Yuan Ji to thank you. After several rounds of greetings and farewells, the two finally boarded the carriage back to the mansion. Today was a clear day with no clouds in the sky. Yuan Ji lifted the curtain and looked up to see clusters of stars. The carriage stopped at the side door, and the wooden door creaked open. The two tiptoed back to the mansion quietly. The mansion was silent, with only the rustling sound of accidentally stepping on flowers and plants. Passing the corridor and bypassing the garden, Yuan Ji returned to Tingxue Tower. After washing up, he felt tired all over. The charcoal fire in the room was warm, and snow was falling silently outside the window. Yuan Ji fell asleep, holding Yuan Bao. You said it was Feng Shuanda who saved Yuan Ji today? Sun asked in astonishment. When could she be involved with that gentleman? What should we do? Sun realized that something was wrong immediately, and hurriedly said, Chang'er, don't have any bad thoughts. That gentleman is not someone we can mess with. Have you heard that a few years ago, he killed 11 people? They were neatly lined up in front of the gate of Lin Yusher's mansion. Yuan Chang's heart was beating fast, and she pretended to be calm. You and I didn't see this incident with our own eyes. Maybe it's just a rumor, mother. Don't think too much. Sun looked at Yuan Chang's expression, and could not continue the embroidery work. She put down the embroidery frame, held her hand, and said worriedly, Chang, I always listened to you, and let you do whatever you wanted in the past. But this master is really not someone you can afford to offend. Yuan Chang said calmly, Don't worry. Mother, I know what I am doing. Sun was still worried, and she forced Yuan Chang to swear before she felt relieved. After Yuan Chang returned to Qifang Courtyard, she searched in the dressing table in the dark and found a jade pendant. She lit a candle, and the room suddenly became bright. The jade pendant was emerald green, and it was warm to the touch. When she found it in the princess's mansion, she thought she was lucky. Jade of this quality must be very expensive. But when she came back, she found a very complex phoenix pattern on it, which was obviously not an ordinary thing. At first, she thought it was a royal thing. But after thinking about it carefully, the place where she picked it up did not match the princess's whereabouts that day. Now she knew. This is Feng Shuanda's, and the phoenix pattern is in line with his name. Yuan Ji, you will have this day too. Yuan Chang sneered, wrapped herself in a cloak, and braved the snow to go to Tingxue Tower. The snow was not heavy, but it was extremely cold. Stepping on the soft ground, Yuan Chang felt that her shoes and socks were soaked. Going around the screen wall, passing the flower corridor, Tingxue Tower was quiet, and the two-story building occupied a large area. She couldn't help but flash a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Her Qifang Courtyard was probably not even one-third the size of Tingxue Tower. Holding her breath, she gently pushed open the door and groped for Yuan Ji's dressing table in the night. She glanced at the bed not far away. Yuan Ji was sleeping soundly. She breathed a sigh of relief, tremblingly opened the dressing table, and stuffed the jade pendant in. When everything was just as she expected, she suddenly saw a pair of green eyes from the corner of her eye. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she stepped back in fear. She almost screamed in her throat. She quickly covered her mouth. After she looked carefully for a while, she found that it was a Siddha cat. No. A cat? How could there be a cat in the Yuan mansion? Before Yuan Chang could think about it, a voice suddenly appeared in the room. Who is it? Chapter 40. The weather was bright, cloudless, and the morning light was just right. The cold wind that came in from the window eaves stirred the lilac curtains. The room was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and the sweet white porcelain on the table was decorated with plum blossoms in full bloom. When Yuan Ji woke up, she raised her eyebrows lazily, and happened to see Yuan Bao lying on the carpet chewing on unknown weeds, so that even his beard was covered with debris. She got out of bed, picked up Yuan Bao and rubbed him a few times, and brushed off the grass residue on his beard. Yuan Bao fluttered a few times, and protested with a meow. She pinched Yuan Bao's gradually chuckled face and said, "We provide you with fish, meat and chicken every day, but you insist on going your own way and looking for some grass to eat." Hong Wei brought a carved copper basin and said, "I don't know where Yuan Bao has been picking up grass from, treating it like a treasure. Miss, here's a cotton towel for you." Yuan Bao's round body was particularly thick, and you could feel his firm and warm body through his fluffy fur. Yuanji took the cotton towel to clean her face, changed her clothes, and picked up Yuan Bao again. Although Yuan Bao protested with a meow, she still let him be rolled and flattened. Lu Wu walked in suddenly, panicking. "Miss, the fourth lady is here," and she brought Aunt Fuyun from the old lady's side. "It seems that they are here with bad intentions." "Yuan Chong?" Yuan Ji's hand stopped on Yuan Bao's body. Yuan Bao twisted in her palm, and seemed to meow a few times in dissatisfaction, urging Yuan Ji to continue stroking its fur. "Hide Yuan Bao quickly. It will be bad if he is discovered." Yuan Ji made a prompt decision and hurriedly picked up Yuan Bao. Before he found a hiding place, Yuan Chong's voice came in through the crack of the door, with a hint of cunning. "Aunt Fuyun, you see, I am not talking nonsense." Fuyun stood at the door of Tingxue Tower, looking coldly at Yuan Ji, who was holding Yuan Bao. Yuan Ji's body suddenly stiffened, and for a moment, it was neither right to hide nor not to hide. Fuyun's face was extremely ugly, and she said coldly, "Miss San, the old lady is superstitious about the raccoon slave. You know? Now, please follow me to Shouanzhai." Fuyun side-glanced and signaled the servant behind her to grab Yuan Bao. "And by the way, put away the weeds that Yuan Bao had just played with." Yuan Bao felt pain and bit the servant. Fuyun scolded him harshly. What a wicked beast. Along the way, Yuan Ji was silent. Only the rustling sound of her brocade shoes stepping on the thin snow could be heard. She couldn't understand. How did Yuan Bao hide well in Tingxue Tower, but was suddenly discovered? Is it because of those grasses? Or is it because of Yuan Chong? Walking around the flower corridor, there were icicles under the corridor, which looked like ink paintings painted by ice ridges from a distance. Further inside was the Shouanzhai of Madame Yuan Lao. The felt curtains of Shouanzhai were particularly thick, and the medicinal fragrance was strong inside. As soon as Yuan Ji entered the bedroom, she heard coughs coming one after another. Her heart tightened, and she didn't care about the trouble she had caused. She walked around the screen in 2 steps, stood in front of the bed, and said with concern, "Grandma, why haven't you taken so many medicines? And your health hasn't improved?" The old lady Yuan was skinny, wearing a dark blue headband embroidered with longevity peaches, with deep eye sockets and 2 dimples on her cheeks, looking like she was dying. She lay on the bed, the dark green curtains half covered, casting a shadow. Fuyun carefully helped her up and adjusted the soft pillow. Madame Yuan was half leaning on the couch, coughing non-stop, and said intermittently, "Fourth miss said you raised a cat?" Seeing Madame Yuan speaking, Yuan Chong immediately stood up and said softly, "My granddaughter also saw it unintentionally, and my sister was very ignorant. My grandmother's horoscope is in conflict with this evil beast. There must be no cats in the mansion. My granddaughter was really scared when she saw the golden quilt and silver bed in the garden that day. She followed it for a long time before she realized that it was raised by my sister." At this point, Yuan Chong raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes, and said with tears in her eyes, "Sister is really confused. How can Grandma's health?" But the gloating in her eyes was not concealed at all. Yuan Ji suppressed his emotions, and immediately knelt down and said, "Yuan Bao has always been well behaved, never leaving this Tingxue Tower. The national teacher also said that year. Just avoid Grandma's courtyard. Since last year, Madame Yuan's health has been getting worse and worse. She has been sick and aching, and has been bedridden. Shouanzhai has almost become a pharmacy, with a strong smell of medicine floating in the air every day." Yuan Gongfu was eager to save his mother. He searched for famous doctors, but to no avail. He even begged the emperor and borrowed the imperial physician of the Empress Dowager. But they were all helpless. It was the imperial master who came to look at the feng shui and said that the raccoon slave in the Yuan mansion was rampant, and that the horoscope of the old lady Yuan was incompatible with this evil beast. Shouanzhai must not let the raccoon slave take another step. Yuan Chong cried and said, "Sister, even so, you can't take such a risk. Yuan Ji was upset by the crying. For so many years, Yuan Chang was used to crying and using such means. Fu Yun looked down at Yuan Ji and said coldly, "Miss San, since you know that the old lady is ill and can't stand this beast, what are you thinking?" Ji. The old lady coughed violently, and Fu Yun hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to her. She took a few sips, and after catching her breath, she said hoarsely, "Unfilial daughter, will you be satisfied if you kill me?" She looked at Yuan Ji with a pair of turbid eyes, full of disappointment. Yuan Ji panicked immediately, stammering, "Grandma, your granddaughter didn't mean that." Yuan Chang said casually, "When Aunt Fu Yun and I went there just now, we saw that evil animal holding grass in its mouth. It didn't look like weeds, but more like medicinal herbs." Yuan Ji raised his head and stared at her coldly for a moment. "Sister, you can't tell the difference between grains, but now you can tell the difference between medicinal herbs and weeds?" Yuan Chang panicked immediately, retorting, "Is it a medicinal herb? Can't you just find a doctor to check it out?" "What doctor are you looking for?" Yuan Gong lifted the felt curtain and walked in. His expression was cold. Yuan Jianzhou and Yuan Jinxiao also came in. The three of them paused when their eyes fell on Yuan Bao. Yuan Jianzhou frowned and thought to himself that something was wrong. Yuan Chang was a little surprised and said, "Father, aren't you going to the Duke of Jingwa today?" Yuan Gong strode to the front of the old lady Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Mother, are you okay?" The old lady Yuan coughed a few times, raised her skinny hand, pointed at Yuan Ji tremblingly, and said, "Look, you are a good daughter. What have you done?" He was going to go out today, but before he left, he heard about the incident at Shouanjai, and decided to postpone his trip. Yuan Gongfu's eyes were sharp, and he glanced coldly at Yuan Chang and Yuan Ji, saying, "In this case, let's find a doctor." Yuan Chang was a little flustered. "Father, it's just to identify some herbs. You can find Uncle Lin, but it's too much trouble to find a doctor." Before she could finish, Yuan Gongfu's sharp eyes just swept over, and Yuan Chang didn't dare to say anything. The servant went out with Yuan Gongfu's token. Yuan Ji still knelt in the hall. No matter how Yuan Chang provoked her, she could respond appropriately. Sun was extremely anxious when she heard the movement in Shouanjai, but because of the old lady's face, she did not dare to show up in Shouanjai, fearing that it would be counterproductive. Yuan Jianzhou frowned and said, "Grandmother's illness has been going on for a long time. She just needs to be taken care of. The words of the national teacher cannot be trusted. I have never seen that raccoon in the mansion. I think Gigi is very strict. Tingxue Tower is a long way from Shouanjai. How could it hinder grandmother?" Yuan Chang glanced at her and said, "Brother, what you said is wrong. You can't believe it completely, but you can't disbelieve it either. It's about grandma's health. How can we take it lightly?" Yuan Ji sneered, suddenly raised his head, stared at her and said, "I remember that the Dr. Boyan who prescribed medicine for grandma was introduced by you. So what? What do you mean? Sister? Are you saying that I brought a quack doctor to treat grandma? If I hadn't found the wandering Dr. Boyan, how could grandma's health have improved? If it weren't for this evil beast, my grandmother's illness would have been cured long ago." Boyan was a famous itinerant doctor in the folks, with a fairy-like appearance and a carefree and elegant demeanor. The emperor wanted to recruit him to the imperial hospital, but he refused. It was because he wanted to travel around and see all the mountains and rivers. Yuan Chang also saw him by chance at Luming Temple, and brought him back to Yuan Mansion. Yuan Jianzhou thought for a moment, and asked, "When did this cat slave enter the mansion?" Yuan Ji said, "About 1 or 2 months ago, on the day I first entered the academy." Yuan Jianzhou's brows relaxed when he heard this, and he said softly, "Grandma got sick last winter. I think her condition has worsened. It should have nothing to do with it." Yuan Chang gritted her teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes, and sobbed, "But the national teacher said that the Yuan Mansion cannot keep this beast. Even if grandma's health has nothing to do with it. Sister knowingly committed a crime. Isn't it up to her? I have evil intentions? Since you know grandma is not in good health. You told her last time that I broke off the engagement with Li Qinghui, which made grandma faint. Grandmother has clearly been seriously ill since last year. But you had to make a big fuss to visit my Tingxue Tower, seize Yuan Bao, and even try to accuse me of being unfilial. Yuan Chang, it's clear that you have ulterior motives. You, Chang'er," Yuan Jinxiao suddenly said. Grandmother is not feeling well right now, and she can't be disturbed anymore. He said this lightly, but a closer look revealed a hint of fatigue. Yuan Chang paused, and suddenly looked up at Yuan Jinshao standing in the shadows. He seemed to have not slept all night. His eyes were ruthless. His usually charming and seductive peach blossom eyes were cold. It was like looking at a stranger. Yuan Chang subconsciously held her breath. Her heart was beating fast. She suddenly realized something. Yuan Jinshao seemed not to have spoken to her for a long time. The Imperial Dr. Qi is here, the servant said in surprise. Yuan Chang was shocked. So soon? Qi Huaishan opened the felt curtain and walked in. Yuan Ji was relieved when she saw the person coming. At least, he was someone in the palace. If Yuan Chang was allowed to look for him, I'm afraid the doctor he found would be blind and inconsiderate, which would be bad for her. When her eyes fell on the person behind Qi Huaishan, Yuan Ji was stunned again. He came too? Feng Xuande stood behind him, smiling faintly, coming with the wind and snow. His long silver hair seemed to be stained with snow, and his light-colored cloak was decorated with light plum blossoms. His eyes were red, and he tapped the palm of his left hand with a golden fan. Sighing, General Yuan's home is really lively, and it can't compare to the cold and deserted residence of my Prime Minister. Lord Feng? Yuan Gong was stunned again, and hurried to greet him. Why are you here? Qi Huaishan walked forward to check the grass that Yuan Bao was holding, frowning and carefully distinguishing it. Yuan Chang's shoulder couldn't help trembling when it touched Feng Xuande. Why did he come? Whenever Yuan Ji encountered danger, Feng Xuande would appear inexplicably, such as the Lingshan Autumn Banquet and the Princess's Mansion. Yuan Chang was lucky that it was in the mansion today, and the evidence was solid. Feng Xuande would not be a hindrance to her. Right? But he came again. The sharp long nail pierced into the palm of her hand fiercely, and she couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes. Yuan Jinshao stared at Yuan Chang silently, recalling the scene in Qifang courtyard. Feng Xuande sat down, and Yuan Gongfu hurriedly made a gesture. The servants poured tea tremblingly. The tea fragrance was thick, and the hot steam was rising. He held the teacup and said, I was going to visit the prince at the princess's mansion with Dr. Qi. It happened that the general servant ran into us. I didn't ask too many questions, and I knew the whole story. It was a matter of convenience. So I came here. Why bother General Yuan to go again? Immediately, he took a sip, frowned slightly. This tea. Yuan Gongfu was a little nervous. Is it possible that this tea is not to your liking? Feng Xiange put down the porcelain cup quietly, shook her head and said, This tea is a little light. Fu Yun, go get a new cup. Miss Yuan Ji, please go get me a new cup of tea. Feng Xiange mentioned Yuan Ji out of the blue. Yuan Ji was stunned, hesitated for a few moments, until Yuan Gong told her to go. She stood up tremblingly. Her knees were a little numb from kneeling for a long time. She tried her best to stay normal, and walked slowly towards the kitchen. She was somewhat puzzled. Why did Feng Xuande ask her to go? Is there something he couldn't tell her? The hot water in the kitchen was bubbling. The hot water was poured into the teapot, making a rustling sound of boiling water. Back at Shuanjai, several people were exchanging pleasantries. Yuan Ji stood at the table and poured tea for him. She was about to kneel down, but her knees were suddenly blocked by something. She lowered her eyebrows in haste. She saw a slender golden fan blocking her knees. The hand holding the fan was particularly white, and had a light pink tint. Miss Yuan, I don't drink cold tea. I'm bothering you to sit here and pour tea for me. When he said this, his eyebrows were curved, like a crescent moon. Somehow, Yuan Ji sat beside him. She finally understood why Feng Xuande asked her to make a pot of new tea. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Feng Xuande's face again. After a few moments, Qi Huaishan stood up and said sternly, These are indeed medicinal herbs, and they are tonic medicines. Hearing this, Yuan Chang's heart finally settled down, and she pursed her lips and said, Father, look, this evil animal has taken my grandmother's herbs. There are a few herbs missing. I'm afraid the medicinal properties are insufficient. Yuan Gongfu's face also darkened. Yuan Ji stared at Yuan Gongfu's scrutiny, and suddenly turned to look at Qi Huaishan, saying word by word, Please ask Dr. Qi to take a look at the medicine my grandmother uses daily. Of course. Fu Yun, go and get the old lady's daily medicine. Yuan Jianzhou seemed to understand what Yuan Ji was thinking, and immediately gave the order. Fu Yun quickly brought the medicine up. and Qi Huaishan looked at them one by one, but his brows were furrowed. Seeing his expression, Yuan Chang was also a little flustered, and asked hurriedly, Dr. Qi, these are top-quality ginseng herbs. Qi Huaishan sniffed the herbs at last, and then put them down, and said in a deep voice, it is indeed a rare and good medicine. The problem is that the prescription has never changed. Yuanji frowned. What does this mean? Qi Huaishan sighed. This prescription is very clever. It seems to be quite effective at first, but it is not effective in the follow-up. This prescription should be used to save lives. It can save lives in the early stage, but the lady is weak. In the later stage, she is too weak to be supplemented. Instead, it is harmful. The herbs that were taken out should not be in the later prescription. Qi Huaishan talked about it. She didn't understand the pharmacology, but she understood that Yuan Bao did not do anything wrong. Instead, he discovered that the old lady's medicine was different. Isn't it thanks to Yuan Bao for discovering this? Yuan Jinzhou said with a smile. Such a spiritual animal is rare. Feng Shuangde supported his chin, and his fox eyes flashed with cunning eyes. Since the Yuan mansion doesn't want it, why not give this cat to me? His eyes fell on Yuan Ji vaguely, and he clearly felt that her body was a little stiff. Don't worry about it, General, she said weakly. After knowing the whole story, Madame Yuan also softened her tone towards Yuan Ji. It turns out that Grandma has wronged you. Grandma, it's my granddaughter's fault. Since Grandma doesn't like Yuan Bao, I will find another place for her to stay. Fortunately, Dr. Qi found that your medication was different and corrected it in time. Please give me a prescription. Okay, Qi Huaishan agreed, and found a pen and ink to start writing a prescription. Yuan Chang stood in front of the couch. Madame Yuan glanced at her and snorted coldly. You are the itinerant doctor you recommended. How could you not know which medicines should not be added to the later prescriptions? Yuan Chang knelt down suddenly and sobbed. At that time, Dr. Boyan only mentioned it, and my granddaughter thought that these herbs were originally for replenishing essence, and it would be okay to add them in. I never thought. After that, she started crying again, her big tears rolling down the blanket, leaving a dark gray pool. It's not just about using tonics to treat illnesses. If you use the wrong medicine, it will be too late to regret it. Qi Huaishan carefully felt the pulse of Madame Yuan Lao, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, Fortunately, although Madame is weak, her foundation is still good. I will prescribe some warming and tonic medicine later. Thank you, Dr. Qi. Yuan Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. You go kneel outside. Yuan Gongfu stood up and said coldly to Yuan Chang. You are not allowed to get up before an hour. Father. Yuan Chang collapsed to the ground instantly after hearing this. It was snowing outside the window again. The snowflakes seemed as big as lotus root slices. It was a heavy snow. The ground outside Shouanjia was wet, soft and cold. She was afraid that she could not stand kneeling in such a place for an hour. The matter was over. Several people left Shouanjia. Seeing Feng Shuangde was about to leave, Yuan Ji hurriedly said to Yuan Gongfu, Father, your daughter will go and see Lord Feng off. Yuan Gongfu did not speak, but just looked at her meaningfully, and then nodded, Go. The carriage of the Prime Minister's residence was parked at the door. Qi Huaishan saw that the two seemed to have something to say, and immediately found an excuse to go to the princess' residence first, leaving only the two of them. She wanted to thank him, but when she met his half-smile, her words of thanks choked in her mouth. No need to say. Feng Shuangde looked at her with a smile. It's just a little effort. Yuan Ji coughed lightly and said, I still have to thank you, sir. Otherwise I don't know what to do. The next moment, Feng Shuangde's hand came up and fell in front of Yuan Ji's eyes. Yuan Ji was a little stunned. She thought he was going to cover her eyes again, but unexpectedly, his hands just gently stopped in front of her forehead and picked up a plum petal. His temperature was very hot. Even his palms were warm. He only touched Yuan Ji's hair for a moment, but she felt as if a warm ocean was blowing over her. The snow is getting heavy. He looked up at the sky. The snow suddenly started to fall, and the wind started to blow, ruffling Yuan Ji's hair and skirt. Feng Shuangde pulled back her messy hair, and then took off her light-colored cloak, wrapped Yuan Ji tightly, and leaned in and said, If you want to thank me, I will ask for your reward next time. Reward? Yuan Ji was a little confused. Feng Xianji's gaze paused on her rosy lips. Yuan Ji seemed to feel her gaze, her face flushed, and took 2 steps back. You said to give me time. Of course. I'll go back first. Yuanji couldn't stand Feng Xianji's gaze. The two stood in the shadow of the carriage, with the half-open door of the Yuan mansion behind them. Just as she was about to return to the mansion, Feng Xiange suddenly reached out and grabbed her, and then hugged her tightly. Yuanji was stunned for a moment, and his strong heartbeat was in her ears. Today. It was not sandalwood, but the light fragrance of plum blossoms. He sniffed her light hair fragrance, and whispered, Gigi, don't let me wait too long. Chapter 41. Miss, is it too extravagant to buy a yard just for Yuan Bao? Luwu stood outside a deserted yard and looked inside. This yard is very old. The dark brown door paint is mottled and unclear, revealing the wood color, and the copper door knocker is full of traces of time. Going further in, there is an extremely spacious yard, with weeds growing in clusters, extremely flourishing. Since the existence of Yuan Bao was discovered that day, even though Madame Yuan Lao did not blame her much later, Yuan Ji had already made up her mind to place Yuan Bao somewhere else, to prevent future troubles. She picked for a long time before choosing this yard. It's nice here. Far from the city. Quiet. Yuan Ji walked in with Yuan Bao in her arms. And she stood under the peach tree in the courtyard. It was winter now, and the peach tree was left with only a single branch, which looked particularly abrupt. But the branches were very long and had many branches. I thought that in spring, there would be a beautiful scene of peach blossoms here. Why not leave Yuan Bao with Miss Lin? Luwu said. Many people get sick in winter, and Xiaowei has not been free during this period. How can I entrust Yuan Bao to her? Wouldn't it be adding burden to her? She sighed, and continued, I have long wanted to set up a yard like this. Yuan Bao was rescued by me in the academy. But Luwu, how many poor animals in this world are homeless? Or even abused? We stand on the top and look down on all living things. But how pitiful are these creatures? Yuanji stroked Yuanbao's neck hair, and suddenly fell into memories. When I was young, I followed my mother back to Shu, and I saw many innocent lives die tragically along the way. Although I am not as good as those literati, I want to protect the world and make everyone happy. But we can also do our best to build a shelter for these creatures. She was still young at that time, and she didn't know why she had to go back to Shu with her mother. She only vaguely remembered that year when the country was in turmoil. Internal and external troubles. De Yu and De Qi were in trouble together, and there were natural disasters in the country. It was really a troubled time. Yuan Gongfu was ordered to conquer Yu, and she and her two brothers followed her mother back to Sichuan. Sichuan is located in the southwest, with many mountainous roads. Not only did people die tragically along the way, but in serious places, there were even starving people everywhere. She was still young at that time, and she didn't understand why those people were lying there. She just had a vague and shallow concept of death. And the cat she had raised since childhood also died on that road. Although I have the intention, I can only do this. I can't be as ambitious as my mother and plead for the people. My mother's maternal family is a prominent family in Sichuan and Shu. At that time, it was also they who opened their warehouses to release grain and save the people. My mother even braved the wind and rain to deliver rice and grain to each family. She said slowly, I can only do these small things. At least, these homeless lives don't have to die in a corner with no one around. And they can also avoid the pain of being slaughtered by thieves. Miss Lu was a little moved. She never knew Yuanji had such thoughts. In her eyes, Yuanji just liked animals more than ordinary people. She never thought Yuanji had such unique thoughts. Lu's eyes were slightly hot, and her heart was surging. She sniffed, hid the sourness in the corners of her eyes, and said with a smile, Then I will go with you. This yard is only one entrance, not big, but it is enough to accommodate some cats and dogs. Yuanji put enough food and water. Even if he was reluctant, he had to leave Yuan Bao here. Although this place is quiet, it is not far from Yuan Mansion. At first, Yuan Bao would grope his way back to Dingxue Tower when he left Yuanji. Yuanji had no choice but to send him back again and again. Later, Yuan Bao seemed to have gained wisdom and stopped going to Dingxue Tower. Yuanji would come here every day. She did not make any major changes to the furnishings here. Cats and dogs mostly like places full of people. She cleaned up the courtyard a little and transplanted some peach trees in the courtyard. One day, this courtyard will be full of peach blossoms. She even added a plaque on the dilapidated door, naming it Wanghua Pavilion. The girl has really enjoyed reading recently. Luwu brought a cup of Mingqian Longjing tea, walked around Yuan Bao and Yuanfu, and stood beside Yuanji. The weather was just right today, and Yung placed a recliner in the yard, covered with a thick mattress, and rocked while reading. The sunlight was soft, reflecting on her body, making her feel warm and comfortable. It had only been 7 or 8 days since she bought the yard, and Yung rescued a raccoon cat. This catfish was very fierce before, but later it could not stand Yung daily feeding. Now its hostility has melted away. It stays in Wanghua Pavilion every day and refuses to move. When it sees Yung, it lies down habitually, exposing its white belly, and looks like it is waiting to be rubbed. During that time, I was with Xihua Xiaohui, and gradually I was able to read some books. Yung took a sip, looked at Lu Wu's curious eyes, and smiled. This is Astronomy Records, which tells some books about astronomical phenomena. This Astronomy Records was obtained in the 1,000 Books Pavilion that day. That day, she wanted to read the Control Husband Strategy, but she accidentally got this book. The weather was cold, and she didn't want to stay in bed, so she just read it, and read it for 3 consecutive days. In the general's mansion, there were always people who disturbed her interest. After Yuan Chang was punished, he was sick for a few days, and Yung was happy to have some free time. But after he recovered, he came to make trouble every other day. Yung was tired of dealing with it, and was too lazy to pay attention, so she simply brought the book to Wanghua Pavilion. Seeing that Lu seemed interested, Yung simply read the first few chapters to her word by word. I really don't understand. Lu was a little embarrassed, and sighed. If it was that master, maybe he could say a few words to the young lady. Master? Which? Feng Xuanga? Yung was a little surprised. Lu nodded, and said leisurely, one day I went to Xianmingju to buy pear blossom cakes for the young lady, and I happened to hear what Master Feng said. Spring rain, agriculture and sericulture. Although I didn't understand, but I knew that the master next to me that day was the master of the Imperial Observatory. How do you know it's the Imperial Observatory? Yung put down the book and asked in confusion. Lu Wu said, I went there with Hongyu that day. Hongyu said that she came from the residence of Mr. Zhou of the Imperial Observatory a few years ago. Miss, have you forgotten? So that's how it is. Yung almost forgot that Hongyu entered the Yuan residence later. Unlike Lu Wu was a maid who had been following her since she was a child. She was about to continue, but Lu Wu hurriedly stopped her. Miss, you can't watch it. Today is the Lantern Festival. Have you forgotten the appointment between the princess and Miss Chen and Miss Lin? Li Yueshi stayed in the princess's mansion all day and had nothing to do. It was a rare opportunity that the princess was not at the mansion today because of something. She specifically asked Yung to come out and play with her, and to bring a few sisters to make it more lively. That night, Chang'an was as bright as day, and the Imperial Street was full of bright yellow and scarlet lanterns, and the Xianming residence had 6 floors inside and outside, and each floor was hung with bright yellow lanterns on the outside. Looking from afar, it looked like a lighthouse. The Imperial Street was crowded with people, countless sugar painting stalls, opera troupes, noisy and lively. Gigi. Here. Chun-Shu looked around at the stage, and waved as soon as she saw Yung. Yung smiled and said, I'm here. She bowed and said, How is the princess? No need to be so polite today. Li Yueshi's eyes were bright, and she felt curious when she looked around. She had been locked up in the mansion for a long time, and it had been a long time since she had seen such a lively atmosphere. She immediately took Yung and others to look around. Yuan Bao lay in Yunji's arms. She had washed it earlier, and its orange, yellow, and beige fur was shiny. Its eyes were round, and it was not afraid. Several people each held a candied Haws. Li Yueshi said excitedly, My mother never let me eat these street vendor snacks before. Princess, that's because she's worried about your stomach. Chun-Shu said helplessly. Li Yueshi had long lost the princess's airs, and would buy any new thing she saw, and even sold Yuan Bao a hand-woven tiger head hat. Several people ate and bought along the way, and were unknowingly attracted by the riddles of Xianmingju. There was a wooden frame on the side of the door of Xianmingju. From high to low, there was a lantern on the top layer, and there were 7 on the bottom layer. Correspondingly, the rewards behind the riddles on the top layer were more generous. But they came too late. The lantern on the first floor had already been solved, and there was still one left on the second floor. Li Yueshi pointed at the top lantern and asked, What is the reward for the lantern on the second floor? The servant standing on the stage smiled mysteriously. Keep it a secret. Chun-Shu said loudly, Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. That's right, take it out and show us. Many people gradually gathered around the lantern stand, and the noise of cheering rose and fell. The servant saw that the atmosphere was just right, and immediately said, the prize for this lantern is the new product of Bibao Pavilion, the 1,000 peach blossom hairpin. The servant held a wooden box in his hand, and a peach blossom hairpin was quietly placed inside. It was made of peach blossom glass, and was clear and transparent, pink and green intertwined, shining delicately under the orange candlelight. There were also light-colored gems under the flower glass. The jewelry of Bibao Pavilion is well known far and wide. Whenever a new product is released, it is hard to find. Today, you can get it for free as long as you answer a question correctly. Everyone present looked eager to try. Li Yueshi's eyes lit up, seeing that everyone was interested. The servant whetted everyone's appetite, and then read the question quietly. This question is not a riddle. The river flows into the Bohai Sea, and the Bohai Sea is higher than the place where Hanmu wants to cross. In the past, it rained continuously, and the northeast wind caused the sea water to overflow and flow out to the southwest, flooding hundreds of miles. The answerer needs to tell the illusion of this sentence source. What kind of question is this? It's obviously not a riddle. The people complained. Several students from Yulu Academy gathered together to discuss the answer. Yuan Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. She happened to have read it during the day. She hurried forward and said, I know. Her voice was clear and gentle. It was particularly clear in the noisy streets. You are pregnant now. Why bother to join in the fun? Li Qinghui frowned. His eyes fell on Yang Qingliu's slightly bulging belly. Sir, I feel depressed at home. I haven't been out for a long time. I want to go out for a walk. I feel good and my son will be happy. Yang Qinglu looked at Li Qinghui with a smile. Li Qinghui didn't want to bring her out to show off. But when she mentioned the son in her belly, her eyes were happy. Is it really a son? Of course it is. Yang Qinglu shook Li Qinghui's hand and said coquettishly, when I give birth to a son. Sir, you must remember what you promised Luer. There are riddles over there. Shall we go too? Yang Qinglu took Li Qinghui's arm and walked towards the lamp stand. When their eyes met Yuan Ji, Li Qinghui's hand paused almost imperceptibly, and whispered, why don't we go? I think the Fu Yuanzi over there is good. Why not buy you a bowl to try? No. Yang Qinglu saw Yuan Ji in the crowd. She took Li Qinghui's arm and walked forward, standing within Yuan Ji's sight. The servant was a little surprised, and the ending tone was prolonged. Oh? This girl guessed it so quickly? Yuan Ji nodded, and said seriously, this sentence refers to the end of the Western Han dynasty, when the Bohai Sea overflowed. It comes from the book of Han Go Su Ji. Yuan Ji swore solemnly. His brows relaxed. Chen Shu was shocked, and murmured, Ji, are you talking nonsense? When have you read the book of Han? I have read it. Yuan Ji held his forehead. The servant was also shocked. This girl was well dressed. I thought she was a famous girl who was uneducated. But she was so knowledgeable. Seeing that people around him were urging him, he coughed. This girl got it right. It is from the book of Han Go Su Ji. Li Yueshi excitedly pulled Yuan Ji's sleeve. Ji, you got it right. Yuan Ji couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. I just happened to read a book about astronomy during the day. It was just luck. The servant quickly handed the peach blossom hairpin to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji held the hairpin, and felt that it was exquisite and beautiful, and then, in front of everyone, pinned the hairpin on Li Yueshi's hair. Li Yueshi's eyebrows were shocked. Ji, you are. Last time I got the princess's Lucian skirt, I felt bad, and wanted to return the gift, but I felt that the princess had seen all the treasures, and I was afraid that the princess would not look down on anything I gave her. Today is the perfect time. This peach blossom hairpin is extremely gorgeous, and is just right for the princess's beauty. I hope the princess doesn't mind it. Yuan Ji stepped back a few steps to take a look, and then straightened the hairpin. The servant said, since the girl has given this item to someone else, then we will give her a red lotus lantern, so that she won't be in vain. Yuan Ji was a little surprised, and hurriedly took the lantern. The red lotus lantern was more delicate than the ordinary lanterns. Even the petals were outlined with golden ink to create the pattern of lotus petals. The whole body was a gradient from red to yellow, and a short candle was burning between the stamens. The candlelight was dim and quiet. Li Qing looked back at Yuan Ji in the center of the crowd, and was a little surprised. He had been with Yuan Ji for a year or so. How could he not know how much knowledge she had? But now, The woman under the lamp was so strange that he could not recognize her. Yang Qinglu walked forward slowly, holding Li Qinghui's arm with his left hand, supporting her waist with his right hand, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't know Miss Yuan had such a talent. She could guess such a difficult lantern riddle. I think it's because of Mr. Gu's careful teaching. Speaking of which, Miss Yuan is also a blessed person. This Gu Shihua Master Gu is the grandson of Master Gu, and is a big celebrity in Qinghui Academy. There are countless people who want to learn from him. But Master Gu is infatuated with you. When he heard that you were sick and asked for leave, Master Gu went to your house every day to give you private lessons. This kind of blessing is enviable." When she said this, she cast another obscure look. She almost engraved the words Gu Shihua and Yuanji are unclear on her face. That's right. There are so many people in Yulu Academy who love Master Gu, but Master Gu is obsessed with Yuanji. Zhou Yao's voice came from the outside, and everyone made way for her. Yuanji's eyebrows darkened instantly. Yang Qinglu is a concubine, but a prostitute, and now she dares to provoke her in public. Zhou Yao was quiet for several days, and Yuanji thought she was well behaved. She never thought that she didn't change at all. Yuanji's eyes fell on Yang Qinglu's belly, and said, "You are pregnant. No wonder you are so proud." Yuanji put down the ingot, straightened his back, looked at Zhou Yao again, and said seriously, "Mr. Gu is the tutor in my house. I am studying with Xia Hui in Qinshu. It is clean and in public. What's wrong with that? But you, Miss Zhou, school will start in 3 days, and the results will be announced at that time. Miss Zhou, you should not have forgotten the bet you made with me that day. Right?" Zhou Yao's smiling face suddenly became dull, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten." She was there when Yuanji was answering the questions just now. Originally, she was not worried that she would be outdone, but after seeing what happened just now, Zhou Yao had to be afraid. She snorted and said sarcastically, "You said Xia Hui was in your house? So he was really there, you thought you were? I was in her house. What's wrong?" Yuanji looked sideways, only to see Xia Hui swaggering in from outside, Gu Shihua following him. Xia Hui was still dressed in jewels, and all 10 fingers were covered with gem rings. On the contrary, Gu Shihua stood tall and graceful, wearing a white dress like a fairy, and there was no emotion in her cold brows. Seeing him dressed like this, everyone thought he was a rich young man, and couldn't help but walk away, fearing that he would upset this young master. Xia Hui stood in front of Zhou Yao, looking down at Zhou Yao, with a look of disgust on his face. "How come you are in the same academy with me? It's disgusting." "You?" Zhou Yao's face flushed. Xia Hui stepped onto the stage and said loudly, "I, Xia Hui, the son of Princess Chenghua, have been studying with Gu Shihua with Qinshu, Yuanji, and Gu Shihua these days. If there are blind people who dare to spread rumors, I will pluck out their eyes." He emphasized the last sentence, his eyes fixed on Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao shuddered. The people around her were whispering and looking at her. She gritted her teeth, turned around and left in disgrace. The people around gradually dispersed. Xia Hui jumped off the stage, stepped over to Yuanji, and said with a smirk, "How about it? Do you want to thank me for preventing future troubles for you?" Yuanji rolled his eyes, but still said politely, "Then thank you very much, young master." Xia Hui felt relieved after receiving Yuanji's thanks, and said with a satisfied look, "Come on, say a few more words. I gave you face, didn't I?" Yuanji said. Gu Shihua stood beside Yuanji, and he looked at Yuanji. She was dressed in red, and in this cold winter, she looked like a plum blossom, light and lively. She was very confident and calm when she answered questions on the stage. Gu Shihua's eyes could not help but fall on the exposed part of her white neck, and said softly, "Are you okay? Winter is about to pass, but it is still cold. Don't catch a cold." As she said that, Gu Shihua took a few steps closer and tightened the knot on Yuanji's coat. The hand that was as slender as a plum, which had always only held a pen to write, could actually tie such a beautiful and solid knot. The scent of ink that came to her face made her feel a little uncomfortable. Yuanji took a few steps back, with a normal expression, said with a smile, "I know." Li Yueshi and the others looked at each other, all with meaningful smiles. Li Qinghui stood not far away and watched the interaction of several people. For some reason, his heart suddenly hurt. It was as if something was taken away by someone. Gu Shihua seemed to feel the gaze of the people behind her, and she moved sideways to block Yuanji. and said in a deep voice, "Since Mr. Lee's, this girl is pregnant. There are many people here. It is better not to stay for long. Now that you have got what you want, you should protect the people around you and help your beloved as soon as possible. Don't let someone get pregnant, give birth to a child for you, and end up not even having the title of your first wife. You." Yang Qinglu was so angry that her face turned pale. Gu Shihua's few words directly exposed Yang Qinglu's scars. She wanted to use her pregnancy as an excuse to get Li Qinghui to marry her. But Li Qinghui refused, saying that he would not welcome her into the mansion until she gave birth to a son. Li Qinghui's face was not very good either. Gu Shihua seemed calm on the surface, but when it came to the truth, she was also very unforgiving. He snorted coldly, "Don't worry, Master Gu." Then he leapt with his sleeves. Yuanji couldn't help laughing when he saw the two people almost running away, and even laughed to tears. Yang Qinglu didn't get the position of the main wife. "Shihua, you still use this to provoke her. Look at her face just now." Cough cough. Yuanji laughed so hard that she choked a few times. Gu Shihua quickly handed her a glass of water, patted her back, and said gently, "Slow down." The water was warm, just right for drinking. Yuanji took a breath, and suddenly raised her eyebrows to see Gu Shihua looking at her with her relaxed eyebrows, her deep eyes flashing with bright yellow light, and her frightened face. She suddenly panicked, subconsciously took a few steps back, coughed lightly, and turned the topic over. The next moment, she felt as if she was on a thorn in her back, and subconsciously looked at the top floor of Xianmingju. There was a circle of bright yellow lanterns on the top floor. Under the lanterns stood a young man in red clothes. In the biting cold wind, his clothes fluttered with the wind, making a rustling sound. Mottled light and shadow floated on his clothes, like light and brocade, like jade and jade. He was tall and slender, his silver white hair flew low. Now it was snowing, and for a moment I didn't know whether the snow was whiter or his hair was whiter. He was clearly standing there overlooking Chang'an. But Yuanji inexplicably felt that Feng Xuange was looking at her. For some reason, Yuanji quietly walked away from Gu Shihua for a few steps, always feeling a little guilty. When he came to his senses again, the figure on the balcony disappeared. Yuanji retracted his gaze, and was about to go to the lantern market with others. But then he realized, where is Yuan Bao? He was standing obediently at her feet just now. Yuanji looked sideways, and in an instant, he heard a roar, and the Xianming residence was suddenly engulfed by flames, and the sky was full of flames. What followed was a series of exclamations and cries. Many people covered their mouths and noses and fled from the inner room. The next moment, there was another roar. It seemed that there was the sound of the beams collapsing. "Oh no, father and the eldest and second brothers are discussing matters with several adults in Xianmingju today. And Feng Xuange is also there." Thinking of this, Yuanji didn't have time to think about it, and immediately ran to the inner room. Gu Shihua was startled, and instantly grabbed Yuanji's arm. "It's too dangerous inside. Don't go." Yuanji looked at the raging flames, and murmured, "This flame is from the outside to the inside, from the top to the bottom. Father and others are usually on the top. If I go up in time..." "Yuanji, calm down," Gu Shihua shouted. Yuanji suddenly came back to his senses, only to see that the fire in Xianmingju was getting stronger, and he became anxious instantly, and immediately pulled Gu Shihua's hand away, and said hoarsely, "Let go. They are inside. Father, eldest brother, and second brother are inside. Feng Xuange is also inside." Gu Shihua's throat moved slightly. "The fire is too big. You will die if you go in." Seeing the flames getting higher and higher, Yuanji's heart gradually sank, and he pushed him hard with his hand, and his eyes were cold. "Are you going to let go? Who are you going to save?" Gu Shihua's hands were clenched tightly. Her face was cold. Yuanji had never seen Gu Shihua so serious and cold. Yuanji's temper immediately came up, and he shouted, "Feng Xiange is in there." Hearing the three words Feng Xiange, Gu Shihua's eyes froze, her ears buzzed, and the strength in her body seemed to be drained away instantly. Yuanji broke free from his restraints, and ran towards Xianmingju at the fastest speed. The scarlet cloak that was lifted up was like a blooming red plum, and the black hair flew high, and he walked towards Xianmingju without any pause. She was bright, vivid, flamboyant, like the radiant spring scenery in the cold night of winter snow, like the moss flying towards death in the sky full of flames, like the light and heat in Gu Shihua's heart. But in her mouth, she called out Feng Xuange's name. until Yuan Ji's figure completely disappeared from Gu Shihua's sight. Xie Hui suddenly called out Gu Shihua, and then he came back to his senses belatedly. His face did not change, but why was there a sour taste on his lips? He raised his hand to wipe it, and actually wiped a tear. Only one drop. How long has it been since he cried? When was the last time he cried? It seemed to be when he was young. Because he was not diligent in studying, his grandfather sent his parents to Jiangnan, leaving him alone in the huge Gu mansion. The memory came back, but his eyes gradually blurred. In the midst of Xie Hui's worried call, Gu Shihua suddenly fainted. Chapter 42. The flames flickered, and the smoke rolled. The dark gray smoke clustered like inky flames, and the red flame shot up into the sky, and the cries and howls continued. There were overturned and broken porcelain bowls everywhere. Yuan Ji covered her mouth and nose and ran into the inner room, and her ears were filled with the crisp sound of objects breaking and the screams of passers-by. She analyzed calmly, although the fire was strong at the moment. It had not yet burned downstairs. As long as she was fast enough, maybe she could. She climbed up with difficulty. The narrow stairs were crowded with people, and the smoke made her eyes particularly sore, and she forced her eyes open to identify the guests, who passed by and fled in a hurry. No, none of them were familiar figures to her. A panicked person bumped into her. Yuan Ji felt a sudden pain on her shoulder. But she didn't have time to turn around, and she walked up the wall, covering her shoulder. The higher she went, the bigger the fire, the thicker the smoke. She coughed violently, and her vision was covered with a thin layer of fog by the smoke. Xianming residence was already in chaos. Burnt beams and wood could be seen everywhere, and the wood was cracked and made a rustling sound. Father, eldest brother, second brother. Yuan Ji casually picked up the broken screen on the ground and fanned away the thick smoke in front of her. The thick smoke entered her lungs, and she felt suffocated. She hunched over and coughed. She had to go faster, or she would die here. There was not even 5 floors left, and only the last floor was left. Her sight fell on the top, where the fire was the most intense. The surging flames were like waves. She only needed to take a look from the stairs to know whether her family members were alive or dead. With every step she took, her heart became more nervous. She stood at the staircase and looked inside. There was no one in her sight, only upside down and shattered porcelain and jade. Her heart relaxed instantly. But her sight suddenly fell on a piece of scarlet clothing on the windowsill. It was a very bright red, almost blending with the color of fire. The edge of the clothing caught fire, and the scarlet piece of clothing gradually curled and turned black, and then burned out in Yuan Ji's sight. Yuan Ji's heart tightened, as if she was being tightly grasped and couldn't breathe. Maybe the thick smoke was too hot for her eyes. But tears flowed from her eyes, and the tears burst out, and fell to the ground with a plop, and then evaporated with the heat wave and disappeared. She vaguely remembered the scarlet figure. She caught a glimpse of downstairs. That person must be Feng Xuande. Feng Xuande. Is he dead? Yuan Ji didn't dare to think about it. Nor did she dare to believe it. In her memory, Feng Xuande was a powerful official in Daliang, a young and promising prime minister. Every time they met, he teased her and even joked with her about marrying her. How could such a confident and flamboyant person, who could make everything happen with a flip of his hand, be possible? How could it be possible? She didn't believe it. The smoke was getting thicker, and Yuan Ji was choked several times. The inexplicable grief suddenly gushed out. Her heart beat very fast, and her tears kept flowing. Suddenly, with a bang, the beams on the 6th floor collapsed suddenly, crushing a piece of porcelain. Yuan Ji was shocked and hurriedly fled down. The fire probably started from the 6th floor. The lower it went, the smaller the fire was. It was obviously a blatant arson, and the target was someone on the 6th floor tonight. Her thoughts were turning rapidly. In a moment of carelessness, her left foot tripped over her right foot. Yuan Ji stumbled and rolled down in an instant. Her neatly combed bun had already fallen to the ground, and her face, which had been carefully powdered, was also covered with gray-black dust. Before she could cry out in pain, there was another roar, and the staircase leading downstairs on the 5th floor was suddenly blocked by a burning broken log. The broken log was huge, and it was still burning. There was no way down from here. The fire on the 6th floor was crackling, and was extending downwards. Yuan Ji was in a dilemma, and in a moment of desperation, he went straight to the 5th floor. The situation on the 5th floor would be better than the 6th floor. There were several people lying in the inner room whose lives were unknown, although there was fire on the railing. It was smaller than on the 6th floor, and there was occasional wind blowing in. Yuan-ji was sitting in a corner when she accidentally touched a corpse that was burnt beyond recognition. She was so scared that she quickly stepped back and shivered in the corner of the railing. The flames on the railing flickered, and there was no way to retreat at the stairs. There was a trace of despair in her eyes. Now, it was a dead end. Hurry up and call for help to put out the fire. Xiaohui supported the weak Gu Shihua and shouted at the people behind him. The guards who came in one after another carried buckets of water and poured them up. But the fire was too big, and the top few floors could even be seen, as if they were engulfed by the flames. The leading guard said worriedly, "Princess, the fire is too big. I'm afraid." Chen Shu cried anxiously. Li Yueshi looked solemn, twisted the guard's collar, and said with a trembling voice, "Bring Yuan-ji out safely for this, princess. Otherwise, everyone will be killed." "Yes. Yes." The guard's face turned pale, and he hurried to get water. "Where is Yuan-ji?" Feng Shuanga suddenly appeared behind everyone. Not only Feng Shuanga, Princess Fangruo, Yuan Gongfu, and others were behind him. When everyone heard Li Yueshi mention Yuan-ji, they were all startled. "Why are you here?" Gu Shihua's eyes were startled, as if she saw something unbelievable, and she was shaking all over. "I'm asking you, where is Yuan-ji?" Feng Shuanga moved like a ghost, and in a moment he stood in front of Gu Shihua. His eyebrows were cold, and his fox eyes, which were always playful, flashed with a strong bloody intent. He pinched Gu Shihua's collar and said coldly, "Where is she?" Gu Shihua could even feel the cold and surging murderous intent on his body. His face was pale, and his sight stopped at the fire-spreading Zion Mingju behind him. He said bitterly, "She thought you were inside, so she rushed in to save you." Yuan Jinzhou couldn't stand steadily when he heard this. Yuan Gongfu also covered his chest and couldn't breathe. Feng Shuanga felt relieved, and immediately turned around and ran towards Zion Mingju. "If you go in now, you can't get out?" Gu Shihua looked at Feng Shuanga's back and said loudly. He didn't look back, but said, "If I don't allow her to die, she can't die." Immediately, he resolutely rushed to Zion Mingju and plunged into the raging fire. Gu Shihua stood there for a long time, with a sour throat but unable to speak. "Shihua." Xiaohui was a little worried. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Gu Shihua. Ah, Gu Shihua. You claim to be able to give your heart to Yuan-ji, and even look down on Feng Shuanga's style of using power to coerce. But in the end, not only can you not stop Yuan-ji's determination to save people like a moth to a flame, you don't even have the courage to rush in to save Yuan-ji. No wonder Yuan-ji always avoided his feelings." Feng Xiange covered his mouth and nose and went up all the way until he saw the broken wood across the stairs. His heart sank. The golden fan in his hand spun out a very beautiful flower, and then came a gust of cold wind. The fire was suddenly suppressed by the wind, weakened for a few moments. Feng Xiange took the opportunity to pass by, and found Yuan-ji, who had fainted in a corner near the railing on the 5th floor. "Idiot." Feng Xiange cursed softly, took off his scarlet coat, and wrapped the person up. Yuan-ji's plain face was stained with smoke and dust. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her lips were slightly open, and she called for water in a weak voice. Feng Xiange raised his eyebrows, and picked up the wine pot that had fallen on the ground, and poured a few mouthfuls into Yuan-ji's mouth. Yuan-ji coughed violently, and the wine that had been poured in was coughed out again. Yuan-ji was awakened by the cough, and she saw Feng Xiange's tightly knitted eyebrows in a trance. She thought she was having a nightmare, and was stunned for a long time before she said, "I'm not dead? If you don't wake up, you're really going to die." Feng Xiange's voice was full of displeasure, and there was also a slight worry. She lay in Feng Shuange's arms, and forced herself to stand up. Everywhere she looked, there was a scarlet color. The fire on the 6th floor was about to spread down. She smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I'm really going to die here." She sighed. "It's just that I've implicated Master Feng." At this point, she asked after realizing it, "I just saw the pieces of your clothes on the 6th floor, and I thought, but how come you are here? Why? You thought I was dead? Are you worried about me?" Feng Shuanga raised her eyebrows. Even in such a critical situation, he looked calm and composed, and even had the mind to joke with her. Yuan-ji pushed him, and said in a deep voice, "Master Feng, this is not the time to joke." Seeing Yuan-ji's expression, Feng Shuangde said helplessly. Because that bastard Gu Shihua said you come in to save me. How can I let you go to die? It turned out that he was not in Xianmingju. She was so impulsive just now, thinking that her father, brother, and he would all die in the sea of fire, and rushed in without caring about anything else. She was really impulsive. Wait! What he meant was, he had already left, and came back for her? Yuan Ji was shocked. His expression gradually became dull, and he said bitterly, if you don't come in, I will be the only one who dies. Why? Do you feel wrong to die with me? Lord Feng still has the leisure to joke. Yuan Ji thought he was going to be teased by Feng Shuangde again, but he saw that the other party had a stern look on his face. He turned around and half knelt on the ground. His eyes were burning, staring at Yuan Ji's eyes, and said seriously, Yuan Ji, if you really want to die, I can accompany you. Flames swept. Heat waves rolled, and the shimmering red light filled the air. Yuan Ji's vision was a little blurry, but she could see Feng Shuangde's serious expression. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stammered, Lord Feng, I can understand that you are. Yes. Feng Shuangde's expression was firm. The cynical smile on her face had long gone, and in her eyes, there was only a sea of fire and her figure. You can understand that I promised you a promise to live and die together. There were often rustling sounds in Xianmingju, but Feng Shuangde's voice was particularly clear, falling into Yuanji's ears, and her heart with every word. Yuanji, have you thought about it? Feng Shuangde's voice was a little hoarse, probably because of the thick smoke. Yuanji's heart was thumping. Thumping. She opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Feng Shuangde looked at her like this, and suddenly laughed softly, I know. The next moment, in the dark smoke and red firelight, Feng Shuangde lowered his eyebrows slightly, leaned over and kissed Yuanji. The lips were very soft, with a fragrance that was as intoxicating as Qianli, and a faint smoky flavor. His tongue was clearly soft, but it was also turbulent, like a surging wave. His breath was particularly disordered. In the suffocating smoke, she smelled a hint of light sandalwood, which made her mind clear. After a while, the fire grew bigger, gradually approaching the two of them. Feng Shuangde raised his head and pulled away. Both of them had Yuan Ji's lip balm on their lips, showing their unknown ambiguous feelings. He stroked Yuan Ji's face. His eyes curved, and he smiled softly. Are you afraid? Yuan Ji was kissed so hard that she was unconscious, but she still shook her head firmly. No. The next moment, a strong wind blew, and the flames on the railing on the 5th floor suddenly shrank. In a flash, Feng Xiange hugged Yuan Ji and jumped down from the 5th floor. The wind whistled by her ears, and Yuan Ji's hair fluttered. Black and silver intertwined together. Yuan Ji raised her eyebrows nervously, and saw Feng Xiange's tightened jaw and those flamboyant fox eyes. Behind him, there was a restaurant engulfed by flames, red and bright yellow intertwined. The flames seemed to have engulfed somewhere, and the fireworks that Xianmingju had prepared for tonight were instantly ignited. Bright yellow, orange and purple fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the different colored fireworks rose and fell one after another. The shimmering light was reflected on Feng Shuangde's silver hair, which was as white as snow and as bright as the moon, and it was covered with a layer of blurred colors. It was more beautiful than the fireworks seen on the corner tower that day. His eyes were slightly lowered and fixed on her. If you are scared, close your eyes. Then, hold me tight. Yuan Ji pressed against his chest. Get closer. She thought so. The strong heartbeat was beside her ear. After a moment, Feng Xiange tapped her toes and landed on the ground. She gently climbed up from his arms, and people immediately surrounded her. Yuan Ji was about to say something, but heard a muffled groan. She turned back in shock. Feng Xiange's face was pale. Yuan Ji was in his arms just now, and was wrapped in a coat. She was unharmed. But until this moment, she found that Feng Shuangde's underwear had different degrees of burns, and even injured his skin. Just when Feng Shuangde was about to faint from blood loss, Yuan Ji hurriedly stopped his shoulder and shouted in a trembling voice, Quick! Find a doctor! Quick! But in a moment, her face suddenly froze, and she raised her right hand and found that there was a large piece of blood on her right arm. It was Feng Shuangde's blood. She instantly remembered that Feng Shuangde's injury from saving her last time had not healed completely, and now he accidentally tore the wound to save her. Yuan Ji gritted her teeth, trying her best not to let her tears fall. Yuan Gongfu said in a deep voice, Shiji, now is not the time to be sad. Send the master back to the mansion first. This place is the closest to the Yuan mansion. Take him back first and find a doctor to treat him. It was not until Qi Huaishan hurriedly sealed Feng Shuangde's heart meridians and stopped the bleeding that Yuan Ji's heart fell back into her stomach. She closed the door lightly, looked at the people outside the door, and said tiredly, "Father, elder brother, and second brother, how did you escape?" Several people looked at each other, and Princess Changhua sighed and said, "We were discussing matters on the 5th floor, and then a cat escaped from nowhere and messed up the banquet. It happened that we had almost finished discussing matters, and I had to go back to the mansion to change clothes. So I simply left early. Who knew that as soon as we left?" Yuan Jianzhou didn't finish his words. "Cat?" Yuan Ji looked at Yuan Jianzhou inquiringly. Yuan Jianzhou nodded. "It's your Yuan Bao." Yuan Ji was a little unbelievable, and murmured, "Yuan Bao is really a lucky star." No wonder she saw Yuan Bao running away in a flash. Yuan Gongfu sighed, looking at the embarrassed Yuan Ji, feeling particularly distressed. "But I have implicated you, and almost caused you and Lord Feng to die in the fire." Yuan Ji comforted, "Fortunately, it's okay, father. Don't mention it again. I have the best burn ointment, if you need it." Yuan Jinshao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said something. Yuan Ji was a little surprised, but she still responded in a low voice. Princess Fangruo frowned and said, "This matter is strange. I have ordered people to investigate thoroughly. I will go to the palace to meet His Majesty first, and come to thank you in a few days." As she said this, she held Yuan Ji's hand and said solemnly, "Now you have saved my life. I will remember your kindness." Yuan Ji panicked and said, "This is what a servant should do. How can it be called a life-saving grace?" Princess Fangruo smiled, and said nothing more, just patted Yuan Ji's shoulder. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yuan Jianzhou looked at Yuan Ji, who was guarding Feng Xianji's side, and his stomach was turning over and over. And finally he sighed. Yuan Ji was guarding Feng Xianji's side, and she didn't know when she fell asleep again. When she came to her senses again, her hand subconsciously touched the bed, and it was cold inside. She woke up instantly, covered in cold sweat, and suddenly a trace of tension appeared in her heart. She shouted in panic, "Feng Xiange." Chapter 43. "I'm here." Under the moonlight, Feng Xiange stood at the door and looked at her with a sidelong glance. The silver light seemed to blend into his hair. His eyebrows were as gentle as water. The usual playfulness and hostility disappeared. Yuan Ji hurriedly stood up and walked over, frowning and saying, "It's late at night and cold, you are like this." Halfway through the words, Yuan Ji's face suddenly turned red. He didn't wear an outer coat. A thin white inner coat hung loosely on his shoulders, revealing his chest and abdomen. Most of his chest and abdomen were tightly wrapped in gauze, but you can still see the undulating lines under the collarbone. Yuan Ji looked away unnaturally, handed over the crane cloak, and said awkwardly, "Return it to you." This is what Feng Xiange left with her last time. Feng Xiange took the cloak, which still had a faint floral scent, and he joked, "Are you shy?" Yuan Ji took a step back, and said slowly, "No." She thought Feng Xiange was going to say something ambiguous again, but Yuan Ji only saw his eyes as deep as the sea. His tone was very light. He looked up at the moon in the sky, and murmured, "I haven't appreciated the moon for a long time, you come with me." Yuan Ji didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to enjoy the moon, but she still agreed with him. The two of them sat on the swing in Tingxue Tower, where the view of the moon was just right. He suddenly said, "On New Year's Eve, I didn't mean to do it." Yuan Ji remained silent. This matter was not easy to explain. Whenever Yuan Ji saw Feng Shuangde, he would always think of the first meeting and the beautiful night of New Year's Eve. Whenever he thought of it, he would feel red in the face, and his mood would be unstable. "That night, I wanted to invite you to watch the fireworks, but I was busy for a while, and delayed it. When I was done, you had already gone out to find Gu Shihua." Yuan Ji asked with a sidelong glance, "Why did you drink so much?" She remembered that on New Year's Eve, they drank so much that the Lantern Festival is here, and the silver moon is round. He looked at the moon and fell into deep thought, and a trace of sadness appeared on his usually cynical face. "My elder sister died on New Year's Eve 10 years ago." Yuan Ji was stunned, and then she understood why Feng Shuangde was so different that night. She opened her mouth slightly, and still couldn't continue the topic, so she simply changed the subject. "Why is your hair silver? When I hadn't seen you before, I only vaguely heard that the powerful official Feng Shuangge had silver hair, which was particularly different from others. What are you talking about? Feng Xiange tilted his eyes, lifted a strand of silver hair with his hand, and said calmly, since my elder sister passed away, my hair has turned white overnight. I have no relatives in this world anymore. His eyes were light and dull, with a subtle sadness, and his foxy eyes were now stained with autumn frost and melancholy. Yuanji didn't expect Feng Xiange's silver hair to be like this. But this color is very similar to the moon. Yuanji's voice was sweet, like an oriole flying through the sky in the long and silent night. Feng Xiange looked at her in astonishment. Yuanji pointed at the moon in the sky, and said with a smile, your color is exactly the same as the moonlight. The moon is out of reach, but you really exist, in Daliang, in Chang'an. By my side? You are an interesting woman. Feng Xiange was suddenly amused. No one has ever said this to me, nor dared to say this to me. His eyes were tender and affectionate, gentle as water. Yuanji suddenly blushed, coughed lightly. Tonight is a special situation. If it were normal, I wouldn't dare to do that either. You dare. Yuanji waved her hands repeatedly. Lord Feng. I dare not. I said you dare? You dare. Feng Xiange was very conceited. This is the right I give you. Yuanji smiled and said nothing. Feng Xiange's eyebrows softened, and even his voice was a little uneasy. He asked, Yuanji, your answer. When this matter was mentioned suddenly, Yuanji's face was covered with a cloud of haze again. He stood up and walked quickly to the small kitchen, and said in a distant voice, I will cook you a bowl of fu yuanzi. Feng Xiange looked at the graceful back and chuckled. Inside the room, the candlelight was dim, and the charcoal fire in the western warm room was full, making it particularly warm. Feng Xiange sat on one side, and there were 2 bowls of fu yuanzi on the table. Yuanji supported his head with both hands, with bright eyes, staring at Feng Xiange without blinking, until he swallowed the fu yuanzi, said with a smile, it tastes good. Yuanji let out a long breath, and then had a proud expression. Of course, my craftsmanship is unique in the world. Feng Shuangge smiled and said nothing. He didn't like sweet food. Fu yuanzi was 3 times sweeter than the persimmon cake he had last time. But under Yuanji's expectant gaze, Feng Shuangge finally finished the bowl of fu yuanzi. He would immediately order people to cook a soup to help digestion when he got home. That's right. He propped up his chin and said mischievously, my wife is the best in the world. Who is your wife? Yuanji choked back with a red face. How could this person talk nonsense even when he wasn't drinking? Whoever responds will be the one. Feng Xiange rubbed Yuanji's puffy face. It's round and plump, and feels very good. Is this still the Feng Xiange who plays power games in a high position? Until this moment, Yuanji felt the youthfulness of this person. He was not old, but his terrible reputation, cruel methods, unusual silver hair, made the world forget that Feng Xiange was only a young man. I won't tease you anymore. Feng Xiange was in a very good mood. Have you found what I asked you to find? Yuanji remembered what Feng Xiange had said that night. With a bitter face, she simply took down all the books and threw them on the desk. They are all here. There is really nothing. Feng Xiange flipped through the books casually. There were all kinds of books, most of which were storybooks. His eyes fell on a book at the bottom. There were words faintly written in gold ink on it. The book was buried underneath, and he could not see the whole picture. He pushed aside the books and reached down to take it. Yuanji was startled. He quickly snatched the book and stammered, this is not it. Feng Xiange raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand. Give it to me. Yuanji tightly grasped the book. I won't. Give it to me. Lord Feng is violating the rights of a common woman. Yuanji held the book like a chick protecting its food, watching Feng Xiange warily. Feng Xiange was not curious about the book, but seeing Yuanji's protective look was very cute. She immediately reached out to grab it. Yuanji tightly protected the book and refused to let go. What a joke. If Feng Xiange saw this 36 strategies to control your husband, would she still have any shame? During the fight, the book fell to the ground with a thud, and Yuanji accidentally fell to the ground. Feng Shuangge's eyes gradually moved downwards, and Yuanji touched his tailbone, which was hurt by the fall, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Before he could pick up the book, he just glanced at it, and Yuanji's body suddenly froze in place, and his fair face instantly turned red. The book was opened, and it was the second half of the story. Yuanji just glanced at it, and was so embarrassed by the content that he dared not open his eyes. Not to mention that there was a diagram of a villain on it. Madam's interests are really unique. Feng Shuangge's voice was a little hoarse, and her fox eyes looked at her with interest. I swear to God, I didn't know this book. Yuanji wanted to cry, but had no tears. She only read the first half of the story, although it was about the relationship between men and women. She just read it as an interesting story. Who knew the content of the second half would be so? Meng Lang. Did Madam let me see it on purpose? Feng Shuangge's body suddenly fell down. The two were very close to each other. His light breath lightly hit her nose. Feng Xiange leaned on her, silver white hair cascading down, like the moonlight falling from the sky. The moonlight outside the window was soft and gentle. A gust of wind. The candlelight suddenly went out. An ambiguous atmosphere suddenly rose. His deep eyes reflected her delicate face. Yuanji felt that he was having difficulty breathing. The next moment, Feng Xiange's face suddenly fell, just when they were about to touch each other. Miss, are you okay? I seem to hear something? Lu Wu's anxious voice came from outside the door. I'm fine, Yuanji said, trying to suppress the strangeness in his body. Let go, Yuanji whispered. No. Feng Xiange's ending tone was long, and there was an obvious smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Lu Wu was still worried. Miss, I'm coming in. With a creak, the wooden door opened. The room was dark. Lu Wu picked up the book scattered on the ground and whispered, Miss, if you fall asleep, I will leave now. Leave, and close the door. The room was quiet again. Your second half of the sentence seems a bit guilty, Feng Xiange whispered. The two of them lay on the couch, hidden in the quilt. Feng Xiange pressed on Yuanji. His big hand tightly grasped Yuanji's hand and clasped it on the pillow. Yuanji blushed. Lu Wu has left, Master Feng. Why don't you leave? I will leave whenever I want. Feng Xiange smiled. This posture is really weird. An unusual ambiguous atmosphere lingers around them. Why? Scared? You weren't scared when you broke into Xianming residence alone? Yuanji turned away and said slowly. That's different. But, at that moment, I was scared. Yuanji was stunned. Feng Shuangge's eyebrows hid a trace of melancholy. I thought I wasn't afraid, and no one or anything could cause such emotions in me. But I have to admit that when I knew you rushed in to save me, I was scared. I was afraid that you would be hurt, afraid that you would die, and afraid that you would not be able to be with me in the future. When I went in, I was thinking, if I didn't have you, wouldn't my life be less fun? Yuanji pouted. Lord Feng is just afraid of missing someone to joke with. Finally, she added, such people, as long as Lord Feng is willing, there are many. Feng Xiange laughed out loud, with an ambiguous tone. Why, Miss Yuan, are you jealous? I'm not. Yuanji turned her head away, and said shyly, Lord Feng, we are a single man and a single woman. Do you think this position is appropriate? Her heart was beating very fast. Feng Xiange didn't wear underwear due to injury. The loose white underwear on her shoulders had disappeared in the rolling of the quilt. Under the white gauze, Yuanji could still clearly see the undulating muscle lines. He was very white, much whiter than ordinary people. She couldn't help but take a peek, and then looked away in an instant. Do you think it's inappropriate? Feng Xiange turned Yuanji's head. The warm fingertips gently pressed on her lips. She stammered, of course. It's not appropriate. So, at that time in Xianming residence, I was sleeping soundly. You suddenly broke in, disturbed my sweet dreams, and took advantage of me, left a bag of silver and left. Do you think that was appropriate? Listening carefully, it seemed that there was a hint of gnashing teeth. Feng Shuangge had never been treated so frivolously in his life, so he investigated day and night, and finally found Yuanji. It's over. This man holds a grudge. In Yuanji's astonished eyes, Feng Shuangge leaned over and bullied him. The soft kiss, mixed with the familiar sandalwood scent, made her feel dizzy. She had long forgotten the secular female training in Feng Shuangge's moving sight. She reached out to hold his neck and deepen the kiss. The moonlight cast a slender shadow through the broken jade window lattice, and the sandalwood and jade lotus intertwined and lingered, and the sound was like waves. She seemed to be embraced by tenderness, wearing the spring-like gardenia, and the cold and steady sandalwood fragrance. His kiss was turbulent and restrained. After a long time, he panted and left her neck, his eyes wet with unspeakable lust, and asked the same question as that day in the academy, choose me, or Gu Shihua. Yuanji was a little surprised, but she also found it funny that such a man would have moments of insecurity. She put her arms around his neck and smiled. Secret. Chapter 44. The accumulated snow melted in the spring light, the sky was clear, and the air was fresh, and the shadows of the clouds were mottled. I will pick you up after school. A carriage pulled by a tall horse quietly stopped in the alley on the side of Yulu Academy. In the shadow of the tree, Feng Shuanga smoothed Yuanji's messy hair, and his eyebrows were gentle. Jin Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, His Highness has invited you to lunch, I'm afraid. Feng Shuanga frowned slightly. Yuanji immediately understood that he had something important to do, and waved his hands repeatedly and said, It's okay, I will go back home after school. Don't bother Lord Feng. The remaining words were swallowed in her throat. Feng Shuanga cornered the man, propped up the wall with one hand, with a thick smile in the corner of her eyes, and said in a low and ambiguous voice, Still calling me Lord Feng? Yuanji looked tipsy, looked away and coughed lightly. Lord Feng, you and I should be as good as usual. She looked tipsy, as if she was drunk from 1,000 miles away. With a faint blush, the rich scent of Feng Shuanga suddenly approached, strong and very aggressive. Her heart was very fast, and when Feng Shuanga approached her, her beating heart showed her nervousness, restraint and obscure intentions. At this point, even she understood that Feng Shuanga probably had some feelings for her. But Yuanji remembered Yuan Jianzhou's explanation. Feng Shuanga was a member of the Princess Party, and Yuan Jianzhou also said that if Yuanji chose him, the Yuan family would naturally stand with her. But she was still worried. Yuanji raised her eyes to look at the person in front of her. Even though she remembered the charming and ambiguous moonlight and the lingering and gentle kiss, she still couldn't help asking herself, this person in front of her, is it okay? Did she really like him? Or was it because of the oath of life and death in the fire at Xianmingju? Is his love for her true or false? Yingwei was startled and hurriedly pulled Jinwei out, whispering, Don't look at what's inappropriate. Don't look at what's inappropriate. Okay, it's up to you. Feng Shuanga kissed Yuanji's nose, like a dragonfly touching the water. Go. Yuanji stood at the entrance of the alley, watching Feng Shuanga's carriage going farther and farther away. She calmed down and straightened her clothes as if to cover up the truth, and then stepped into Yulu Academy. Today is the first day of school, and it is also the time to announce the results of the monthly exam before the new year. Many people have come to the academy. Qinshu saw Yuanji and waved her hand. Ji. Come quickly. The teacher is already in the backyard, and will announce the results later. When she said this, she emphasized her tone, and pronounced the last few words clearly. She raised her voice slightly. Oh, I don't know what the bet between someone and Ji was last time. Oh, is it about to admit the mistake? Qinshu turned around and asked Yuanji, Ji, is that right? Am I right? Yes, Yuanji said with a smile. Zhou Yao sneered, and then smiled. Of course I remember this. I just hope Miss Yuan will not break her promise. Yuanji looked at Zhou Yao's face, and a sense of something wrong flashed through her mind. Zhou Yao is so confident. But on the day of the exam, she quietly asked Gu Shihua about her ranking, and got a positive answer from his deep and shallow smile. The result should not have been released so long, but Master Long accompanied his wife to visit her parents, so it was delayed until today. Xiahui walked in with a swagger, and said in a high voice, Oh, are the results going to be announced? Qinshu glanced at him. You are at the bottom again. Right? Xiahui glared at her, and sat down with his sleeves swung, with a confident look on his face. I will not be the last this time. Wang Yin said leisurely. Brother Xie has been studying hard recently, and everyone has seen it. This time, you will definitely get ideal results. He paused, and then said to Yuanji, Miss Yuan is the same. You will definitely get what you want. Yuanji glanced at him, and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Yin's eyebrows flashed with a hint of surprise. Yuanji had only come to the academy a few times, and he almost thought that Yuanji would forget him. But he never thought that she still remembered him. A hint of sweetness suddenly rose in his heart. Tang Wanqiu sat in the seat on the inside, and said softly, Everything will be known after the master announces it. Qinshu looked as if she had seen a ghost. She covered her lips with her hands, and said in astonishment, Miss Tang's injuries healed so quickly. I thought I wouldn't see you for a year. Half a year. 10 years. Or 8 years. It seems that Miss Tang is not as fragile as she appears. Tang Wanqiu's face condensed. Qinshu's words were very impolite. Tang Wanqiu had broken the 9-ring chain and was severely punished with a stick. This matter was really a disgrace to her reputation. After her injuries healed, she rested at home for a long time. It was not until after the new year that she dared to come out after she thought everyone had almost forgotten about this matter. Qin Shu's words actually brought back everyone's memories. Her hands clenched into fists. Her face turned pale, and she forced a smile. There are some good medicines at home, which will make you better faster. This time, Miss Tang, you must be careful. Don't accidentally break someone's things and frame others. Xia Hui's sarcastic tone made everyone laugh instantly. Tang Wanqiu's body was unstable, and her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. Yuan Chang frowned, thinking that the situation was not good, and immediately changed her tone. The teacher is about to come out. Yuan Ji said nothing, but he was very happy. A shadow suddenly appeared outside the academy. Gu Shihua stood tall and walked forward. Yuan Ji's eyes suddenly collided with him. After a moment, he retracted his eyes and walked to his own seat. Yuan Ji actually had some unknown doubts. Was his attitude too bad last time in Xianmingju? As soon as he finished speaking, Master Long walked out with a thick stack of test papers, and his wrinkled face still showed no smile. Silence. The hall was silent instantly. Master Long unfolded a test paper and said in a hoarse voice, "The results of this time are very unexpected. Now we will announce them starting from the first place." Everyone's heart was lifted, and they listened to Master Long's voice attentively. Gu Shihua. No one showed any surprise, because in any exam where Gu Shihua appeared, no one could win the first place. Li Hong, Mo Chui, Wang Yin, Guan Lan. The master's voice was steady and calm. If Yuan Ji heard his voice on ordinary days, she would always feel drowsy, and the next second, she would meet Zhou Gong in her dream. But at the moment, her nerves were tense, her round and clear eyes were fixed on the rice paper in Master Long's hand. The beating of her heart was particularly clear. Tang Wanqiu, Chun Shu, Zhou Yao, Yuan Chang, Yuan Ji. With just one sentence, everyone present was instantly agitated. Yuan Ji looked incredulous, looking up at Zhou Yao's gloating eyes. How could it be? Yuan Ji suddenly looked at Gu Shihua. His brows were furrowed, also with a bewildered look on his face, and he gently shook his head at Yuan Ji. Xia Hui, Guan Mo. Xia Hui laughed out loud. I told you. This time I'm not the last one. Xia Hui's results were quite good this time. He actually climbed from the bottom to the middle. He was overjoyed, as if he had won the first place. He was so proud. He wanted to take the test paper back home to claim credit. Qin Shu pulled his sleeve, whispered, "Don't show off." Gigi lost. Xia Hui came back to his senses after hearing this, with a puzzled look on his face. How could it be? Didn't Xihua say? Who knows this? After the test papers were handed out, Yuan Ji stood there in disbelief. She had worked so hard, but she still lost? She suddenly remembered the bet they had made that day, and her heart was filled with a storm. She was still lost in thought. But suddenly, Gu Shihua stood up and said in a loud voice, "Master, is there a mistake in the results?" Master Long frowned and said in a deep voice, "Of course there is no mistake." Gu Shihua said in a deep voice, "I have seen these test papers before, and I also roughly remember the contents of Yuan Ji and Zhou Yao. When I was marking them that day, Zhou Yao's paper was clearly flawed." Zhou Yao stood up suddenly, dragging the wooden chair on the ground with a sharp and piercing sound, and accused, "Mr. Gu, what do you mean? Are you accusing me of cheating?" "Mr. Gu, please be careful with your words," whispers continued. Xia Hui immediately retorted, "You said Xihua wronged you, but you don't even look at your status. Is it necessary for Xihua to wrongly accuse you? What a joke. Mr. Gu, with his clear wind and bright moon, how could he wrongly accuse someone like you?" The voice of a woman in blue suddenly sounded, mixed with a smile that was difficult to hide. Qin Shu sneered. Xihua was just pointing out something wrong. Why are you so impatient? You even accused him of being wrong. Could it be that you switched the papers and you are guilty? Zhou Yao's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Then do you have evidence to say that Mr. Gu wronged you? Your original grades were just SOSO. This time, you were very close to Qin Shu in the exam." The blue-clothed woman's voice was light and clear, and she pointed out the strangeness in one word. Qin Shu echoed, "Wen Lan is right. You are always inferior to me. How come you are so close to me?" The chatter in the hall was extremely noisy, and neither side gave in. until both sides stopped fighting due to thirst. Li Hong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, although I don't know why Miss Zhou has made such rapid progress. Xihua is definitely not a person who speaks nonsense. Mo Chui, who was sitting on the other side, nodded and agreed. Everyone can see what Xihua is like. If you say he is talking nonsense, I don't believe it. Li Hong and Mo Chui were the other two people who always ranked in the top 3 in the school besides Gu Xihua. They always sat in the corner and didn't like to talk. Yuan Ji didn't come to the academy often, so he only knew their names, but not their real people. Even such a person who valued words like gold would speak out for Gu Xihua. Yuan Ji realized belatedly the status of Gu Xihua in the minds of these scholars. If that's the case, then take it out and let's see it. Master Long thought for a moment and took out the papers of the two to compare. Gu Xihua carefully compared the two papers. Yuan Ji's paper was the one from that day, and there was no mistake. But Zhou Yao's, he frowned and felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. The two had excellent handwriting. Zhou Yao's answer seemed to be the same as he remembered. Gu Xihua had read too many papers, so naturally he couldn't remember the contents of everyone. He just felt that this paper was perfect and didn't look like the questions Zhou Yao answered. Or in other words, it didn't look like the questions Zhou Yao answered that day. Tang Wanqiu said softly, maybe Mr. Gu remembered it wrongly? Mr. Gu is a little biased towards Miss Yuan. Everyone can see it, but we can't wrongly accuse Yao Yao because of this. Gu Xihua held the two test papers. His thoughts passed quickly, but he could not catch the fleeting memory. Yuan Chang walked forward and took the two test papers, and said softly, Mr. Gu, maybe you remembered it wrongly? Gu Xihua moved her hand away without leaving a trace, avoiding Yuan Chang's touch. Yuan Chang's smile froze, and she put down her hand awkwardly. Seeing Gu Xihua's expression, Master Long also felt a little strange. There are students who have made rapid progress, such as Yuan Ji and Xia Hui, but Master Long knew that they were studying privately with Gu Xihua. But Zhou Yao was not a gifted student. This test paper was too neat, and her thoughts were clear. It didn't look like she answered it on the spot. The most important thing was that Gu Xihua raised this point, which was really wrong. Gu Xihua was one of the few geniuses he had ever seen in his life. Her character, knowledge, and family background were all excellent. Master Long pondered for a moment and said, this matter is strange. We will make a conclusion after we investigate it thoroughly. Why? Zhou Yao's voice suddenly rose. Master, Yuan Ji can study hard and get a good ranking. But I can't. Master, are you partial to one and not to the other? After saying that, Zhou Yao's eyes were filled with tears again. Master Long frowned slightly. Of course not. Zhou Yao pressed the issue further. Yuan Ji is not as good as others. That's all. Why is it abnormal that I scored better than her? My grades are not too bad. Right? If you think about it carefully, there is really nothing wrong with this statement. But everyone feels that it is not right. Everyone knows that Yuan Ji was taught by Gu Xihua. Master Long held his forehead and said in embarrassment, then, this is very simple. Gu Xihua raised her head, with a firm look, and said in a cold voice, take the test again. Chapter 45. Take the test again? Everyone looked at each other, not daring to say more. Yes, Gu Xihua said in a deep voice. Since there is no problem, and there are objections, then just take the test again in public to prove your innocence. Master Long thought for a moment, and immediately clapped his hands. All right, just take it as the opening exam. Everyone cried out in sorrow when they heard this. They had not studied for more than half a month, and now they are taking a surprise exam. Who knows what the results will be? This is the end. Who isn't? I haven't read for a long time. Xia Hui and Qin Shu looked at each other, and both showed a trace of worry. Especially Xia Hui. He and Yuan Ji were of the same level. No one knew how much knowledge Yuan Ji had. If he said that he made progress last time, because Gu Xihua tied him up to study every day, but after all, he had been on leave for so long, and Yuan Ji was a lively and playful person. During the new year, he either set off fireworks, or went to the stage. Who knows how much he still remembers. Although Zhou Yao was dull, her study foundation was better than Yuan Ji's. Tang Wanqiu pursed her lips. She was not afraid of the surprise test, but she would never forget the humiliation Yuan Ji gave her. She questioned. Surprise test? Did the teacher prepare the test questions? Guan Lan frowned for a moment, and suggested, Why not use the previous test questions? Emochioi shook his head and denied it. No. We have done the previous test questions. And the teacher has explained them. There is no point. Chinshu frowned. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Why not let Shihua come up with the questions? How can that be possible? Zhou Yao snorted coldly. Everyone knows that Master Gu is close to Miss Yuan and Master Xie. If he deliberately asks questions that they have learned before, wouldn't it be unfair? Chinshu snorted coldly. She had originally thought of this. But Zhou Yao reacted so quickly. People around were talking to each other. And the hall was noisy. Master Long pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, Then I will ask a question, with a time limit of 1 stick of incense. Do you have any objections to this? Seeing Master Long speak, everyone naturally had no objection. He sat down, holding his robe and sleeves, and picked up the pen to think for a moment. When the ink on the wolf hair tip was about to fall, he moved his wrist and wrote a question. Yuanji was very nervous at first. But when he saw the question, his eyebrows and eyes relaxed. Before Tai Su, it was quiet, mysterious and silent, and could not be represented. There was nothing inside and nothing outside. Such a thing would last forever. Is this called darkness? Yuanji recognized this sentence, which was a sentence from the first half of Ling Xian. She has done some research on astronomical phenomena recently. And the question asked by Master Long is also very simple, which is the understanding of Ming. If you have read this book, you will naturally be able to answer it easily. Yuanji raised her eyes and glanced at everyone. She saw that many people were scratching their heads and couldn't write anything. However, Gu Shihua, Emochioi, Li Hong and others looked confident and wrote down the answers slowly. They are worthy of being at the forefront of the academy. Zhou Yao was stunned when she saw the question. The master had never taught questions related to astronomical phenomena. Why would it be today? She held the pen tightly, but could not write a single word. She looked up again and saw Yuanji answering the questions in an orderly manner, which made her even more confused. Not only her, but also Tang Wanqiu frowned. Not knowing how to answer, an instant stick of time passed in a flash, and the sound of birds singing outside the window broke the silence. Before the last incense stick was completely extinguished, Yuanji finally finished answering the questions, and then put down the pen. She rubbed her sore wrist, handed in her test paper with both hands, and then cast a provocative look at Zhou Yao. The test papers can be exchanged. But what about the on-site test? The teacher took out Yuanji and Zhou Yao's test papers first, and everyone gathered around. One of them had neat handwriting, and the other had vigorous and neat writing. The text was smooth and concise. The other had messy handwriting, and the sentences were not connected, and the meaning was not even understood. The difference was obvious. Teacher Long did not say it directly, but just said, Now, do you have any more opinions? Although Zhou Yao was not convinced, no one around her spoke for her. Even Tang Wanqiu and Yuan Chang, who usually stood by her, were staring at Yuanji's test paper in a daze. She gritted her teeth and asked loudly, The teacher didn't mention this question at all. Why did you? I didn't mention it. So you didn't know? Teacher Long's expression was a little cold. He snorted coldly and rebuked, Studying is about self-awareness. If you rely on the school for everything, how can you make progress? If I don't tell you, you don't know? Why does Yuanji know? Shihua, Chioi, Guanlon all know. Teacher Long stroked his goatee and slowly stood up. Yuanji, you tell me. This sentence comes from Ling Xian, a book about celestial phenomena, which the student happened to have read. Ming, or Qi when the world was first created. It was mysterious, empty, chaotic, and unclear, collectively called Qi. Although the speed was slow, it gradually became organized. Qi began to have yin and yang, hard and soft, clear and turbid. The sky is yang, and the earth is yin. When yin and yang interact, the 4 seasons are born. In this cycle, the world changes. Yuanji's voice was crisp, and every word was very clear. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell silent. She was silent for a moment, pinched her fingers awkwardly, and said ashamedly, This is just my humble opinion. Please forgive me. Sir. This was her understanding after reading the Ling Xian. At that time, she only felt that the world was constantly changing, which was very interesting. So she wrote it down. She never thought that it would come in handy today. Everyone looked at each other. Even Chen Shu was a little confused. Gu Shihua's eyes showed a trace of appreciation. And she said in a deep voice, "It is indeed the Lynx Yen. If Miss Zhou also reads books like Miss Yuan, she would not be unable to answer today." Did Yuanji really read some books? Everyone was a little stunned. In their impression, Yuanji was still the troublemaker who skipped classes and left early when she first entered the academy, and didn't come to the academy for various reasons. Now, could it be that she really has some real talent? Even those students, who have always been at the top of the academy, looked at her differently. This question is not difficult. As long as you have read the book and know the source, you can answer it. The difficulty is that this book is a niche one, not within the scope of the academic examination, so very few people read it. Master Long looked at her with great approval, and said immediately, "If you can be as eager to learn as Miss Yuan, why worry about not passing the imperial examination?" Gu Shihua also nodded, with a faint smile on her lips, and sighed slightly. Miss Yuan is really different today than when she first entered the academy. Qin Shu patted Yuan Ji's shoulder excitedly. "Gigi, you are so great." Xia Hui looked at her with eyes like seeing a ghost, walked forward in 3 or 2 steps, pinched Yuan Ji's cheek hard. Yuan Ji felt pain instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and immediately slapped his hand away, covering her red face, and angrily scolded, "What are you doing?" Xia Hui looked resentful. "You are not possessed. Then how do you know such a biased question?" Yuan Ji held his forehead. "I learned it. Is it not possible?" Hearing this, Xia Hui looked as if he had seen a ghost, so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. If he remembered correctly, when they were studying in Yuan Mansion, they were both absent-minded. Could it be that they were studying behind his back? They were so scheming. Yuan Ji raised his eyes, and met Gu Shihua's eyes as clear as a spring, but when their eyes met, they looked away with understanding. Her mind suddenly flashed back to the scene in Xianmingju that day, when Gu Shihua held her hand and questioned her. She also recalled what Yuan Jinzhou said to her. Gu Shihua was not ruthless to her. If there was a chance, it would be better to mention it in a tactful way. Zhou Yao's face turned pale. Yuan Ji's provocative eyes were like a sharp knife on her neck, and a thin layer of sweat floated on her forehead. She pursed her lips and said calmly, "This question is obscure, and there are many people who can't answer it. How can it prove that there was something wrong with my test paper in the last exam?" She curled her lips and smiled, sinisterly said, "Even if Yuan Ji is better this time, you still can't prove it." Yuan Ji frowned. What Zhou Yao said made sense. The bet was about the last exam. If there is no evidence, what does it matter if you win now? She was a little impatient. Xia Hui was anxious, raising his voice. "Look at your test paper just now. The handwriting is messy like a bird's nest. Your previous papers were not very neat." "Right?" Yuan Chang retorted. "That's wrong. Every time. The mentality is different, and the performance is different. It is reasonable that the handwriting changes." Zhou Yao crossed her arms and stepped forward, raising her chin and staring at Yuan Ji, sneered, "Miss Yuan, don't forget the bet you made with me last time." Facing Zhou Yao's cold and gloomy gaze, Yuan Ji felt unreasonably irritated. If she was really asked to kneel, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Yuan family? At this moment, a fresh scent of ink slowly came over. Yuan Ji raised her eyes again, but saw Gu Shihua standing beside her, a few inches away, and his ink scent was clearly audible. He cast a soothing look at Yuan Ji, then raised his eyes, and said seriously, "Of course there is evidence." Gu Shihua stood tall and graceful, and was confident. Zhou Yao couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did he really have evidence? How could this be possible? She clearly did it very well. "Lord Feng." Gu Shihua's voice was as clear as the tinkling of spring water. Yuan Ji heard this, and looked up in surprise. He saw a figure in red clothes striding forward through the wide-open door of the academy. The warm sun rose slightly. The golden and dazzling light shone on him. The silver hair shone with delicate light. Hasn't he made an appointment with other adults to discuss matters? How could this happen? There was a commotion in the academy. Everyone looked at each other, and dared not speak for a moment. Gu Shihua actually called this cold-faced devil? The people present subconsciously held their breath, and dared not be presumptuous. But there were still many women who secretly raised their eyebrows to look at Feng Xuange. After all, although he looked cold and scary, he was a handsome man in Chang'an. Wen Lan looked at him in a daze, until the paralyzed guard beside Feng Xuange glanced at her coldly. She then withdrew her gaze embarrassedly. When Master Long saw the person coming, he immediately stepped forward. His waist and legs were no longer sore, and he walked briskly, which made Xia Hui stunned. He leaned close to Yuan Ji and whispered, This old man is not sick. He looks half dead. I thought he was sick. Yuanji nodded in agreement. Master. He does look healthier than usual. When Xie Hui's eyes touched Gu Shihua standing beside Yuanji, he understood instantly and said angrily, I understand. This old man pretended to be sick and pushed all those trivial things onto Shihua. The words are rough, but the truth is true. Thinking carefully, it seems to be true. Every time Master Long either leaves early because of something, or because of backache, Gu Shihua is responsible for invigilating, setting questions, marking papers, and even doing it for him. Master Long hunched his back and grinned. Master Feng is very busy. Why are you here today? Feng Shuangge's fox eyes slightly raised, and Yuanji couldn't see the emotion in his eyes. His voice was melodious, and his eyes fell on Yuanji vaguely, playingly. I heard that something happened in the academy, and I need this person to be here to testify for. Miss Yuan. Yuanji's face suddenly became hazy, and the blush slowly spread to her ears. She saw the silent words in Feng Shuangge's middle sentence clearly. He was clearly saying, I need this person to testify for. Madam. Damn, who is this madam? Chapter 46. Why is he here? Yuanji suppressed her doubts, and forced herself to ignore Feng Shuangge's gaze. She whispered, Shihua, why did you call him here? Gu Shihua cast a soothing look at her, and then walked to the center of the study hall, saying word by word, the teacher was not there that day, and it was Lord Feng who was invigilating. Lord Feng. Do you still remember whether there was anyone in the hall who cheated in some unbearable way? As soon as these words came out, the hall was instantly noisy. Qin Shu said with disgust, if you can't pass the exam, you can't pass it, but you cheated, you are really shameless. Xie Hui sneered, and said in a sarcastic tone, if I can, I can. If I can't, I can't. Like me. Even if I'm at the bottom. I never do such a mean thing. Qin Shu looked surprised. You are at the bottom, and you are still so arrogant? Zhou Yao's face was pale, and her hands hidden in her sleeves were clenched into fists, and the lotus pink nail polish was deeply embedded in her palms. She raised her eyebrows suddenly, and happened to meet Feng Shuangge's meaningful eyes. The pressure from him made her unable to move, and a thin layer of sweat suddenly appeared on her forehead. Feng Xiange held the golden fan, and it immediately unfolded a light flower, with the tassel flying. He stood up leisurely, and stood beside Yuanji. A sly smile appeared on his face, and the tail tone was drawn out. Mr. Gu said so. Then I remember it. The fox eyes that have always been cynical contained a shallow chill. He stared at Zhou Yao, whose face was weak, and said in a light voice, that day, it seems that Miss Zhou intended to use stones to prevent Miss Yuan from answering questions, and was discovered by me. I vaguely remember that there was a big spot of ink on Miss Zhou's paper. Zhou Yao's figure flashed. She had planned everything, but she had never expected that Feng Shuangge, who was so powerful, would come to Yunlu Academy for such a small matter. Yuan Chang's eyes moved between Yuanji and Feng Shuangge, and her heart sank. Lingshan Autumn Banquet. The birthday of the prince. And today, every time Yuanji was in trouble, Feng Shuangge was there to support her. Could it be that he really had some feelings for Yuanji? Thinking of this, Yuan Chang felt a little uneasy again. Although she didn't like Yuanji, she never thought of killing her. Yuan Chang had also heard the rumors about Feng Xiange. She was in a trance for a moment, wondering if it would be good or bad if Yuanji and this adult were to get involved. Li Hong frowned and said in a deep voice, since adult Feng said so, it seems that this is true. Everyone nodded. Not only because of Feng Xiange's identity, but also because they were just students and had no contact with Feng Xiange. There was no reason for him to favor one of them, for no reason. Besides, with his status, it was unlikely that he would wrongly accuse Zhou Yao. Seeing this, Tang Wanqiu's heart was in a state of confusion. With Feng Shuangge here, it didn't seem to be a good time at the moment, so it was better to act according to circumstances. Zhou Yao's face turned pale. She looked at Yuan Chang and Tang Wanqiu with hope, but the two of them no longer had the mind to join in the fun, and didn't even look at her, for fear of having any connection with her and making this adult unhappy. He usually enjoys her flattery, but he just leaves it alone when something goes wrong. Zhou Yao has seen through Tang Wanqiu's character. She glared at Tang Wanqiu fiercely, and just when she was about to speak, she suddenly received Feng Shuangge's glare and subconsciously kept silent. Although this person usually smiles, he looks cynical and cool. But everyone still remembers the thunderous methods used by this Lord Feng. Even though he has already restrained his anger, he can still make people feel scared with just a glare. Zhou Yao's breath was choked, but the gazes and whispers from all directions made her feel uneasy. She withstood the pressure and spoke with courage and trembling voice. Even if Lord Feng remembered this, how can he be sure that it was me? There were many candidates that day, and Lord Feng was busy with many things. How can he be so sure that it was me? She paused slightly, and never said the second half of the sentence. At the Lingshan Autumn Banquet, Lord Feng favored Yuan Ji, and today as well. Could it be that he has some special thoughts about Yuan Ji? But she didn't dare. To be honest, when Feng Xuange appeared, she knew that she would probably lose. Zhou Yao didn't dare to gamble with the Zhou family. Mo Qiuyi pondered for a moment and said, "We still need to find the original paper, if there is really an original paper." He didn't like to get involved in women's affairs. He turned a deaf ear to the outside world, and only read the books of sages. Regarding this matter, although he believed Gu Shihua, but without seeing the original, it was difficult to make a final conclusion. Feng Xuange narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand slightly, and saw Yin Yu striding forward with a group of guards. The academy, which was originally not big, suddenly became extremely crowded with so many guards. When the students of the academy saw so many black-armored guards, they subconsciously kept silent and huddled together. After all, they were still students, and had never experienced the battlefield like Feng Xuange, and faced life and death. When they saw these guards with blood on their bodies, they always felt fear in their hearts. Even Yuan Ji subconsciously took a step back. Gu Shihua saw all her little movements, and he subconsciously raised his foot to block Yuan Ji. The next moment, Feng Xuange took a step forward and walked slowly in front of Yuan Ji. Gu Shihua paused in the air for 3 breaths, and then quietly retracted it. Xia Hui looked at Gu Shihua in silence. Feng Xuange tapped the handle of his fan, and said softly, "Since you want evidence, then just search it." After that, he belatedly asked Master Long for his opinion. "Does the master have any objection?" Master Long was shocked, and said immediately, "Everything is up to Lord Feng." Yuan Ji suddenly asked, "Shihua, when did this test paper go wrong?" Gu Shihua frowned and thought, "I flipped through it when I brought it this morning, and there was no change at that time. But I went out on the way. So it was probably during this period?" Xia Hui asked, "Where did you go?" Gu Shihua's handsome face flashed a very slight unnaturalness, and he said in a deep voice, "Liuhe Pavilion." Yuan Ji paced in the hall, thought for a moment and said, "The academy is not far from Liuhe Pavilion. A cup of tea is enough." And many classmates came during this period. If there is really an original, it will definitely not leave this academy. Wen Lan clapped his hands in agreement, and suddenly realized, "I said that when I came here, I saw Zhou Yao sneaking around, and I thought she was a thief." Zhou Yan's face flushed, and she scolded, "You are a thief?" Yuan Ji's scrutinizing eyes made her feel terrified. She didn't know if Yuan Ji had seen anything. She suddenly smiled, and Zhou Yao became even more panicked. If they wanted to search the academy, they would need a lot of manpower. Obviously, it would not work to let the people in the academy go. If Zhou Yao's people found them first, wouldn't they really die without any evidence? Now I have to let Feng Xuange's people. Yuan Ji's eyes flashed with doubt. If I borrow Feng Xuange's people, will it cause some unfounded suspicion? Just when she was really frowning and thinking, I suddenly heard Feng Xuange's voice. Jinwei, you take people to search." Jinwei and Yinwei each took half of the people, searching everywhere in the academy. The originally clean and tidy academy was instantly in chaos. The neatly arranged books on the bookshelf also fell to the ground. The academy was filled with the rustling of books falling and pages turning. Although Master Long was angry, he dared not say much because of Feng Xuange's authority. Everyone was temporarily kept in the study room and not allowed to move. Feng Xuange sat on the main seat, leisurely drinking tea, as if everything was under his control. Zhou Yao's eyes were fixed on everyone, until Jinyu and Yinyu came back in disappointment. She was relieved. Feng Xuange's eyebrows were slightly cold. "Didn't find it?" Jinyu's face was stern, and he knelt on one knee and said, "You are incompetent." Zhou Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Her tense shoulders finally relaxed, and with a smile of having survived a disaster, she turned her head and said sarcastically, "Now, you should believe it. Right, Mr. Gu?" Gu Shihua's expression was slightly cold, and her brows were tightly knitted. Recalling the paper she flipped through when she went out this morning, his expression was firm, and it was clearly different. How could he not find it? Feng Shuangde glanced at Zhou Yao coldly. He had also heard a little about her bet with Yuan Ji. A person who was not presentable, using a despicable trick that was not presentable, dared to be presumptuous in front of him? He gently put down the teacup, and the teacup made a slight crisp sound when it fell to the ground, and a shallow layer of water ripples appeared. His movements were clearly light, but everyone present instantly felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the tip of their hearts. Even so, I said you are. I know where you are. Yuan Ji interrupted him. She faced Zhou Yao's stunned face, walked straight to Gu Shihua's desk, and casually groped under the desk. After a while, her palms seemed to touch something. Got it, it's really here. She took down a folded piece of rice paper stuck under Gu Shihua's desk, and in the face of Zhou Yao's horrified face, she spread out the rice paper. There were many words written on the wrinkled rice paper, and there was a pool of eye-catching ink spots on it. Looking at the first page again, it was Zhou Yao's name. Everyone was in an uproar, and their contemptuous eyes were thrown at Zhou Yao like a sharp blade. Zhou Yao looked at Yuan Ji in surprise, as if asking her why she knew. Yuan Ji said word by word, "Your words are all targeting Shihua, so I thought, you have searched all the places in the academy, but you haven't searched Shihua's desk. There are many people in the academy, you can't hide the test paper, so you can only temporarily put it on the desk closest to the backyard, which is Shihua's desk, right?" Seeing that Yuan Ji had guessed everything, Zhou Yao could no longer refute. Xia Hui took 2 steps forward, took the test paper from Yuan Ji's hand. His brows were tightly knitted, with a look of disgust, and said with a sigh, "TSK, TSK, TSK, this dog-crawling handwriting is so messy, it's like a bird's nest. This ink spot is really, my Jixiang can even bloom flowers if you step on it casually." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. And Yuan Ji couldn't help laughing. Jixiang is Xia Hui's dog. And what he said really didn't give Zhou Yao any face. As he said this, he raised his hand and spread the test paper in front of everyone, showing it while walking, until he stood in front of Zhou Yao. His eyes became deep, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this yours?" Zhou Yao looked at the test paper close at hand, her face pale and bloodless. She almost lost her balance. She staggered a few steps and grabbed the sleeve of the person next to her to stabilize her body. She wanted to quibble, but no sound came out of her throat. Her panicked eyes were as terrified as a wounded rabbit. Many things flashed through her mind. Her cousin, the Zhou family, Yuan Ji, Tang Wanqiu. The mocking eyes of her classmates came from all directions, and she had no place to hide. Even Tang Wanqiu and Yuan Chang, who were hanging out together every day, subconsciously showed contempt when her affair was exposed. A thought flashed through her mind for a moment. Why should she go against Yuan Ji? Xia Hui's voice was close at hand. "According to the bet, you have to apologize to Yuan Ji." Wenlan echoed, "That's right, you don't dare anymore. Do you? What a joke. I thought she really beat Yuan Ji by taking the exam before. She was so proud at that time, and even shouted that Yuan Ji should kneel down and apologize. Why, it's your turn, you don't dare again?" Yuan Ji pushed through the crowd, stood beside Zhou Yao. His face was cold. Since she met Zhou Yao, she had been against her in every way. Whether it was because of Tang Wanqiu or Yuan Chang, Zhou Yao had always tried to hurt her. Even at the last Lingshan autumn banquet, the two hinted that Zhou Yao was trying to frame her. She couldn't help but feel sorry. Although Zhou Yao was beautiful, she was really stupid and did so many wrong things. Until Feng Shuangde and Gu Shihua came up and stood on Yuan Ji's left and right. Zhou Yao finally came to her senses. She finally understood that she couldn't win against Yuan Ji, and there was no way to win. Zhou Yao's eyes were filled with tears. She opened her mouth for a long time before she found her voice and trembled. "I'm sorry." Xia Hui raised his eyebrows. "Don't you have to kneel down?" "Yes. It seems that the bet was to kneel down and apologize." "Right?" The crowd's booing continued. Zhou Yao's face turned pale. She only felt that her back was already sweating, and beads of sweat mixed with tears suddenly fell. She gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, with a determined heart, lifting the hem of her skirt, and gradually bending her knees. Just as her knees gradually touched the ground, Yuan Ji suddenly spoke. "No need." Yuan Ji's voice was icy, and it seemed particularly abrupt in the noisy cheering. Zhou Yao's slightly bent body was stunned, and she looked at her puzzled. She looked at Zhou Yao, and countless emotions flashed in her eyes, and finally sighed softly. "You go. Don't do this again in the future." Zhou Yao's body was stiff, and she stood up immediately. She wanted to ask, but she felt ashamed to ask. He fled in panic under everyone's gaze. Yuanji sighed. She was still soft-hearted. The matter was over, the dust had settled. Feng Xiange waved away the guards, and asked them to clean up the mess. Gu Shihua and Feng Xiange looked at each other, and then nodded calmly. When Lan stood beside Yuanji, looked at Feng Xiange with a spring face, and said shyly, Master Feng is really the lover of my dreams. Yuanji was shocked. Why do you think so? When Lan covered her face, staring at Feng Xiange, and said shyly, silver hair and red clothes. Handsome. Powerful. Really like the immortal king from the fairyland of Qingqiu, who came down to earth to experience tribulations in the storybook. Yuanji's face showed a strange look. She took the candy cake handed by Qinshu, and said in a hurry, Is it really that good? When Lan nodded, You don't know? There are countless women in Chang'an who secretly admire Master Feng, but they dare not show it because of those rumors. There is such a thing. Yuanji was shocked. She thought that with Feng Shuang's notoriety, no woman would dare to fall in love with him. When Lan secretly glanced at Feng Shuang several times, and said shyly, Of course, there are at least 800 women who want to marry into the Xiangfu. But Lord Feng is not interested in women. And I don't know who will be so lucky in the end. Hey! Gigi. I think Lord Feng seems to be a little bit special to you. Yuanji felt guilty instantly, and waved her hands. How could it be? When Lan calmly analyzed, such a small matter happened in the academy today. How could Lord Feng come here with his status? I think. Yuanji hurriedly made up an excuse. Have you forgotten? Shihua came to find him. I really don't know Lord Feng well. The more she spoke, the more guilty she felt. Yuanji faced Wen Lan's suspicious eyes, and forced a bleak smile. Yuanji felt a little resentful. Didn't they agree to put aside the matter between them for the time being? She could solve the matter today by herself. She was complaining in her heart, and didn't notice the figure approaching her at all. Until she came to her senses. She saw a shadow in front of her. Feng Xiange stood in front of her, his fox eyes flashed with a dark light. His slightly raised eyebrows contained a hint of ill intention. He curled his lips and smiled. Not familiar. Miss Yuan, have you and I ever? The familiar tone, the familiar eyes, made Yuanji instantly think of that absurd moonlit night. She almost immediately anticipated Feng Xiange's next sentence. Yuanji's heart suddenly clenched. Her breath was choked. She was so scared that she couldn't even hold the cake steady, and stepped back repeatedly. Sir, not familiar. It didn't happen. Please respect yourself. Chapter 47. At noon, the warm sun shines on the academy. The ice on the eaves gradually becomes transparent and melts. Drops of water fall down the ice. The hall is noisy. The sound of packing books, chatting and joking is mixed together. Yuanji realized something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking, and immediately met Feng Xiange's smiling and meaningful gaze. This old fox. He was blown away. When Lan was immersed in Feng Xiange's expression, her heart was pounding, and she didn't hear Yuanji's words for a while. When she came back to her senses, she realized it belatedly and asked, Gigi, what did you say just now? Yuanji swallowed the cake silently, and said weakly, Nothing. Didn't he just almost let out his own story? It's a small matter. A small matter. As he was talking, Gu Shihua came slowly with a test paper in her hand, and said softly, Here you go. Her bony hands holding the thin rice paper, which aroused people's reverie. When Lan stood beside Yuanji, and when his eyes fell on Gu Shihua's slender hands, he was stunned again. Yuanji frowned. When did he notice her? Did he hear what I just said? Yuanji took the test paper, folded it carefully, and put it into her sleeve. She wanted to ask Gu Shihua if she wanted to eat some cakes, but she saw Gu Shihua turn around and left. Yuanji was a little puzzled. Is he still angry? Feng Shuangde caught the word sharply, and asked casually, What is he angry about? Yuanji looked at Gu Shihua's neat back, and said in a deep voice, That day in Xiamingju, I was mean to him. And then, Xia Hui, who was not far away, watched the whole scene. Seeing Yuanji's eyes, he wanted to say something, but because Feng Shuangde was there, he could only hold his breath and run towards Gu Shihua's figure that was getting farther and farther away. Most of the people in the hall had left, until even when Lan felt it was not appropriate to continue watching, and left the academy, looking back every few steps. When Yuanji walked to the entrance of the academy, looking at the empty street, his head was confused. Where is the carriage of the Prime Minister's mansion? You just realized it. Feng Shuanga raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "You were just talking to your classmates just now. And you were so slow." The carriage had already followed Yuan Chang back to the mansion. Yuan Ji was so angry that her face turned red. "Why didn't you remind me?" Feng Shuanga looked innocent. "I saw that you were talking excitedly. It was obviously intentional. If it wasn't intentional, she would have written the two words Yuan Ji backwards." Looking at the quiet streets around, Yuan Ji sighed and walked towards the direction of Yuan Mansion, as if she had accepted her fate. After walking 2 steps, she stopped and frowned and asked, "Why did Master Feng follow me?" The sandalwood scent on Feng Shuanga's body was very fragrant, and with that subtle deterrence, Yuan Ji could not ignore such a person with a strong presence. He raised his eyebrows lazily and said indifferently, "I don't have a carriage either." Yuan Ji watched him take a step, and a tall carriage followed behind him. After a while, Yuan Ji turned back and asked, "Master Feng, didn't you make an appointment for afternoon dinner in the palace?" Feng Shuanga's eyebrows were still smiling, and he said unmoved, "No hurry." Jin Yu, who was following on the side, couldn't help but speak, "My lord, His Highness has arrived at the moon viewing tower." Feng Xiange looked up at the sky, seemingly after a fierce mental struggle, then he breathed a sigh of relief. "In this case, I will go to the appointment first. Yin Yu, you escort Miss Yuan back to the mansion." "Yes." Yin Yu smiled and moved closer to Yuan Ji. "Miss Yuan, where are we going?" Yuan Ji wanted to say that she could go back to the mansion alone. There was no need to do this. But seeing Feng Shuanga's expression of "it's either Yin Yu or me," she glanced at the 2 rows of black armored guards behind the carriage, and suddenly felt her eyes go dark. She immediately nodded and agreed, "Thank you, sir." Feng Shuanga said again, "This carriage is first." "Thank you, sir, for your kindness. Yuan Mansion is not far away. Yuan Ji will leave first." As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Ji hurried away with her skirt lifted, as if avoiding the plague god, and Yin Yu hurriedly followed. Feng Shuanga looked at the fluttering sleeves of the clear shadow. Her eyes were indifferent, and then she seemed to remember something, and her face gradually darkened. Yuan Ji did not return to Yuan Mansion, but took Yin Yu to Liuhe Restaurant. Yin Yu looked at the various cakes displayed in the window of Liuhe Restaurant, and her appetite was instantly aroused. She looked at Yuan Ji eagerly, and said with a flattering smile, "Miss Yuan, you see, although the adults do not allow us to bring our husbands to eat, we are here." Yuan Ji looked at Yin Yu's expression, and bought 2 servings of honey cakes generously. Yin Yu was a teenager, and he was greedy and playful. He was different from Jin Yu. Although Jin Yu was the same age as him, he was particularly old, and always had a paralyzed face. Yin Yu pinched the honey crisp in her hand, and in a flash, she thought of Feng Xiange. She gradually slowed down her chewing and said casually, "Oh, such a good honey crisp. It would be great if my master could eat it. He likes sweets the most, and can't eat anything without sweetness." Yuan Ji, who was biting the honey crisp, was stunned. Her eyes were blank. "Is it really like this?" She swallowed the honey crisp in her mouth, frowned and asked, "But the last time he was injured, the doctor told me that Master Feng needed to rest, and must not eat sweet things. Later, he said that Master Feng didn't like sweets." This, Yin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and her head shook like a rattle. She said righteously, "Nonsense. My master clearly loves sweets, especially the persimmon cake that the girl gave me last time in Lingshan. He couldn't let it go. He ate 1 piece every day, rain or shine. After working all night, he would have to eat a piece of persimmon cake made by the girl before he could fall asleep peacefully. What kind of doctor is this? How can you talk nonsense like this?" Yin Yu became more and more excited, and her voice became 3 times higher. "Quack! Quack!" Yuan Ji was stunned. He could not tell the truth from the falsehood in Yin Yu's words for a moment. He said slowly, "It was the imperial physician Qi Huaishan." Yin Yu's arrogance instantly weakened by 3 points. As guilty as he was, Qi Huaishan, who was far away in the palace, suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Liuhe Restaurant has a large flow of customers. It is also in the downtown area. When Yuan Ji bought honey cakes, he saw that there were sesame cakes in the oven inside. He immediately decided to wait a little longer. Of course, the sesame cakes must be freshly baked to taste good. "Gigi?" Yuan Ji looked in the direction of the sound, and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xia Hui squeezed out of the crowd, holding a bag of oil paper in his hand, and said, I came to buy some sugar cakes. Yuanji looked at the large bag of oil paper he had injured and frowned. Didn't Xiaoshu buy some at the academy just now? You didn't eat it then. And now you are queuing up to buy it. Why are you doing this? Xiaohui looked confused. How could Xiaoshu buy it? He paused, and then reacted, and said in shock, Do you think Qinshu bought it? Isn't it? Yuanji was also confused. Qinshu handed it to her. Xiaohui immediately looked at her as if she was a fool, and said sadly, It's good enough that Qinshu didn't come to the academy late. And you still expect her to get up early to buy it? This is bought by Xihua. Yuanji was stunned. Doesn't Xihua dislike sweets? Inyu's ears moved. Huh? Yuanji knew that Gu Xihua didn't eat sweets. But she didn't know that his master didn't like it either. He had to think about his master's lifelong happiness. Thinking of this, he stepped more firmly, stood firmly beside Yuanji, and pricked up his ears, for fear of missing any news. Xiaohui hesitated, looking at Inyu beside Yuanji for a long time. Yuanji paused for a while before she figured it out. Could it be bought for her? Seeing Yuanji's finally understanding expression, Xiaohui breathed a sigh of relief. Since you know Xihua doesn't like sweets, you should also understand Xihua's intentions. He never leaves the academy for such a trivial matter as buying candy cakes. He looked at Inyu, who had a strange look on her face, and glared at him several times. But Inyu seemed to be blind and could not understand his eyes. She stood there motionless. Xiaohui had no choice but to say this. Gu Xihua and he had known each other since childhood, and his words and deeds had never been out of line. He had always been cold and distant. But he had some subtle and unspeakable thoughts about Yuanji. Xiaohui had reminded him before. But it had come to this point today. The four of them had a close relationship. But Xiaohui felt that he still had to find an opportunity to make things clear with Yuanji. I don't know what you think, Gigi. But if you have no interest in Xihua, please put an end to his thoughts as soon as possible. Xiaohui looked solemn, and left after saying this, looking at Yuanji's dazed expression. Inyu was anxious, thinking that Miss Yuan might have changed her mind. Although she and his family have not yet been engaged, it is absolutely certain that Yuanji will marry into the Xiongfu. Having such a master's wife who treats everyone well, has a casual and easygoing temperament, and is generous, is much better than not knowing what kind of arrogant official wife the crown prince will send in the future. He couldn't help but blurt out, Miss Yuan, my master is very good at eating sweets, and he is a perfect match for you. Yuanji was confused again. The windows of the wing room on the top floor of Wanhua Tower were wide open. Outside the window, the clouds rolled and scattered, the floating clouds and broken shadows, the rolling mountains condensed into dark or light ink in the dim light and shadow. When Li Qingze added the third cup of tea, Feng Xuande finally arrived late. The wooden door creaked. Feng Xuande walked in leisurely, not hurried or slow. He sat down with his robe and sleeves, and said softly, Your Highness, I am late. No problem. Li Qingze's expression showed no sadness or joy. Sumir knelt beside Li Qingze. Her fair and soft hands picked up the teapot, and her red nail polish was very conspicuous. The sound of tea pouring into the cup was crisp. Sumir immediately left and closed the door. Li Qingze looked at Feng Xuande, his eyes slightly narrowed. Did Lord Feng really take it to heart? Feng Xuande smiled, did not directly answer Li Qingze's question, said, No matter what, the Yuan family will eventually serve His Highness. Li Qingze's eyebrows relaxed. I just asked casually. I'm just curious about what's so special about a woman who can make Lord Feng care so much, and even make this prince miss his appointment. Feng Xuande raised his eyebrows. I don't understand why Miss Mir can make His Highness so concerned. You are such a person. Li Qingze laughed a few times, and the cold atmosphere seemed to be a flash in the pan. Li Qingze smiled bitterly and said, Lord Feng, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. I'm just worried that you will make mistakes because of her. The King of Jin is ready to make a move. He has been very aggressive in the court recently. Daki will also send a princess to marry him soon. Li Qingze seemed to have a headache. He looked at the darkening and dense clouds outside the window and murmured, The storm is coming. There is no time. The princess of Daki said that she does not want to be a concubine. A concubine? Or a wife. But she is very disgusted with other relatives and has very harsh requirements. The King of Jin is already married, and princesses from other countries cannot be my principal wife. But the princess of Daki made such a request. I am afraid that her real intention is not to be a concubine, but to... Li Qingze's voice was as deep as jade. and his eyes suddenly fell on Feng Xuande, who was looking at him with a flamboyant expression. Since you are interested in Yuan Ji, but the marriage between the two countries is difficult to turn around. The princess, I'm afraid. Before Li Qingze finished speaking, Feng Xuande held the teacup, and his warm fingertips rubbed the crabapple flower pattern painted with gold ink on the teacup. He said in a light voice, let's not talk about other things first. De Qi's show of goodwill is already weird. As for the princess of De Qi, if she is really so brave, I don't mind taking action. Feng Xuande's eyes suddenly became cold, revealing a suffocating coldness. Chapter 48. General, Chang'er's performance has improved this time, and she has moved up 10 places compared to the previous times. Sun stood behind Yuan Gongfu and pinched his shoulders. Yuan Chang sat obediently on the side, staring at Yuan Gongfu with her eyes, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Yuan Gongfu took a sip of tea and praised indifferently, that's really good. Yuan Chang clenched the test paper in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and said timidly, Father, could you help your daughter take a look and see if there is anything wrong? My daughter can also improve. Looking at the test paper close at hand, Yuan Gongfu's brows were anxiously twisted. He reached out to take it, randomly flipped through it, and said dryly, Chang'er's handwriting is indeed beautiful, and she has indeed made a lot of progress, but she still needs to work hard and be diligent. Your eldest brother has been at the top since he started learning, and although your second brother is a little dandy now, he is also smart and intelligent. You still need to be more diligent. After he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something, and murmured, I wonder how Shiji did in the exam. Seeing Yuan Gongfu taking her test paper, a smile suddenly rose in her eyes. But when she heard him mention Yuan Jianzhou and Yuan Jinshao, the dull smile froze instantly. Yuan Jianzhou was not very close to her, and Yuan Jinshao had been busy these days, not knowing what he was doing. He was always away from home all day long. She even thought that Yuan Jinshao was avoiding her. Staring at Yuan Gongfu, who looked absent-minded, Yuan Chang's mind changed, and she said casually, Sister also did well in the exam this time, ranking behind me. But if Sister had gone out less recently, maybe it would be better. Father, it's my fault. I was lazy some time ago. Yuan Ji's voice came suddenly. Yuan Chang's words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Yuan Ji, who was striding forward with a look of astonishment. Yuan Ji glanced at her without expression, and then sat down beside Yuan Gongfu. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and she said softly, Father, it was my daughter who was lazy. I failed to win face for you in the academy. Yuan Ji just came back, and heard Lu Wu say that Yuan Chang came to see Yuan Gongfu after school. She had a guess in her mind. As expected, she saw her preparing to make trouble as soon as she came. Yuan Chang's heart skipped a beat, but she calmed down and smiled. How can you say that? Sister? Compared to the last place in the first exam, you can get into the middle place in one go, which is already very impressive. Yuan Gongfu's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped, and ripples appeared in the dark brown tea. He asked in a deep voice, Last place? Yuan Ji's heart paused. She almost forgot about it. Yuan Chang nodded, and said casually, Yes, the day Sister came to the academy was the first exam. Did you forget? Father? At that time, Chang'er did not do well in the exam, and you were angry. Hearing Yuan Chang say this, Yuan Gongfu recalled belatedly, It seems that it was true. Sister. That? Oh! Yuan Chang seemed to have just realized that she had said something that should not be said. She covered her lips in shock and said in astonishment, Sister, didn't you tell your father about your results that time? Yuan Ji's smile was almost gone, and he wanted to tear her apart immediately. Yuan Chang doesn't know anything else, but pretending to be stupid and selling tea is easy for her. Just when Yuan Chang thought Yuan Ji was going to get angry, she lowered her eyes. When she raised them again, her eyes were full of tears. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she choked and said, Sister, I know you think I'm stupid and have brought shame to the general's mansion, but that was my first time to the academy, and I didn't even know how to get there. There was a sudden exam, and you didn't tell me, so I got the last place. Yuan Chang was shocked. When did she not know how to get to the right place? She was actually talking nonsense. Yuan Gongfu grasped the key point of this, turned his head and asked, Chang'er, didn't your father say that Gigi had never been to the academy, and there are some things that you need to tell her about? Yuan Chang simply frowned and shed tears, sobbing, Father said this? Is he blaming Chang'er? You also know that. The incident happened suddenly that day. Gianna herself was also in a hurry to prepare for the exam, and didn't take care of her sister for a while. I will definitely not do this next time. Seeing this, Yuanji pulled the corner of her mouth hard. Are you all pretending? It's just a competition of pretending. Who is afraid of who? She has been watching the controlling husband for so long. She is not afraid. Although Yuan Gongfu favors Yuanji, seeing that both of them are lowering their eyes and wiping tears, she doesn't know who to comfort first. Yuan Chang wiped her tears and said, "But that was the first exam. Father, please don't blame your sister. This time, your sister has made great progress. However, if she works harder in the past few days, takes less leave, and goes to the academy more often, she will be fine. I can probably be as good as Chang'er." Chang'er has always envied her sister's intelligence. She has no talent, so she can only study by candlelight at night. If Chang'er is lucky enough to become a female official in the future, it will not be in vain for her father's cultivation. The atmosphere in Dalian is more open than the previous dynasty. There are also some talented women who can serve as female officials by the side of the queen or the queen mother, which is also a matter of honor for the family. Hearing this, Yuan Gongfu's frozen expression relaxed a little. Although Yuan Chang was not favored by him, and although she had no talent in studying, she was obedient. Although her grades were neither good nor bad, at least she did not disappoint him like Yuan Jingxiao. He sighed and said, "It doesn't matter whether you are a female official or not. Your father sent you to school because he hoped that you would be sensible, and not be trapped in the backyard like ordinary women. Broaden your horizons, and your mind will be broadened." Yuan Ji was stunned. She didn't know that Yuan Gongfu actually had such thoughts. She was surprised. Most noble ladies would invite teachers to come back to their homes. They would learn piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, needlework and virtue. They just wanted to gain a reputation as a lady. For those who went to the academy to study, except for those who wanted to take the exam for female officials. They were like Zhou Yao, hoping to win the favor of a young master in the academy and find a good marriage. At first, she didn't understand why Yuan Gongfu sent her there. Later, she thought that he saw that she was too idle. So he simply sent her to the academy out of sight and out of mind. She never thought that he just wanted them to see more, learn more, and not be a gossipy woman trapped in the backyard. Not only Yuan Ji, but also Yuan Chang was very surprised. Yuan Ji suppressed the ripples in her heart, wiped the tears that were about to dry up, pinched her throat and said, "Sister, do you think I am lazy? But I didn't go to the academy because I fell into the water while trying to save the prince at the prince's first birthday party. After landing, I had palpitations and nightmares, and caught a cold, so I had to ask for leave. Did Chang'er mean that I should ignore the prince?" Yuan Chang panicked and quickly denied it. Her originally well-controlled crying voice was a little broken. "I didn't mean that. I remember you were nearby that day. Then why didn't my sister save the prince?" Yuan Ji hesitated for a moment, pretending to be thinking and reminiscing. "Could it be that you think that the prince is not a member of our Yuan family, and that's why you watched him die without rescuing him?" Yuan Ji's words set off a ripple. Yuan Chang immediately said, "Sister, did you remember it wrong? If I had seen him, how could I have watched him die without rescuing him?" As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Ji's lips curled up into a barely perceptible smile, and she was about to cry. "Then why? When Xianming residence caught fire that day, when you heard that my father and brother were in the inner room, you didn't react?" The room suddenly became silent, and even Sun's face became solemn. Yuan Chang paused. Weren't they talking about the exam? Why did they suddenly talk about the prince's birthday party? And the fire at Xianmingju? She hurriedly explained, "I was outside that day. When the fire broke out at Xianmingju, I rushed over. On the way, I got reinforcements to put out the fire. When I heard that my father and brother were inside, I subconsciously rushed in. At that time, I only thought that if my father and brother were buried in the sea of fire, I would feel guilty every day, guilty that I didn't risk the fire to save them that day. Fortunately, my father and brother were led away by Yuan Bao and escaped the fire." Yuan Ji was stunned, and suddenly raised his eyes to look at Yuan Chang. "Did sister really go to ask for help that day? Why did I only see the princess and the others when I woke up?" The memory came back, and Yuan Gongfu carefully recalled what he saw that day. At that time, he only heard Gu Shihua and Feng Xiange say that Yuan Ji rushed into the fire scene. In a moment of urgency, he forgot that Yuan Chang was in the crowd. Yuan Gongfu's eyes suddenly fixed on Yuan Chang. His brows were furrowed, and his face, which was originally somewhat moved, slowly sank. He said in a cold voice, "Gigi was worried about me at that time. So she rushed in. And now you are blaming her for not going in." The sudden increase in volume frightened everyone. Sun immediately knelt down upon hearing this, crawled at his feet, and trembled. "General, Chang'er is not. The rising end of the tone was full of anger. "That day, Gigi thought I was imprisoned. Risked her life to save me. And you, Yuan Chang, are here to blame her? That day, there was a fire. Where were you?" He slapped the sandalwood table heavily, and the water in the teacup surged. The series of accusations frightened her little face pale. She knelt down instantly, trembling, and her voice was trembling. "Father, I am not blaming my sister. I. Yuan Gongfu was so angry that his chest could not stop rising and falling. He pointed at her and said, "You entered the school earlier than Gigi. What did you learn? Go back. Kneel in the ancestral hall. Copy the Filial Piety Sutra 3 times. And you are not allowed to come out until you finish copying." Yuan Ji smiled at Yuan Chang provocatively, and then comforted her in a false voice. "Father, my sister just said something wrong for a moment. Please calm down. At most, I will ask for less leave in the future. I will be diligent in the future, and will not embarrass you." Yuan Ji's words not only did not calm Yuan Gongfu's anger, but made him even angrier. Looking at Yuan Chang's huddled body, he could not help but get angry, and immediately sent her to the ancestral hall. Even Sun was scolded for nothing. Yuan Chang glared at Yuan Ji fiercely, but was speechless. She had no choice but to run out of the door, stroking her swollen knees, and happened to meet Yuan Jianzhou and Yuan Jinxiao. Yuan Jinxiao's eyes hesitated for a moment when they touched Yuan Chang's red eyes, but in the end, he just whispered, "Don't make father angry." There was no concern, no worry. After Yuan Jianzhou and the other entered the room, Yuan Gongfu's face looked much better. After they chatted for a while, Yuan Ji stood up and left. Yuan Jinxiao looked at Yuan Ji's back with some hesitation, but finally chased after him. "Are you going out?" Yuan Jinxiao asked. Yuan Ji looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't you usually ignore her? What happened today?" She nodded, and replied indifferently, "Yes." Yuan Jinxiao was speechless for a moment, and suddenly reached out and handed Yuan Ji a bundle. "This. You can give it to Yuan Bao." Chapter 49. Yuan Ji was a little surprised. She didn't reach out to take it. Yuan Jinxiao's hand was restrained, and he felt particularly awkward. He was silent for a long time, and said very unnaturally, "I know you bought a yard for Yuan Bao outside. I bought the things here specially. Yuan Bao will probably like it." His black eyes, like ink splash, stared at Yuan Ji without blinking, and his slightly locked brows showed his expectation and nervousness. What happened to him today? Yuan Ji looked at the strange-looking man in front of him, and met his expectant eyes. Yuan Ji finally side-glanced and motioned Lu Wu to take it, and then said politely and distantly, "Thank you." Seeing Yuan Ji accept it, Yuan Jinxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, do you think the second young master has come to his senses and turned back?" On the carriage, Lu Wu looked through the bundle, which was filled with cooked meat pressed into meat patties, still steaming, presumably freshly made, like the kind of meat cats and dogs like. Who knows? Yuan Ji looked indifferent, not caring at all. Yuan Ji didn't care what Yuan Jinxiao was planning. Can the estrangement over the years be eliminated by just a bag of food for Yuan Bao? Whenever she thought of Yuan Jinxiao, Yuan Ji would always think of those times. Lu Wu put down the meat pie, looked at Yuan Ji's expression, struggled for a long time, and then tried. What if the second young master really regretted it? "Miss, after all, you and he were both born by the lady, and the second young master treated you very well in the past. Yuan Jinxiao treated Yuan Ji even better than Yuan Jianzhou in the past. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he doted on her. But after his mother passed away, Yuan Jinxiao seemed to have become a different person. The limited edition cakes that originally belonged to Yuan Ji were later only sent to Qifang Courtyard. The thin figure that originally stood in front of her, after his broad back could protect her from the wind and rain, stood in front of Yuan Chang. Once, twice, she would comfort herself, wondering if her second brother was still angry. But 3 or 4 times, 5 or 6 years, the brother-sister affection of the past had long been worn out in the confrontations. Lu Wu thought of the lady and felt sad. She sighed. After all, when the lady passed away, Only the young lady and the second young master were present. After that, you fell seriously ill. Now it seems that it may not be the young lady's fault. That's all. Yuanji lowered the curtains to block the flow of people outside the car, and sighed faintly. But it was because I insisted on going to see the peach blossoms that my mother was hurt. It's reasonable for him to blame me. The carriage rolled over the green grass covered with light snow and slowly stopped in front of Wanghua Pavilion. Yuanji got off the car slowly and saw the distant mountains as dark as ink, then clouds and light snow, and the ink colors of different shades hidden in the lingering clouds. Pushing open the door of Wanghua Pavilion, which had a very old feel, there were several cats crawling in the yard, with different colors. They were still lazily basking in the sun, until they saw Yuanji coming. The cats seemed to smell the aroma of meat, and they swarmed over in an instant, rubbing against her feet and meowing non-stop. So many? Yuanji was a little surprised. There were at least 7 or 8 cats crawling at her feet, and there was even a snow tiger hidden in the inner room. She lifted the hem of Mu Shanzi's skirt and brushed off the few hairs that were accidentally stuck on it. Lu Wu was about to take out the meat pie given by Yuanji Xiao, but Yuanji immediately reached out to stop her. Take our own. The cats were attracted by the smell of shredded meat and immediately went in the direction of Lu Wu. Yuanji sat on the swing in the yard and observed for a long time before he figured out what was going on. The second cat she adopted, Yuan Fu, turned out to be the leader among cats. The new cats followed closely behind him, and only dared to come forward to share the food after he had eaten. She was watching when she heard a rustling sound at the door, and looked up to see Lin Wei walking in. When Lin Wei arrived, she was a little surprised to see the cats in the garden, and she tiptoed around the cats, for fear of disturbing them. You have so many? Lin Wei was a little surprised. In late winter and early spring, more and more people were suffering from cold due to greed, and she was busy making medicine recently, and finally had time to talk with Yuanji. Yuanji wrote to me before, and said that she had bought a yard to raise cats. But I never thought there would be so many. Yuanji also spread her hands helplessly, pointed to the cat in the middle, and said with a smile, "See? That's Elvis. He must be doing well in this area," and brought a bunch of little brothers to eat and drink for free. Lin Wei couldn't help but smack her lips. Too many. Yuanji propped up her chin and looked at the cat eating leisurely, and said with a smile, "It's okay. After all, I can afford it." A dozen cats in the yard each found a corner to eat. When Lin Wei came in, she looked up and stared at her. Seeing that she was familiar with Yuanji, she lowered her head to take care of the food in front of her. The winter snow had just melted, and spring was coming. Only a thin layer of snow remained on the ground, and the ice on the eaves turned into transparent dripping water. There were a few young grass seedlings in the gaps between the floor tiles. The peach tree on the side of the swing also showed signs of aging. Lin Wei looked up at the yard and said with emotion, "When spring comes, it will definitely be a spring scene here." Lu Wu brought 2 cups of tea. Yuanji took a sip and said, "When the flowers bloom, I will invite you, Xiao Shu, Shi Hua and Xia Hui to come for tea. This is the pre-rain Longjing tea of this spring. Try it." Lin Wei took the tea, took a sip, and felt the fragrance on her lips and teeth, which was endless aftertaste. She smiled and said, "If Shi Hua came to taste it, it would be appropriate. But if Xia Hui came, he would probably find it bland." She raised her eyebrows and asked tentatively, "Shi Hua would probably like the best pre-rain Longjing tea. But if you brewed the tea yourself, he would probably be even more overjoyed." The hand holding the teacup paused for a moment, and the dark brown tea rippled. How could Yuanji not know Lin Wei's test? She sighed. "Now even you know?" Lin Wei's eyes contained a hint of mischief. "I didn't know at first, but Xia Hui told me later. But I think he is really good." Yuanji's mind suddenly emerged with the scene of meeting Gu Shihua for the first time, wearing a simple blue shirt and light sleeves. She was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered the fluttering red dress. "Xiao Wei, to be honest, I don't." Lin Wei suddenly interrupted her. "Is it because of Lord Feng?" Yuanji hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and nodded. Seeing her at a loss, Lin Wei also knew not to mention the matter anymore. And Jiang led the topic to this small courtyard. Although this courtyard is small, it is very quiet. Yuanji sipped tea while looking at this courtyard. Although the courtyard is not big, it has been poured with Yuanji's efforts. The inner room is filled with books she often reads today, and some simple furniture and teacups have been added. And a swing is also set up in the courtyard. Lin Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "It's February now. I wonder where His Majesty will go for this year's spring plowing festival. I guess the ceremony will be held in the palace again." Yuan Ji said, "It's the same every year." Lin Wei felt disappointed when she heard that, and she gently lifted the stones on the ground with her legs, and said listlessly, "The spring plowing festival is a sacrifice to comfort God, and it should be held outside the palace. In the past, we went to the suburbs of Beijing, and we could join in the fun at that time. Later, it was held in the palace, which was very boring." Yuan Ji was startled, subconsciously looked outside the door, and then heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiao Wei, be careful with your words. You know that last time in the suburbs of Beijing, His Majesty was assassinated." Yuan Ji lowered his voice. "It is said that the injury was very serious, so the sacrificial ceremony was held in the palace." Lin Wei pursed her lips. "Of course I know. I just feel bored. Gigi, if it were you, where would you like to go?" Yuan Ji put down the teacup and pondered for a moment. "Where to go? I haven't thought about it. But it is said that Longjin Temple is quite good, and the spring scenery of Fulong Mountain is better than Lingshan." The two chatted casually, not noticing that a carriage had been parked for a long time on the other side of Wanghua Pavilion. "Sir, why are you parked here?" Yin lifted the curtain of the carriage, and when he saw the slightly open door of Wanghua Pavilion, he understood instantly. A few days ago, Feng Xiange ordered him to find out Yuan Ji's whereabouts in recent days. No wonder. "I plan to buy a property here." Feng Xiange got off the car and stood in front of the gate next to Wanghua Pavilion. Looking up from the outside, you can see that this courtyard is much more spacious than Wanghua Pavilion, and there are 2 floors, which is more like a pavilion than Yuan Ji's small courtyard with 1 floor and 1 entrance. He turned his head and asked, "What do you think?" Yin immediately understood, following Feng Xiange's words. "It is quiet and cool here." Jin Yu frowned. "Sir, you already have a manor in the suburbs of Beijing. Every summer, if you don't accompany His Majesty to Shihe Garden to escape the heat, you have to go to the suburbs of Beijing. Here." Yin was silent for a moment, and then said, "The manor in the suburbs of Beijing is too far away. This place is closer. But it's not as good as the Xiangfu in the capital." "Shut up." Yin couldn't help but rebuke in a low voice, and then she smiled. "I think this place is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery, and it is very suitable for your eyes." Feng Xiange was particularly pleased, and he stroked the handle of his fan in a very good mood, and looked at Yin with approval. "Very good, Yin is right. I also think this small courtyard is very suitable for me to stay for a while." As he said, he took out the key to unlock the wooden door, and pushed open the dilapidated wooden door. Yin was dumbfounded. The keys were all there. He had already bought them. Why were they still asking? Sure enough, his master was always decisive and decisive. He acted first and asked for permission later. The courtyard was not overgrown with weeds, as Yin had imagined. Instead, it was very neat. The columns in the inner room, that should have been exposed, had been repainted. The scenery in the courtyard was brand new. There were all kinds of rockery and flowing water. Yin even saw the welcoming pine tree that was still in the Prime Minister's residence yesterday. Pushing the door and entering, even the rosewood carved tables and chairs in the room, the spar shadow screen, and even the copper incense burner on the table were all used by Feng Xiange. He had clearly arranged it long ago. Yinyu's lips twitched slightly. Jin Yu looked at Yinyu with some doubt. Yinyu glanced at Feng Xiange not far away, and whispered, "Master bought this place. Of course he has his own intention, after all. Miss Yuan secretly bought a yard next door. What does this have to do with Miss Yuan?" Jin Yu looked suspicious, and suddenly his face darkened. The situation in Chang'an is complicated recently. Could it be that Miss Yuan and the western regions? Yinyu collapsed. He slapped Jin Yu on the head with hatred, and said, "Don't tell me. You have been by the master's side for so long, and you can't see that the master has feelings for Miss Yuan?" Feelings? Jin Yu's face froze, as if she had never thought of this possibility. Yinyu gritted her teeth and said, "Every time I pulled you back, it was because there were some scenes that you and I could not see. Do you understand?" Jin Yu murmured, "I thought you were sick. You are sick. How could he have such an unromantic brother?" Not long after, another carriage stopped at the door. Li Qingzi got off from the carriage, frowning and saying, "Why did you choose such a place?" Feng Shuanga had a hint of ambiguous smile in the corner of his eyes. "This place is quiet. It's a new place. It's not easy to attract attention." Li Qingzi didn't say anything after hearing this. He sat down with his sleeves pulled up, and said straight to the point, During the spring farming festival, King Jin seems to have taken some action. He and his father suggested that the sacrifice be held outside this year. Feng Shuanda pondered for a moment. Outside? Li Qing's eyebrows were dark. He seemed particularly tired. Closed his eyes and pinched his eyebrows. And said in a deep voice, being in the palace every year, I think my father must find it boring. My spies reported back that the king of Jin seemed to have contacts with Li Qing. I'm afraid. Feng Shuanda heard this. His eyebrows did not change. He held the teacup, seemed to be carefully studying the gardenia picture painted with gold ink on it, and said faintly, since the king of Jin has a plan, why not? Let's follow him. His eyes flickered with different shades of light, and his eyes reflected the ripples of the tea. He said softly, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raises its head. So it will be in Longjian Temple on Fulong Mountain. Chapter 50. The spring is coming quietly, wetting things silently. The continuous drizzle washes away the coldness of winter. The thin snow turns into lingering spring water and soaks the earth. Overnight, the 4-season cycle, and the weeds grow wildly. The winter jasmine in Tingxua Tower sprouts. Yuanji wakes up slowly, pushes open the window frame casually. The broken jade pattern window frame divides the jade-like cheeks of the people downstairs. Yuanji is startled, and quickly packs up her clothes. The peach-colored spring clothes are as thin as gauze. The white lotus arms are looming. The peach blossom step shaking is jingling. Gu Shihua was standing downstairs. The moment he saw Yuanji, his ink-like black eyes suddenly flashed. He stared at Yuanji, who was walking down the stairs, without blinking. Xiaohui leaned against the tree, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, looking down at Yuanji, frowning and saying, Why are you doing this? Gu Shihua had a smile on her lips. You have always understood me. I will never give up easily on the person Shihua has chosen. Xiaohui sighed deeply, and spit out the grass beside his mouth. I have been talking to you for so long, but I can't persuade you. Since you have made up your mind, then just go all out. But I see that Lord Feng is coming with great force, so you may have to spend more time on it. Since the fire at Xianming residence, Gu Shihua's condition is obviously not right. She studies hard every day. Even Gu Hongyan noticed something wrong and sent someone to invite Xiaohui to take Gu Shihua out for an outing to relax. Gu Shihua has always been a stubborn person. Once she is determined to achieve her goal, she will not stop until she reaches her goal. The same is true for Yuanji. He tried his best to persuade him, analyzing how Feng Shuanda was a person who could not be provoked, and analyzing that Feng Shuanda and Yuanji seemed to have a close relationship. He even brought up Gu Fengling, whom Gu Shihua respected the most, but it was still useless, and in the end, it was still a waste of words. The conversation between the two came to an abrupt end when Yuanji came down. Where is Xiaoshu? Yuanji stood in front of them, and looked behind them. Xiaohui was also stunned the moment he saw Yuanji's face clearly. He met Yuanji almost every day, but it was the first time he saw Yuanji so pretty, dressed in pink and fresh, looking like a peach fairy. He immediately looked away, and said lazily. Xiaoshu and Lin Wei stopped halfway, and said they wanted to buy some cakes. Let us pick you up first. They will catch up later. Let us go first. Today is February 2nd. The Spring Plowing Festival. It's strange. It has always been held in the palace. Why did you suddenly go to Fulong Mountain this year? Yuanji couldn't hold back her beating heart, and lifted the curtain to look out. How could it be such a coincidence? The last time Lin Wei came to ask her, she said she was going to Fulong Mountain. Xiaohui yawned, leaning lazily on the soft golden pillow, waving his hand and saying, Who can know what your majesty is thinking? This year, you have arranged so many people to attend the sacrificial ceremony. But it's okay. It's more lively with more people. My mother said that your majesty has been too busy in recent years, and wants to go to the suburbs to relax. Maybe this is the reason? The wheels rolled over the green grass, and came to the river bank. It was quiet and deserted here. She looked at the familiar bank, and suddenly thought of the last time she was on this willow bank. It was when she found Li Qinghui and Yang Qinglu. It was here that she tore up the Hawan engagement card that originally belonged to the two of them. The past was vivid in her mind. She was lost in thought, and immediately lowered the curtains, not wanting to look. But just as she came to her senses, she met Gu Shihua's bright and caring eyes, and her expression froze. Xiaohui got up early today, and closed his eyes to take a nap. Now it was just the two of them. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Yuanji pinched the corner of his sleeve, and didn't know what to say for a moment. If you keep pulling, your sleeves will wrinkle. His voice was particularly gentle, and his tone was ordinary. Yuanji put down her hand awkwardly, and couldn't help complaining in her heart. When she knew that Gu Shihua was going too, Yuanji hesitated for a moment. She always felt guilty when facing Gu Shihua. The heartbeat that seemed real and unreal on New Year's Eve seemed to be only in a dream. Now when she thinks back on it, it seems like a dream bubble. She can't tell whether it's a dream or reality. Xiaohui told her that if she didn't have any feelings for him, she should just reject Gu Shihua early to avoid him missing her. But now, even she herself can't tell her own feelings. She clearly remembered the bright eyes, like stars and moons on New Year's Eve, remembered the blue shirt and colorful clothes. But she also remembered the fire that almost set the prairie on fire at Xianming residence, remembered the scarlet clothes that rushed into the fire just for her, and the moonlight in her eyes. She had read the How to Control Husband for so long, gradually learned how to get along with others, how to restrain her edge, but this book did not teach her how to distinguish her own feelings. After the incident with Li Qinghui, Yuanji was very cautious now, and did not dare to confirm it easily, nor did she dare to reject it easily. I was afraid that I would be misled by beauty again. One wrong step would lead to a complete failure. If you feel tired, you can take a rest. I will call you when we reach Fulong Mountain. Gu Shihua's voice was as gentle as a clear spring. He seemed not to have noticed Yuanji's charming girlish thoughts, and remained the same as before. Fulong Mountain was dozens of miles outside Chang'an. This time, they needed to set up camp in Fulong Mountain and stay for several days. Originally, Yuanji wanted to go with Yuan Gongfu, but she thought that Lin Wei would be too lonely alone. So she refused her father and brother's trip and asked Yuan Jinzhou to take her luggage. She went with Chen Shu and others. The 2-hour drive made people drowsy. Yuanji originally thought that it would be inappropriate to fall asleep like this. However, amid the chirping of spring cicadas and birds, she felt her eyelids gradually drooping. When she closed her eyes again, she could not remember anything. In her dream, there was a dazzling smoke. Gu Shihua sat in the corner and looked at her with a sidelong glance. His eyes were tender and gentle, as if the vicissitudes of life did not cause any ripples in his eyes. However, as the smoke disappeared, there came a sky-high fire. The red flames were burning. She could hear the sound of rotten wood burning out in her ears. Her vision was blurred. She could not see clearly in front of her. She only vaguely saw a piece of red clothes. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by her ear. The person in front of her had bright eyebrows and eyes, and was covered in moonlight. Their hair was tangled together as they fell rapidly, and it was difficult to separate them. Then, she seemed to fall into a cold pond, and the piercing cold penetrated her muscles and bones into her heart. Yuanji suddenly woke up. It took her a long time to see the scene clearly. You have a nightmare? Gu Shihua's voice made Yuanji enlightened. She realized belatedly that it was just a dream. She said with lingering fear, "Yeah, Fulong Mountain is almost here. There are some cakes in the car. You can eat them first." Gu Shihua handed over a sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Yuanji took it subconsciously. She then realized that she was wearing a green coat. "It's cold in spring. You just fell asleep. I was worried that you might catch a cold in your dream." Yuanji's eyes fell on Gu Shihua. It turned out that she was wearing Gu Shihua's coat. Yuanji picked up the coat a little embarrassedly, handed it back, and said, "Thank you." Gu Shihua looked at her with a smile, but did not reach out to take it. "You just woke up. If you take off your clothes rashly, you may get a cold. Let's first." "No need." Yuanji came back to his senses, and seeing Gu Shihua's insistence, he simply put the coat that was still steaming on Xiaohui, who was sleeping soundly. Not long after, they arrived at Fulong Mountain. Xiaohui woke up slowly, and saw the green clothes on his body. With a surprised look on his face, "Oh, you still worry about me?" Gu Shihua raised her eyebrows and said nothing. Xiaohui was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. "Next time, I will take care of you like this next time when you fall asleep." "No need." Gu Shihua retreated cautiously. Yuanji couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaohui's clothes were colorful. Gu Shihua must have been disgusted. In his words, it was quite vulgar. Yuanji held the door and got out of the car carefully. His lazy eyes lit up instantly when he touched Fulong Mountain. The spring day was warm, the green was dim, the rolling mountains looked like a resting dragon, the mountain tops were hidden in the deep or shallow clouds and mist. Condensed into a light ink color, Even the tip of the nose could smell the light fragrance of green grass. A gentle breeze blew, and she felt relaxed and refreshed. Yuanji relaxed her aching muscles, and after bidding farewell to Xia Hui and the others, she planned to find her own Yuan family's tent first. She arrived too early, and there were several tents set up on the endless grassland, and many maids and servants were busy organizing things. "His little miss. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." The maid who accidentally bumped into Yuanji had not yet seen Yuanji's face clearly, and she subconsciously knelt down to admit her mistake, and her shoulders kept shaking. Yuanji rubbed his shoulder, frowned and said, "It's okay. You first." Which blind person offended Miss Yuan? Yuanji was stunned, and looked to the side. He saw that the person was tall and handsome. If this face was on a woman, it would make people think that she would bring disaster to the country and the people. But on him, it made people think that this person was either a demon or a monster. Too much enchantment would add a cold and gloomy aura. His black hair was raised high with a golden crown, and the black python robe showed his identity. "Your servant greets the king of Jin." Yuanji retracted her gaze and bowed politely. The man looked down at the maid, his eyes showing an unconcealable coldness. In a moment, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and he immediately smiled very gently, saying, "Do you recognize me?" Yuanji hesitated for a moment, shook his head, nodded again, and said in a scholarly voice, "There are very few princes in Dalian who can wear dragon robes. Your servant just guessed it right." Li Chengluo heard this and smiled and nodded. Miss Yuan is indeed smart. Yuanji had heard of Li Chengluo, and Yuan Jinzhou had mentioned him to her. Li Chengluo was the prince of Jin who could compete with the crown prince. "This servant is from my palace, but she is really useless." She almost heard Miss Yuan. "Someone drag her away and punish her with 30 sticks. Yuanji's heart sank. It was just a bump. 30 sticks? Wouldn't that mean she would be killed? The servant kneeling on the ground panicked instantly. She cowed out repeatedly and cried hoarsely, "My lord, please let me go. I just didn't mean it." Li Qingluo's smile did not fade. He held the Buddhist beads in his hand and said softly, "What should we do? You have offended the daughter of the Yuan family. Why don't you beg Miss Yuan? If she agrees, I will let you go." Hearing this, the servant immediately knelt down and crawled at Yuanji's feet, crying and begging, "Miss Yuan, it's my fault. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she slapped herself in the face, and her fair face instantly became red and swollen. "Okay, I forgive you." Yuanji couldn't bear to see this, and immediately spoke out to stop it. "Did you hear me? Miss Yuan is being generous today. Why don't you get out of here?" Li Chengluo still smiled, but his words always made people feel cold. "I wonder if Miss Yuan is hurt. I have a good painkiller here." Li Chengluo took a step forward. Yuanji retreated calmly, and then bowed to distance the two of them. "Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I am fine. I don't know where the Yuan family's camp is. Can your Majesty tell me something?" Li Chengluo raised his eyebrows, not caring at all about Yuanji's retreat, said in a gentle voice, "This king just knows. I just happen to have something important to discuss with General Yuan. Why don't you let me take you there?" Yuanji hesitated. The man in front of her was obviously not a good person. Her thoughts were spinning rapidly, and for a moment, she didn't know how to refuse. "No need, Chengluo. I just happen to have something to discuss with General Yuan. Why don't you let me take Miss Yuan there?" Yuanji heard this, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Li Qingze and Feng Shuanga standing not far away. Their eyebrows were gentle, but Yuanji inexplicably sensed the sharp edge between them. "Your Highness, Lord Feng." Yuanji bowed. The two nodded, and Yuanji couldn't help but look up, but saw Feng Shuanga's eyes smiling. But she stared at Li Chengluo in front of her without blinking, without even a glance at her. Fortunately, she dressed up carefully today. She was complaining in her heart, when a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Feng Shuanga came in front of her without knowing when, and blocked her view tightly.